Chapter 1. The Utter Lack of Conscience. Zhao Longtang, how dare you extract my spiritual foundation for your son? Zhao Xianfeng painfully opened his eyes, his gaze a deep crimson, filled with an insatiable hatred. His energy, was a chaotic blend of blood and flesh, and the excruciating pain surged through his nerves like a relentless storm, driving him to the brink of despair. The spiritual foundation is the very essence of martial arts. To have it forcibly removed is to be rendered utterly powerless, a fate worse than death. Zhao Xianfeng could not accept this brutal reality. Once, he was the young master of the Zhao family, the pride of Tongtian City, having attained the pinnacle of the Xuanwu realm with a heavenly grade 5-element spiritual foundation. His breakthrough had caused a sensation, shaking the very foundations of Tongtian City, a feat unprecedented in history. Now, all was lost. He had become a mere shell of his former self. Father, Zhao Xianfeng is now nothing but a waste. It would be better to. No, keep him alive for now. I shall investigate our ancestors' legacy further to ensure nothing has been overlooked. Indeed, father is always so thorough. The exchange between the father and son echoed in Zhao Zuanfeng's ears. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, blood flowing profusely without his awareness. His mind was engulfed in an inferno of rage, his expression a mask of agony and fury. It was my father who saved you during the storm and entrusted the family head position to you. Is it because I failed to unlock the secret realm that you not only extracted my spiritual foundation, but also seek to kill me? Have your consciences been devoured by dogs? The Zhao family had stood firm in Tongtian City for a millennium, their ancestors having once ruled as its sovereigns. Yet, as the Zhao family waned, those who had once served them, the Chun and Su families, sought independence, their eyes now set hungrily upon the Zhao legacy. The ancestors left behind a secret message. With a heavenly grade spiritual foundation, one could use their blood to unlock the treasures hidden within the statue's secret realm. Within lay vast resources and treasures, capable of rejuvenating the Zhao family. Just moments ago, the attempt to unlock it had failed, leading to Zhao Longtang and his son's cruel betrayal, his spiritual foundation ripped away. Zhao Longyun is dead. Who else but me can assume the position of family head? Do I need his permission? Zhao Longtang sneered. Even without this incident, I would have sought an opportunity to eliminate him. Otherwise, how could I claim this position? Zhao Longtang had completely discarded his facade. Everything had been premeditated. Zhao Xianfeng felt a chilling sensation wash over him, his face marred with blood, a grotesque smile twisting his features. He disregarded the debt of gratitude owed for saving his life and treated brotherly bonds with disdain. The depths of their depravity were unfathomable. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his soul. Zhao Zuanfeng's features contorted as he realized a new piece of information had emerged in his mind. This is the information regarding the secret realm. I have not failed. The secret realm is not within the statue, but lies in the Wanyiliu Haixing Mountain. The so-called unlocking of the statue's secret realm is merely a means to extract information from it. Zhao Xianfeng trembled with excitement. His ancestor had once been a formidable warrior of the Tianwu realm. The secret realm must harbor treasures capable of restoring him. Now, only I am aware of its existence, I have a chance to recover. Zhao Xianfeng, your worthless life holds no value. I shall be the foremost genius of Tongtian City, with a heavenly grade 5-element spiritual foundation. Zhao Jianchen fixated on Zhao Xianfeng, his countenance twisted in a malevolent grin. Suddenly, Zhao Jianchen's expression shifted to one of deep resentment. You garbage. Had I known you could not unlock the secret realm, I would have seized your spiritual foundation long ago. By now, I would have at least reached the high tier of the Xuanwu realm. Zhao Zuanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a person sink to such depths of shamelessness? It was infuriating that it had taken him so long to see their true colors. I will not let you two beasts escape unscathed. What you have sown today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Zhao Zuanfeng's expression turned savage, his eyes blood-red, radiating a killing intent that surged forth. I will make you pay for your blood debts. A mere waste dares to speak so insolently. Zhao Jianchen appeared before Zhao Xianfeng like a flash of lightning, a frigid palm descending upon him. Stop! What have you done? A piercing scream suddenly echoed. Qin Yinger, this is the Zhao family's stronghold who gave you the audacity to intrude? Zhao Longtang's gaze was icy. The young woman was a vision of ethereal beauty, her skin as delicate as jade. Xianfeng, Qin Yinger rushed forward, her eyes widening in horror as she beheld the gaping wound on his abdomen, her complexion drained of color. You beasts, how could you be so devoid of humanity? Do you think you have the right to question me, an outsider? Zhao Longtang exploded with rage, slapping her down. Slap! Qin Yinger cried out in pain as she fell, 5 crimson imprints marring her face. Boom! Zhao Zuanfeng's vision blurred with rage. Qin Yinger was the daughter of Zhao Zuanfeng's father's brother, entrusted to him before her father's passing, and they had been betrothed. She was his fiancée. I will slay you, you old beast. Zhao Xianfeng roared hoarsely, struggling to rise. Zhao Jianchen delivered a brutal kick. Bang! Zhao Xianfeng, this waste dares to aspire to kill anyone? You are so deluded, look at you now, reduced to a mere dog beneath my foot. Haha, look at your fiancé. Zhao Jianchen sneered, pressing his foot against Zhao Zuanfeng's face, applying force and twisting it mercilessly. Zhao Zuanfeng's vision darkened. He glared with bloodshot eyes, his gaze ablaze with murderous intent. The pain was unbearable, his skin split open. Blood oozed forth, a sight too horrific to behold. I will tear you 2 bastards apart limb from limb. His throat was choked with blood, rendering him speechless, yet his eyes burned with a fierce, fiery rage. Let him go, please, I beg you, let him go. Qin Yinger wept, throwing herself at Zhao Jianchen's leg. Get away! Zhao Jianchen kicked her aside and mockingly said, Beg me? Chen, who has long desired to marry you, if you agree to wed him, I will spare his life. Qin Yinger trembled, a flicker of anger and terror flashing in her eyes. Chen Hu, the infamous heir of the Chen family, had tormented countless virtuous maidens over the years. To marry him was akin to descending into hell. No, please, anything but that. Yinger, don't agree. Zhao Xianfeng, like a frenzied beast, shook his head violently at Qin Yinger. Biting her lip, Qin Yinger's expression was both sorrowful and resolute. I agree. To save Zhao Xianfeng, she was willing to throw herself into the jaws of the tiger. Boom! Zhao Xianfeng felt as though struck by lightning, staring blankly at Qin Yinger. He understood the meaning in her eyes, given her fiery temperament. She would never allow herself to suffer such humiliation and torment. No! Tears of blood streamed from Zhao Zuanfeng's eyes as he gritted his teeth, feeling as if his heart were being crushed by an invisible hand. I am unwilling. Zhao Longtang nodded in satisfaction. Marry her off to Chen, who will placate the Chen family and buy our Zhao family some time. He was immensely pleased with this decision. Shameless, beastly, utterly inhuman. In their eyes, Zhao Xianfeng and Qin Yinger were mere tools for exploitation. When deemed useless, they could be cast aside without a second thought, even into the depths of hell. Tiske, such deep affection for you, she was willing to sacrifice herself. Unfortunately, you will never have a chance to rise again. Zhao Jianchen laughed maniacally, pressing down with unprecedented delight. Zhao Xianfeng spat a mouthful of blood. His fury ignited, his chest felt ablaze. An endless killing intent seemed to tear through the confines of his being, rampaging through the heavens and earth. Boom! The void trembled with thunder, the sound of divine swords ringing out. Unseen by any, the sky above Tongtian City turned blood-red. A tempest of slaughter seemed to unleash boundless sword energy. Boom! Zhao Zuanfeng's vision spun, plummeting into an abyss of nothingness. This void was a sea of blood, an overwhelming tide of rage. A blood sword loomed at the center, its crimson fury staining the heavens. The terrifying might threaten to collapse the very skies and plunge eternity into oblivion. What is this? Zhao Xianfeng gazed in shock at the scene before him, his scalp prickling. But soon, he found himself engulfed by its influence. Kill, kill, kill. I shall annihilate all of you wretches, beasts. Boom! A vast torrent surged forth, crashing towards him. Savage as a beast, His soul felt as if it were being torn apart by 1,000 swords. Zhao Xianfeng screamed in agony. Chapter 2. The Sword of Heaven slays 10,000 foes. In the dungeon, young Master Jianghe. The young master did not say he wanted to kill Zhao Xianfeng. The guard trembled before the imposing figure of Zhao Jianghe. Did I say I wanted him dead? Today is the day Qin Yinger marries Chunhu. Zhao Jianghe grinned malevolently. I wanted to witness his beloved woman wed that pervert Chun, who will be quite the spectacle. Do you think my strength cannot keep an eye on a waist? The guard swallowed hard, stepping aside. The Zhao family was no longer what it once was. Zhao Jianghe, as the eldest son of the Grand Elder, stood at the pinnacle of the Lingwu realm, second only to Zhao Jianxin in both talent and status. He dared not obstruct him. Humph! With a cold snort, Zhao Jianghe strode towards the cell, gazing at Zhao Xianfeng, who lay motionless on the ground, his expression twisted with malice. Zhao Xianfeng, look at you now. Once, Zhao Xianfeng had been unmatched among the young generation. Zhao Jianghe had been punished by Zhao Xianfeng on more than one occasion. The most humiliating instance had been in front of many when Zhao Xianfeng had broken his arm and tossed him into a lake, forcing him to apologize to others, reducing him to a laughingstock. Afterward, he had cowered in fear at the sight of Zhao Xianfeng, like a dog. Now, witnessing Zhao Zuanfeng's complete downfall and his pitiful state brought him immense satisfaction. Back then, I merely teased Qin Yinger, and you nearly killed me. Now, I shall give you a profound experience of your own. Open the door, Zhao Jianghe commanded. The guard hurriedly unlocked the cell. Zhao Xianfeng, come out. Don't you wish to see Qin Yinger? Zhao Jianghe sneered and shouted. Are you not infatuated with Qin Yinger to the very core? To witness Qin Yinger marrying that perverse and incompetent Chun, who was an unparalleled torment. The mere thought of such a scene sent shivers of excitement through Zhao Jianghe. Could this guy be dead? Noticing Zhao Zuanfeng's utter lack of response, Zhao Jiang's expression shifted. He strode into the cell with swift determination, delivering a forceful kick towards Zhao Xianfeng. Stop pretending. Zhao Xianfeng, lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was blood-red, exuding a fierce sword aura. Boom! A terrifying intent to kill surged through the cell, as if countless blood-red sword energies were unleashed. Seeking death, Zhao Xianfeng instinctively flipped to his feet, his legs intertwining like straight stone pillars, crashing down forcefully onto Zhao Jiang's legs. Crack! Ah! Zhao Jiang's eyes widened in agony as he fell, howling in pain. My leg is broken. Zhao Xianfeng, you scoundrel. I will kill you. Zhao Jianghe writhed on the ground, clutching his twisted and broken leg in unbearable pain. Zhao Xianfeng landed firmly, a swirling crimson light in his eyes, a fleeting hint of confusion passing by. I am the Sword Emperor Xianfeng. No, the Sword Emperor Xianfeng is a thing of the past. Now I am still Zhao Xianfeng. In his mind, two immense memories intertwined, gradually settling into silence. One of those memories unmistakably belonged to his past life. The first Sword Emperor of the Guanyuan Heaven Domain, Sword Emperor Xianfeng, unparalleled in the way of the sword. He had obtained a divine sword of slaughter from beyond the heavens, only to suffer its backlash. At a critical moment, he was ambushed by his two closest disciples, Xing Yao and Su Xian. In his final moments, Zhao Xianfeng shattered his sword heart and all his cultivation to forcefully wield the divine sword to cleanse his surroundings. Yet, as he unleashed a single strike, the bloody sword seemed to be drawn back by his endless killing intent, turning against him. Both his form and spirit were obliterated. Unbeknownst to him, this sword had carried a fragment of his true spirit into the accompanying realm, allowing him to be reincarnated as the current Zhao Xianfeng. Zhao Xianfeng steadied his mind. The overwhelming memories did not disorient him, for the past life had become just a thing of the past. Xing Yao, Su Xian, when I return, you shall pay the price. A roar of fury surged within Zhao Xianfeng as he suddenly turned his attention inward. Before him stood a blood sword, surrounded by a vast expanse of blood mist. The sword emanated countless blood-red sword energies, captivating the soul. It harbored boundless killing power, capable of commanding the heavens and earth to submit. Indeed, it was the killing intent that stirred this sword. This sword has become my spiritual foundation. Zhao Xianfeng inhaled sharply. The restoration of his spiritual foundation far exceeded anything he had experienced before. It was known that this sword had been forcefully stirred only at the peak of his past life as an emperor, requiring the shattering of his sword heart and all his cultivation. The opportunities contained within transcended the imperial realm. With renewed vigor, Zhao Xianfeng enveloped the blood sword with his spirit. Boom! A terrifying wave of slaughter surged forth, as if it existed solely for the purpose of killing. In an instant, Zhao Zuanfeng's spirit trembled, as though his soul were being torn apart by 1,000 swords. The heaven-slaying sword. Opening his eyes, a terrifying blood-red sword energy erupted forth. From this surge, he gleaned information as well as an obscure sword scripture. The heaven-slaying sword scripture. Its intricacies seemed to flow from the very essence of the sword, not crafted by a martial artist, but rather derived from the terrifying sword intent at the sword's inception. With his current swordsmanship, it was momentarily challenging to fully comprehend its profundities. In the next moment, Zhao Xianfeng could not help but burst into laughter. Not only have I returned, but I have also gained this incredible opportunity. The way of martial arts can reach the heavens. The path of martial cultivation traverses through the spirit martial realm, mysterious martial realm, earth martial realm, and heaven martial realm, each divided into 9 levels. The spiritual foundation represents a warrior's potential and aptitude. Above the realms of spirit, mysterious, earth, and heaven, there exist sacred imperial and divine grades. With the heaven-slaying sword as his spiritual foundation, its rank was unfathomable, at the very least a divine grade. This sword had descended from beyond the Guangyuan heaven domain. At this moment, he was free of injuries, his spiritual foundation restored, his cultivation back to the first level of the mysterious martial realm, his combat power far surpassing before. Zhao Xianfeng, you're not supposed to be alive? Zhao Jiang's incredulous scream echoed. He could hardly believe that a person whose spiritual foundation had been shattered could possess such terrifying strength. Zhao Xianfeng suddenly turned his gaze toward him. Zhao Jianghe. A surge of killing intent erupted in Zhao Zuanfeng's eyes, his voice icy cold. If it were not for you, I would not have awakened my memories so swiftly. But your crimes are unforgivable. What? Zhao Jianghe stared wide-eyed in panic, unable to comprehend, yet waves of fear washed over him. I'm going to die now. Boom! A terrifying intent to kill surged like an ocean, crashing down and shaking the cell. Zhao Jianghe spewed blood, his vision consumed by the endless sword energies. When an emperor is enraged, how terrifying is that? Can a mere spirit martial realm warrior withstand it? Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Zhao Zuanfeng's figure flickered, appearing directly before Zhao Jianghe. The overwhelming killing intent stained the air crimson. Zhao Jianghe felt as though a sea of blood was crashing upon him, rendering him utterly breathless. Zhao Xianfeng, you are bold indeed. The guard's eyes bulged in shock, his voice rising in a terrified scream. Boom! Zhao Zuanfeng's gaze remained indifferent as he struck down with his palm. Zhao Jianghe resembled a marionette, trembling under the weight of the killing intent, utterly defenseless. Bang! Blood mixed with pale, brain matter splattered everywhere. The ground was stained with a crimson and white mixture. You. The guard stuttered, his lips quivering, his face as pale as a sheet. Zhao Xianfeng turned to face the guard. The guard became dazed, as if he beheld 2 blood-red suns, letting out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground. The sword is named Heaven, slaying. What harm is there in slaying the heavens? Zhao Xianfeng murmured to himself. In this life, Yinger is his reverse scale. God shall be slain, demons shall be exterminated. The Zhao clan scoundrels deserve death. Whoosh! Zhao Xianfeng took a step forward, a torrent of blood surging forth from his body, transforming into a hurricane composed of countless sword energies. The blood shadow darted like lightning, sweeping past the guard. Once the blood shadow vanished without a trace, the guard trembled, blood frothing from his mouth, his body pierced through as if by 1,000 swords, reduced to a sieve. Chapter 3. The sword like wind, blood like rain. Zhao Xianfeng burst forth from the dungeon, his heart aflame with urgency, as the visage and voice of Qin Inger flickered incessantly in his mind. I will not permit any misfortune to befall you. The thought of Inger willingly marrying Chun Hu for his sake pierced Zhao Xuanfeng's heart like a dagger. Zhao Xianfeng, how did you escape? A Zhao family warrior, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Zhao Xianfeng, seemed as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless. Boom! A tempest arose, and Zhao Xianfeng arrived in an instant, seizing the warrior by the throat, his voice cold and unyielding. Where is Inger? The Zhao warrior, engulfed by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, felt as though his eyes would burst. Qin Inger just left. With a fierce throw, Zhao Xianfeng cast him aside, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury as he raced towards the Zhao family estate. Within the manor, bystanders caught only a fleeting glimpse of a bloodied shadow. It's Zhao Xianfeng. Damn it. He has escaped. How is this possible? Was he not rendered utterly powerless? Quick, stop him. The air was filled with frantic shouts. In the front yard, a throng of people gathered, led by Zhao Tianhao, a warrior of the fourth layer of the Xuanwu realm. Zhao Xianfeng, how dare you, a sinner, escape? Zhao Tianhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the lightning-fast figure before him. How dare you call me a sinner? Zhao Xianfeng laughed maniacally, rage boiling within him. Zhao Longtang and his son are devoid of compassion and morality, seizing my spiritual foundation, utterly depraved. That I ask this how you view my toil and sacrifice. Scoundrel, you dare to insult the family head and the young master. You deserve a fate worse than death, unworthy to be called a member of the Zhao family. Zhao Tianhao's fury erupted, his heart racing with elation. Capturing this wretch would surely earn him great rewards from the family head and the young master. Resolute in his intent, Zhao Tianhao surged forward, his power akin to thunder, the might of the Xuanwu realm radiating from him. From this day forth, I, Zhao Xianfeng, sever all ties with the Zhao family, that we are no longer connected. The murderous intent in Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes intensified. The Zhao family had become the domain of Zhao Longtang and his son. Such shameless words could only emerge from the same wretched lot. The scene in the Great Hall had stripped Zhao Xianfeng of any lingering affection for these people. What was there left to cherish? In this world, only Qin Inger remained as his sole kin. Get on your knees. Zhao Tianhao charged at him fiercely. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated through the RTO the onlookers. A streak of crimson lightning seemed to pierce the heavens. As Zhao Tianhao was sent crashing through the courtyard wall, buried beneath the rubble, his fate unknown, gasped. The crowd inhaled sharply, stunned into silence, as if encountering a specter. Get out of my way! Who dares to obstruct me? Zhao Xianfeng was like a bolt of lightning. Vanishing from sight in the blink of an as he made his exit, he deftly grasped the sword from a guard's waist, the sound of steel ringing clear. Finally, someone regained their senses, screaming in panic. We're in trouble, quick, notify the family head. How has he recovered? Even witnessing it firsthand, no one dared to believe their own eyes. A once powerless man had just dispatched a fourth-layer Xuanwu warrior in a single strike. Such power surpassed even Zhao Xianfeng in his prime. That on the long street, drums beat and flowers adorned proud steeds, drawing a multitude of onlookers. That it's over. Which family's daughter has been abducted by that beast? Chun Hu, don't you know? It's Qin Inger, Zhao Xuanfeng's childhood companion. What? The heavens have turned against us. Zhao Xianfeng has had his spiritual foundation stripped, rendering him a cripple, and the Zhao family has directly married Qin Inger to Chun Hu. It's finished. If Qin Inger falls into Chun Hu's hands, she is doomed. Who is that? A sudden shriek drew everyone's attention. At the end of the street, a bloodied shadow surged forth like a tempest. Swift as lightning, Zhao Xianfeng, by the heavens, how is this possible? Wasn't he rendered powerless? The crowd stared wide-eyed as if witnessing a ghost. Young master, it's Zhao Xianfeng. The Qin family's entourage also recognized him. Zhao Xianfeng? Wasn't he a cripple? Chun Hu, adorned in red silks atop a magnificent steed, was momentarily stunned before turning to gaze in disbelief. It really is this wretch. What on earth is Zhao Jinshan doing? How could he let a cripple escape his watch? Yet this auspicious day is perfect to add to my joy. Chun Hu's eyes glinted with malice as he envisioned the pleasure of humiliating Zhao Xianfeng before Qin Inger, once a coward before Zhao Xianfeng. Chun Hu now relished the opportunity to look down upon him, to humiliate him at will. Seize him. Bring him to me. Chunhu bellowed with a savage grin. Inside the carriage, Qin Inger trembled, hastily lifting the curtain to rush out. Clad in red, her features were exquisite, her skin fair as snow, with eyes like bright stars, yet her lovely face was marred by terror. Xianfeng, run. Qin Inger cried out desperately, but Zhao Xuanfeng's speed only increased. A tempest of fury propelling him forward. Inger, you are the young master's woman, yet you dare betray him. Get back inside. An old woman beside the carriage snarled, roughly shoving Qin Inger. You old hag, you seek death. Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes flared with bloodlust. The air crackled with murderous intent, as if a deluge was about to unleash upon the long street. Did I ask this guy not a cripple? The Qin family warriors approaching felt an icy dread wash over them. Clang! Zhao Xianfeng moved suddenly. The ordinary 3-foot green blade in his hand instantly stained with blood. Boom! A gale swept across the ground, an overwhelming sword energy sweeping all directions. The pervasive aura of slaughter transformed into a storm, distorting the street, the heavens changing hue. Puff! 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 Zhao Xuanfeng's form blurred, leaving countless afterimages as he swung his sword like lightning, each strike falling like rain amidst a flock of sheep, no one able to discern his path. In an instant, piercing screams echoed through the air, relentless and haunting. The blade cleaved the sky, blood raining down upon the street, that in the span of 3 blinks, bodies lay strewn about, with only one figure standing. Unscathed, the aura of slaughter radiating from him, that a deathly silence enveloped the scene. All present were slack-jawed, their minds blank. Such a terrifying spectacle was akin to a demon descending upon the world. Gulp! Chunhu stood frozen. Cold sweat beading upon his brow, his throat constricted as if blocked by a massive weight. The Zhao family members accompanying him appeared equally horrified, as if they had seen a ghost. Zhao Xianfeng, untainted by blood, stood like a sharpened sword, his brilliance blinding, his presence a harbinger of death. Qin Inger stood agape, her lips parted in shock at you are not a cripple. Finally snapping back to reality, Chunhu's voice trembled with rage. This is a cripple. The Chen family's strongest warriors, number 3 in the Xuanwu realm. Yet before him, they are like mere swine. Zhao Xianfeng paid no heed to Chunhu, his gaze tender as he focused on Qin Inger. Inger, I have come to rescue you. Murderous intent and tenderness coexisted within him, yet it radiated like the gentle warmth of the rising sun, captivating all who beheld it. Qin Inger, lost in a daze. Found it hard to believe that I will kill you, Zhao Xianfeng. Seeing Zhao Xianfeng completely ignore him, openly flirting with Qin Inger, Chunhu's mind exploded with fury. What are you all doing? Get him, with his command. The remaining warriors of the Chun and Zhao families surged forth, 6 of them possessing the strength of the Xuanwu realm, the strongest among them at the 5th layer. Zhao Xianfeng, how dare you disrupt our Zhao family's affairs? You possess immense audacity. The 4 Zhao warriors roared in unison. The young master is merciful, sparing your life. You should be grateful. Mercy. Zhao Xianfeng could not suppress a mocking laugh, realizing just how shameless the Zhao family had become. The aura of slaughter surged within him like a tide. Boom! The ground within a radius of several dozen feet erupted, debris soaring into the air. Zhao Xianfeng waved his sleeve, and countless shards pierced the air like arrows. Sweeping across the scene, bang, 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 the 6 Xuanwu realm warriors were struck down as if by lightning, their bones shattering like fragile bags of sand, crashing to the ground. And in a single move, there had been no collision. Merely an exertion of force that sent the foes sprawling at a distance of several feet, a feat only achievable by high-tier warriors of the Xuanwu realm. Chunhu stood aghast, his mind a blank slate. Is this truly a cripple? Is the Zhao family toying with us? Damn it. Zhao Jianxin, I will have your head. Did you think you could render Zhao Xianfeng powerless? You wish to see him destroy me. Chunhu seethed with rage, terror gripping his heart. Suddenly, he lunged toward the carriage, viciously seizing Qin Inger's neck, her fair throat instantly marked with red. Zhao Xianfeng, kneel before me, otherwise I shall slay Qin Inger. Chunhu trembled. His eyes filled with mad cruelty. For reasons unknown, a thrill of excitement surged within him. He envisioned Zhao Xianfeng obediently submitting, bowing to him in humiliation. Zhao Xuanfeng's expression remained unchanged, but the chill in his gaze deepened. An icy indifference enveloping him, the air thick with murderous intent. Unceasing, he advanced, and Chunhu felt a flicker of unease. That gaze was far too terrifying. "Stop right there," Chunhu roared, his voice laced with desperation. "Do not think I won't dare. Move again, and I will snap her neck." His voice trembled, yet fear gnawed at him. Buzz, a gust of wind began to stir, unbeknownst to the identity of the one who gasped in sudden shock. Chapter 4. Revealed to the public. Chunhu remained oblivious, for his surroundings had dissolved into a haze. Before him, Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes had inexplicably transformed into two vast whirlpools of blood red, ceaselessly swirling, drawing him into an uncontrollable abyss. Suddenly, amidst the tumultuous sea, a deluge of sword qi erupted, overwhelming in its ferocity. Can one fathom the terror of blood-red, sword energy surging forth from a crimson whirlpool? Chunhu could not envision it. Yet he witnessed it firsthand. The world was drenched in crimson, a veritable sea of blood. Countless sword energies tore through the heavens and rend the earth. My eyes, save me. The chilling screams reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Chunhu's eyes erupted with a torrent of blood. He clutched his face and fell backward, his wails echoing in a realm of despair. With a sudden gasp, he expelled blood from his mouth, succumbing to the pain and collapsing onto the ground. The entire street fell into a profound silence. Ding or Zhao Xianfeng rushed forth, his gaze falling upon Qin Ying's pale visage and bloodshot eyes. A pang of sorrow gripping his heart. How much indignity and oppression had she endured in recent days? "It's all right now. No one shall harm you again." Zhao Xianfeng inhaled deeply, grasping Ying's hand tightly. Her palm was icy, yet it was enveloped by his warmth. Feeling the heat in his grasp, Qin Ying was overwhelmed with joy and tears. "Let us depart," Zhao Xianfeng intoned gravely. "This place is no longer safe." Though his memories had just awakened and his cultivation restored, he was still far from being able to contend with the Zhao family. As they took a few steps, their movements suddenly halted. Su Yuan at it was Su Chun, a formidable figure of the seventh realm of Xuanwu. Qin Ying's delicate face paled dramatically dead on the street. The two figures darted towards them like lightning. "Zhao Xianfeng, Qin Ying, how could you be here?" Su Yuan, initially intending to observe the commotion, stood agape, her mind blank as she beheld the scene before her. How did Zhao Xianfeng escape? This was not how she envisioned it. "Weren't you rendered useless?" Su Yuan gasped, her first instinct to blame Zhao Xianfeng for everything. Yet she quickly shook her head in disbelief. "This is impossible. Even if you were not incapacitated, you could not achieve this." It could not be him. Despite his odd demeanor, he emitted no trace of spiritual energy. Su Chun, standing nearby, declared with certainty. Suddenly, Su Yuan sneered. "Do you two think you can flee?" The three prominent families of Tongtian City regarded the Su and Chun families as allies. Once servants of the Zhao family, now standing guard over their own interests, eyeing the Zhao family with hostility. "You wish to block my path?" Zhao Xianfeng narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing. "Of course, I intend to impede you. When the Zhao and Chun families arrive, I shall relish witnessing your fate." Su Yuan smiled arrogantly, her gaze sweeping over Qin Ying, her teeth clenched in envy, hatred burning in her eyes. In terms of beauty, she had always been overshadowed by Qin Ying. In terms of cultivation, the same held true in the eyes of Tongtian City. Qin Ying's reputation eclipsed her own. Throughout her life, it seemed she had languished in Qin Ying's shadow. Most crucially, she had once been severely punished by Zhao Xianfeng for humiliating Qin Ying. Today, she must reclaim her pride. "Qin Ying, you vile harlot. Seeking to escape? Let me tell you, dream on. Chunhu has chosen you." Su Yuan's expression twisted with malice, driven to madness by jealousy. There could be no greater torment than falling into Chunhu's hands, a useless person, soon to be wedded to Chunhu. It was as if heaven itself had conspired against her. Su Yuan glared at the two, laughing without restraint. "You seek death." Zhao Xianfeng's eyes turned icy, his figure flickering as he transformed into a flash of crimson lightning that pierced the sky. "Xianfeng, be careful!" Qin Ying exclaimed with concern. "What audacity!" Su Chun bellowed, stepping in front of Su Yuan, delivering a punch imbued with the overwhelming might of the seventh realm of Xuanwu. "Uncle Qin, leave him alive!" Su Yuan held her head high, her swan-like neck arched in arrogance. "Rest assured, Mississippi Su Chun grinned wickedly. Zhao Xianfeng remained unfazed. Though Su Chun was strong, a swordsman had never known fear. In an instant, his gaze transformed into a blood-red hue, a murderous intent surging forth. With a thunderous crash, Su Chun trembled, his vision engulfed in a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Sword Chi raged, overturning the heavens and earth, an endless onslaught of slaughter descending upon him, rendering him breathless. The impact on his soul, though he had only recently solidified it due to the slaughtering heaven sword, unleashed a tempest of lethal intent that plunged Su Chun into a hellish nightmare, his mind unraveling in endless terror. Zhao Xianfeng swayed, unleashing a flurry of chaotic sword strikes illuminated in bloodlight. The agonized screams were deafening. Su Yuan jolted, her fair face drained of color. Retreating in panic, Su Chun howled in agony, his form faltering as blood arrows shot forth, his body marked with dozens of gruesome sword scars. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Xianfeng had unleashed a veritable storm of slashes. Dozens of swords in mere seconds, an inconceivable spectacle. With a thunderous thud, Su Chun collapsed, convulsing, teetering on the brink of death. Several breaths passed. Su Yuanyuan shrieked in madness, her mind unraveling. How is this possible? Even if he weren't incapacitated, he could not be this strong. Do not come any closer, she stammered. I am the eldest daughter of the Su family. If you dare to kill me, you will pay dearly. Meeting Zhao Xianfeng's gaze, she felt as though struck by lightning, her soul fracturing, her once lofty demeanor evaporating into panic and disgrace. Zhao Xianfeng's eyes opened and closed. Blood-red sword chi surged, a tide of slaughter flooding the street. No, Su Yuanyuan screamed, her face paling as she perceived Zhao Xianfeng advancing, her beauty disintegrating into despair, collapsing onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably, her trousers dampening with terror. She had been so frightened that she lost control of her bladder. Qin Inger gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Xianfeng has become this powerful. Zhao Xianfeng coldly mocked Su Yuanyuan. The esteemed eldest daughter of the Su family has been so frightened that she has lost control. Su Yuanyuan, dazed, glanced down between her legs to see a puddle of dampness. The impact was as though struck by thunder, her face flushed with humiliation and fury, wishing only to vanish into the earth. Su Yuanyuan could not afford to die just yet. Otherwise, the three great families would pursue her relentlessly. Should the information regarding the secret realm be made public, the three families would hinder one another's ambitions. Zhao Xianfeng's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he made a swift decision. Moreover, he alone knew the secret realm and how to access it, which he could leverage to his advantage. Having just regained his strength, he was still unable to confront the three great families. With this thought, Zhao Xianfeng smirked, curious about how I have recovered. Su Yuanyuan trembled at his words that it is due to the legacy left by the ancestors of the Zhao family. Furthermore, I know where the secret realm lies. 1 month from now, at the Spirit Origin Grand Ceremony, I shall reveal it to all. With that, Zhao Xianfeng paid no mind to the nearly stunned Su Yuanyuan, taking Qin Inger by the hand and departing swiftly. When the warriors of the Chun and Zhao families arrived, they found only devastation that Su Yuanyuan could not help but pinch herself fiercely. The pain reminded her that this was indeed reality. The secret treasure of the Zhao family. Zhao Xianfeng knew of it. Forgetting her embarrassment, Su Yuanyuan scrambled to her feet, ignoring Su Chun, and dashed frantically towards the Su family dead on a small island outside Tongtian City. Qin Inger's previously pale face finally regained a hint of color as she inhaled the briny air, the tension in her heart finally easing. After a while, she turned to Zhao Xianfeng, her eyes filled with astonishment. Xianfeng, how could your strength have? Zhao Xianfeng smiled, having already prepared an explanation. It is due to the opportunities left by the ancestors within the statue. The events of his past life were too shocking. To him, the past had become a distant memory, unaffected by its influence. However, should Inger learn of it, she would undoubtedly spiral into wild speculation that it was better to keep it concealed for now. He could attribute his newfound strength to the statue's legacy, allowing the Zhao family's ancestors to bear the blame. After his explanation, Qin Inger, having regained her composure, marveled. The Zhao Longtang father and son could never have imagined you would obtain such an opportunity. The true location of the secret realm is known only to us. Qin Inger's excitement surged. The true secret realm lies within the Wanjing Sea at the Star Mountain. Zhao Xianfeng gestured toward the vast ocean beyond the island. The entire Tongtian city is enveloped by the Wanjing Sea, rife with treacherous currents and ferocious beasts, beset by storms, a place of extreme peril. The ancestors of the Zhao family forged the city here, leaving behind the five element spiritual veins to form a protective array. Yet, over millennia, the Zhao family has weakened, and the Chun and Su families have each seized a segment of the five elements spiritual veins. Both families covet the Zhao family, seeking opportunities to escape the Wanjing Sea. The storms of the Wanjing Sea were terrifying. As the five elements spiritual veins dwindled without replenishment, their defenses could not endure for long. I see. Qin Inger blinked. So you revealed all of this to Su Yuan to incite mutual suspicion among the three great families, depleting their strength and granting us a chance to breathe. Correct? Qin Inger, ever astute, grasped his intent. Yet Zhao Xianfeng shook his head, partly correct. What I need is time and revenge. His eyes brimmed with hatred as he gazed towards Tongtian City, a tempest of murderous intent surging within him. Having endured such treatment, how could he let these scoundrels off lightly? As the Lingyuan Grand Ceremony draws to a close in January, it will indeed be the right moment. Furthermore, there is a third point, which is of utmost importance. Is there anything else? Chapter 5. The Chaotic Five Elements Technique. Zhao Xianding spoke gravely. Inger, you are about to condense your spiritual foundation, and I intend to help you forge a five elements foundation that surpasses the celestial grade. The five elements spiritual essence present at the Lingyuan Grand Ceremony is exceptionally pure and perfectly suited for your current stage. It is indispensable. Although Qin Inger is not a member of the Zhao family, her physique aligns remarkably well with the five elements in the martial world. The attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are exceedingly common, yet the unification of the five elements is a rarity, even in the celestial domain. The unity of the five elements is immensely powerful. Surpass the celestial grade. How is that possible? Qin Inger gasped, quickly shaking her head, dismissing Zhao Xuanding's words as jest. After all, when Zhao Xianding initially cultivated a celestial grade foundation, he had exerted efforts 100-fold beyond the ordinary, not to mention his innate talent. Qin Inger had not yet reached the point of arrogance to that extent. The DOU trust me. Zhao Xianding replied with a mysterious smile. In a moment of daze, Qin Inger instinctively nodded her head that I will impart a technique to you. The rest will be entrusted to me. Zhao Xianding gently ruffled Inger's hair, stroking her long locks, and confidently stated, the Lingyuan Grand Ceremony is a grand event among the three major families. The five elements spiritual essence refined from the five elements spiritual veins will undoubtedly provide Qin Inger with a solid foundation. As for the secret realm, allowing the three families to enter together presents an opportunity, a chance to exact revenge and reclaim what was lost. The resources within will be determined by one's strength. It is important to note that the information specified entry is restricted to those below the Earth martial realm. It is predictable that the three families will frantically search for their whereabouts, making their intentions public. To buy some time, to seek vengeance, one must possess at least the high-level strength of the Earth martial realm, and currently, we are far from that. Subsequently, Zhao Xianding pointed his finger to Qin Inger's brow, transmitting a technique into her mind through his spiritual essence. The Chaotic Five Elements Technique, once the technique of the renowned Empress of Chaos from the Guanyuan celestial domain, is fearsome in its potency. Even at the peak of his abilities, Zhao Xianding would not dare to claim he could easily suppress it. This technique was acquired as a wager during a philosophical debate and is perfectly suited for Qin Inger. Observing Qin Inger immersed in the technique, Zhao Xuanding's expression turned pale. His cultivation was insufficient. Forcibly employing such spiritual power consumed an immense amount of energy. Previously, when dealing with Su Chun, he had also exerted his spiritual strength. For an ordinary person, only those at the Earth martial realm could barely wield spiritual power, yet he was no ordinary individual. However, without reaching a higher level of cultivation, he could not frequently use this power. Should he injure his spiritual essence, it would lead to considerable trouble. With this technique and the five elements spiritual essence from the Lingyuan Grand Ceremony, it would be enough for Inger to establish her foundation. Once the secret realm is opened, there will surely be even more precious five elements treasures, which will further enhance her abilities, paving the way for her martial journey to the heavens. Zhao Xuanding's expression grew complex. He did not wish for Inger to suffer further harm, yet he felt compelled to unleash a storm of bloodshed in this lifetime. Therefore, it was imperative that Inger became powerful in her own right. Zhao Xuanding's expression hardened as he closed his eyes to introspect his qi. When he had previously departed from the Zhao family, time had been of the essence, and he had not had the opportunity to thoroughly examine his own condition. The sword of slaying heaven stood resolutely within the qi, surrounded by a vast blood mist, filled with the essence of slaughter that as Zhao Xuanding's spirit stirred, he was immediately struck by a terrifying force of massacre. The blood sea boiled as if 1,000 troops were charging forth. Gasping in shock, Zhao Xuanding quickly halted. What terrifying power! With my current strength, I can scarcely endure the killing blood mist emanating from the edge of the sword of slaying heaven. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Tio mastered the sword of slaying heaven. He evidently needed to absorb the surrounding blood mist first. For martial artists, once they reached the earth martial realm, they could condense spiritual weapons. In the heavenly martial realm, spiritual weapons would transform into heavenly weapons. Considering everything in the qi, it was predictable that whether spiritual weapons or heavenly weapons, they would all be the sword of slaying heaven. The difficulty of condensing such a terrifying weapon was immense, but with the sword of slaying heaven in this lifetime, the potential to surpass past martial achievements was promising, provided he established a solid foundation. The foundation is of utmost importance. Currently, at the first level of the Xuanwu realm, his spiritual power was comparable to that of someone at the 4th or 5th level of the Xuanwu realm. And coupled with his spiritual essence, he was nearly at the high tier of the Xuanwu realm. Mastering the sword of slaying heaven posed great challenges, yet from another perspective, it brought only benefits and no drawbacks. With this thought, Zhao Xuanding quelled his distractions and immersed himself in the teachings of the sword of slaying heaven, concentrating on his cultivation. At a certain moment, Qininger opened her eyes, shock radiating from her. What an astonishing technique! The chaotic 5 elements technique exceeded her comprehension. At that moment, she truly believed Zhao Xuanding's words. With such a technique, it was not impossible to forge a foundation that surpassed the celestial grade. Upon seeing Zhao Xuanding practicing nearby, Qininger took a deep breath, gazing at him for a long while before breaking into a radiant smile that was enchanting. Soon after, she too entered a state of cultivation. In Tongtian City, Zhao family. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Jinshan was furiously smashing things in the hall, his expression twisted like that of a demon. Damn it, that bastard Zhao Xuanding. In just a day, he had returned to his former state, undoubtedly having received immense fortune from the statue, perhaps even information about the secret realm. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. All signs pointed to the statue. There was no failure. Rather, it was different from what they had anticipated. The secret realm was not within the statue. How dare he hide this, killing Zhao Jianghe, Zhao Tianhao, and blinding Chun Hu? Zhao Jinshan's eyes turned bloodshot, resembling a frenzied beast. He could not accept it. Clearly, he had become a cripple, destined to crawl before him like a dog. Yet suddenly, he had turned the tables. Is this enough? Zhao Longtong's face turned ashen, and he spoke coldly. His expression remained composed, yet the veins on the back of his hand bulged, betraying the turmoil within. Zhao Jinshan panted heavily, finally ceasing his rampage. What fortune has he obtained? Zhao Jinshan's eyes gleamed with greed, his heart ablaze with jealousy. Why should everything belong to him? He possesses exceptional talent, a celestial grade foundation. And now, even fortune, even the celestial grade foundation I just acquired pales in comparison. Now, the urgent matter is to find that little brat. The fortune and the secret realm belong to us father and son. We must not allow the Chun and Su families to obtain it. Zhao Longtong's expression finally revealed turmoil, gritting his teeth as he spoke, each word sharp as a blade, radiating murderous intent that as long as we find him, we can seize everything. Even in the worst-case scenario, should the Chun and Su families enter together, my Zhao family will still have an advantage, as this is the treasure left behind by my ancestors. But that is the worst-case scenario. Do you understand? Zhao Longtang fixed his gloomy gaze upon Zhao Jinshan. Father, I understand. That a ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Jinshan's eyes as he nodded firmly. The Zhao family mobilized in full force, while the Chun and Su families were not idle either. Chapter 6. Departing with purpose, time flowed slowly, and the sky transitioned as dusk approached and a small boat suddenly appeared from the distance. Swiftly making its way to the shore, the Zhao family. Qin Yinger's delicate face changed, her entire body tensing. "Leave it to me. You go wait for me behind the island." Zhao Xianding gently ruffled Yinger's head and spoke softly. "The Zhao family must be prepared." Qin Yinger expressed her concern to Dio. "Not worry. When have I ever deceived you?" Zhao Xianding chuckled, unfazed. Seeing Zhao Xuanding smile, Qin Yinger felt a warmth wash over her, remembering how Su Chen had been defeated by Xianding with a single move. Her worries eased somewhat. Swish, 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 figures leaped down from the boat, landing on the island. "Zhao Xianding, you truly are arrogant. Facing imminent death, you still dare to flirt." A furious shout echoed through the air. Qin Yinger cast a cold glance at the Zhao family warriors before swiftly retreating. Once Yinger had left, Zhao Xianding felt no further reservations, scrutinizing the group of 7 or 8 individuals. The leader was a 6th-level Xuanwu warrior. "Zhaolong Suchun was defeated by me. Who gave you the audacity to speak so disrespectfully before me?" Zhao Xianding narrowed his eyes, a chilling glint flickering within. Su Chen. Zhao Long's pupils constricted. He was well aware of Su Chen's defeat, yet he could not believe it, even at the cost of his life. "Stop your theatrics. I refuse to believe you possess such power. Attack." Zhao Long's eyes gleamed with malice as he issued the command. Swish, in an instant, he leaped forward, drawing a large blade, his feet moving in a flash. Arriving before Zhao Xianding in the blink of an eye, boom! The ferocious blade light blazed like fire, resembling a terrifying serpent of flames lunging forward. Unaware of your own mortality, Zhao Xuanding's gaze turned icy. As Zhao Long's blade descended, he suddenly shifted his body. Boom! The blade struck the ground, creating a massive chasm. How is this possible? Zhao Long was horrified that in merely a meter's distance, he had evaded his attack. Amidst his shock, an overwhelming force suddenly surged towards him. Not good. Zhao Long instinctively raised his blade to sweep across, but it felt as though he had struck a solid wall. Clang! Zhao Xianding nonchalantly tapped his finger against the blade light, and a torrent of crimson spiritual power erupted with the force of a cataclysm. With a cry of anguish, Zhao Long's hand was shattered. Zhao Xianding rushed forward, delivering a decisive strike. No! Zhao Long's eyes widened in despair as he watched the shadow of Zhao Xuanding's palm descend. Unable to react in time. Boom! Zhao Long let out a blood-curdling scream, his body drenched in crimson that moment. The remaining assailants finally descended upon him. Zhao Xuanfeng transformed into a wraith, flowing like a breeze, and in mere blinks, the ground was strewn with lifeless bodies, blood saturating the earth. Zhao Long collapsed, his heart racing with dread as he beheld the scene, filled with profound regret. How could this monstrosity be so formidable? "You beast! How dare you slaughter your own kin?" Zhao Long bellowed in fury. "Kin? Do you truly believe you are deserving of that title?" Zhao Xuanfeng scoffed, his gaze fixed on Zhao Long, radiating murderous intent. "You cannot kill me. The Zhao Jiao will never let you go." Zhao Long shivered, gripped by terror. Zhao Zhan is on his way. Zhao Zhan, a renowned warrior of the 9th level of Xuanwu, was a force to be reckoned with. The very fact that they had dispatched one of their strongest was alarming. Zhao Xuanfeng was taken aback, but soon realized that defeating Su Chen could not be concealed, making the Zhao Jiao's precautions entirely justifiable. Locking his gaze on Zhao Long, he suddenly raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, "If you shout a few times that Zhao Jianqin is my son, I shall spare you." "What?" Zhao Long's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Are you too afraid?" Zhao Xuanfeng taunted. Zhao Long swallowed hard. Indeed, he dared not refuse. Yet, he was utterly alone in this predicament. "Young master, I am doing this to survive. It is all this little rascal's fault." Zhao Long grit his teeth and, with all his might, shouted, "Zhao Jianqin is my son! Zhao Jianqin is my son! Zhao Jianqin is my son!" His voice was not loud, but it carried nonetheless. "Zhao Long, I will slay you!" A roar suddenly erupted from the sea. "Young master!" Zhao Long jolted, instinctively turning to look, only to see a small boat not far from shore. Zhao Xuanfeng, you are shameless! Zhao Long's eyes were ablaze with fury, realizing Zhao Xuanfeng had deliberately revealed the boat to ensnare him. "To die at the hands of your own master must feel quite satisfying," Zhao Xuanfeng remarked, his expression impassive, eyes coldly fixed on the small vessel. With Zhou Jianqin's narrow-mindedness, he would not let Xiaolong off lightly. Xiaolong trembled, filled with anxiety. Those words felt akin to defecating on Zhou Jianqin's neck. Given Zhou Jianqin's temperament, how could he possibly be spared? Swish, Zhou Jianqin and Zhao Zhan arrived, with only the two of them. Zhou Jianqin's icy gaze bore into Xiaolong, brimming with murderous intent. "Young master, spare my life. It was all Zhao Feng's doing." Xiaolong pleaded desperately, "That I shall deal with you later." Zhou Jianqin inhaled deeply, suppressing his killing intent. "That I survived. This is wonderful, as long as I am not killed. I can endure any punishment." Xiaolong's face instantly transformed with wild joy, only to turn bitterly resentful as he glared at Zhao Xuanfeng. "Zhao Xuanfeng, you scoundrel, your end is near." Zhou Jianqin glared at Zhao Xuanfeng, his eyes filled with avarice. "What fortune did you obtain from the statue?" The astounding accomplishments within the city drove him to the brink of madness with jealousy, as Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes glinted with boundless murderous intent. But he knew the time was not yet ripe. Suppressing the urge to kill, Zhao Xuanfeng retorted, "Fortune, you, a creature like you, are unworthy. You seek death. Zhao Zhan, seize this cur." Zhou Jianqin's face twisted with rage. "If I could crush you once, I can do so again. That fortune of yours shall be mine." "Rest assured, young master," Zhao Zhan responded, charging forth. Boom! The might of the 9th level of Xuanwu surged forth like a tempest, shaking the very earth. The Zhao Xuanfeng's expression turned grave. At his current strength, he could hardly withstand a blow from a 9th level warrior. Yet he chose to meet it head-on, unleashing his blood-colored spiritual power without reserve at a palm, as crimson as blood, surged forth, coalescing into a small scarlet sword amidst a vortex of blood. Boom! A violent gust swept across the landscape, tearing the earth asunder, the heavens roaring in response. Zhao Xuanfeng staggered back, spitting a mouthful of blood, yet his form remained resolute. Though defeated, he retained his dignity. To withstand a strike from a 9th level warrior and still stand was nothing short of monstrous. Zhao Zhan, too, was taken aback, glancing at the wound that marred his hand. This fellow, possessing merely the 1st level of Xuanwu, exuded an inconceivable power. Hiss! Zhou Jianqin inhaled sharply, his eyes ablaze with frantic jealousy. "No matter what fortune you obtained, I shall seize it." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhao Xuanfeng coldly fixed his gaze on Zhou Jianqin. "I await your arrival, merely to impart one message. Remember to clean your necks. You and Xiaolong, lest my sword be sullied." And no sooner had the words left his lips than Zhao Xuanfeng darted away like lightning into the mountains, trying to flee. "What a foolish dream!" Zhao Zhan sneered, hastily pursuing him. Zhou Jianqin trembled with fury, his expression contorted like a malevolent specter, his eyes glinting with a chilling ferocity, and he suddenly approached Xiaolong, disdainfully commanding, "Get up." Yes, yes, though Zhou Jianqin's demeanor was far from amiable, Xiaolong felt as if he had been reborn. Scrambling to his feet in a panic, suddenly, a dagger pierced Xiaolong's back without warning. "Young master, it was all Zhao Xuanfeng's threat. I am utterly loyal." Xiaolong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Threatened you? Then why did you not choose death over surrender?" Zhou Jianqin withdrew the dagger, wiping it clean on Xiaolong's body with a chilling indifference. Such shameless words were uttered without an ounce of shame. "Beasts! You and your father are both beasts. The Zhaojia is doomed in your hands." Xiaolong felt as though he had been struck by lightning, unable to fathom that such vile individuals could exist. Overwhelmed with regret, he collapsed, reflecting on his previous actions, feeling like a mere jester. Even defecting from the Zhaojia, like Zhao Xuanfeng, would have been preferable that I end this moment. It truly felt as Zhao Xuanfeng had said. To perish at the hands of one's own master was a torment unbearable to endure. As he inhaled the scent of blood, Zhou Jianqin's expression darkened further. "I in the distance." Zhao Zhan approached with great speed. That a cold smile flickered in Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes as he gazed at the thicket ahead, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, with a swift flick of his sleeve, he sent a drop of blood into the forest. Bang roar! The feral roar of a beast erupted, followed by the emergence of a colossal creature, shaking the ground with its ferocity. That drop of blood contained his murderous spiritual power, igniting the beast into a frenzy. The beast was at least at the 8th level of Xuanwu, one Zhao Xuanfeng had encountered upon arriving on the island. In a flash, Zhao Xuanfeng flung several more drops of blood behind him, causing the beast to scent the blood and charge wildly toward Zhao Zhan. Even facing an 8th-level Xuanwu beast, Zhao Zhan's face paled in alarm at the creature's madness. Damn it! How can this beast ignore Zhao Xuanfeng? Zhao Zhan stared in disbelief, summoning his spiritual power and launching a fierce counterattack. Boom! Zhao Xuanfeng swayed, vanishing into the vastness of the wilderness. Simultaneously, drops of blood fell into the forest. The island was teeming with ferocious beasts. Moments later, Zhao Zhan dispatched the beast and rushed into the forest. Feeling the ground tremble violently, then a multitude of beasts charged forth. Bastards! Witnessing this scene, Zhao Zhan's face twitched in anger as he roared. Zhao Zhenken rushed over rapidly. Upon seeing dozens of bloodshot-eyed beasts charging at him, his face turned ashen. Where is Zhao Xuanfeng? His furious shout was drowned out by the deafening roars, and Zhao Zhenken felt as if he might vomit blood. How could he have let him escape? By the seaside, Qin Inger gazed expectantly. Upon spotting Zhao Xuanfeng, her face lit up with joy. The two converged. Do you remember the place we fled from in disarray before? Zhao Xuanfeng pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling. You mean, it seems not far from here. Qin Inger's eyes brightened. Zhao Xuanfeng cleaved a massive ancient tree, swiftly shaping it into a wooden plank, which he cast into the sea before leaping onto it. With a stomp of his foot, his spiritual power surged, propelling the plank rapidly in a chosen direction. Chapter 7. Cleverness outwitted by cleverness. On the surface of the sea, the wooden plank sped forth. However, moments later, a dark silhouette emerged ahead. It was a small boat, occupied by several figures that Sun. Qin Inger's pupils constricted as she instantly recognized the figure at the bow of the ship. The wooden plank came to an abrupt halt. Zhao Xuanfeng's expression darkened slightly. Having just departed from the Zhao family, the Su family had already arrived, proving their relentless pursuit. Yet, it was to be expected, the three major families would not easily relent. Standing at the bow, Su Yuanyuan's eyes flickered with a mixture of joy, hatred, and other emotions, which she quickly suppressed as she sternly declared, Zhao Xuanfeng, we are not enemies. We can cooperate. Otherwise, with only yourself, you cannot withstand the Zhao family and the Qin family. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuanfeng smirked. It seems you have received some guidance. Yet, for you to act in such a manner, I wonder how much humiliation you have endured. Qin Inger scoffed, coldly remarking, none of them are good people. Only Inger is the best. Zhao Xuanfeng pinched Inger's cheek playfully, smiling as he caught her off guard. Good. Not only Qin Inger, but even Su Yuanyuan stood dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for Zhao Xuanfeng's straightforwardness. Let me board the ship and walk into a trap? Su Yuanyuan felt a surge of joy, but first glanced at a middle-aged scholar-like figure beside her. Let him come aboard. Su Shaoxing narrowed his eyes. Then, Su Yuanyuan took a deep breath, coldly chuckling as she stepped aside. Swish! Zhao Xianfeng, with a graceful leap, encircled Qin's delicate waist, soaring through the air like a bird, landing steadily at the bow of the boat. On board were 4 individuals, aside from Su Yuanyuan and Su Shaoxing. There were 2 warriors from the Su family, both at the 7th level of Xuanwu. Among them, Su Shaoxing was the strongest, possessing the formidable prowess of the 9th level of Xuanwu. Move quickly, Zhao Xianfeng commanded, his expression darkening as he scanned the surroundings. What? Su Yuanyuan's eyes flashed with fury, momentarily taken aback by his words. That Su Shaoxing immediately turned his gaze toward a nearby island. The Zhao family, he inquired. Zhao Xianfeng scoffed, non-committal in his response to go. Su Shaoxing ordered without hesitation. The small boat swiftly cut through the night, and moments later, 2 disheveled figures rushed to the shore, staring at the empty sea with ashen faces. Ugh! Zhao Jinshan was so enraged that he spat blood, his frantic screams echoing in the air. Meanwhile, the atmosphere aboard the vessel was tense, as 4 icy glares fixed upon Zhao Xianfeng. Su Yuanyuan gritted her teeth, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she said, Zhao Xianfeng, you truly have audacity. Do you believe that falling into my hands is preferable to landing in the Zhao family's grip? Her hatred for Zhao Xianfeng was impossible to conceal. Zhao Xianfeng regarded her coldly before turning to Su Shaoxing. Let us converse with someone more sensible. Zhao Xianfeng, do not be arrogant. Do not forget your current predicament. With a single word, I could end your life. Once again humiliated, Su Yuanyuan trembled with rage that I in her eyes. No matter how strong Zhao Xianfeng was or what astonishing fortunes he had acquired, he was but a snap of her fingers away from annihilation. Su Shaoxing furrowed his brow. "Miss, allow me to handle this," Su Yunyun glared at him, her temper barely contained. However, recalling her father's instructions, she reluctantly huffed and settled to the side, glaring at Zhao Xianfeng and Qin Inger. Her mind racing with schemes. The humiliation of being terrified into submission on the long street lingered painfully in her thoughts. "Zhao Xianfeng, I will make you pay dearly for this." Zhao Xianfeng replied indifferently. "Do not entertain thoughts of resorting to violence. I have already severed ties with the Zhao family. You should be aware of my circumstances. Death is merely a possibility," with a smile plastered on his face. Su Shaoxing reassured him. "Rest assured, we are on the same boat now, facing a common enemy. That my Su family can provide you protection. But first, you must reveal the location of the secret realm to us." "Do you truly believe I will divulge that information now?" Zhao Xianfeng stated, his demeanor unwavering. "As I have mentioned, the details will be made public during the Spirit Origin Grand Ceremony." Su Shaoxing's brow furrowed. "Xianfeng, this does not reflect a willingness to cooperate." Zhao Xianfeng chuckled, pointing to himself. "My presence here is the greatest sign of goodwill." His confidence was palpable. This display rattled Su Shaoxing, who suppressed his myriad thoughts before suddenly asking, "May I audaciously inquire what fortune you obtained from the statue?" Prior to this moment, much had already been uncovered regarding the merciless nature of Zhao Jianxin and his son, who had indeed seized Zhao Xuanfeng's extraordinary spirit base, not only restoring it, but enhancing it to an unfathomable level. At this moment, Su Yunyun could not help but suppress her animosity, her eyes brimming with intense curiosity. Zhao Xianfeng flashed a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "It is nothing remarkable. It merely allowed me to gather my spiritual power in advance." "What?" Su Yunyun gasped in disbelief, while Su Shaoxing inhaled sharply, shock evident on his face. Spiritual power? In martial cultivation, the ability to sense spiritual power required at least reaching the earth martial realm, and even entering that realm did not guarantee the ease of wielding such force. Zhao Xianfeng, once a mere waste, had in the blink of an eye restored his former self and dramatically increased his combat prowess. What kind of potent spiritual power was this? And it was all achieved while still in the Xuanwu realm. Why is it not mine? Su Yunyun thought bitterly, seething with jealousy and resentment, her emotions boiling over. Su Shaoxing's expression shifted dramatically as he fixed a penetrating gaze on Zhao Xianfeng, finally grasping the source of his earlier bravado. "A prodigy beyond compare, Xianfeng. Everything is negotiable. However, let us first return to the Su family, shall we?" Su Shaoxing said with a smile. Once at the Su family, they would possess the advantage. Even if Zhao Xianfeng held confidence, he would still be within their grasp, which was their greatest asset. No one was a fool. The Zhao family's secret realm was undoubtedly of immense benefit to them, even if everyone entered together. The Su family would be fortunate to have Zhao Xuanfeng's assistance. "That I must first visit a location," Zhao Xianfeng stated solemnly. "Do not push your luck," Su Yunyun retorted angrily. "Miss," Su Shaoxing warned, shooting her a glare. Reluctantly, Su Yunyun fell silent. "Where are you going?" she demanded. Su Shaoxing remained unmoved. Once aboard the boat, Zhao Xianfeng would find it impossible to escape. Collaborating with the Su family was undoubtedly the best choice for him. "To the left, less than 10 miles. I need to retrieve something," Zhao Xianfeng instructed. "All right, change course," Su Shaoxing commanded, deep in thought, yet outwardly appearing resolute. Qin Inger, upon hearing this, displayed a subtle shift in her expression. The sea lay tranquil. The vast expanse under the night sky, evoking a sense of unease. That a calm descended upon the boat, yet several gazes remained fixed on Zhao Xianfeng, wary of any reckless actions he might take. Zhao Xianfeng remained composed, entirely unconcerned for his safety, even when dealing with a ferocious beast. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the small boat began to slow down. Zhao Xianfeng rose, surveying the surroundings, and pointed to a specific spot. There. The boat gradually approached the indicated area. Su Shaoxing narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the vicinity, without discerning any abnormalities. His curiosity piqued regarding what Zhao Xianfeng might be concealing. In a matter of moments, the small boat reached its destination. Su Shaoxing subtly drew closer to Zhao Xianfeng. Zhao Xianfeng smirked, grasping Qin I's hand as they exchanged glances. "Xianfeng? What is it? I can send someone down to retrieve it. Su Shaoxing feigned a polite smile. Zhao Xianfeng had no intention of defending himself. Suddenly, Zhao Xianfeng cast a sidelong glance at Su Shaoxing and stomped his foot. Boom! A tremendous force erupted, causing the boat's hull to splinter apart. A gaping hole appeared beneath Zhao Xianfeng. Zhao Xianfeng, Su Shaoxing's eyes turned icy as he lunged forward. You are playing with fire. In less than half a meter, Su Shaoxing felt no trepidation as Zhao Xianfeng descended. He threw a punch, bang. A searing pain shot through him. Zhao Xianfeng let out a muffled groan, his brow furrowing as Su Shaoxing's grip firmly ensnared his fist, rendering him immobile. Get back up here! Su Shaoxing bellowed, exerting his strength. Yet at that moment, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes. Thunderous roars erupted from beneath the water, a cacophony of sound reverberating through the depths, invisible to the naked eye. A whirlpool suddenly emerged, swirling and drawing in the surrounding ocean, unleashing a terrifying force that violently struck the shattered boat. Crack! The vessel shattered entirely. Yuan's shrieks pierced the air. Su Shaoxing, caught off guard and unprepared for such overwhelming force, lost his balance and, as a result, loosened his grip. Farewell! Zhao Xianfeng's pale face broke into a mocking smile as he plunged into the depths of the sea. Boom! The ocean's surface erupted. Zhao Xianfeng. I will kill you! Su Shaoxing's furious roar echoed as he plummeted into the chaos of turbulent waters below. Protect the miss, Su Shaoxing shouted, channeling his spiritual energy to resist the oncoming torrents. Diving deeper in search of Zhao Xianfeng's whereabouts. Chapter 8. Why is this happening? Boom! A muffled sound resounded, causing violent waves to ripple beneath the dim waters. Su Shaoxing unleashed his fierce power, breaking free from the grasp of the tumult, scanning the area until he spotted two indistinct figures already over 100 meters away. Today, I will not allow you to escape. Su Shaoxing gritted his teeth, fury radiating from him as he pursued them with lightning speed, refusing to relent at this moment. Zhao Xuanfeng's lips bled, his face paled. He had deliberately evaded the epicenter of the tumult, but this was his only opportunity to create distance. Thus, he once more unleashed his spiritual power. Qin Inger clung tightly to Zhao Xianfeng, cautiously wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, her tenderness evident in every movement. Zhao Xianfeng smiled faintly, offering Qin Inger a reassuring glance. The waves surged closer from behind, and Zhao Xianfeng knew Su Shaoxing was in pursuit. Yet within his line of sight loomed a colossal dark shape, resembling a towering giant hundreds of meters high. Indeed, a vast underwater mountain. This mountain concealed a cave, impervious to the sea, serving as the lair of a peak Xuanwu realm ferocious beast, the An underwater mountain. Su Shaoxing's pupils constricted at the sight of the shadow, a flicker of foreboding flashing in his eyes. This fellow seemed to be heading straight for it. He was familiar with this area. Su Shaoxing blurted out, his eyes chilling, his entire body tense, muscles coiling like iron. His hands arched like blades as he forcefully sliced forward. The viscous, heavy seawater was cleaved apart with a resounding splash, and Su Shaoxing surged through like a sharp sword in the blink of an eye. He closed the distance, revealing a sinister grin. Escape? How utterly laughable. Suddenly, a catastrophic wave erupted ahead, as if something beneath the sea had stirred up terrifying turbulence within a radius of dozens of yards. What was it? Su Shaoxing's expression changed dramatically. Amidst the violent upheaval, a slender creature approximately 3 meters in length emerged, a dolphin beast, its form straight as a sword, its tail thrashing, and its mouth opening to reveal 2 rows of sharp, dagger-like teeth, glinting with a chilling radiance. Once the dolphin beast made its appearance, an overwhelming ferocity spread through the seawater. 9th layer of Xuanwu. Damn it, Su Shaoxing's complexion turned ashen, cursing vehemently. How could such a formidable beast suddenly emerge at this crucial moment? He realized he could not allow Zhao Xianfeng to perish. He must ensure he remained alive. With a jolt, Su Shaoxing spat blood, his face flushed crimson as he explosively surged forward. However, he failed to notice that Zhao Xianfeng, with his back to him, revealed a look of intense joy upon seeing the dolphin beast. Little fellow, you've finally shown yourself, Zhao Xianfeng murmured, his eyes transforming into a blood-red hue, with a myriad of barely perceptible blood-red sword energies surging forth. The imperial might of slaughter morphed into an invisible divine sword, instantly enveloping the dolphin beast that a silent wave spread outward. The dolphin beast shuddered violently, its fierce expression twisting in an instant, filled with boundless terror. Freezing in place, Zhao Xianfeng flickered past the dolphin beast, leaving Su Shaosheng, who was approaching, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was the dolphin beast not attacking him? Had it gone mad? As Zhao Xianfeng passed, he lightly prodded the dolphin beast with his spirit. With a start, the dolphin beast jolted, letting out a piercing, agonized cry as it suddenly caught sight of Su Shaosheng, its massive jaws snapping open in a ferocious lunge as Su Shaosheng felt a vein on his forehead burst. Boom, boom, with a series of explosive sounds. Su Shaosheng's screams echoed, seawater gushing into his mouth, his strength instantly thrown into disarray in this ocean. Even if his power remained unspent, how could he compete against the aquatic beast that thrived in its element? The dolphin beast was savage and fierce, its form like an arrow, sweeping through. With a sound of tearing flesh, Su Shaosheng's cries abruptly ceased, his battered body plummeting helplessly, his pale face forever etched with confusion. Why did the beast truly judge its prey? What right did it have? Unfortunately, he would never receive an answer. The dolphin beast swiftly turned, darting towards the underwater mountain. Within the mountain's depths were water plants concealed protruding boulders. A large cave gaped open. Strangely, the seawater flowed through, only a faint trickle seeping inside. Zhao Xianfeng leaned against the stone wall, gasping for breath, his complexion as pale as paper, utterly weak at this moment. He was utterly exhausted. Qin Inger anxiously watched Zhao Xianfeng, suddenly noticing a disturbance, her face paling. The beast is back. Zhao Xianfeng merely smiled. Don't worry, it won't dare to act against us. What? Qin Inger stared in astonishment. The dolphin beast entered the cave. Quivering upon seeing Zhao Xianfeng, its fierce demeanor instantly replaced by profound fear. The earlier terror had imprinted itself like a nightmare upon its feeble consciousness. Despite Zhao Xuanfeng's frailty, he appeared as a formidable demon, utterly submerging the beast's instinctual ferocity. Witnessing this scene, Qin Inger stood agape. The dolphin beast even emitted a faint, pitiful whimper, as if signifying its submission. Qin Inger blinked in disbelief, marveling at Zhao Xuanfeng's prowess. Are you even human? She wondered, perplexed by how he had accomplished such a feat. Listen to how you speak. Zhao Xianfeng shot her an exasperated glare. Are you reassured now? We might encounter something valuable here. Given that we barely escaped from this beast before dinner, go take a look. All right. Qin Inger stuck out her tongue. Her spirits lifted. If there were any rare treasures, it would be crucial. Casting a glance at the dolphin beast, which immediately emitted a low hum and remained motionless, she couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes curving like crescent moons as she hastily ventured deeper into the cave. Zhao Xianfeng then closed his eyes. Hastily adjusting his breath, as darkness enveloped the sky, a small boat lay stagnant upon the surface of the sea, where three people gazed around in confusion. Where is everyone? Where did they go? Su Yuanyuan desperately sought any trace, but found nothing. After a brief pursuit, she had completely lost her bearings. This moment, she remained unaware of how Su Shaoxing had followed Zhao Xianfeng to such a location. Miss, Lord Su is of the 9th layer of Xuanwu. Zhao Xianfeng is no match for him and cannot escape, that we should wait here. Once Lord Su succeeds, he will return along the same path to find us, two of the Su family's warriors remarked. Noticing Su Yuanyuan's troubled expression, Su Yuanyuan's demeanor gradually softened. For now, there was no choice but to wait. She didn't believe Zhao Xianfeng could escape. Upon their return, she would ensure that Qin Inger was stripped before them, allowing the men of the Su family to humiliate her thoroughly. Clenching her fists, a myriad of cruel and malicious tormenting methods surged through her mind, her delicate face twisting into a grotesque grimace. Time flowed slowly, the night growing ever darker, as if a thick, inky substance enveloped the heavens. The sea breeze turned cold as Su Yuanyuan's heart grew increasingly anxious, her expression darkening once more. An hour had already passed. Just a little longer. Su Shaoxing will not fail. She took several deep breaths, attempting to reassure herself. Yet 2 hours passed, then 3, and the night deepened as Su Yuanyuan felt a chill enveloping her, penetrating to her very core. The sea breeze seemed to seep through her pores, filling her with suffocating dread. Even her two guards could no longer offer comforting words. Their vigilance heightened, scanning the surroundings of the small boat, as if fearing a malevolent spirit might suddenly leap from the darkness. "Miss, perhaps we should return," one guard suggested nervously, that if Lord Shaoxing returns and cannot find us, he might take Zhao Xianfeng back with him. The two guards could no longer withstand the oppressive darkness, feeling as if countless terrifying monsters were watching from the abyss, causing cold sweat to bead upon their brows. Su Yuanyuan's complexion paled, her lips turning purple, her eyes fixated on the vast ocean, where a thought she was reluctant to confront began to surface. Could it be that Su Shaoxing had encountered misfortune? How could this be? Su Yuanyuan refused to accept it, yet the prolonged absence of the latter made such speculation solidify into an ironclad truth. At that moment, a gust of icy wind surged in that Su Yuanyuan shivered violently, her body temperature plummeting, involuntarily clasping her arms and legs, her delicate form trembling slightly, an uncontrollable fear igniting in her eyes, her skin breaking out in goosebumps. "Let us go, quickly!" Su Yuanyuan suddenly turned her head, her voice hoarse as she shouted. Chapter 9. Water attributes Soul Pearl within the cave of the underwater mountain. Qin Yinger's exclamation startled Zhao Xianfeng, prompting him to hasten deeper into the cave. The cave's end, a haunting blue light illuminated the translucent wall, where a pearl was embedded in the stone, surrounded by mottled markings, as if naturally formed. Beneath the pearl lay two spiritual herbs, one of vibrant green, resembling seaweed, enveloped in a rich aura, and the other bearing a cluster of a dozen or so small red fruits the size of fingernails. "Xianfeng, come quickly! Are the pearl and the herbs useful?" Qin Yinger exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, her crystalline eyes sparkling with excitement. These items were clearly extraordinary. Indeed, they had struck gold. Zhao Xianfeng gazed at the pearl, his spirit surging with renewed vigor, his previously weakened soul regaining some strength that a soul pearl. He said, his eyes gleaming with eagerness, that I didn't expect such good fortune. While it may not be an ultimate treasure, finding it here is relatively rare. That it will help restore my soul. Splendid. Qin Yinger was instantly overjoyed. Zhao Xianfeng swiftly approached, extracting the ethereal blue soul pearl embedded in the stone wall, a refreshing chill enveloping him. A water attribute soul pearl of this caliber can elevate my soul to a level close to the earth martial realm. With his soul reaching such heights, his strength would significantly increase, enabling him to employ more unique techniques to enhance his combat prowess. For him, it was truly a treasure. Zhao Xianfeng then turned his gaze to the two spiritual herbs, his eyes brightening slightly. Although these herbs paled in comparison to the soul pearl, they were still impressive, their power only manageable by a high-level Xuanwu practitioner. They could certainly elevate his cultivation by 1 or 2 levels. "Yinger, let's take some time to cultivate here for now. The power of these herbs is too intense. You cannot yet endure it. Focus on absorbing the natural spiritual energy to build your foundation and stabilize your cultivation." Zhao Xuanfeng's smile deepened as he spoke earnestly. "Once I've mostly recovered by tomorrow, I'll venture out for a reconnaissance that Su Yuanyuan will find it challenging to keep up, and it won't be easy for them to locate this place." I will follow your lead." Qin Yinger obediently nodded. Now, only she and Zhao Xianfeng were left to depend on each other. Her entire world revolved around him. Observing Zhao Xuanfeng's pallid complexion, Qin Yinger suddenly gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "The scoundrels of the 3 great families deserve to die." That a glint of coldness surged in her eyes, and a murderous intent filled her heart. These scoundrels, devoid of humanity, were not worth mourning. Zhao Xuanfeng's own murderous intent surged in response, his gaze icy as he replied, "When the opportunity arises, the Zhao Long Hall and its progeny will pay 100-fold for their transgressions. They owe us this." Zhao Xianfeng fixed his gaze upon Qin Yinger. "Blood debts must be repaid with blood," she articulated, word by word. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them, and they shared a smile, conveying everything without utterance. Subsequently, the two of them sat cross-legged. "Once we return, I will use the 5-element spirit essence to lay a solid foundation for you, allowing you to surpass the celestial grade spirit base. That in the future, Yinger will become the mightiest empress." Empress? Qin Yinger heard this title for the first time, her eyes brightening with intrigue. It sounded so majestic and powerful. She tilted her head to look at Zhao Xianfeng, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Then you shall be my consort, that as soon as the words left her mouth. She burst into laughter. One smile from the beauty can captivate 100 hearts, rendering the myriad colors of heaven and earth dull. Zhao Xianfeng couldn't help but laugh heartily, teasingly saying, "Then, dear Empress, you may only have one consort in the future." Qin Inger blushed slightly, unable to suppress a haughty snort, "That in the future, I shall protect you. Whoever dares to bully you, I shall deal with them," agreed. The cave gradually fell into silence. Zhao Xianfeng swallowed a piece of spirit medicine, gripping the soul orb as he entered a state of cultivation. Surrounding Qin Inger was a thin layer of spiritual energy, her breathing steady and powerful. The following day, with the aid of the soul orb, Zhao Xianfeng had nearly fully recovered. Leaving Qin Inger in the cave, he departed from Haishan, surfacing to scout the area. There was no one, no ships in sight, as Su Yuanyuan had evidently left long ago. Waiting in vain for Su Shaoxing. Reflecting on Su Yuanyuan, Zhao Xianfeng couldn't help but sneer. This woman, so arrogant and self-important, had always targeted Qin Inger, and now she had suffered a great loss. The vendetta with the three great families would be settled slowly. None would escape unscathed. That a glint of coldness flashed in Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes. That I end this world. With the sword of the Celestial Slayer in hand, he was determined to tread a path of swordsmanship starkly different from his past life, one of slaughter. The two notorious disciples of the Guanyin heavenly domain awaited his reckoning. Suddenly, Zhao Xuanfeng's brow furrowed, scanning the distance with suspicion. The waves surged, rising several zhang high, a magnificent sight. This was the beginning of a storm. Zhao Xuanfeng's pupils constricted. The storm in the Wanyu, a sea came periodically, terrifyingly powerful, capable of easily tearing apart even those at the Earth Martial Realm. The immense Tongtian city had to rely on formations forged from the five elements spirit veins for protection. The last storm had scarcely passed, and yet another was already approaching. Clearly, he needed to hasten his cultivation. After exacting revenge in the secret realm, he would have to find a way to escape the Wanyu Sea. Zhao Xuanfeng's expression sharpened before breaking into a smile. This seemed to be a fortuitous development for him. With the storm's onset, the search by the three great families would be hampered. Let the pig beasts remain vigilant outside. We must seize the time to cultivate. With a fleeting thought, Zhao Xianfeng sank into the sea, swiftly returning. The pig beasts were thoroughly subdued, serving as excellent tools that a month passed in the blink of an eye. Outside Tongtian City, the storm had intensified, the waves towering over Tianzhong, crashing against the shore with unparalleled ferocity. That at such a magnitude, although it had not yet reached its peak, no martial artist dared to venture out to sea. A moment's carelessness could lead to even Earth Martial Realm warriors meeting their demise without a grave. The search by the three great families had long been interrupted by the storm's onset. Two figures broke through the surface of the sea, scanning their surroundings cautiously. It was Zhao Xianfeng and Qin Inger. The two swiftly darted towards Tongtian City. Before the gates of Tongtian City stood a youth, cradling a 3-foot-long azure blade, his eyes tightly shut, resembling a statue. At a certain moment, Shua. The youth opened his eyes, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from him. A piercing edge emanated forth, stirring a chilling wind that resonated like the clash of swords. Zhao Xianfeng, you have indeed appeared. Chun Jian's icy gaze fixated on the two figures emerging from the sea. That is Chun Jian, Qin Inger murmured, her pupils constricting. The sword prodigy of the Chun family? Zhao Xianfeng raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips. Before me, do you even qualify to be called a sword prodigy? Little beast, blood debts must be repaid with blood, that if you wish to pass through this gate. Leave your eyeballs behind. Chun Jian exuded a sharpness, his presence akin to a divine sword unsheathed, capable of captivating the hearts of all. While such sharpness was commendable, excessive display could be its downfall. Zhao Xianfeng shook his head slightly. The essence of swordsmanship sought a subtlety akin to water, tranquil as an ancient well. The one before him only knew how to flaunt his edge, utterly oblivious to the true meaning of swordsmanship. Such unchecked energy would ultimately wane like mud. Do you even qualify to critique me? Chun Jian, filled with pride, seethed at Zhao Xuanfeng's words, his eyes igniting with fury. And no matter your fortunes before me, you are but an ant. Chun Jian, brimming with confidence, mocked disdainfully. His thunderous shout shattered the air. Tapu! The brilliant blade light cleaved through the air. A strike that arrived in an instant, its edge surging like a twisted waterfall, consuming all in its path. Zhao Xianfeng remained unfazed, a smirk playing on his lips, playing with swords before me. Even with 1,000 years of cultivation, you are unworthy. Chapter 10. You have improved again the moment the cold voice fell. Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes flickered open, an aura of sword intent erupting forth. Hong. A tempest arose, a tide of slaughter engulfing the skies. The firmament screamed, as though a myriad of divine swords clashed in a cacophony. Within 100 zhang radius, an invisible realm of swordsmanship materialized, ensnaring souls and severing hearts. Zhao Xianfeng did not even employ his spiritual energy. Swordsmanship was his ancestral legacy. Chen Jian screamed in terror. As he became aware of his predicament, he found himself enveloped in an overwhelming sword intent that in an instant, it felt as if the heavens were collapsing upon him, an unfathomable might pressing down upon him. Chen Jian's figure froze, trembling uncontrollably, as Zhao Xianfeng stood merely 3 feet away. Yet, that distance felt like the chasm between mortals and deities. The towering figure embodied a terrifying divine sword, radiating with the might of landslides and tsunamis, tearing through the heavens and rending the earth. How could a mere mortal contend with the heavens? At this moment, Zhao Xianfeng was the very embodiment of the heavens. No. Chen Jian cried out in despair as countless blood swords shot towards him. He retreated in a panic, feeling as though 1,000 swords pierced his heart, the agony tearing at his very soul. Clatter. The 3-foot azure blade clattered to the ground. Zhao Xianfeng stepped forward, grasping the azure sword that rose into his hand. This was all an illusion, he mocked. No, this is real, truly real. Chen Jian, as if possessed, howled in agony, unable to accept the reality before him. Umph. Zhao Xianfeng scoffed, exuding a powerful aura. Chen Jian suddenly snapped back to reality. Staring blankly at Zhao Xianfeng. This is impossible. How can you, an ant, wield sword intent? Chen Jian howled in madness. Sword techniques, sword momentum, sword intent. One must at least be at the earth martial realm to comprehend sword intent. This shattered Chen Jian's understanding entirely. Remember in your next life not to touch swords. It is a disgrace to sword cultivators. Zhao Xuanfeng's expression remained impassive as he swept his sword, a head sword, into the air. Zhao Xianfeng grasped Chen Jian's head, turning to extend his hand. Let us depart. Within the city gates, the onlookers fell silent, their scalps tingling with dread as they beheld Zhao Xianfeng approaching while holding Chen Jian's head. Fear coursed through them, rendering them unable to lift their heads. This still a human. To the east of Tongtian City stood a towering mountain, shrouded in rich 5 elements spiritual energy at the base of the mountain. The 3 great families were gathered. Where is that little brat? He wouldn't dare to come, would he? Zhao Jiechen glared menacingly at the path, Su Yuanyan and Chen Hu also fixated on the same direction. Their hatred palpable, particularly Chen Hu, who had now become a one-eyed dragon. A cloud of killing intent loomed overhead. Suddenly, a figure rushed in frantically. Zhao Xianfeng, he really has come. The newcomer was a guard from the Zhao family, drenched in sweat and pale of face. What are you afraid of? Zhao Jiechen roared in anger upon seeing the guard's demeanor. All eyes turned towards him as the Zhao family guard swallowed hard. Silenced by fear. Quickly say, does he still have his eyes? Chen Hu stormed forward, glaring at the guard with a single, vengeful attention. The Zhao family guard trembled, stammering incoherently. Speak clearly. Chen Hu bellowed impatiently. The Chen Jin you wanted is here. A cold voice suddenly descended. Bang. A bloody head rolled from afar, its lifeless eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. Chen Hu's body stiffened, rooted in shock. Chen Jian, this is impossible. Zhao Xianfeng, you bastard. You dare to kill Chen Jian, skill inferior to others. Death is not to be regretted. Little beast, I shall slay you. Chen Song, the head of the Chen family, witnessed this scene, his eyes turning crimson as he roared in fury. An earth martial realm expert made his move, causing the heavens to change color. Zhao Xianfeng remained unperturbed, coldly stating, What, do you not wish to know about the Zhao family's secret realm? Boom. Chen Song crashed down like a mountain, causing the ground within several dozen meters to crack, resembling a frenzied lion with fiery eyes. Had he foreseen this day, he would have struck this little beast dead from the start. Zhao Longtang harbored deep resentment. Inhaled sharply and coldly remarked, "Master Chun, do not ruin our good fortune." Qinsong's chest heaved as he roared savagely. "You little brat, dare to play tricks? I will ensure you die a horrific death." Zhao Longtang replied icily. "Zhao Xianfeng, where is the secret realm? Old man, why are you in such a hurry?" Zhao Xianfeng mocked without restraint. Zhao Longtang nearly ground his teeth in fury, his breath becoming erratic. That little beast deserved to die. "After the Lingyuan grand ceremony concludes, I will take you there. Are we not starting yet?" The crowd's gaze turned blank. This scene was far too audacious. They could hardly believe their own eyes. The heads of the three great families were being casually ordered about by him. The expressions of the family heads fluctuated between green and white. Had it not been for the allure of the secret realm, they would have shattered Zhao Xianfeng into pieces by now. "Zhao Xianfeng, soon I will make you cry until you cannot weep." Zhao Jianchen clenched his fists, his face contorted with rage, "that I will make you kneel before me." Begging for mercy, Su Yunyuan's eyes turned red. For an entire month, she had longed to slay Zhao Xianfeng. "I will personally gouge out your eyes and feed them to the dogs." Chenhu roared. The trio's hatred for Zhao Xianfeng surged like a torrential wave. Zhao Xianfeng chuckled coldly and turned to Ying Er, saying, "Ying Er, have you ever seen a beast wearing human skin?" "Never before, but now I have." Qin Ying Er coldly glared at Zhao Jianchen and the others, declaring, "Dog men and women, wretches." The three appeared as if their most vital parts had been trampled upon, erupting in fury. "Enough!" Zhao Longtang suddenly bellowed, his face ashen. Enunciating each word, commenced the Lingyuan grand ceremony. "Everyone ascend the mountain." He did not wish to waste another word for the rules. There would be none today. Let us proceed. Zhao Xianfeng led Qin Er towards the Five Elements Spirit Mountain. The crowd surged behind them. Upon reaching the mountain's base, Zhao Xianfeng suddenly halted. Three figures stood on separate platforms atop the mountain, emanating a chilling aura. The one at the lowest platform possessed the strength of the sixth layer of Xuanwu. "What? Are you afraid? Were you not confident?" Zhao Xianfeng inquired. By the way, I have yet to inform you that the rules for this Lingyuan grand ceremony have changed at To Ascend. You must pass the test of the three mountain guardians. The weakest among them is at the sixth layer of Xuanwu, the strongest at the ninth layer. That a raucous laugh echoed through the air, and Zhao Xianfeng turned to see Zhao Jianchen and the others mocking him. The sixth layer of Xuanwu? A flicker of suspicion crossed Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes. Those who had perished at his hands were not limited to the sixth layer of Xuanwu. The three great families would surely be aware of this. So why send such weaklings? Zhao Xianfeng, seemingly enlightened, smiled faintly. "Whatever means you possess, I shall welcome them." With that, he boldly stepped onto Lingyuan Mountain. Zhao Jianchen, Su Yunyuan, and Chun Hu exchanged glances, their faces twisted in malicious glee. The moment Zhao Xianfeng entered Lingyuan Mountain, his expression darkened slightly. An invisible pressure bore down upon him, imprisoning his spirit. In other words, upon this mountain, he could not wield his spiritual power at this moment. He finally comprehended. "Zhao Xianfeng, you have been deceived." This time, the Five Elements Town Soul Formation had been set up on Lingyuan Mountain. His greatest asset was stripped away. Should he choose to exit Lingyuan Mountain now, he would lose his qualification. Since you have dared to risk everything for the Five Elements Lingyuan, you surely would not abandon it so easily, would you? Zhao Jinchen's voice echoed, brimming with self-satisfaction, as he believed he had everything under control. His arrogance palpable. This fool still thinks he has a chance. Zhao Xianfeng sighed, shaking his head slightly, feeling the complete suppression of his spirit, his gaze turning cold and eerie. Chapter 11. Digging One's Own Grave. The Five Elements Town Soul Formation. These scoundrels. Qin Er's delicate face paled, turning ashen. She understood that Zhao Xuanfeng's greatest advantage lay in his spirit. Now, unable to wield his spiritual power, he stood no chance against the three mountain guardians. Quite well prepared indeed. Zhao Xianfeng fixed his gaze on the group of gloating individuals, a mocking glint flashing in his eyes. Did they truly believe that without his spirit, they could easily manipulate him? Utterly ludicrous. Zhao Xianfeng looked up at the three platforms above, each adorned with a substantial amount of Five Elements Lingyuan. Beneath this mountain lay the foundational roots of the Five Elements spiritual veins of Tongtian City. Lingyuan was refined from pure spiritual energy, greatly enhancing a martial artist's cultivation efficiency. The lowest platform corresponded to the peak of the spirit martial realm, the second to the third layer of the Xuanwu realm, and the highest to the fifth layer of the Xuanwu realm. For the three great families, the Lingyuan Grand Ceremony was a significant event. Naturally, the participants were generally at the third layer of Xuanwu at most, and their ages could not exceed 25, all being the proud descendants of the three great families. The competition was often fierce. Even today, the main target of the three families was Zhao Xianfeng. Yet it remained a grand opportunity for their martial artists. Let us proceed that a cold light flickered in Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes as he pulled Ing Er forward. The crowd surged behind them, entering Lingyuan Mountain. After walking several dozen meters, Zhao Xianfeng abruptly halted. Ing Er stepped back. Zhao Xianfeng whispered. Qin Er, insightful as ever, immediately grasped Zhao Xuanfeng's intent and promptly moved aside. Zhao Xianfeng turned, slowly grasping the 3-foot-long Qingfeng sword he had seized from Qinjian. This was a top-grade Xian weapon, a divine weapon wielded by martial artists, classified into spiritual and Xian weapons, greatly amplifying one's strength. Once one reached the earth martial realm, they could cultivate their own ethereal weapons, rendering spiritual and Xian weapons useless. With a sword in hand, Zhao Xuanfeng's aura surged, sharpness radiating forth. What did he intend to do? Damn it, he's going to make a move. The three great families turned pale at this action. Even without his spiritual power, Zhao Xuanfeng's cultivation was already at the third layer of Xuanwu, while the strongest among them, Zhao Jianxin, was only at the same level. Yet, Zhao Jianxin still lacked the courage to confront Zhao Xianfeng directly. Delay him! Zhao Jianxin's expression darkened, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he growled softly. The Sui and Chenhu also began to issue commands. Whoosh! Zhao Xianfeng shot forth, the pent-up fury and hatred exploding forth like a catastrophic wave. Boom! The sky shattered and the ground cracked. The ferocity of his might sent shivers down everyone's spines. Run! Zhao Jianxin and the others, once arrogant and invincible, now trembled in fear, shouting in panic. The martial artists of the three great families surged forward. A terrifying tide of hundreds. Among them were not a few at the first and second layers of Xuanwu. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhao Jianxin and the others darted upward. Boom! Boom! The sound of fierce explosions rang out in an instant. The gruesome sounds of flesh being torn made the three shudder involuntarily. Unable to resist turning to look at in that moment, their eyes widened in horror, filled with rage. Zhao Xianfeng moved as if in an unoccupied realm. His Qingma Xian sword unleashing a torrent of blades, entwined with a layer of scarlet light, sweeping and cleaving through all in its path, resembling an invincible killing god. Wherever he went, none could stand against him. The chilling screams spread wildly, the scent of blood rising like a tide, suffocating in mere blinks. Over 100 had fallen, the remaining ones terrified beyond measure, their hearts racing with fear, fleeing in panic. Devil! You devil! My hand! Zhao Xianfeng, may you suffer a terrible fate. Help! Someone save me! Zhao Xianfeng showed no mercy, harboring not a shred of compassion. They were all a nest of snakes and rats, all the same at the foot of the mountain. The strong members of the three families stood dazed, unable to comprehend that Zhao Xianfeng would dare to ruthlessly strike even under such threats. After all, these were the proud descendants of the three great families. Damn it! You little bastard, I will slay you, Su Kuang. What are you waiting for? Go down and kill him. This scene, brutal as a devil, was unbearable for them. The guardian of the first platform, Su Kuang, had a face ashen as he roared in rage. Leaping down, without his spiritual power, he was certainly no match for Su Kuang. This bastard, he must die. Zhao Jianxin trembled all over, seething with resentment. Below, dozens of people charged madly out of Lingyuan Mountain. Leaving Lingyuan Mountain meant losing qualification. Zhao Xianfeng halted abruptly, surveying the fallen figures, his expression unchanging, but he looked up to see Su Kuang descending from above, raising his battle knife, ready to cleave down. Boom! The air was violently split apart, the area within several dozen meters quaking fiercely. A deafening roar echoing. This strike bore the weight of a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing, terrifying in its ferocity. Spare him! Su Yunyun shouted loudly. Though she longed to slay Zhao Xianfeng, she understood that he could not die just yet. Umph. Despite the overwhelming force, it could not intimidate Zhao Xianfeng. Zhao Xianfeng soared into the air, whoosh. In the fleeting moment when the sword in hand was swung, arcs of light danced, and a magnificent crimson spiritual force enveloped the blade. Seething like fire, Zhao Xianfeng stood tall, his arms sweeping in a wide arc, resembling the posture of wielding a colossal hammer. As the sword descended, it collided fiercely with the blade's glimmer. This strike bore no embellishments. Only sheer, overwhelming might. Boom! The mountain trembled and fragments of rock shattered and fell to a figure, akin to a cannonball, was sent hurtling backwards, crashing against the mountainside, crumpling the stone wall and twisting as it plummeted, rendering it almost unrecognizable. Bones cracked in unison, and blood erupted from every orifice. Mouth, chest, and abdomen in the mountains. Silence descended like a shroud, for the one who had been flung away was Su Kuang. Despite being subdued, his combat prowess remained formidable. Su Yuanyuan's delicate face turned as pale as parchment, panic-stricken and astonished, as the terror from that night upon the sea surged back, overwhelming her consciousness like a tide of malevolent spirits. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. Zhao Xianfeng strode forward, untouched by blood, as if he were a blade unsheathed, exuding an aura that pierced the heavens. Run! Zhao Jianshan was the first to react, but his foot slipped, nearly causing him to fall. Scrambling upward with all four limbs at that moment, he could think of nothing but the all-consuming terror that engulfed him. The three of them fled in a panic, like frightened mice, with a swift motion. Zhao Xianfeng leaped into the air. "Can you escape?" Observing the trio's wretched state, Zhao Xianfeng felt a sense of tedium, devoid of any interest in mocking them. "Let us conclude this quickly." Boom! Zhao Xianfeng closed the distance in an instant, delivering a kick that sent Chun Hu flying. His screams echoed across the fields, sending shivers down spines that, "No, you can't kill me." Su Yuanyuan collapsed in terror, directly onto the ground. Pfft. Zhao Xuanfeng's sword sliced across her face, leaving a crimson gash, the blade pausing at her side before suddenly sweeping. Then a violent gust of wind erupted, sweeping her away. That my face. My face, Dad, kill Zhao Xianfeng, kill him. A frenzied scream erupted from below. Zhao Jianshan's body stiffened, swallowing hard with great difficulty, trembling like a leaf. "You dare not kill me." Zhao Jianshan was engulfed in terror, desperately trying to mask it, suffocating in the face of Zhao Xianfeng, yet unwilling to admit it. Soon, Zhao Xianfeng replied with a cold smile. "What?" Zhao Jianshan was momentarily bewildered. "What do you mean soon?" Zhao Xuanfeng's expression turned frigid as he struck with a palm. "This slap is the interest owed to Shadow." Bang! Following that, a fist collided with Zhao Jianshan's abdomen. Pfft. Zhao Jianshan's face contorted, blood spraying forth as he tumbled down in disarray. "Shadow, let's go." Zhao Xianfeng did not even glance back, beckoning to Qin Ning to dispose of the eyesore. It has time to attend to business. Chapter 12. The spirit subduing mysterious dragon Zhao Longtang. Can you endure this any longer? Su Wansheng, the head of the Su family, glared menacingly at Zhao Longtang, while Chen Song cast a glance over as well. The martial artists from the three great families were seething with righteous indignation, unable to contain their fury. How brutal, how domineering. He has thrown everyone off the mountain. The hope for the spirit elemental ceremony had been extinguished for all. Yet at this moment, Zhao Longtang appeared remarkably calm. "What can you do now? Do you dare to kill him? Or to capture him and torture him? What use would that be? Only he knows where the secret realm is and how to unlock it." His voice carried a hint of mockery. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The secret realm was of utmost importance. Chen Song could not help but let out a roar of frustration. That it was humiliating. The dignified clan leader, a top power in Tongtian City, was being pushed to the brink of bloodshed by a mere brat. With the five elements spirit-subduing array in place, and Zhao Zhan above, I refuse to believe that without his spirit, he could still turn the tides. The three clan leaders suppressed their fury, their icy gazes fixed upon the two figures in the mountains. Zhao Xianfeng and Qin Inger. Zhao Xianfeng and Qin Inger arrived at the first platform. Glistening spirit elements surged forth from fist-sized holes in the platform, a riot of colors representing the five elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Inga utilized the five elements chaotic void technique to absorb the elemental spirits. Remember, Do not break through. Suppress your cultivation and compress the spirit elements entirely within your body. Forge a powerful foundation to give rise to a formidable spirit base that I in the spirit martial realm. Cultivate your physical body, vitality, and internal strength. The 5 elements chaotic void technique is powerful and can accumulate a profound foundation, but this is merely the beginning. To reach the pinnacle, you must continue to suppress. Go ahead, I will be here for you. When you reach the limit, I shall intervene and aid in further refining. Zhao Xianfeng ruffled Inger's hair. To surpass a heavenly grade spirit base, merely relying on Qin Inger alone would not suffice. Accumulating to the utmost and continuing to suppress was no simple feat yet. Zhao Xianfeng had his own methods that Qin Inger nodded lightly, hastening to sit at the edge of the spirit elements, closing her eyes to cultivate. Before long, streams of spirit elements were drawn into her body, enveloping her in a resplendent, multicolored glow. Her icy skin and jade-like complexion were translucent, resembling a celestial maiden gracing the mortal realm. Zhao Xianfeng looked up towards the heights. On the second platform stood Chen Lei of the Chen family. At the 7th level of the Xuanwu realm, at the very top was Zhao Zhan. At the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm, a terrifying power. Zhao Xuanfeng's gaze sharpened slightly as he glanced at the Xian sword in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Without relying on the spirit, no one can stop me. Zhao Xianfeng closed his eyes to regulate his breath, waiting for Qin Inger to cultivate. Time flowed slowly. The atmosphere atop Spirit Element Mountain was heavy. At the foot of the mountain, a group of people, severely injured and unable to ascend, could only grit their teeth and glare at the heights with venomous looks. Above, Chen Lei and Zhao Zhan's eyes glowed crimson, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Half an hour later, Qin Inger's aura surged, the surrounding spirit elements nearly depleted. This was enough to absorb the spirit elements that would have sufficed for dozens of peak spirit martial realm practitioners. Yet she still had not reached perfection. Xianfeng, if I absorb the spirit elements above, I fear I will reach my limit after taking just half. Qin Inger expressed her concern that I will take care of it. Let us go. Qin Inger obediently followed Zhao Xianfeng, showing no sign of worry despite the presence of Xuanwu's 7th and 9th levels above. Her confidence in Zhao Xianfeng was unwavering. This man had repeatedly created miracles. Believing in him was the greatest support she could offer. On the second platform, Chen Lei suddenly rose, his robes billowing, exuding a menacing aura. Zhao Xianfeng, I will break your limbs and gouge out your eyes. Chen Lei glared at Zhao Xianfeng, his momentum escalating. Come at me then. There are far too many useless beings. Zhao Xianfeng leaped into the air, the sword in his hand, tracing a crimson arc through the air. Piercing the heavens like lightning, that I will not grant you the opportunity. Chen Lei roared, harboring no underestimation in his heart, for Su Kuang was merely a level below him. Boom! He unleashed all his spirit power, his muscles bulging, explosive strength surging forth. The platform shook violently as a massive fist, entwined with suffocating flames, descended like a colossal fireball. Bang! Flames erupted, and the sword light quivered before abruptly retracting. Zhao Xianfeng staggered back, realizing the force was nearing its limit. Zhao Xianfeng sighed inwardly, that if Chen Lei heard this, he would likely be enraged to the point of spewing blood. That it was a humiliation that a 3rd level Xuanwu could withstand a full force strike from a 7th level Xuanwu and still feel weak. Just so, ha ha ha, with a display of power, Chen Lei's confidence surged as he laughed maniacally, leaping down. Swish, swish, swish. He struck out with both palms, the flames fierce and blazing. A continuous torrent of terrifying shadowy palm strikes crashing down like a landslide. Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed as he swung his sword wildly upwards. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xuanfeng's spirit power erupted, unleashing dozens of strikes. The air was woven with intricate blood-red sword lights. Resembling a hornet's nest that had been pierced, the force of dozens of strikes erupted with a booming sound. Boom! The shadowy palms and sword lights shattered simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying windstorm that swept across all directions. Chen Lei was taken aback. The fact that he could withstand this was nothing short of miraculous. Where is he? Oh no. Chen Lei suddenly realized he had lost sight of Zhao Xianfeng, his expression changing dramatically. He is to your left. A playful laugh rang out suddenly. To the left? Instinctively, Chunlei threw a punch to the left, but a sword's whistle struck from the right. You tricked me. Chunlei's eyes widened in fury. At this moment, even a deity would struggle to react. Pfft. A smirk played on Zhao Xuanfeng's lips as he plunged his sword into Chunlei's waist. At your age, still so naive. How could you trust the words of your enemy? Qin Inger unreservedly admonished him. Zhao Xianfeng then delivered a fierce kick. Scoundrel. Chunlei howled in agony, akin to a madman, crashing down the mountain, causing onlookers below to feel their scalps tingle, unable to bear the sight. If he fell down like this, he would either die or be maimed. So brutal. Hee hee. Qin Inger chuckled, dashing to the spirit elements, quickly settling herself down. Zhao Xianfeng took a deep breath and approached, watching intently. After about half an hour, Qin Inger shivered, her internal spirit power beginning to overflow, pain etched across her face. Maintain your focus. Zhao Xianfeng let out a low shout, his fingers deftly flicking, creating a flurry of shadowy points that surged forth like a tide. He moved back and forth, consistently striking the vital acupuncture points and meridian nodes on Qin's body with astonishing force. In an instant, she emitted a muffled groan, desperately suppressing her pain. A dull resonance echoed within her, as her physical meridians felt as if they were being pulled, all boiling over, unleashing an incredible power that swiftly suppressed the energy within her. That a vast amount of spiritual essence followed suit. Entering her body, Zhao Xianfeng came to a halt, his complexion pale, beads of fine sweat dotting his forehead. This exertion was also extremely taxing for him, but at this moment, he estimated that Qin Inger could almost absorb all the spiritual essence in this place. By the time they reached the uppermost platform, he anticipated that he would need to make at least 3 more moves to maintain the suppression. This technique was called the Towning Spirit Profound Dragon Art, a premier method among the various foundational techniques, boasting 9 tiers in total. They were currently only at the first tier. Each tier of suppression allowed the recipient's foundation to expand significantly, awakening their physical potential to endure more energy. Upon completing all 9 tiers, the body would become as formidable as a mysterious dragon, rivaling the high ranks of the Xuanwu. However, the demands on the practitioner were equally immense. Each tier became progressively more difficult, requiring the execution of hundreds or even thousands of hand seals within a very short time. For an ordinary person, even one who had dedicated years to studying martial arts at the Earth Martial Realm, achieving the complete 9 tiers was an arduous task. Chapter 13. Sword intent shocking the heavens. Qin's pained expression gradually eased, her aura steadily strengthening. The surrounding spiritual essence was rapidly depleting. Before long, only about a third remained when the fluctuations around her surged violently again, her bones resonating as she could no longer withstand it. Already prepared, Zhao Xianfeng struck again. Swish, swish, swish. The dense array of shadowy fingers, imbued with profound power, unleashed the second tier of the Towning Spirit Profound Dragon Art. After several breaths, Qin Inger returned to normal. Once she absorbed all the spiritual essence in this area, her cultivation at the 9th level of spirit martial arts was comparable to the 2nd level of Xuanwu. Simply terrifying. After reaching the 9th tier, the potential to challenge the high ranks of Xuanwu was not merely talk. Xianfeng, how formidable you are. My current strength is already comparable to the Xuanwu realm, Qin Inger exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with joy. She found it nearly impossible to articulate the sensation she had just experienced. Truly astonishing. From here on, you will become even stronger. With the completion of the Towning Spirit Profound Dragon Art at the 9th tier, your foundation will be unparalleled. Once you break through, transcending the heavenly quality of spiritual foundation will be exceedingly simple. Zhao Xianfeng could confidently claim to possess imperial quality, not only in Tongtian City, but throughout the entirety of the accompanying realm. There was no one who could rival him. Across the heavenly domain, he was indeed a prodigy of a sacred land. Xianfeng, up ahead is Zhao Zhan. Qin Inger looked up, her expression grave. Zhao Zhan, 9th level of Xuanwu, is not to be compared with Su Kuang and Chanel. It has been 3 days. We must regard him with caution. We've endured a month of arduous training, despite his cultivation being only at the 3rd level of Xuanwu. The power derived from the Slaying Heaven Sword as a spiritual foundation is extraordinarily terrifying. Coupled with his profound mastery of the sword path, Zhao Xianfeng felt no fear. Let us go. The two swiftly ascended the mountain. At the third platform, Zhao Zhan had long awaited their arrival, his aura coiling with extreme intensity. Before they even approached, Zhao Xianfeng felt a terrifying pressure enveloping the entire platform, rendering any weaker opponent devoid of the will to resist. Last time I let you escape. This time you cannot fly away. I am not the likes of Su Kuang and Chun Lei. If I allow you to leave here unscathed today, I, Zhao Zhan, shall take my own life right here. His confidence was overwhelming, and Zhao Zhan had every reason to feel secure. The 9th level of Xuanwu was indeed formidable. Most crucially, Zhao Xuanfeng's spirit was suppressed, leaving him unable to mobilize. You need not take your own life. I will send you to hell. Zhao Xianfeng stepped onto the platform, his expression unwavering. Arrogant. Zhao Zhan roared, propelling himself forward with explosive speed. Boom! A violent force coalesced, akin to an invisible giant hammer, charging forth alongside his towering figure, imposing and unassailable. Yet Zhao Xianfeng remained utterly calm, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond. Boom! A fearsome punch surged towards him. In Zhao Xianfeng's eyes, while this punch carried tremendous weight, it was riddled with flaws as he pivoted on his foot, his body suddenly shifting aside, allowing the punch to graze past him, causing the air to erupt in a deafening explosion. Zhao Zhan's pupils constricted, reacting like lightning as his figure slammed sideways with tremendous force. The ferocity of his strike was sufficient to shatter small mountains. Colliding with a person would be enough to render even a shield ineffective, with the resulting carnage of flesh and blood easily imaginable. Swish, swish, swish. No one could see when Zhao Xianfeng drew his sword. The dense beams of sword light twisted and coiled like a colossal dragon, its gaping maw ready to devour. Boom, a tempest surged, the residual force sweeping across the surroundings. Zhao Xianfeng staggered, retreating in disarray. Is this all you have? You have truly disappointed me. Zhao Zhan cackled madly, his figure shadowing Zhao Xianfeng with blinding speed. Boom! Another punch fell, like a hammer descending, its might more ferocious and relentless, showing no intention of granting Zhao Xianfeng a moment's respite. Zhao Xianfeng steadied himself and immediately thrust out 3 swords. Merely a trick crack, the sword light shattered, causing Zhao Zhan's fist to momentarily falter. Just then, a blood shadow shot forth like a venomous snake, moving with an unbelievable swiftness that is so fast. Zhao Zhan's heart raced, unable to change his tactic in time, but his fist immediately descended to meet the incoming sword. Huffed, blood splattered. Zhao Xianfeng let out a muffled grunt, forced to the edge of the platform. Countless onlookers below erupted in excitement, as if they could already envision the grim scene of Zhao Xianfeng being hurled off the mountain. Zhao Zhan's figure trembled, his face contorted with rage, fury emanating from him like a storm. You dare to injure me, you little brat? I will cripple your hand and see how you wield a sword. His roar echoed like thunder. Zhao Zhan was akin to a frenzied beast, both hands thrusting forward. Yet in that instant, Zhao Zhan's entire body shook, his arm bursting forth with a loud bang, flesh and blood exploding. Da! A piercing scream rose, echoing in despair. Zhao Zhan staggered, his eyes bulging in disbelief. What is happening, fool? Zhao Xianfeng's cold voice rang out as he seized the moment to close in. The previous sword strike had been his utmost effort, injuring Zhao Zhan, but that was not his true aim. That strike had torn through his flesh, leaving behind a trace of hidden energy, meant for this very moment. For Zhao Zhan, it was utterly unfathomable, a reality he could not comprehend. Yet for Zhao Xianfeng, it came as easily as breathing, in an instant. Zhao Xianfeng's eyes widened, a crimson sword energy erupting forth. Slaughter! His low shout reverberated like thunder across the cliffs. Boom! The sword intent filled the air, painting the sky crimson with a tide of slaughter descending like a torrential flood. Oh heavens! How is this possible? How can he master sword intent? Down below, Chen Song's eyes widened in disbelief. The Chen family's most prodigious talent, Chen Jian, had never even grazed the threshold of sword intent. The true essence of martial arts was at least at the earth martial realm. Yet now, that terrifying intent of slaughter surged forth like a blood-red torrent cascading from the mountain, inundating the heavens and earth. The air within a radius of hundreds of feet trembled, leaving countless spectators gasping for breath. Utterly bewildered, that it was as if a colossal blood sword loomed above the sky, radiating its slaying intent. Zhao Zhan, standing at the forefront, felt as if he had been struck by a mighty blow. His vision filled with an infinite expanse of blood-red sword energy. Da-da! Instinctively, he let out a terrified scream, retreating in utter disarray. And no matter how he had prepared himself just a second prior, the next moment he found himself in a struggle against a deity. The blood-red sword light pierced through Zhao Zhan's chest, halting his movement, his eyes bulging in agony, contorting in unbearable pain. "Even if I die, I will take you down with me." Zhao Zhan snapped back to his senses, completely losing his mind, swinging his fist wildly. But he struck nothing but air. Zhao Xianfeng had already sheathed his sword. Appearing behind Zhao Zhan, he thrust a palm toward the protruding blade, striking from a distance. The dark sword shot back, and Zhao Zhan collapsed to the ground, blood gushing like a torrent, convulsing once before falling silent. "To wish for self-destruction in my presence. You must be trying to insult me." Zhao Xianfeng kicked Zhao Zhan off the platform, sending him tumbling down. Zhao Jianxin and the others stared blankly at Zhao Zhan as he fell, chills running down their spines, rendered speechless. Even Zhao Zhan could not withstand the overwhelming sword intent, which dissipated into thin air. Zhao Xianfeng paid no mind to the chaos below, his focus unwaveringly on Qin Ingris cultivation. The five-element spiritual essence here was extraordinarily potent. She could hardly bear it. He dared not relax for a moment. Buzz, just a short while later, Qin Ingris began to tremble violently. Third tier of the Towning Spirit Profound Dragon Art. Zhao Xianfeng moved with lightning speed. Fourth tier. Fifth tier. Chapter 14. The great river swallows the moon. Half an hour later, Zhao Xianfeng, panting heavily, sat cross-legged on the ground, his complexion as pale as death. With the spirit-controlling Profound Dragon at the 6th level, he had nearly exhausted all his vital energy and spirit, but he felt utterly drained. However, upon witnessing the aura emanating from Inger, which was nearly comparable to the 5th level of the Xuanwu realm, Zhao Xianfeng could not help but break into a broad smile. Just 3 levels short, the required elemental powers were also quite substantial, capable of significantly enhancing the cultivation of high-ranking Xuanwu realm martial artists. Not to mention the spiritual veins beneath Lingyuan Mountain. The secret realm must surely harbor precious 5-element spiritual treasures, forging an unparalleled foundation without a doubt. Zhao Xianfeng gradually closed his eyes to regulate his breath, while Qin Ingris swiftly absorbed the remaining meager 5-element spiritual essence. After a considerable time, Qin Ingris concluded her cultivation, feeling an overwhelming surge of power that filled her with glee. She opened her eyes and, upon seeing Zhao Xuanfeng's ashen face, clenched her fists with determination. Then, she rose to the edge of the platform, gazing down at the 3 prominent families with a cold glint in her eyes. "In this secret realm, it shall be your time to descend into hell." The resentment she had harbored for so long surged within her like a raging inferno. The mountain wind swept through, tousling her hair. Zhao Xianfeng opened his eyes, momentarily dazed at that moment. Qin Ingris seemed to embody the very essence of an empress. Contemplating such a future, Zhao Xianfeng couldn't help but chuckle softly. Before long, the two descended together, at the foot of Lingyuan Mountain. The younger generation of the 3 families gnashed their teeth in a state of anguish, their hatred palpable, yet they were filled with dread. Everything that transpired on the mountain felt like a nightmare, utterly terrifying. Zhao Xianfeng sensed an overwhelming surge of murderous intent and fury, oppressive to the point of madness, meeting the bloodthirsty gazes of the 3 families. He maintained a calm demeanor, smiling faintly. "Zhao Xianfeng, where is the secret realm?" Zhao Longtang growled, but he vowed that should Zhao Xianfeng dare to play tricks again, he would immediately strike and slay the young scoundrel. "The storm rages outside. Do you not intend to wait?" Although the storm had yet to fully erupt, its lingering aftermath was already quite frightening. Moreover, at this moment, numerous sea beasts lurking in the depths would soon reveal themselves. "This is merely the onset of the storm. It cannot intimidate us." Zhao Xianfeng spoke quickly. The formidable members of the 3 families urged, their gazes fixed intently upon him. "Wan Liuhai, Xingshan Mountain, that I shall await you outside Tongtian City." Zhao Xianfeng replied coldly, pulling Qin Ingris to turn away, treating the 3 families as if they were inconsequential. "Xingshan Mountain? Where could that be?" Xingshan Mountain is said to have descended from the heavens, now submerged beneath the sea. Over the years, it has been thoroughly explored, yielding no value whatsoever. Surely he cannot be deceiving us. Can he? Would he dare? Zhao Longtang retorted that my ancestors of the Zhao family were formidable warriors of the Tianwu realm. Their methods unfathomable, that it is entirely normal for us to be unaware. The Tianwu realm warriors had not appeared among the three prominent families for hundreds of years. The treasures and spiritual items that could be found within Wanliuhai had long been thoroughly plundered, and the spiritual veins were extensively depleted. The To break through to the Tianwu realm seemed as difficult as ascending to the heavens, that if this continued, the strength of the three families would only grow weaker. This secret realm was of utmost importance. Patriarch, should we not have someone keep a close watch on Zhao Xianfeng? A chilling murderous intent flickered in Zhao Longtang's eyes as he suppressed the urge to strike. He shook his head slightly. Now is not the time. Prepare to descend immediately. Yes, Patriarch. The formidable members of the three families sprang into action. Despite their intense hatred for Zhao Xianfeng, they held deep-seated enmity towards the other two families as well. The treasures within the secret realm must not fall into their hands. Outside Tongtian City, Zhao Xianfeng and Qin Inger sat cross-legged, eyes closed in anticipation. The power of the Water Soul Pearl had been exhausted. In the short term, if he wished to elevate his consciousness again, he could only do so within the secret realm. These individuals would undoubtedly not let him off easily. Zhao Xianfeng pondered deeply. He had to be fully prepared. Turning his focus inward, he observed his energy sea. Spiritual energy swirled amidst the boundless blood mist, which was saturated with terrifying murderous intent. This blood mist was a manifestation of the power derived from the slaying heaven sword. And in comparison to the sword itself, it was incredibly feeble. Yet for Zhao Xianfeng at this moment, it was immensely formidable. The energy within the blood mist rivaled that of the essence of heaven and earth. If he wished to absorb it for his own use, his strength must reach the boundaries of the Earth Martial Realm, or even the Tianwu Realm. However, it wasn't impossible to forcefully stir it. Yet, doing so would undoubtedly result in tremendous backlash. Zhao Xianfeng contemplated this, then cast aside distracting thoughts and entered a state of cultivation. Half a day later, outside Tongtian City, a fleet of dark iron ships stood tall. The three families had nearly emptied their ranks, each boasting several Earth Martial Realm and dozens of Xuanwu Realm warriors. Such a massive formation was truly awe-inspiring. The waves at the edge of the sea were suppressed into tangible energy, quelling their tumult. Zhao Xianfeng and Qin Inger stood at the forefront of the lead ship, surrounded by the patriarchs and powerful figures of the three families. They would not allow Zhao Xianfeng to slip from their sight. Set sail, Zhao Longtang commanded. With a single order, 7 large ships unfurled their sails, cutting through the waves. Keep your eyes fixed on Zhao Xianfeng. The patriarchs of the three families urged one another in hushed tones. Zhao Xianfeng remained unperturbed, sitting cross-legged at the side of the deck. As everyone gazed at the undulating waves of the boundless ocean, their expressions grew heavy with worry. The onset of this storm had persisted for a full month, and once it erupted, it would likely surpass any previous tempest. The remaining power of the 5 elements spiritual veins, if it exceeded the last storm's impact, would likely only be able to withstand one more assault. Damn it, we must reap significant rewards this time. Otherwise, we will only await death in Tongtian City. The predicament of Tongtian City was akin to boiling a frog in warm water, helplessly witnessing their own demise. The storm would soon arrive, casting a shadow over their spirits. Even Zhao Xianfeng felt the weight of concern. Wanliuhai was vast beyond measure, and apart from the ancestors of the Zhao family, no one knew its true extent. In the distant depths, beasts of the Tianwu realm lurked, that in such a perilous environment, it was exceedingly difficult to possess the strength to traverse it safely within a short time. Why had the Zhao family come here? Doubts stirred within Zhao Xianfeng. The records of the Zhao family contained no descriptions of this place. Yet bringing such a large family to this location was certainly not a simple matter. Moreover, there was no information regarding what lay beyond Wanliuhai. Zhao Xianfeng sighed, momentarily setting aside these thoughts. The ships moved swiftly, easily resisting the current stormy waves. Xingshan Mountain lay approximately 300 miles from their current location. At this pace, they would likely arrive by dusk. On board, a sense of calm gradually settled. Having gone through the earlier tumult, Zhao Jianxin and the others had become completely subdued, awaiting their opportunity. Time passed, and they had traversed half the distance. The waves grew increasingly ferocious, the crashing sounds incessantly reverberating, causing the ship's body to sway continuously. Suddenly, the sea surface ahead twisted and collapsed, revealing a massive whirlpool spanning dozens of yards. Roar boom! A roar erupted, followed by the whirlpool expanding violently, unleashing towering waves, and a terrifying surge from beneath the water swept outward for thousands of meters. This is bad. It's a riptide. It poses a threat even to the Earth martial realm. There are beasts below. Quickly, change course and stabilize the ship. Everyone on board was startled. Upon witnessing this scene, their faces transformed with alarm. The three families shouted in unison, rushing to the deck, their expressions grave as they stared at the horrifying sight before them. Be careful. Zhao Xianfeng swiftly rose, whispering urgently to Inger, his gaze sharp as he focused on the rapidly expanding whirlpool that in the blink of an eye, it had reached nearby. The ship rocked violently. At this point, it was too late to change direction. Boom! A deafening crash resounded. The waves surged like mountains as a colossal beast surged up from the whirlpool, its massive copper-like eyes menacingly fixated on the people aboard the ship. Its ferocity was overwhelming, stirring up tempestuous waves that a fourfold Earth martial realm beast. The faces of the crowd turned pale. The overwhelming ferocity felt like a tempest crashing upon them. Roar! The giant beast let out a thunderous roar, tearing through the sea surface, summoning terrifying waves that surged directly toward the ship. Zhao Xianfeng and Inger instinctively retreated. Beast! Zhao Longdang bellowed, leaping into action, unleashing the full might of a sevenfold Earth martial realm warrior. He appeared like a specter, directly behind the beast, facing the crowd, drawing his sword with a flourish. Clang! The sword sang a celestial tune, an astonishing sword intent enveloping the surroundings. With a powerful shout, Zhao Longtang's sword light soared into the sky. In an instant, numerous waves surged, resembling sword beams. With a single stroke, he commanded the raging waves, forming a crescent moon, which engulfed both the waves and the giant beast. The sword intent surged forth, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The great river swallows the moon. This was the Zhao family's most powerful sword technique. My heavens, how terrifying. The crowd was left in a daze, their scalps tingling. The Zhao family members, in contrast, wore expressions of pride. A piercing scream suddenly echoed as the giant beast's body cracked open, as if pierced by 1,000 swords, blood gushing forth like a torrential flood, crashing down like a great mountain. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The great river swallows the moon was not meant to be used so recklessly. Zhao Xianfeng shook his head slightly. This sword technique, among the many Earth-level martial arts of the Zhao family, is indeed unparalleled. The might of Zhao Longtang's sword is also quite formidable, yet it has failed to unleash the true power of this strike. The great river swallows the moon consumes the moon of the heavens. Not this crude and insipid illusion. What did you say? The great river swallows the moon is not meant to be used that way. How should it be used? Zhao Jianxin, catching Zhao Xuanfeng's murmurs, darkened his expression and mockingly retorted, Do you truly believe that mastering the sword intent renders you omnipotent? With your limited understanding, how can you fathom the mysteries of the great river swallows the moon? You are but a frog at the bottom of a well, utterly ignorant. The onlookers regarded Zhao Xianfeng with disdain. How dare he judge the martial arts of the Zhao family? What is he even worth? Can you comprehend this? If you have the ability, prove it. They scoffed. How laughable. A frog at the bottom of a well mocks a soaring eagle. Who do you think you are to demand proof from me? Zhao Xianfeng replied with a cold sneer. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd, igniting their rage. You won't be able to flaunt your arrogance for long. Once we enter the secret realm, your demise shall be imminent. Zhao Longtang descended from the air, exuding a chilling aura as he coldly laughed. You little brat, you've overstepped your bounds by insulting the patriarch of your own clan, since you claim my technique is flawed. Allow me to witness your prowess. With a fierce shout that shattered the heavens, Zhao Longtang lifted his sword, summoning a colossal wave that roared like a beast, charging towards Zhao Xianfeng. Its terrifying might left even those below the earth martial realm gasping for breath. Chapter 15. Ruthless and vicious, oblivious to death. Now let's see how you handle this. You dare insult the head of the Zhao family. Who do you think you are? Zhao Xianfeng, unfazed, taunted, come forth and show us your skill. Laughter erupted around him as the raging wave approached, bringing with it a sense of exhilarating satisfaction. After holding back for so long, they finally had a chance to vent their frustrations. Old fool. Today you shall learn a lesson. After half a lifetime of cultivation, you've merely honed your skills to the level of a mutt. Zhao Xianfeng, unable to contain his anger, laughed maniacally, drawing his sword. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Did he dare to call Zhao Longtang an old fool? Even Zhao Longtang paused, trembling with fury, his eyes ablaze. You little brat, if I endure you any longer, prepare to face this wave first. With a resounding clang, the sword sang into the sky. Zhao Xianfeng coldly stared at the approaching wave, his sword intent surging and reverberating through the air. That sword intent was grand and magnificent. Like a boundless ocean. With a flick of his sword, the sound was akin to vast seas stirring up towering waves. Everyone felt a tremor in their bodies, their minds momentarily disoriented as Zhao Xianfeng raised his sword to the heavens. Buzz! The world changed color, fierce winds howled, and a blood moon hung ominously in the sky, exuding an endless aura of terrifying killing intent, coalescing in a sword intent. The blood moon was fully revealed to all, resembling a crescent moon, casting a crimson glow across the sea's surface. Zhao Longtang stood frozen, his mind blank. What was this? Old fool, take a good look. The roar shattered the ocean's calm. The sword light surged like a tide, instantly erupting in that moment. The furious wave, akin to a multitude of fearsome swords, surged from the sea, soaring to the heavens, towering 1,000 feet high, swallowing the blood moon whole. That my intent is vast enough to consume the tides. That single wave seemed trivial, like refuse swept along the current. Boom! The massive wave crashed down, stirring up great swells. Zhao Xianfeng staggered but landed steadily on the deck, his face pale as a ghost. Qining's charming eyes narrowed, subtly leaning against Zhao Xianfeng for support. Zhao Xianfeng offered a smile of admiration. This strike had nearly exhausted his strength. The might of a warrior at the Earth Martial Realm was indeed overwhelming. On the ship, silence reigned. Eyes widened in disbelief, breaths halted, unable to regain composure. That moment, the sky was clear, and the blood moon and sword waves seemed like an illusion. Yet, they were indelibly etched into the souls of the onlookers. How did he accomplish that? One sword transformed the river. The river consumed the moon in the sky. Heavens! The moon of the Zhao Patriarch appeared to be merely a few feet high. Yet, whispers of shock arose. With peculiar gazes directed at Zhao Longtang, that it was evident to even the dim-witted that a vast disparity existed. The Zhao clan members felt an overwhelming urge to leap overboard in embarrassment. How could this be possible? Zhao Longtang was dazed, still lost in the astonishing spectacle of that sword strike. Compared to it, he felt like refuse, discarded without a second glance. Zhao Xianfeng took a deep breath and coldly remarked, "If you wish to see, then you shall be humiliated." Facing Zhao Longtang, a man with a beast's heart, Zhao Xianfeng showed no mercy. Oh. Zhao Longtang's face flushed, and even with a skin as thick as a city wall, he found it hard to endure. However, he maintained his composure, unwilling to act rashly. Striking out now would only bring greater disgrace to this moment. It was not just the Zhao family present. The Chun and Su families were also eager to witness the unfolding drama. What kind of fortune did this little brat possess to provoke such a terrifying transformation? After the secret realm, if he survived, he would surely become a great threat. That a fierce glint flashed in Zhao Longtang's eyes as he descended the ship. His face ashen, silence enveloping him as he entered the cabin. Soon a muted chuckle echoed within. Zhao Xianfeng, you will pay for this. Zhao Jianchen, fuming, tossed out a harsh remark before leaving in disgrace, that he could no longer bear the humiliation of having his face slapped so painfully. Zhao Xianfeng calmly seated himself, silently recovering as the chaotic current subsided and the ship continued its journey. The deck gradually returned to tranquility as dusk approached. At long last, a prominent sea mountain came into view, surrounded by tumultuous waves that crashed fiercely against it, yet failed to budge at an inch. Its summit faintly glimmered with a star-like radiance, revealing the stones atop it. This was the Star Mountain. a massive edifice rooted in the ocean's depths, towering and steadfast. Finally, they had arrived. Zhao Xianfeng opened his eyes. A cold light flashing within. 7 large ships swiftly circled Star Mountain, and all aboard disembarked with expressions of excitement. Their faces flushed with anticipation. Zhao Xianfeng, open it, Zhao Longtang commanded sharply. Over 200 pairs of eyes fixated on Zhao Xianfeng, sharp as blades, brimming with murderous intent, leaving no room for concealment. Qininger gripped Zhao Xianfeng's hand tightly. Filled with wariness, Zhao Xuanfeng's expression grew serious as he stepped to the center of the mountain's peak, squeezing a drop of his essence blood from his fingertip and casting it upon the surface. In an instant, the mountain trembled violently, and the crowd gasped in astonishment that it was indeed here. The methods of the Zhao family's ancestors were unfathomable and astonishing. That it was unimaginable how they had concealed the secret realm within this place, leaving no trace after a millennium. Crack! A massive fissure suddenly opened at the mountain's peak. Boom! A stone tablet surged forth, as if born from the crevice, unleashing a torrent of waves that flooded everyone's vision. The bold characters inscribed upon it glimmered faintly. Only those below the Earth Martial Realm may enter the secret realm. Earth Martial Realm warriors shall face certain death. The 2 lines of text caused everyone to turn pale. Zhao Xianfeng raised his brow, then revealed a smile. This was an opportunity for him. It could also explain why the ancestors of the Zhao family had left such restrictions. Naturally, it was for the Zhao family's benefit. And such limitations were also meant for protection. Within, there were even preferential treatments for the Zhao family's descendants. The 3 clan leaders bore expressions of fluctuating emotions. The current Zhao family, with such a rule, might not find it to their advantage. Since that's the case, let the Xuanwu realm warriors step forward. Chen Song bellowed. Instantly, dozens of Xuanwu realm warriors emerged, including both high and low-tier prodigies among them. Chun, who was also present, his gaze filled with resentment as he glared at Zhao Xianfeng, vowing to take revenge. The Su family did not lag behind either, a group stepping forth as well. In a matter of moments, nearly 100 martial artists gathered to enter the secret realm. Zhao Xianfeng surveyed the crowd, narrowing his eyes. Are you all ready? I am about to open the secret realm. As his words fell, Zhao Longtang grinned. Let it begin. That smile sent chills down spines. Zhao Xianfeng remained expressionless, once more squeezing out a drop of essence blood. The moment he sprinkled it into the crack, a colossal roar echoed as a swirling vortex materialized from the fissure, churning violently, ready to devour. In an instant, Zhao Xianfeng grasped Qininger and leaped down. Umph! Zhao Longtang snorted coldly, unleashing his soul force to envelop Zhao Xianfeng in an instant. He had long been prepared. Boom! Zhao Xianfeng felt as if struck by lightning, blood erupting from his mouth, his vision darkening. His very soul felt as though it were being hammered apart. Old fool! You shall all perish. A frenzied roar echoed from the vortex. Hurry in, kill Zhao Xianfeng first. Zhao Longtang raged, his ruthlessness laid bare. With the secret realm opened, there was no longer any need to spare Zhao Xianfeng. Warriors from the 3 major families surged forth, a menacing aura enveloping them, filled with murderous intent. Chapter 16. I come to protect you. Boom! Zhao Xianfeng fell to the ground in disarray, blood frothing from his mouth. Old beast! His soul felt as though it were being torn apart. And Zhao Xuanfeng's features twisted in fury this moment. His murderous intent toward Zhao Longtang reached its zenith. Xianfeng, are you all right? Qininger hurriedly assisted Zhao Xianfeng to his feet. Upon seeing his condition, she was taken aback. His face was ashen, devoid of blood, and his breath was alarmingly weak, his spirit having sustained severe injuries. We must flee, Zhao Xianfeng urged through gritted teeth. He scarcely paused to assess his surroundings, which appeared to be a broad corridor lined with doors on either side. Qininger bit her lip lightly, clutching Zhao Xianfeng as they swiftly moved forward. Zhao Xuanfeng's gaze was icy. Treasures abounded here. And if they could evade the initial onslaught and regain their strength, the demise of these scoundrels would surely follow. This secret realm was a place for vengeance, a ground for bloodshed. Boom! 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 The resounding echoes continued as figures plummeted from the air. Zhao Xianfeng, where do you think you're going? Quickly kill him first, you scoundrel. Today marks your death. Roars akin to thunder surged forth as hundreds of individuals, without a hint of hesitation, charged madly toward them, their murderous intent and resentment flooding the corridor like a rising tide. The three noble families harbored an unyielding hatred for Zhao Xianfeng, and at this moment, there was no need for further restraint. Curse it! Qineng's delicate features paled. She unleashed her full power, her speed surging. Yet behind them, countless individuals from the 8th and 9th layers of the Xuanwu realm relentlessly pursued them. Xianfeng, go! Qineng set Zhao Xianfeng down with determination, resolutely turning to flee. Zhao Xianfeng grasped her arm tightly. Foolish girl, we are not yet at the point of no return. Zhao Xianfeng spat a mouthful of blood, his eyes glinting red as he fixed his gaze on the approaching horde, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. Among the crowd were Zhao Jianxin, Su Yuanyuan, and Chun Hu, their expressions twisted with malice and a savage grin. Zhao Xianfeng, why aren't you running? I will relish tormenting Qineng right before your eyes. You two scoundrels shall meet a miserable end. Their derisive laughter and vile words surged forth. Zhao Xianfeng broke into a smile, his posture suddenly straightening. Despite the grievous injuries he had suffered, his pride remained unyielding. His eyes looked down upon the swarm like an unmatched sword emperor surveying a host of mere ants. Boom! Without hesitation, Zhao Xianfeng forcefully stirred the vast blood mist within his energy sea. Clang! Countless swords erupted. A terrifying crimson sword aura, fine as strands of hair, pierced through the air, transforming into an inexhaustible torrent of sword energy that surged toward the oncoming throng. With an unstoppable momentum, it tore through the sky, causing the entire corridor to tremble violently. The relentless slaughter and boundless sword energy choked the throats of all present, obscuring their vision. Panic screams erupted in succession as those in front abruptly halted, colliding chaotically with those behind who could not stop in time. What is that? Retreat, retreat! Get out of my way! Don't block me! A dozen individuals in front were instantly riddled with holes, blood gushing forth, as if they were mere paper against the might of the 9th layer of Xuanwu. Crumbling under a single strike, poof! Zhao Xianfeng coughed up fresh blood. Even as the blood mist receded, the remnants of his flesh and blood seemed to still be tormented by the terrifying sword aura. The aftershocks nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Hurry! Qineng gasped, quickly supporting Zhao Xianfeng as she turned to flee at the corridor's end lay 3 turns. Gritting her teeth, Qineng disregarded everything and dashed into the left corridor. They ran to the very end, where she stared at the tightly shut stone chamber. Boom! She slammed her palm down, and the door erupted with a powerful force, akin to that of the 5th layer of Xuanwu. Qineng let out a muffled grunt, her brows furrowing as she poured all her strength into her palms, striking repeatedly. Boom! The door swung open, and Qineng helped Zhao Xianfeng inside as a blinding light flooded the chamber, nearly blinding them. Inside, the platform was piled high with spirit stones the size of eggs, numbering in the hundreds. Beside them were 2 jade vials, and nothing else. Zhao Xianfeng bit his tongue to stay awake. Xianfeng, be careful. Qineng gingerly placed him down and eagerly reached for the jade vials. Upon opening one, her eyes sparkled with delight. These are revitalizing pills, used for healing. She hurriedly emptied 2 pills into Zhao Xuanfeng's mouth. The revitalizing pills were top-tier healing elixirs, capable of hastening the recovery of injuries sustained by Xuanwu realm warriors. The other vial contained 5 Xianling pills for cultivation in the Xuanwu realm. Yet the most precious of all was the mound of spirit stones that in Tongtian City today. Spirit stones had become exceedingly rare. Only those at the Earth Martial realm could afford to use them for cultivation. All of these are mine. Zhao Xianfeng swallowed the remaining 3 revitalizing pills, managing to suppress his internal injuries. Feeling the chaos within his body, his expression darkened. He could barely muster any strength. Xianfeng, what should we do? They will likely pursue us soon, Qineng said gravely. They want to be quick. Many fell just now. The 3 noble families desire to devour one another, and they will inevitably engage in brutal combat. Zhao Xianfeng's gaze fell on the heap of spirit stones, his eyes lighting up. Inger, 72 stones, 36, 18, arranged them in a circle to block the entrance that he planned to set up a simple spirit formation. Qineng promptly complied, in a matter of moments. The circle of spirit stones firmly sealed off the entrance, with nearly 100 stones remaining. Breaking a dozen or so into pieces, they connected the 3 layers of spirit stones. Zhao Xianfeng, barely able to move, directed Qin Inger. Finally, he suddenly bit his finger and flicked it towards the spirit stones. With each drop of blood that stained the stones, a bloodline connected them. Holding 2 spirit stones in his hands, he infused a wisp of his spiritual power, instantly tainting the stones with a hint of crimson. That he handed the 2 spirit stones to Qin Inger. If someone intrudes, inject your spiritual power into the stones and throw them inside. They will explode immediately. They should be able to heavily injure those at the 8th layer of Xuanwu. Within these 2 spirit stones lay a trace of his power, and with Qin Inger's input, chaos would ensue, igniting the formation and allowing them to explode in unison, connected by the blood. Though crude in execution, this was not a moment for finesse. Utility was all that mattered. All right, that I won't let anyone in. Qin Inger nodded firmly. Zhao Xianfeng took a deep breath, moving to the corner of the chamber, leaning against the stone wall, placing the remaining spirit stones directly on his abdomen. Even if the 3 noble families engaged in a fierce battle, it wouldn't take long. He needed to regain some strength swiftly. Nodding slightly to Inger, he suddenly closed his eyes, channeling the Shurtian sword cannon. The energy surged, and an astonishing pulling force erupted. Each spirit stone trembled around him, pure spiritual energy flooding into his body. Qin Inger gazed tenderly at Zhao Xianfeng, murmuring, "This time, it's my turn to protect you." Then she stepped outside the stone chamber, vigilantly watching the far end of the corridor. From that direction, faint sounds of battle echoed ominously, as expected. Zhao Xianfeng's forceful eruption of blood mist within his energy, had incited great fear among the 3 noble families. After his escape, they snapped back to their senses and immediately turned on one another. I end this place. They were all enemies. Chapter 17. Clear the way, I will personally torment him. There were 3 corridors here, just enough for the 3 noble families. If the fighting continued, Zhao Xianfeng, that scoundrel, would recover and they would all perish. Zhao Jinshan roared in fury, his eyes ablaze. The Zhao family had suffered heavy casualties. Previously, Zhao Xuanfeng's blood sword had directly slain 3 individuals at the 9th layer of Xuanwu and more besides. Now, they were being jointly attacked by the Chun and Su families, leaving only 2 of their own 9th layer warriors alive. But of course, the Chun and Su families had not emerged unscathed either. We absolutely cannot let Zhao Xianfeng recover. Miss, we can always ally with the Chun family against the Zhao family. The immediate priority is resources. Young master, now is not the time. The 3 factions stood, wary of one another. Each side had suffered losses, and without much deliberation, they all ceased hostilities. Zhao Jinshan exhaled, his eyes flashing with anger, and without hesitation, he charged down the corridor ahead that will take the right. The Su family headed straight for the right corridor. Curse it, only the left remains. Let us go. The Chun family warriors surged into the left corridor. Rows of tightly shut stone chambers came into view, instantly igniting their fervor. Within lay resources galore. As for Zhao Xianfeng, he had been temporarily suppressed at the corner of the corridor. Qin Inger listened to the intense commotion outside, her body tense, though she had yet to break through. She already possessed the strength of the 4th or 5th layer of Xinwu, the Chun family. Qin Inger recognized Chun Hu's voice, glancing back at the stone chamber, just within reach. Her gaze hardened. About a quarter of an hour later, the sounds of the Chun family warriors battering the stone chamber grew ominously close. Qin Inger held her breath, remaining motionless, at a certain moment. A Chun family warrior turned the corner. Boom! Qin Inger struck with a palm, swift as lightning. A startled scream erupted, followed swiftly by a cry of agony as the warrior, at the 4th layer of Xuanwu, was sent flying, crashing against the wall, and dying instantly. Qin, Zhao Xianfeng is here, wonderful. Chun Hu spun around, rushing toward Qin. Though he could not see her, his fierce expression was unmistakable. That I have finally found you. Heaven assists me. The members of the Chun family surged forth, led by Qin Xuanzi of the 9-fold Xuanwu, who captured her with utmost swiftness, ensuring she remained unharmed. Chun Hu growled with venomous resentment. Rest assured, young master, that a warrior of the 5-fold Xuanwu burst forth like a comet. Boom! Qin's spiritual power surged, interweaving the elements with fierce intensity, a magnificent force that reverberated like thunder with a single punch. Bang! The Qin family warrior trembled violently, his eyes wide with disbelief, retreating in utter disarray. How can you possibly be this strong? Hiss, she is merely at the 9th level of spirit and martial arts. The Qin family members were utterly astonished. One Zhao Xianfeng had already instilled terror, and now Qin Inger had transformed into a monstrous figure as well. What manner of beasts are these two? I must extract all the secrets from Zhao Xianfeng. Chen Hu, aghast, his hollow eyes trembling, was convinced that all of this was the handiwork of Zhao Xianfeng, that I must uncover the truth, that I am curious. Can you withstand me? Chen Xuanzi stepped forward, gazing at Qin Inger with a playful intensity. Qin's countenance shifted. Whoosh! Chen Xuanzi vanished from sight in an instant. The Dio not harm her. Chen Hu shouted urgently. Qin Inger bit her lip, her entire being vibrating as she unleashed her full power. Boom! Blood sprayed from Qin's mouth as she retreated in disarray. Chen Xuanzi, evidently restraining his strength, approached with a cold smile. Qin Inger swiftly retreated into the stone chamber. Humph! Chen Xuanzi showed no concern. Both Qin Inger and Zhao Xianfeng were now like fish in a barrel. He strode directly into the stone chamber. Boom! A vast pile of spirit stones erupted violently, unleashing a terrifying tempest towards Chen Xuanzi. This is bad. Chen Xuanzi's expression changed dramatically as spiritual energy surged forth, akin to the collision of two small mountains, causing the stone chamber to shudder violently. Chen Xuanzi emitted a muffled grunt, retreating only 2 steps, yet remaining unscathed. Witnessing this scene, Qin Inger turned pale. Despite her formidable strength, she found herself utterly powerless against the numerous experts of the Qin family. Yet, she stood resolutely before Zhao Xianfeng, unyielding. You nearly harmed me, Imph. What other abilities do you possess? Show them all. A glint of malice flickered in Chen Xuanzi's eyes as he swept his gaze across the stone chamber, his heart momentarily easing before he strode further in. Chen Hu and the others followed closely. Young master, Zhao Xianfeng is in dire straits, Chen Xuanzi remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Hu licked his lips, his malevolence laid bare. Zhao Xianfeng, I will relish tormenting your woman before your very eyes, making you witness her suffering. The echo of his venomous roar filled the stone chamber. Chen Xuanzi moved once more. Bang! Qin Inger spat blood, retreating in disarray, struggling to stand before Zhao Xianfeng. Get out of my way! Chen Xuanzi barked. I end your dreams. Qin Inger braced herself, resolutely refusing to yield. You refuse a toast, and instead seek punishment. Chen Xuanzi's expression soured as he suddenly struck. Whoosh! He unleashed a fierce gale with a swift palm, the roaring wind deafening to AT that moment. A powerful hand suddenly swept Qin Inger aside, moving with lightning speed to clash with Chen Xuanzi's strike. Boom! Zhao Xuanfeng's features contorted as he crashed into the wall, blood frothing from his mouth, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chen Xuanzi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. You cannot even withstand my casual blow. It seems you truly are at your wits' end, that if you do not perish, you will be a nightmare for us all, but alas, you shall have no further opportunities. Zhao Xianfeng fixed a frigid gaze upon Chen Xuanzi, suddenly chuckling. Do you truly believe you have me cornered? As those words left his lips, it was as if a storm had descended, causing the Chen family members to flinch. Chen Hu instinctively swallowed hard. The gruesome scenes of the past replaying vividly in his mind, that it was no wonder they felt trepidation. Zhao Xianfeng had been terrifying beyond measure. Chen Xuanzi's expression darkened, that I refused to believe it. Caught off guard, he suddenly erupted. Zhao Xianfeng remained unfazed, a surge of sword intent erupting as he flicked his fingers forward. Bang! Zhao Xianfeng howled in pain, crashing into the wall once more. Even your sword intent is so feeble. Dare you still play tricks? Chen Xuanzi stood proudly, finally relaxing as all doubts dissipated. This fellow was utterly out of strength. Just moments ago, he had merely been trying to intimidate. Damn it, he nearly scared me to death. Chen Hu wiped the sweat from his brow, a wave of hatred and humiliation flooding over him as he forcefully shoved aside the Chen family warriors in his path. Get out of the way. I will personally torment this bastard. Chen Hu approached menacingly. Though he could not see, he could sense Zhao Xuanfeng's aura. Chen Xuanzi felt no concern. You dog, dare to ruin my eyesight? I will make you wish for death. Chen Hu swung a fierce punch toward Zhao Xuanfeng's face. Whoosh! Zhao Xianfeng's head tilted, his punch missing and crashing into the wall instead. Hiss. Chen Hu inhaled sharply, his anger boiling. At that moment, Zhao Xianfeng let out a cold laugh, crashing into Chen Hu with a sudden force, gripping his neck. The previous weakness was nowhere to be found. The murderous intent radiated from him, sending chills down the spines of everyone in the stone chamber. You were pretending just now. Chen Xuance's mind went blank. Bastard, let go of the young master. The young master has fallen into Zhao Xuanfeng's hands. This is a disaster. Let me go. Chen Hu struggled frantically. Yet that hand was like a vice. Bang. Zhao Xianfeng struck fiercely at Chen Hu's abdomen, causing him to convulse in pain. Save me. Someone save me. Zhao Xianfeng, you shall not die a good death. Chen Hu roared in agony, clearly still oblivious to his predicament. Chapter 18. I will kill the young master alongside you. Qin Ying'er blinked in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Zhao Xianfeng was merely feigning weakness that so insidious. Yet I rather like it. Chen Hu had fallen into Xuanfeng's grasp, but we are saved. Qin's eyes gleamed with joy as she swiftly approached Zhao Xianfeng, exchanging a knowing glance. Bang! Qin Ying'er unleashed a powerful punch into Chen Hu's abdomen. Fueled by resentment, Chen Hu cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face, his eyes bulging. Bastard, stop this at once. If the young master loses even a hair, I will make you wish you were never born. Let go of the young master. His furious roars reverberated through the chamber's silence. Zhao Xianfeng tightened his grip on Chen Hu's neck, chillingly stating, if you wish for him to live, then step aside that I end your dreams. Chen Xuance's eyes glowed red with rage, unable to contain himself. Chen Hu, it seems someone wishes for your demise. Zhao Xianfeng chuckled, suddenly tightening his grip that no, please, Chen Xuance, let go. Chen Hu screamed in a frenzy, trembling uncontrollably, his previous bravado utterly vanished. Young master. Chen Xuance clenched his fists, nearly exploding with fury, and he gritted his teeth in frustration, and after a moment of wild rage, he slowly began to relent. Everyone step aside. Zhao Xianfeng barked, dragging Chen Hu from the chamber. The Chen family warriors gritted their teeth, itching to spring into action, but Zhao Xianfeng offered them no chance. Exiting the stone chamber, Zhao Xianfeng exchanged a glance with Qin Ying'er, who swiftly moved ahead that if you wish to follow, then do so. Zhao Xianfeng grinned and strode forward. Soon, Qin Ying opened another stone chamber containing a jade slip and 3 jade vials, each filled with vibrant, multicolored spirit liquid, 5 elements spirit essence. Qin Ying'er gasped in astonishment. This is a treasure far exceeding 5 elements spirit sources. Only those at the advanced Xuanwu realm can barely absorb and refine it. If taken outside, those at the Earth Martial realm would fight tooth and nail for it. Put it away. We shall continue, Zhao Xianfeng instructed. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuance's eyes bulged. The next moment he suddenly roared. Everyone, search for resources. I will keep an eye on him, that we cannot waste time here. The others exchanged glances, hesitated briefly, and then scattered to rush into various stone chambers. Qin Ying'er remained that I end the second stone chamber. She found 3 supreme revival pills, 5 elements pills, and 5 earth spirit pills. Zhao Xianfeng, before Chen Xuance's eyes, swallowed one of the supreme revival pills, which possessed effects several times greater than ordinary revival pills. As it entered his stomach, warmth spread throughout his body, and his injuries rapidly healed. Zhao Xuanfeng's complexion visibly regained its color. To end the third stone chamber, there were 10 soul-nurturing pills and 3 spirit herbs. Soul-nurturing pills, Chen Xuance nearly went mad. These pills were rare and could not be refined by anyone now. If obtained by the Chen family, many would significantly enhance their strength. Yet he could only watch. Zhao Xianfeng appeared delighted. Soul-nurturing pills are truly remarkable. The resources left by the ancestors of the Zhao family are indeed plentiful. Zhao Xianfeng directly swallowed 3. Chen Xuance's eyelids twitched violently. Zhao Xianfeng, release the young master, and I will let you leave. Chen Xuance could no longer contain himself. Engaging in a war of attrition with Zhao Xianfeng was simply unbearable, deeply frustrating. The Zhao family and the Su family had not been idle either. Why not take the easy way out and kill yourself? I promised to let Chen Hu go. Do you think I'm a fool? And do you believe I think you're a fool? Chen Xuance gasped for breath, resembling a frenzied beast. rendered speechless by his own exertion. Zhao Xianfeng remained utterly unperturbed. Having ingested 3 soul-nurturing pills, his spirit gradually regained its strength, now restored to nearly half of his battle capacity. As he sensed the movements within his energy reservoir, a flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes. His spiritual power had indeed increased significantly, seemingly due to the prior forceful disturbance of the slaying sword's blood mist. Though he had suffered considerable injuries, it had inadvertently allowed him to absorb a fraction of that power, turning misfortune into fortune. Boom! Boom boom! Qin Yinger launched successive attacks, yet the stone door of the chamber proved remarkably resilient. Xianfeng, I can't break it. It likely requires the strength of a 7th-layer Xuanwu, she declared. Let me handle it. Zhao Xianfeng grasped Chunhu firmly, his finger poised like a sword. With a swift thrust, a pinhole appeared on the stone door, and cracks rapidly spread in a way. The protective barrier is at most equivalent to the 4th or 5th layer of Xuanwu, Zhao Xianfeng exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Hearing this, Chen Xuanze was momentarily stunned. Wait, the Zhao family. Xianfeng, you are of the Zhao lineage, while I am an outsider. Qin Yinger suddenly realized this must be a contingency left by the ancestors of the Zhao family. Zhao family members can easily open these chambers, but others would have to pay a far greater price. Damn the Zhao family, Chen Xuanze growled lowly. Zhao Xianfeng and Qin Yinger ignored him and stepped into the stone chamber. Xianfeng, what is this? Inside the chamber lay a fist-sized metallic sphere, radiating a faint purple glow. Star magnetic essence. Zhao Xianfeng murmured in astonishment that I never expected to find star magnetic essence here. The starry mountain, if it truly is a celestial magnet. The probability of containing star magnetic essence is exceedingly high. Given the vastness of the starry mountain, the ancestors of the Zhao family must have acquired a considerable amount of it. This substance, extremely rare, typically exists in regions rich in magnetic energies or within fallen meteorites. Its surface material can be forged into divine weapons or defensive armors, while the core star magnetic essence can change form at will, capable of absorbing tremendous energy. Such a piece of star magnetic essence could absorb the full force attack of a peak Xuanwu realm expert. Zhao Xuanfeng's face lit up with wild joy. Quick, give it to me. Qin Yinger, feeling a surge of urgency, swiftly handed the star magnetic essence to Zhao Xianfeng. As they exited the chamber, Chen Xuanze glared coldly at Zhao Xianfeng. Zhao Xianfeng, I give you one last chance. Release the young master, and I promise to let you go. Such foolishness. Qin Yinger scoffed that in that case. Do not blame me for being impolite. As her words fell, a chilling aura surged forth. Zhao Xianfeng halted, narrowing his eyes. Are you willing to disregard Chunhu's life? I would not hesitate to kill Chunhu, Chen Xuanze snarled. After all, no one would know. Everyone would simply believe you to be the murderer. His voice dripped with malevolence, unable to suppress his frustration. If this continued, Zhao Xianfeng would continually gain treasures and resources, and once restored to full strength, it would spell his doom. Upon hearing this, even Zhao Xianfeng was taken aback. This man was utterly deranged. Chen Xuanze, you dare. Chunhu gasped in disbelief, his body twitching as if electrified. Young master, you have only yourself to blame for being a useless fool. I have long since had enough of this. Since your eyes are blind, you might as well die. Boom. Chen Xuanze exploded in fury, acting decisively without hesitation. Chen Xuanze, you bastard, you will not die a good death. You scoundrel, my father will not spare you. Chunhu yelled, struggling desperately. Unfortunately, if you had acted sooner, you might have had a chance, Zhao Xianfeng remarked with a hint of mockery. Just as Chen Xuanze lunged, Zhao Xianfeng hurled Chunhu forward. That if you wish to kill, then let it be so. To die at the hands of one's own kin must surely be a form of liberation for Chunhu. Chunhu soared into the air, thrashing wildly. I am dying so miserably. He had never imagined he would meet his end in such a manner. Chapter 19. A Bloodbath Boom. Chen Xuanze struck mercilessly, shattering Chunhu's chest with a single punch, showing no hint of compassion. His coldness reaching its peak, that he pivoted and struck a palm towards Zhao Xianfeng. Buzz! Zhao Xianfeng met his attack with a palm of his own, yet the star magnetic essence enveloped his hand like rippling water, resembling a gossamer thin armor, thoroughly encasing it. What is this? Chen Xuanze felt a flicker of astonishment, yet he did not hesitate. Boom! He felt as though he had punched a massive sponge. The star magnetic armor absorbed the impact of a ninth-layer Xuanwu strike, fluctuating like a liquid, seamlessly containing the force of the blow. Zhao Xianfeng, unscathed, turned to Chen Xuanzi with a cold smile. Surprised? Chen Xuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth is this? In an instant, Zhao Xuanfeng's fist landed on his chest. Crack, ribs shattered, piercing his chest cavity, blood gushing forth. You! Chen Xuanzi fell to the ground, eyes filled with resentment as he gazed at Zhao Xianfeng, blood spilling from his mouth. Upon hitting the ground, he convulsed violently. Lifeless. This. Qin Inger stared in shock at the metallic sphere in Zhao Xuanfeng's possession, now restored to its original state. This star magnetic essence can absorb incoming force. At this level, it can nearly withstand a peak Xuanwu strike. Once it digests the energy, it will continue to enhance. Goodness, this is utterly monstrous. Qin Inger gasped in awe. Such a divine object she had never even heard of before. The treasures within this secret realm are likely to exceed my expectations. Zhao Xianfeng mused, invigorated. The ancestors of the Zhao family would never have anticipated that a millennium later, the Zhao family member who opened this secret realm would harbor a blood feud with the Zhao family. A vendetta that could only end in death, that if they knew, they would surely rise in fury from their coffins. Xianfeng, how is your recovery about done? Now, the hunt begins. Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he coldly surveyed the two corpses on the ground, striding towards the location where the Chun family's martial artists had gathered. Qin Inger walked alongside him, brimming with bloodlust. Moments later, the corridor was suffused with an oppressive stench of blood, pools of crimson congealing and spreading ominously. The two carried a peculiar bundle each. The resources within were far too abundant to ignore. For the Zhao family to rise again was not mere talk. Unfortunately, the ancestors of the Zhao family were doomed to disappointment. I wonder if there are any storage rings here, Zhao Xianfeng mused. Otherwise, this is quite inconvenient. With such a precious item as star magnetic essence present, a storage ring would pale in comparison to its value. 3 corridors branched off ahead. Judging by the terrain, they would likely connect at the end. What lay ahead was merely a fraction of the resources. The truly valuable items still awaited. Zhao Xuanfeng's curiosity was piqued at the prospect of the treasures hidden here. Let us go. The two turned the corner, and the space before them opened up that on either side, 2 exits from the corridors lay in eerie silence. Zhao Xianfeng pondered deeply, realizing that their confrontation with the Chen family had cost them considerable time. The Su family and Zhao family are likely already ahead, Qin Inger whispered. Zhao Xianfeng nodded slightly and pressed onward, traversing the spacious passageway. Before them appeared a vast plaza, measuring several hundred feet across. Boom, boom, bang. The sounds of fierce combat echoed as 2 groups, numbering in the dozens from the Su and Zhao families, clashed violently. Blood and corpses lay strewn across the ground, a gruesome sight. Suddenly, both sides ground to a halt. Zhao Xianfeng, you truly did not perish. How splendid! I shall personally slay you. Zhao Jinshan's face lit up with unrestrained joy. To slay Zhao Xianfeng would be an unparalleled honor, that he is still alive. Su Yuanyuan gasped in shock. You killed the Chen family members? Zhao Jinshan's expression shifted, panic creeping into his voice. Zhao Xianfeng had emerged, yet not a single Chen family member was in sight. The fate of the Chen family was all too clear. However, Zhao Jinshan felt only elation. The annihilation of the Chen family was a boon for the Zhao family. With the Chen family eradicated, it will soon be your turn. Zhao Xianfeng took a deep breath, unleashing the murderous intent that had been brewing for over a month with fierce determination. Boom! The vast cavern was instantly filled with an overwhelming aura of slaughter, leaving everyone breathless. Remarkably, he had recovered. The warriors from the Zhao and Su families were all taken aback. Uniting in their alarm, Su Qiu, the strongest warrior of the Su family, shouted without hesitation, "Let's kill Zhao Xianfeng first." Zhao Jinshan responded coldly. "What if you have recovered? Killing you will always be my top priority. At this moment, there were still 4 warriors at the 9th level of Xuanwu from both families, and more than 10 at the 8th level. With over 20 others combined, the terrifying spectacle, though they bore varying degrees of injury, was inconsequential. Kill. Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes remained devoid of any ripple, and with a swift movement, he charged into the crowd like a descending tiger. Slay this bastard. Finally, I can vent my frustrations. Amid the chaotic roars, the crowd erupted with a terrifying shockwave, sending dozens of weaker warriors flying. Zhao Xianfeng moved like a phantom, his fists and palms shifting unpredictably. Sometimes his fingers became like swords. Wielding a sword intent that was boundless and world-shattering, the onlookers found it nearly impossible to even grasp the hem of his garment. In the blink of an eye, they would find themselves lifeless. "Retreat!" Su Qiu exclaimed in horror, suddenly shouting. Swish, 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 4 ninth-level Xuanwu warriors surged forth from 4 directions, their terrifying power causing the enormous cavern to tremble, that he is doomed. The 4 formidable Xuanwu 9th-level warriors were an unstoppable force beneath the earth martial realm. Zhao Jianchen gritted his teeth, yet Zhao Xianfeng maintained a smile, appearing unfazed, as if the 4 assailants were but fragile paper. "Little brats, prepare to die. It ends here. The great river swallows the moon." Zhao Xianfeng suddenly shouted coldly, raising his finger to the heavens without a sword in hand. The sword intent transformed into a blood moon, imprinted on the cavern's stone ceiling. Surrounding him, dense sword energy surged, roaring like thunder, overwhelming the 4 assailants in a tidal wave. The crowd trembled like leaves in a storm, the terrifying sound of sword cries deafening their ears, leaving them in sheer panic. Chapter 20. The back door of the Zhao family boom. The sound of the sword energy tearing through the air was immediately drowned out by the screams of the wounded. The terrifying wave of swords caused everyone to feel as though their hearts were being ripped apart, a force several times more intense than on the ship. The dense sword energy pierced into their very eyes. Bang, 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 4 figures fell in disarray, drenched in blood, a sight too gruesome to behold. Wails filled the air as their garments were torn to shreds, their flesh a bloody mess, the sword marks grotesquely vivid. The sword intent persisted, and only one person stood unscathed, calmly surveying the scene with a tranquil gaze that a deathly silence enveloped the cavern. Qin Inger covered her red lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "So handsome. They think they can kill me with these mere chickens and dogs." Zhao Xianfeng mockingly surveyed Zhao Jianchen and Su Yuanyuan, whose faces turned pale as they remained engulfed in endless panic. The 4 ninth-level Xuanwu warriors were annihilated with a single stroke, leaving them in tatters. "Move! All of you attack!" The great river swallows the moon was an Earth-grade martial technique, that he is at his last legs. "All of you come at him, kill him!" Zhao Jianchen suddenly roared in madness. "Come on, everyone, charge!" Su Yuanyuan too regained her composure, her voice hoarse and devoid of its previous arrogance. Panic etched across her brow. "Quickly, everyone, together! He can't hold on much longer." The crowd mustered their courage, roaring in unison, their voices echoing through the cavern. With a crashing sound, dozens surged forward. Zhao Xuanfeng's expression remained unchanged, his eyes growing colder. "Kill!" With a thunderous roar, a shockwave erupted, the sword sang across the expanse. Zhao Xianfeng flicked his fingers, cutting through the throng like an unparalleled divine sword, creating a rift in their ranks that in an instant. He moved with the force of a tidal wave, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that enveloped his body. Coalescing into a web of fine, sword energy that no one could approach him. The sword danced in the air, shifting in 100 ways, blooming like a vibrant flower. One by one, figures fell in disarray, blood flowing profusely. The cries of agony intertwined with the howling sword energy, creating an epic symphony of sword song that echoed endlessly, resounding with a triumphant ring. Zhao Xianfeng bathed in the storm of blood and gore, transforming into an invincible Azura, a god of slaughter. Zhao Jianchen's lips trembled as he staggered backward, consumed by an overwhelming terror that shattered his resolve. Suddenly, he turned and bolted toward the back of the cavern. There stood several statues, blocking his path, 9 statues in total, lifelike, resembling armored sentinels. Behind them was a massive stone platform adorned with 3 storage rings, at the center of which was a sword as delicate as a cicada's wing, its edge glimmering, an unmistakable treasure. Seeing Zhao Jianchen's frantic actions, Su Yuanyuan's pupils constricted, and she dashed after him in a frenzy. The observing Qin Inger swayed, directly blocking Su Yuanyuan's path. "Where do you think you're going?" "Miss Su?" Su Yuanyuan's delicate face twisted in rage. "You vile wench! How dare you stop me? Die!" A wild joy flickered in Su Yuanyuan's eyes. Qin was the Achilles heel of Zhao Xianfeng, his most cherished. If she could capture Qin, she might save herself. She firmly believed that Zhao Xianfeng would not spare her after dealing with the others. Boom! Su Yuanyuan unleashed her second-level Xuanwu power, lunging at Qin. Qin smirked, her eyes full of derision, as she lightly countered with a single palm strike. Bang! Su Yuanyuan's features twisted grotesquely, her eyes bulging in disbelief. How is this possible? With a spurt of blood, she fell like a broken kite. Qin paid no mind to Su Yuanyuan, turning to pursue Zhao Jianshan. Zhao Jianshan, you beast! I will personally kill you. Qin's gaze turned icy, her murderous intent palpable. Zhao Jianshan, witnessing this scene, gasped in shock that he stood before the statues, suddenly bursting into laughter. As long as I'm alive, you shall all undoubtedly perish. This is the Zhao family's secret realm, and I am the Zhao family's young master. With that thunderous declaration, Zhao Jianshan took a step back. Boom! The 9 statues trembled in unison, as if animated, exuding a terrifying aura. Qin halted mid-motion, her eyes wide with fear. The pinnacle of Xuanwu, the Earth Martial Realm. A tremor tinged his voice. 8 of the 9 statues were at the pinnacle of Xuanwu, with one at the Earth Martial Realm. Suddenly, a token appeared in Zhao Jianshan's hand, presented before the 9 statues. Buzz! The 9 statues abruptly froze, their gaze fixed on Zhao Jianshan, but he swallowed nervously, then cautiously advanced, moving past one of the statues without incident. Once he was clear, he burst into wild laughter and dashed forward. At that moment, the chaos finally subsided. Zhao Xianfeng remained unscathed, surrounded by a sea of corpses, a scene of carnage that sent Su Yuanyuan retreating in a frenzy that you've killed me. The Su family will not spare you once you leave. Zhao Xianfeng took a deep breath, a hint of fatigue crossing his pale face. Achieving such a feat at the 3rd level of Xuanwu was unprecedented, and the toll was immense that he swallowed 2 pills. Gazing at Su Yuanyuan with indifference. After I kill you, the 3 major families will meet the same fate as yours. That Su Yuanyuan trembled uncontrollably. She could not fathom where Zhao Xianfeng drew his confidence. Yet she felt the palpable murderous intent. Zhao Xianfeng would show no mercy. No, please don't kill me. I beg you spare me. I know I was wrong. It was all my fault. Zhao Xianfeng, I can be your servant. I'll do whatever you wish, just spare me. Seeing that threats bore no fruit, Su Yuanyuan desperately pleaded for mercy without regard for her dignity. Qin, you take action. Zhao Xianfeng suddenly turned to Qin. After all they had endured, there could be no mercy. Qin nodded slightly, striding unhesitatingly to Su Yuanyuan. Spare you? Who will spare us? She murmured to herself, then seized Su Yuanyuan by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. No, Su Yuanyuan, her hair disheveled, struggled frantically. Crack! Qin decisively snapped her neck, coldly discarding her body onto the ground. Xianfeng, Zhao Jianshan. Qin's expression turned grave. Zhao Xianfeng looked up, sensing the aura emanating from the 9 statues. His brow furrowing slightly. There's even an Earth Martial Realm among them. Zhao Jianshan stood beside the stone platform, examining the 3 storage rings with an ecstatic flush, his hands flailing in excitement. Ha! Thank you, ancestors. With these resources, my father will surely break through to the Tianwu realm, and the Zhao family's power will surge, emerging from the sea of 10,000 currents. Zhao Xianfeng, you truly astonish me. But now, if you're capable, come on in. Zhao Jianshan regained his confidence and arrogance, brazenly spreading his arms wide, defiantly glaring at Zhao Xianfeng. Zhao Xianfeng suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Zhao Jianshan seethed in frustration. How could he still find amusement in this dire situation? Can you command these 9 statues? Zhao Xianfeng inquired with curiosity, causing Zhao Jianshan to momentarily freeze, that he then glanced at the Lord's token in his hand and the 9 statues before him. His expression turning ashen. Take action. Eliminate him. Zhao Jianshan bellowed, yet the statues remained motionless. Clearly, they would only spring into action upon their approach that a mere 1st level in the martial realm. Merely puppets. How long do you think I need to cultivate to suppress them? Shall we have a contest to see whose cultivation speed surpasses the other? A mocking laughter echoed within the cave, gradually draining the color from Zhao Jianshan's already pale face. Chapter 21. The 5-element celestial weapon Zhao Jianshan. Today you shall find it impossible to escape, even if you sprout wings. The harm you have inflicted upon Xianfeng and me can never be repaid, even in death, Qin Ying'er said, her fists clenched tightly, a chilling aura emanating from her eyes. Zhao Jinshan's complexion fluctuated between green and white as he suddenly turned to glare at the divine sword on the stone platform. That sword instilled a sense of dread in Zhao Xianfeng. He couldn't help but extend his consciousness. The five-element celestial weapon. Zhao Xianfeng murmured softly. What? The celestial weapon? Qin Ying'er exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing this that indeed, that it must be the case that an ancestor of the Zhao family, before passing, separated his celestial weapon and left it here. Once a martial artist reaches the earth martial realm, they can cultivate a virtual weapon within their qi. Though ethereal, it can manifest with terrifying power, far surpassing ordinary Xian artifacts. Moreover, this spiritual weapon is the martial artist's life-bound weapon, perfectly attuned to them. The stronger the cultivated spiritual weapon, the greater the combat power that in the celestial martial realm, the spiritual weapon materializes into reality. Referred to as a celestial weapon, it can traverse heaven and earth, cleave mountains and rivers, and its power is unfathomable. Among martial artists in the earth realm, it is already considered top tier. When an earth martial realm warrior perishes, their virtual weapon will dissipate shortly thereafter. However, the celestial weapons of celestial martial realm warriors can endure for a long time, potentially growing stronger in special locations that if obtained by someone, they could dramatically enhance their strength, especially if they practice compatible techniques. Zhao Xianfeng. This celestial weapon appeared to be of superior quality even among those in the celestial martial realm, with formidable power and forged from the Five Elements Foundation, an ideal fit for the Zhao family. If a member of the Zhao family were to acquire it and eventually cultivate to the celestial martial realm, their own spiritual weapon would undergo a terrifying enhancement to that moment. Zhao Jinshan suddenly lunged for the celestial weapon. The instant he grasped it, a resounding sword cry reverberated throughout the cave, emanating a terrifying sword intent. Qin Ying'er let out a muffled groan, her delicate face turning pale. What a terrifying spiritual weapon. Its power can even intimidate those in the earth martial realm. Zhao Jinshan let out a pained roar, his eyes alight with excitement. That's it. This is the celestial weapon of my Zhao family's ancestors, which can only be wielded by one who possesses a celestial Five Elements Foundation. With this weapon, I can control these 9 puppets. Laughter echoed through the cave, but Zhao Xuanfeng's brow furrowed once more. Xianfeng, you didn't see this coming, did you? I am the possessor of a celestial Five Elements Foundation. While even if you recover, you will no longer be one. Zhao Jinshan's veins throbbed visibly, his face flushing with rage as he slowly pulled the celestial weapon from its resting place. A suffocating sharpness enveloped the air, embodying the essence of the 5 elements, surging like a tidal wave, filling the cave. What should we do, Xianfeng? Qin Ying'er asked anxiously that if Zhao Jinshan manages to extract it fully, we will be in grave danger. Ying'er, unleash your foundation with all your might and release the aura of the 5 elements, Zhao Xianfeng suddenly suggested with a sly smile. Qin Ying'er was taken aback. What does that mean? Though you have yet to forge your foundation, having undergone the 6-fold refinement of the spirit-subduing profound dragon technique, your essence has already surpassed the celestial 5 Elements Foundation. Zhao Xianfeng winked at Qin Ying'er. She gasped, realizing that her current foundation was more impressive than Zhao Jinshan's. Does that mean? Qin Ying'er hurriedly regained her composure, swallowing hard, her heart racing, yet she quickly steadied herself. With a sudden surge, her body trembled, unleashing the latent power within her limbs. Blood surged, bones creaked, and spiritual energy blazed fiercely. The force of the 5 elements erupted forth as Qin Ying'er poured forth her full strength without reservation. The aura rapidly spilled out. The celestial weapon, which Zhao Jinshan had managed to extract by a third, suddenly quaked violently, emitting a piercingly sharp sword cry. Zhao Jinshan felt an unexpected lightness, his eyes widening as he roared in exhilaration. Ha! The multicolored celestial weapon has been fully pulled from its sheath. With a thunderous roar, the sword intent of the 5 elements erupted forth like a tempest unleashed, pouring forth recklessly. Zhao Jinshan trembled with excitement. His face flushed. This is the celestial weapon, so terrifying. Xianfeng, your doom is sealed. Command them to eliminate them." Zhao Jianchen suddenly pointed the sword forward. The waves of the 5 elements surged as the 9 puppets burst forth, advancing toward Zhao Xianfeng and Qin Inger. Just then, the celestial weapon shook violently, breaking free from Zhao Jianchen's grasp and transforming into a streak of rainbow light, racing toward Qin Inger in a flash. It hovered before her, vibrating ominously. Qin Inger felt her breath catch, the overwhelming sword pressure rendering her breathless. She swallowed hard, trembling as she reached out to grasp the hilt. Clang! The celestial weapon emitted a joyful, clear whistle. Zhao Jianchen was left stunned, his arms suspended in mid-air, utterly bewildered. How can this be? She hasn't even forged her foundation. How could she wield the celestial weapon? Zhao Jianchen howled in madness. The sight of the celestial weapon seemingly embracing Qin Inger was enough to drive him to the brink of insanity. Zhao Xianfeng chuckled coldly. His foundation, though unbroken, has already surpassed the celestial foundation. What is a mere celestial foundation compared to that? Once Inger successfully breaks through, she will transcend the celestial realm. The celestial weapon would never choose a waste like you. You think that foundation was truly yours? Boom! Zhao Jianchen felt as if struck by lightning, his mind reeling. This is impossible. Surpassing the celestial foundation? Do you take me for a fool? Merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Zhao Xianfeng scoffed disdainfully. You worthless scum! That is my celestial weapon. Return it to me. Zhao Jianchen roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot. Boom! He frantically urged the 5 elements foundation within him. However, the celestial weapon remained unperturbed, obediently resting in Qin Inger's hand. This scene plunged Zhao Jianchen into despair. With a swift motion, Qin Inger raised the celestial weapon, pointing it at Zhao Jianchen. Turn around, she commanded coldly. The 9 puppets abruptly froze, then mechanically turned to face Zhao Jianchen. Bang! Zhao Jianchen shuddered, stumbling backward, crashing against the stone platform. That I will personally end your life, Qin Inger declared, advancing with her sword. Step by step, her murderous intent spread like wildfire, fiercely ascending as she passed the puppets. They remained utterly still, arrogant. Zhao Jianchen roared, a fleeting glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes. Even if Qin Inger's foundation is powerful, she is still only at the 9th level of the spirit martial realm. While I have already broken through to the 4th level of the profound martial realm, if I capture Qin Inger, I can survive and make Zhao Xianfeng submit to me, allowing me to torment him at will. A fervent fire ignited within Zhao Jianchen, his body ablaze, his gaze gradually turning crimson as he glimpsed a sliver of hope amidst the darkness. To think you can kill me is sheer folly. Zhao Jianchen roared, determined to strike first. His gaze fixated on the celestial weapon in Qin's hand. That I must reclaim it. With a fierce lunge, Zhao Jianchen charged forward. Qin Inger wore a radiant smile. Unaware that someone else harbored the same intent, in the end, death awaited him. Chapter 22. The glory of the Zhao clan. With a swift motion, Qin Inger swung the sword down. Zhao Jianchen's eyes brightened as he unleashed his spiritual energy, reaching out to grasp it. However, the moment the sword made contact, Zhao Jianchen's smile froze in horror. His piercing scream resonated, echoing painfully. The celestial weapon tore through his spiritual energy, brutally shredding his palm bones, sinking deep into his arm, as if it were a gaping maw, gushing forth blood profusely. Qin Inger staggered, swiftly withdrawing the sword and plunging it fiercely into Zhao Jianchen's abdomen. Boom! His foundation shattered. The shrieks abruptly ceased as Zhao Jianchen's eyes widened in fury, his orbs bulging, blood gushing forth. I vowed that the pain you inflicted upon Xianfeng would be repaid 100-fold, Qin Inger declared coldly, twisting the blade within Zhao Jianchen's abdomen. Puff, 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 blood sprayed forth. Zhao Jianchen convulsed violently, his mouth agape, desperate to scream, to breathe, yet his body felt frozen, his throat choked, pain rendering him unable to faint, suffocating. No, I do not wish to die. This torment continued for several breaths, as Zhao Jianchen's eyes glazed over, his body spasming uncontrollably, nearly losing consciousness. Qin Inger withdrew the celestial weapon, slicing across his neck, that a bloodied head rolled to the ground. Zhao Jianchen's eyes wide open, unseeing. Was it cruel? To Zhao Xianfeng and Qin Inger, there was nothing cruel about the situation. Qininger lifted her gaze to meet Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. With their deep-seated vendetta avenged, a sense of relief washed over them that I end the blood-soaked cavern. An unexpected aura of tenderness enveloped the space, creating an atmosphere that felt entirely harmonious. That IT is finished from this moment on. We shall cultivate here until we possess enough strength to overturn the three great families, Zhao Xianfeng declared, a smile illuminating his face. The resources available here were sufficient for their rapid advancement in cultivation, even to the point where they might not be entirely depleted before reaching the Earth Martial Realm. That a quarter of an hour later, all the resources were laid out in the center of the cave. Wooden boxes, jade boxes and jade vials, alongside 5 storage rings and a mountain of spirit stones, nearly 10,000 in total. Among them, the lowest grade items were elixirs and spiritual herbs suitable only for mid-level Earth Martial practitioners. Xianfeng, you should wield this celestial spirit weapon. I cannot unleash its full potential, Qininger remarked as she gazed at the weapon. That IT is of no use to me. Zhao Xianfeng shook his head slightly, saying, this sword embodies the essence of the 5 elements. The MY cultivation has transcended the path of the 5 elements. Holding it serves no purpose, and it will not significantly enhance my power. That IT my current level. It matters little whether I possess a sword or not. Once you break through to the Earth Martial Realm, your solid foundation will allow you to wield it. Then I shall take it. Qininger responded without hesitation, placing the celestial spirit weapon beside her. Yes, she surveyed the array of resources. Her breath quickened. She had never witnessed such a sight in her life. Qininger, take these 5 elements spiritual essences and 5 elements spiritual herbs to further refine your foundation. The soul-settling Xian Dragon technique still has 3 layers remaining, and I shall intervene at a crucial moment. However, it will be quite painful, so brace yourself, Zhao Xianfeng instructed, presenting the resources to Qininger. I fear no pain, she declared, puffing out her cheeks in determination. Just don't let out any cries of agony. Alas, if only there were a recording stone, I would surely capture it to play back for you once you ascend as the exalted empress. Zhao Xianfeng teased, eliciting a playful punch from Qininger in response. With a grin, Zhao Xianfeng began to examine the 3 storage rings atop the stone platform. One ring contained a vast number of spirit stones. Another was filled with various elixirs and herbs, such as the Soul Nurturing Pill, Earth Spirit Pill, and Earth Dragon Pill, all essential resources for Earth Martial practitioners, totaling over 100, an astonishing amount that even the combined wealth of the 3 great families could not rival. The 3rd storage ring astonished even Zhao Xianfeng. It contained an enormous piece of star magnetic Xian gold, larger than a person. That IT was unimaginable. What kind of star magnetic Xian gold could yield such a colossal piece of Xian essence? This is more than sufficient for both Inger and me, he mused, quickly scanning the rest of the contents. Heavenly-grade elixirs and herbs, though few in number, were worth their weight in gold. Finally, there was a 3-foot-long azure blade, shimmering like jade and as thin as a cicada's wing, ancient yet crystalline in appearance. Zhao Xianfeng raised an eyebrow in surprise. This sword is neither a virtual spirit weapon nor a celestial spirit weapon. It is forged from the rare Qingyan bamboo. This bamboo is far more resilient than Xian iron and possesses exceptional toughness, not to mention its remarkable spiritual qualities. That he drew the sword, brushing his fingers along the blade, which hummed softly and shimmered with a faint azure glow, as if delicate tendrils of bamboo shadow danced around it, exuding a subtle spiritual essence. As the blade vibrated, Zhao Xianfeng squinted, immersing himself in its resonance. The sound of the Qingyan bamboo, swaying in the wind, ringing sweetly in his ears. What a magnificent sword! Although it could not compare to the 5-element celestial spirit weapon, it felt far more suited to Zhao Xuanfeng's grasp. After a long while, Zhao Xianfeng settled down. Observing Qininger as she completely immersed herself in her cultivation, he swiftly closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. One by one, the spirit stones began to radiate light. And soon the cavern was enveloped by an overwhelming tide of spiritual energy and the essence of the herbs. That a day later, Qininger let out a muffled groan, prompting Zhao Xianfeng to open his eyes wide and spring into action. Guard the spirit platform, condense and compress, he commanded, swiftly executing the 7th layer of the soul-settling Xian Dragon technique. Hundreds of hand seals intertwined, and for a full quarter of an hour, Zhao Xuanfeng's face turned pale. panting heavily as he sat down. Exhausting his energy had inadvertently benefited his own cultivation, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. Not long after, Zhao Xianfeng smoothly broke through to the fourth layer of the Earth Martial Realm. On the third day, with the eighth layer of the soul-settling Xian Dragon technique, he ascended to the fifth layer, the fourth day. As he approached the ninth and final layer, an unprecedented gravity weighed upon him, and he dared not relax for a moment. This was the final layer, the most critical one, that even with his current strength, executing it proved quite taxing, yet he could not afford to make a single mistake. Atop the Star Mountain, the surrounding seas churned with waves towering into the sky, the storm brewing on the cusp of eruption. Towering waves surged, crashing against the shore with a deafening roar that in the distance. Floods surged skyward, the tangible storm reflecting sunlight as it whipped up fearsome gales and whirlpools. The might of heaven and earth was gradually revealing itself. The powerful figures of the three great families gazed on with bloodshot eyes, their expressions grim as they watched the crack in the mountain. 5 days have passed. Why has no one emerged? Could there have been an accident? Impossible. Zhao Xianfeng sustained significant injuries. He could not possibly have survived. Even if the other two families endured tremendous losses, they could not have lasted this long. Zhao Longtang, Chen Song, and Su Wanqing were on the verge of madness, were it not for certain restrictions. They would have already charged down to IT that moment. The storm began to intensify, that if they lingered any longer, once the storm reached its full fury, even they would not dare face its might. Suddenly, the entire Star Mountain trembled violently. Boom! A terrifying five-element aura erupted, shooting skyward that in an instant. Heaven and earth changed color, and the clouds shifted. The waves within a radius of several thousand meters around Star Mountain were forcefully suppressed. The three great families' powerful figures were shaken to their cores, their eyes wide with terror. This overwhelming force made even the earth martial experts feel a chill run down their spines. The boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn towards them. Converging upon Star Mountain, a dazzling array of colors burst forth like a mist, revealing the essence of the five elements. Zhao Longtang let out a startled scream, his pupils contracting. The last time Zhao Xuanfeng's young scion manifested a heavenly grade spiritual foundation. An extraordinary phenomenon enveloped the entire Zhao family. Could it be that Zhao Jinshan's spiritual foundation was breaking through once more? After achieving a spiritual foundation, should one acquire precious and astonishing treasures? It could similarly lead to another transformation and enhancement of the foundation. What unfolded before their eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to the manifestation of a spiritual foundation's breakthrough. The rich five-element aura transcended the heavenly grade level. It must be Zhao Jinshan. Damn it. His spiritual foundation is actually capable of further breaking through. What treasures could possibly lie within? Zhao Longtang's laughter erupted, filled with uncontrollable excitement. Indeed, it must be my son. My son's spiritual foundation has surpassed the heavenly grade. The glory of the Zhao family is about to be reborn. Zhao Longtang could not contain his ecstatic laughter, overwhelmed with joy. Zhao family's ancestors. Do you see this? The Zhao family shall shine under my leadership, flourishing and thriving, that my son Zhao Jinshan, surpassing the heavenly grade spiritual foundation, welcomed by the five divine beasts, shall undoubtedly surpass our ancestors and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Zhao Longtang was beside himself with joy, nearly fainting from the overwhelming surprise. Shameless, utterly unashamed, Chen Song gritted his teeth in silent curses, determined to eliminate Zhao Jinshan at all costs, for failure to do so would invite imminent disaster. A flicker of ferocity flashed in Su Wanqing's eyes as he abruptly turned to Chen Song. Their gazes met, and a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent shimmered between them. This tense moment lingered for a full half-hour before gradually dissipating. Like a vast ocean wave that had momentarily lost its ferocity, as if cowed into submission. Within the secret realm, Zhao Xianfeng was engulfed in darkness, collapsing helplessly to the ground, hastily swallowing several soul-nourishing pills, closing his eyes to recuperate. The ninth level of the spirit-binding profound dragon had nearly caused him to faint. Yet fortuitously he had succeeded. Qing'ing irradiated an overwhelmingly terrifying aura of the five elements, causing the entire secret cave to tremble violently. The heavenly spirit weapon resting upon her knee hummed and vibrated with excitement, as if it yearned to leap forth and fervently kiss Qin Ying's cheek. Bathed in a kaleidoscope of ethereal light, her exquisite visage sparkled like jade, truly resembling a celestial maiden gracing the mortal realm, bringing vibrant life to the cave. As half an hour passed, Qin Ying slowly opened her eyes, a look of profound joy illuminating her face. With a foundational strength of 72 inches, gasp. The heavenly grade foundation measures only 18 inches. My current power can easily contend with high-level Xuanwu realm practitioners. Clenching her delicate hands, her charming face flushed with exhilaration. Xianfeng. Qin Ying snapped back to reality, hastily glancing at Zhao Xianfeng. Noticing his weakened state, she bit her lip, then smiled brightly, vigorously waving her petite fists. Subsequently, she sat cross-legged beside him, practicing her cultivation while waiting a certain moment. Zhao Xianfeng opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath. Seeing Qin Ying so near, a surge of vitality rushed through him. The heavenly grade foundation. Surely, she will become an unparalleled empress in the future. You're awake. Xianfeng, thank you. Qin Ying gazed earnestly at Zhao Xianfeng. What need is there for such formalities between us? Zhao Xianfeng could not help but pinch Ying's cheek. How audacious! Dare you disrespect this empress? Qin Ying raised an elegant brow, exuding authority. Zhao Xuanfeng's expression darkened, feigning an intention to rise. It seems you have forgotten how I taught you before. I was wrong. Spare me. Qin Ying's face turned crimson, hastily pleading for mercy. Humph. Just then, the cave trembled suddenly. Qin Ying's delicate features shifted slightly. Could it be they have sensed something amiss? It shouldn't be. Zhao Xianfeng replied, his expression serious. Days had passed, and the storm had evidently intensified. He gazed at the stone platform where the heavenly spirit weapon had once been, pondering. It seems this place relied on the heavenly spirit weapon to suppress the storm, maintaining its resistance. Now that it has been removed, that power has vanished. With the storm surging, we can no longer withstand it, and we shall cultivate for one more day before we venture forth. Zhao Xianfeng spoke in a deep voice. The three great family strongmen are outside, with Zhao Longtang and others at the 7th and 6th levels of the Earth Martial Realm. Though she possesses combat strength that rivals the pinnacle of the Xuanwu realm, she still falls short against the Earth Martial Realm. The storm shall come, yet it is also a fortuitous opportunity. Once we emerge, you will understand. Zhao Xianfeng spoke mysteriously. By the way, this star-magnetic profound essence is a remarkable treasure. Bring forth the heavenly spirit weapon. I shall divide it. Suddenly, Zhao Xianfeng recalled the star-magnetic profound essence. Soon, the star-magnetic profound essence was divided into two. After some refinement, it transformed into wristbands that coiled around their wrists. When needed, they could be summoned as weapons or armor enveloping their entire beings. Such a degree of star-magnetic profound essence could withstand assaults from the 4th or 5th levels of the Earth Martial Realm. A day later, Qin Ying broke through to the 2nd level of the Xuanwu realm, while Zhao Xianfeng remained at the 6th level. The two clasped hands and approached the entrance, exchanging glances before turning their attention to the portal. Their smiles gradually cooling. Atop the mountain, everyone gathered in dread, hearts racing. The storm had grown exceedingly formidable, set to erupt completely within 2 days. Hurry and emerge. Zhao Longtang urged impatiently. Suddenly, a faint spiritual light shimmered at the entrance. They are coming out, the crowd exclaimed in excitement. Instantly, the three great families braced themselves, each harboring ulterior motives. Whoosh! 2 figures darted forth like lightning, revealing their forms. Zhao Longtang trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. Zhao Xianfeng. You little brat, how could you still be alive? This is impossible. An ominous premonition washed over him. Who was responsible for the phenomenon from yesterday's breakthrough? Zhao Xianfeng smirked. Did you think the one who caused yesterday's breakthrough and the ensuing phenomenon was your son? Zhao Longtang's eyes twitched, his face paling. It was Inger who possessed the heavenly grade foundation. Zhao Xianfeng grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. What a waste Zhao Jianchen is. He does not deserve it. No, this cannot be. Zhao Longtang staggered, shaking his head frantically. Zhao Xianfeng, where's my daughter? Where's Xiaohu? Chen Song and Su Wanqing also sensed something amiss, realizing that no one else had emerged behind them. With a flick of his sleeve, Zhao Xianfeng unleashed 3 bloody severed heads onto the ground. Su Yunyun, Chen Hu, and Zhao Jianxin. Their heads had turned pale, blood congealed and darkened. Silence fell upon the Star Mountain. The crowd stood in a daze. Even the fierce howling of the storm had vanished without a trace. Chapter 24. Eye of the Storm, Cataclysmic Disaster, they are all dead. The martial artists of the 3 great families were rendered speechless. Their eyes glazed over. All dead? How is this possible? No. The 3 clan leaders' eyes turned crimson, and an overwhelming aura of the earth martial realm surged forth, a murderous intent that could engulf the heavens and seas. Zhao Xianfeng, I will slaughter you, boom! Boom, boom! The 3 men surged forth, their focus entirely on Zhao Xianfeng, disregarding the Zhao family. Zhao Longtang took the lead, wielding his sword to unleash a tempest of flames, the surrounding temperature skyrocketing. What a vast disparity exists between us. The Qing bamboo sword suddenly manifested in Zhao Xianfeng's grasp, resonating with a clear, melodic hum as it sensed his emotions that a glint of crimson flashed in Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes. Whoosh! The Qing bamboo sword surged forth, slicing through the air like lightning, overwhelming the fierce heat with a chilling, killing intent that engulfed the summit of Star Mountain. Boom! Zhao Longtang staggered, his soul quaking, as if a fearsome sword aimed directly at his eyes, compelling him to instinctively evade. You little brat, dare you intimidate me? Zhao Longtang bellowed in fury, tearing through the terrifying impact as the sword light surged forward. Bang sword energy radiated outward, forcing Zhao Xianfeng to stagger back, his wrist tingling that as expected of a 7th-level earth martial practitioner. There remained a notable gap. Zhao Xianfeng sighed heavily, feeling utterly disheartened. Zhao Longtang lunged fiercely. While Chen Song and Su Wansheng had already encircled Zhao Xianfeng, 0.3 earth martial practitioners, their might capable of shaking the very heavens and earth. Zhao Xianfeng stood resolute with his sword, the surrounding waves crashing against the shore. The 3 earth martial warriors launching their assault. In this dire predicament, he remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and collected. 0.3 old fools. Whether I live or die today depends on your luck. That a cold smile emerged as Zhao Xuanfeng's aura suddenly surged. A vast killing intent boiling forth, obscuring the heavens and eclipsing the sun. The expansive sky appeared stained with blood. Above and below, in all directions, suffocating sword intent permeated the air, a slaughtering force unrivaled. As if descending into the depths of hell, enduring endless torment, the martial artist trembled uncontrollably. The sword intent shook the heavens, summoning a furious roar from the sky. In the vast ocean, the waters twisted violently. Drawn by the sword intent, massive whirlpools spiraling upwards, resembling a terrifying tornado, harboring a boundless, beast-like sword energy. Zhao Xianfeng coldly regarded Zhao Longtang, suddenly raising his sword towards the heavens. This strike was named the Eye of the Storm. I am the Eye of the Storm, reversing the clouds and skies. Clang! A wave of sword energy erupted into the sky, the winds changing color, the very earth trembling. In an instant, the surroundings of Star Mountain were engulfed in a tempest of raging waves. The great mountain cracked with a resounding crack, as if a colossal eye from the depths of the ocean had erupted at that moment. Boom! The heavens shattered, the earth quaked, and the surging waves surged violently. The twisted, terrifying storm erupted like a volcano that had accumulated pressure for millennia. The towering Star Mountain, before such divine might, crumbled like fragile paper. The 3 clan leaders staggered, their souls nearly escaping them as the ferocious might surged from below, overwhelming them in an instant. Boundless killing intent intensified, heralding the cataclysmic disaster. How is this possible? This little brat cannot possibly wield such horrifying swordsmanship. Damn it! In that moment, Zhao Longtang was consumed by terror. His mind teetering on the brink of collapse, drowned in the overwhelming waves, struggling to breathe. Boom! Boom! He swung his sword wildly, attempting to tear through the storm. Yet, as he tore through the colossal wave before him, a massive whirlpool surged forth. The force of the distortion and tearing elicited a pained scream from him as he fell into disarray. Countless cries of despair resonated from all around. Zhao Xianfeng. You demon! You shall not die a good death. Even if I turn into a ghost, I will not spare you. Even the realm of Earth Martial is scarcely able to withstand the onslaught, let alone others who find themselves unable to even struggle against the furious waves that shatter them, consumed by the swirling vortex. The tumultuous waves strike like swords, rending the heavens and the earth asunder, creating chaos in an expanse of thousands of feet. That it seems that the situation has escalated far beyond expectations. Zhao Xianfeng trembles, struggling to maintain his composure, involuntarily swallowing his saliva. This sword, drawing upon the essence of sword intent, harnesses the very force of the tempest. Yet, it is precisely due to the impending storm that it has triggered turmoil beneath the sea in advance, like a flood breaching its levees, spiraling out of control. Zhao Longtang, retreating in a frenzy, catches Zhao Xuanfeng's gaze, and a flash of murderous intent ignites in his eyes as he coldly remarks, "Don't die so easily. I will come looking for you again." Although the trio of Zhao Longtang possesses formidable strength, in the face of such a natural disaster, a stroke of misfortune could easily rend them into pieces. Their survival hinges solely on luck. With a swift motion, Zhao Xianfeng retreats rapidly, while Qin Inger, in a state of disarray, struggles to wield her heavenly spirit weapon for protection. An armor composed of star magnetic essence has already manifested upon her form. "Inger, we must leave," Zhao Xianfeng states, wrapping an arm around her waist, sword in hand, his inner energy surging forth, the blade appearing as though stained with blood. With a single stroke, he cleaves through the raging waves, propelling them both forward. Qin Inger's delicate face pales. Despite her anticipation of Zhao Xuanfeng's astonishing preparations, she could never have fathomed the sheer terror they now faced at a natural disaster. The scene of the tempest raging across the vast ocean renders warriors as insignificant as a grain of sand. "Xianfeng, will we survive?" Qin Inger trembles, her lips quivering. Zhao Xuanfeng's expression darkens, inwardly cursing the magnitude of the situation. He had not anticipated such a terrifying uproar. It is evident that his cultivation is insufficient. Were it otherwise, he could have transformed into the eye of the storm, remaining untouched by the chaos surrounding him. As long as I am here, you need not fear death. Hold on tightly to me." Qin Inger clings desperately to Zhao Xianfeng, as if wishing to merge her very being with him. Suddenly, a vortex erupts beneath them, rumbling ominously, its center resembling a black hole, eager to devour. Zhao Xuanfeng's body shudders, his countenance darkening. In an instant, the star magnetic essence on his wrist transforms into a thin layer of mystical armor enveloping his form. The Qingzhou sword blazes with a deep crimson hue, thrusting downward. "Halt!" Zhao Xianfeng bellows, his voice piercing through the chaos. The intangible sword intent strikes with the force of a meteor colliding, landing fiercely upon the twisting node of the vortex. Boom! A furious wave explodes, crashing violently against Zhao Xianfeng that he is thrown into disarray, while the vortex momentarily stagnates, its pull diminishing. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zhao Xianfeng charges forward, the tearing force around him intensifying. He can no longer perceive the world beyond. He plunges headlong into the fray, absorbing the immense impact with his mystical armor. Despite this, the penetrating force makes him feel as though his body may tear apart. Bang, bang, bang. The seabed suddenly reverberates with a sound akin to gongs and drums. And Zhao Xuanfeng's expression shifts dramatically. An undercurrent beneath the sea is on the verge of erupting. Should it explode, the terror would be multiplied several times over. With a swift movement, Zhao Xianfeng pivots, firmly embracing Qin Inger from the front. Their gazes lock, and the terror in her eyes dissipates, replaced by a fierce grip around his neck. Inger, brace yourself for what is to come. A smirk curls at the corner of Zhao Xuanfeng's lips, an expression tinged with something sinister. The next moment, he unleashes his spirit, forming a hand seal, and in an instant, his fingers rise, conjuring a blurred afterimage. The Wind Soul Sword Seal, a secret technique of the soul, is rooted in sword intent. As the sword itself, it commands the winds, achieving an unbelievable speed. The seal merges with his spirit across the void. Boom! A peculiar wave envelopes the two of them in an instant, and Zhao Xianfeng is yanked forward by an overwhelming force, shooting ahead as if a divine sword has emerged from its sheath, its radiance flaring as it unleashes a terrifying sword might, slicing through the furious waves and transforming into a streak of lightning. Within him, His energy burns as if aflame, consumed at a terrifying pace that in the blink of an eye, a vast blood mist churns. As if thousands of swords are singing, erupting forth in a cacophony. From a high vantage point, one would observe a scarlet blade piercing through the tumultuous waves below, cleaving through whirlpools and underwater mountains as if they were mere tofu, creating a bottomless crimson scar that extends infinitely, in mere moments. They escape the ravaged domain of the natural disaster. Chapter 25. A gigantic tortoise on the ocean. The waves rage violently, a small island shakes violently beneath the intensifying storm. Fissures appearing in its very foundation. Ferocious beasts on the island cry out, filled with panic. Suddenly, a blood-red shadow darts from the distance, akin to a battering ram, tearing through the surface of the sea. Rising and crashing down, boom! The southern end of the island is ripped apart, a massive gash opening wide, and two figures tumble clumsily from the sky. Zhao Xianfeng frowns, enduring the excruciating pain that threatens to tear him apart, and quickly turns his attention to Ying'er in his arms. She lies against him, her delicate form trembling, her eyes wide and dazed, as if still trapped in a dream. Zhao Xianfeng breathes a sigh of relief. Then painstakingly helps her to her feet. Suddenly, Qining'er sways, unable to maintain her balance, her vision spinning as stars dance before her eyes. Dizziness overwhelms her. Zhao Xianfeng reacts swiftly, supporting her with a wry smile. A full half-hour passes before they barely manage to regain their composure. Qining'er is relatively unscathed, merely lightly injured, while Zhao Xianfeng finds himself once more in a weakened state, his spirit utterly exhausted. The Wind Soul Sword Seal is still the weakest secret technique he can currently employ, and it seems his energy has undergone some changes that a thought strikes Zhao Xianfeng, but he cannot afford to dwell on it at this moment. Where are we? Qining'er gazes around, bewildered by the completely unfamiliar sea. They should be far from Tongtian City. For now, it is best to focus on recovery, as the true storm is about to arrive. This island will provide no shelter. Zhao Xuanfeng's expression turns grave as he gazes at the towering waves, rising dozens of feet high, a sight truly terrifying. Tongtian City is relatively secure, even if the five elements' spirit veins are weakened. They can withstand for a time, but adrift on the ocean without formidable strength, it is akin to waiting for death. Even he feels an immense pressure. The two swiftly find a spot on the island to sit cross-legged. Countless medicinal pills are drawn from their storage rings to an imperial-grade spirit foundation. The resources required for Qining'er's cultivation are beyond what ordinary individuals can imagine. Zhao Xuanfeng's needs are even more astonishing. As time passes, they consume vast quantities of pills and spirit stones. Most of the medicinal pills and spiritual herbs brought from the secret realm have dwindled to only the finest. However, they still possess a considerable number of spirit stones. Zhao Xianfeng turns his attention inward, observing the vast blood mist, and his heart jolts that it seems that the earlier use of the Wind Soul Sword Seal has indeed agitated this blood mist. Otherwise, he would not have been able to surge forth so far. His consciousness reaches toward the blood mist. Boom! The blood mist trembles, revealing its murderous intent. Zhao Xuanfeng's body quakes, feeling an onslaught of boundless killing intent that sends a shiver down his spine. Now, he can only barely stir it. Attempting to devour it with his spiritual energy is like pouring a bucket of water into the ocean. Even with all his might, he may only refine a wisp in a day. After a long while, Zhao Xianfeng furrows his brow, lost in thought as he gazes at the blood mist. The sixth layer of Xuanwu is not far from the Earth Martial Realm. The Earth Martial Realm is where one condenses the ethereal spirit weapon. Given his current strength, reaching the peak of the Xuanwu realm could allow him to rival the higher echelons of the Earth Martial Realm. Yet, to completely stir the entire blood mist, he finds himself unable to do so. Moreover, the sky-slaying sword is shrouded in the overwhelming blood mist. How can one condense the ethereal spirit weapon? A significant challenge presents itself to Zhao Xianfeng, and it is only now that he realizes the gravity of the issue. The ethereal spirit weapon is fundamental to the Earth Martial Realm, and is the source of its formidable power. To condense an ethereal spirit weapon, he must entirely absorb and refine this blood mist. No, it is more than that. Zhao Xuanfeng's heart stirs. The sky-slaying sword is far too powerful, containing principles that surpass the boundaries of the heavenly domain. Beyond the strength of the blood mist, one must also grasp a tremendous intent to kill. 15 minutes later, Zhao Xianfeng takes a deep breath, his expression complex. This is not necessarily a bad thing. It simply means he will need to linger at the 9th layer of Xuanwu for an extended period. Although his cultivation may stagnate, his strength will not stand still to stir the sky-slaying sword and cultivate the ethereal spirit weapon of the earth martial realm is quite simple. Absorb the blood mist thoroughly and nurture his own intent to kill. By nurturing a profound sword intent to its utmost, he can unleash it, shaking the foundations of the sky-slaying sword. The path of the Sword of Slaughter centers around killing. While he walks this path, Zhao Xianfeng is not a person who revels in bloodshed or indiscriminate killing. The sword path questions the heart. Those who obstruct or harm him shall be met with death without remorse. Yet for the innocent, Zhao Xianfeng possesses his own set of boundaries. With that, Zhao Xianfeng immerses himself in the continuation of his cultivation. A night passes. Boom! The island trembled violently, its edges collapsing and being engulfed by the surging sea. The entire landmass tilted at a visibly alarming rate. Zhao Xianfeng and Qin Ying sprang into action like lightning. Ascending to the island's heights as they gazed out, the storm erupted in full force. Waves roared like dragons, their thunderous howls echoing. Tendrils resembling serpents intertwined, surging toward the sky. Above them, a terrifying gale swirled, tangible and overwhelming, far more catastrophic than the calamities stirred by the sword intent at Xingshan Mountain. This was a true apocalyptic disaster. The vast island appeared as fragile as parchment in the face of such fury. Trouble had finally arrived. Zhao Xuanfeng's expression darkened, that moment, as the tempest descended. The boundless ocean offered little refuge that seemed they could only rely on the Tianling weapon. The Tianling weapon, if they could arrange a sword formation using it, they would plunge into the sea. Although the undercurrents below were formidable, they were somewhat preferable to the chaos above. Zhao Xianfeng made his decision. The island was on the brink of capsizing, and there was no time to linger. The two darted towards the waves with breathtaking speed. Boom! A massive whirlpool suddenly emerged 100 feet away, the water swirling violently as if a dragon were drinking, unleashing a terrifying force that shredded the surrounding winds and waves. In the blink of an eye, a chasm of several hundred feet in diameter formed, its fearsome pull drawing near. Damn, how could there be such a powerful undercurrent? Zhao Xuanfeng's heart jolted. Such a shift could only mean that an undercurrent had surged from the ocean depths. Yet he had been completely oblivious upon arrival. Curse it! Zhao Xianfeng cursed silently, clutching Qin Ying as he summoned the Tianling weapon to resist the overwhelming force. Buzz, a colossal shadow suddenly emerged from the whirlpool. Xianfeng, what is that? Qin Ying exclaimed, her voice laced with terror. The shadow was so immense that it nearly filled the whirlpool, stretching it outward. Zhao Xianfeng focused, momentarily taken aback. Goodness, what a gigantic turtle. Qin Ying stood in shock as the dark silhouette revealed itself to be a turtle the size of a small mountain. Its shell encrusted with layers of seaweed and grime accumulated over countless years. That is no mere turtle. Zhao Xianfeng suddenly shook his head, his serious demeanor slowly fading. That we are saved at Qin Ying gazed at Zhao Xianfeng in astonishment, as if she were beginning to comprehend. Let us go. Zhao Xianfeng wrapped an arm around her, no longer resisting, allowing the whirlpool to pull them in. Within moments, they found themselves atop the turtle's back. Its long neck resembled that of a great serpent, its head partially concealed on one side of the whirlpool. The turtle showed no signs of agitation at their arrival, and then, unexpectedly, it began to sink. Buzz, despite the absence of any visible force, the terrifying winds and surging waters around them parted as if repelled by the turtle, leaving them untouched. This scene left Qin Ying utterly astounded. What kind of turtle is this? A voice emerged. You are the turtle. Your whole family are turtles. The ancient turtle quickly descended into the ocean's depths, ultimately resting in a dark and boundless abyss. The storm above gradually diminished, its ferocity barely stirring the waters within this trench. Here, the darkness was chilling. Even the astonishing tempest outside only stirred slight ripples. The old turtle lay coiled, its invisible waves extending outward, isolating everything from water and pressure. At last, Qin Ying could clearly see the old turtle's form. It was several hundred feet in size. Resembling a mountain, its shell bore indistinct, mottled patterns akin to snake skin, exuding an air of ancient wisdom. Its long neck was serpent-like, and its head resembled that of a python, trailing behind it a lengthy tail. Gulp! Qin Inger swallowed hard. Having never seen such a peculiar turtle before, she glanced at Zhao Xianfeng, who gave her a knowing look, gesturing toward the old turtle beneath them with a teasing expression. Shall we watch it perform? Understanding Zhao Xuanfeng's meaning, both felt a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Little girl, I assure you, I am no mere turtle, the old turtle suddenly spoke, startling Qin Inger into disbelief. She had never encountered a talking turtle before. Then, what exactly are you? Seemingly buoyed by Zhao Xuanfeng's calm demeanor, Qin Inger mustered her courage to ask softly. Upon hearing her question, a wave of anger surged in the old turtle's murky eyes. What do you mean? What are you? I am not just anything. Zhao Xianfeng could no longer contain himself, his facial muscles twitching. I have lived in these waters for thousands of years, yet never has anyone dared to label me as a turtle. The old turtle chuckled self-deprecatingly, then under Qin's increasingly astonished gaze, declared proudly, I am Xuanwu. Hiss, Xuan. Good heavens, Qin Inger gasped, her breath quickening. The embodiment of the water element, Xuanwu was a mythical beast that existed only in legend. She could hardly fathom that she currently stood upon the back of a Xuanwu. Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes glinted with mockery, but he chose to remain silent, eager to see what this old creature would reveal next. Senior Xuanwu, could it be that... Qin Inger gradually crouched down, contemplatively probing. I happened to sense a trace of elemental energy nearby, which is why I came to investigate. Little girl, your spirit root is quite rare. If I'm not mistaken, your surname must be Zhao, right? My surname is Qin, she replied awkwardly. The old turtle fell silent for a moment, its voice devoid of any discernible emotion. What is your relation to Zhao Zhangshuan? Zhao Zhangshuan, that is the ancestor of the Zhao family. Senior, do you know him? Qin Inger was once again struck by a revelation that 1,000 years ago, I once saved him. When that little fellow departed, he said he would come to see me. Unfortunately, a millennium has passed, and I have not seen him since that he has likely long since departed. The Zhao family's ancestor had perished a millennium ago. Indeed, alas, the old turtle sighed heavily, embodying the wisdom of one who has seen the vicissitudes of life. Senior, you saved us. I hardly know how to repay you. Qin Inger expressed her gratitude. It is of little consequence. Though you are not a Zhao, you are surely connected to him, making you a descendant of sorts. Besides, you and I share a bond. To save you is merely your destiny. Hearing this, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in Qin Inger's eyes. Senior, I shall never forget your life-saving grace, that if you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The old turtle's eyes lit up with delight as it replied leisurely, Little girl, your words carry a certain weight. Do you know what level of cultivation I possess? The pinnacle of Tianwu realm. What could you possibly do to assist me? Qin Inger's pretty face tightened, and she sheepishly stuck out her tongue, an expression of shock flickering in her eyes. The pinnacle of Tianwu realm. Zhao Zhangshuan likely never reached such heights that no wonder he is so formidable, easily withstanding the fury of the storm. However, little girl, if you could cultivate to the Tianwu realm and grasp the true essence of the water element, it would allow me to undergo another transformation. The old turtle suddenly remarked that would likely take a considerable amount of time. Once the storm passes, I intend to leave Wanjing Sea. Qin Inger frowned. Senior, why not accompany me? That sounds good. The old turtle's eyes glimmered with joy, though it restrained itself, pondering like an elderly man that I have never thought of leaving this place. Adjusting to a new environment might be challenging. You have remained in Wanjing Sea for 1,000 years without weariness. What if I cannot find you when I reach the Tianwu realm? The old turtle contemplated. You make a valid point. Very well, I shall venture out to explore the outside world. That I can also guide you along the way, helping you avoid unnecessary detours, perhaps one day. I may require your assistance, little girl. Wonderful. Qin Inger exclaimed, pumping her fist in excitement. Old fool. Have you finished your act? A derisive voice suddenly rang out. The old turtle's pupils narrowed, the surrounding waters quaking in response. Are you addressing me? The voice was ancient, tinged with anger that sent chills down one's spine. That it was evident that the old turtle had never regarded Zhao Xianfeng as a threat. The little girl was the key. Qin Inger blinked, whispering, "Senior, he is my fiancé. And for the sake of the little girl, I shall not hold this against you. You are still young and inexperienced. Perhaps you have suffered too little. You old fool, are you still addicted to your charade? What Xuanwu? You are merely a geishui old AO. It is laughable to think that a Xuanwu could be born in such a trivial realm." Zhao Xianfeng scoffed. "The esteemed Xuanwu, yet merely at the Tianwu realm. Old fool, you possess an audacious spirit to deceive my fiancé." Boom. With a tremor of his foot, Zhao Xianfeng unleashed an aura of terrifying might, the imperial power radiating around him. The old turtle shuddered, as though a blood-red divine sword had pierced his heart, but a profound shock surged in his eyes, accompanied by a hint of panic. Under this overwhelming presence, he felt an icy dread creep through his bones. "Youngster, who exactly are you?" Ordinary beings would not recognize the AO, especially after Zhao Xuanfeng's words stirred a tempest within the old turtle. He was astonished that Zhao knew of the earthly realm, a knowledge that even the legendary Zhao Tsongxuan had been unaware of. "Old AO, Xianfeng, is he truly deceiving me?" Although Qin Inger had sensed something amiss, the truth eluded her. Indeed, Zhao Xianfeng retorted with a cold smile. "The true Xuanwu is a dragon-headed, AO-backed, qilin-tailed creature. This old wretch has yet to undergo the ultimate transformation of the AO, and dares to claim the title of Xinwu. It is an affront to the lineage of Xuanwu. Inger, you possess an imperial-grade spiritual foundation, a connection to the 5 elements that reaches the heavens that in the future. Should you cultivate the true essence of the 5 elements, it would be a monumental opportunity for this old creature, capable of transforming his bloodline and possibly evolving to the Xuanwu level. The true essence of water is vital for you, Inger. It would bind him to you in a great favor, and he would willingly offer you the true essence of water. Yet, despite his urgent desires, he feigns indifference. This old wretch harbors malicious intentions. "You insolent brat!" the old AO exclaimed, furious, as if someone had stepped on his tail. Chapter 27. Demon, you are a demon. Boom. A terrifying storm erupted in the trench, the boundless sea pressing down like a mountain of divine weight. Rumbling ominously, an ancient and profound heaviness emanated from the old AO, who was now furious and embarrassed. "How dare you insult me? You young brat!" Unfazed, Zhao Xianfeng stepped forward, positioning himself before the AO's back, his hands clasped behind him. Clang! The sword intent soared to the heavens, raising countless sword shadows in the endless trench. Blood rain fell like lightning, casting an ominous pall. The old AO's heart quaked, as if he stood amidst a vast realm of swords, a brilliance that rendered day indistinguishable from night. How is this possible? How could this young rascal possess such terrifying sword intent? The force of the sword intent assaulted his mind, leaving the old AO's scalp tingling, as if he faced an unparalleled sword deity. What left the old AO most shaken was that this youth, merely at the Xuanwu realm, showed no fear of his oppressive might. This still a human? You, a mere 5,000-year-old creature, dare to call me a young brat? In his past life, Zhao Xuanfeng's age could easily eclipse that of the old AO. He stood at the pinnacle of Guang. The old AO was struck dumb, horrified by Zhao Xuanfeng's words. "You can discern my lifespan at a glance, and yet you dare to speak so disdainfully. In this world, turtles, tortoises, and owls all have their forms. The AO's lifespan rarely exceeds 5,000 years. That be why the looks of your AO's back markings. You are nearing your end, struggling to transform. Are you not?" The mocking laughter pierced the old AO's heart like a sharp blade, causing his spirit to tremble. How does he know so much? Is it fate? If he can deceive the wretched creatures of the sea, dare he attempt to play God before me? Zhao Xianfeng scoffed, coldly stating, "On Starry Mountain, Inger broke through to Xuanwu, causing a celestial phenomenon. With her 5-element spiritual foundation at the imperial level, the 5 divine beasts were shaken to their core. Since then, you must have had your eye on her." Boom! The old AO felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow. No, you are speaking nonsense. His entire aura deflated like a punctured balloon, and he shouted in panic, "I won't believe it until I see the coffin." Do you need me to explain the AO's recognition ceremony to you? If you have not inherited it, I can teach you that it is quite simple, based on the markings on your back. How do you know? The old AO shrieked in a panic. That is the secret technique of my clan. Demon, you are a demon. The old AO was filled with despair, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. I would become a pet to Qin Ing, with my life no longer in my hands? Yet he could not hold back that a piece of dung. If it can save my life, I will eat it with tears of gratitude. Enough. Zhao Xianfeng declared that I am willing to acknowledge you as my subordinate. And from this day forth, I shall serve Miss Inger. You wish to acknowledge me, and I may not agree. Zhao Xianfeng remained utterly unmoved, while the old AO's tear-filled eyes brimmed with sorrow, on the verge of spilling blood. Chapter 28. I, old AO, am taking flight. Xianfeng, isn't this excessive? Qin Inger could not help but tug at Zhao Xianfeng, sensing the profound grievance emanating from the old AO. This simply would not do. After all, you are destined to become the empress. Zhao Xianfeng replied earnestly, Inger, if you remain oblivious to everything and are deceived by this old fool, will you not feel indebted to him in the future? When this old AO speaks, will you not feel compelled to grant him opportunities, even at the cost of your own injury? Once, twice, thrice. How can that be justified? He has saved us, and that secret technique is sufficient for him to act countless times. Why should he be entitled to such favors? Is he truly worthy? Old AO interjected, I seem to truly be unworthy. Qin Inger was momentarily taken aback, her fingers fidgeting as she murmured, It seems to make sense. Had he been up front from the beginning, I would not have rejected him. But deceiving me is unacceptable. Old AO exclaimed, Hey kid, what are you doing? Miss Inger, it's not like that, he hastily attempted to explain. Silence. Old AO instinctively clamped his mouth shut, genuinely fearful that T.O. casually expose all secrets of the AO clan and to wield such astonishing techniques. One could hardly consider him human. I shall not allow him to claim mastery. Qin Inger suddenly huffed. Old AO trembled all over. Please no. However, claiming mastery is indeed viable. In the mortal realm, the AO clan is not without merit. Although before the Xuanwu, he is not even worthy to carry its shoes. Once he claims mastery, he can still provide some assistance. This was a blatant humiliation. Old AO seethed internally, yet it seemed not entirely unfounded. In the face of the Xuanwu, even to mention carrying its shoes was an elevation. For instance, he could bestow upon you the power of the water attribute, significantly enhancing the force of the 5 elements water. After all, he is at the pinnacle of the heavenly martial realm. In times of danger, he could protect you. For the time being, he still holds some utility. Should he become tiresome later, one could simply cast him aside. Though the chance of AO evolving into a Xuanwu is exceedingly slim. Under the nurturing of the Imperial Grade 5 Element Spirit Foundation, there remains a glimmer of hope. Even in the celestial domain, divine beasts like the Xuanwu have long since vanished. They are exceedingly rare. Once mastery is claimed, do not show mercy. Command him as needed. Such an old fellow, thinking himself clever, must not be indulged. Old AO trembled even more violently. You demon! How could such a pure and innocent girl be subjected to your manipulation? This is a heart-wrenching betrayal. At this moment, old AO regretted deeply, his shell turning pale. Had he known this would happen, his face would be utterly lost. He wished to turn hostile, to unleash his inner wrath. Yet his body wouldn't permit it. He could hear it. Qin Inger looked at Zhao Xianfeng in exasperation. Zhao Xianfeng turned his gaze toward her. What? What are you two discussing? Oh dear, I'm getting old. My hearing is starting to fade, and my bloodline grows weaker by the day. Young master, Miss Inger, what are you talking about? Could you share it with this old servant? Old AO's face contorted as it twitched incessantly. Qin Inger's delicate face nearly twisted in discomfort as she couldn't help but cover her face. This old AO was simply too much. Zhao Xianfeng pinched his cheek and smiled lightly. From now on, be more astute and do not let this old fool deceive you again, Qin Inger nodded earnestly. Old AO thought, it's over. I'm completely blackened. He could already envision a future of torment. Young master, may I claim mastery now? Old AO asked anxiously, fearing a refusal. Did Inger stabilize your spirit platform and harness the water attribute of the Spirit Foundation? Zhao Xianfeng said with a serious expression. Qin nodded and quickly seated herself. Following Zhao Xianfeng's instructions, upon hearing this, old AO was filled with wild joy, trembling in anticipation, his massive form suddenly shuddering. Buzz! the markings on the AO's back illuminated with a faint inky glow. In an instant, the glowing pattern surged forth, weaving a grand and intricate light image, vaguely resembling a phantom of the old AO, the markings being the lifespan patterns on his shell. Boom, boom, the surrounding seawater began to bubble and churn violently, a terrifying force radiating outward. Zhao Xianfeng remained unperturbed, sensing the old AO's momentum, and nodded slightly. Did I end the mortal realm? The old AO is indeed among the apex of beasts. The Tiogaina's mastery ensures that Ingera's safety is sufficiently safeguarded, and it also aids in her early cultivation. However, as Zhao Xianfeng previously indicated, the old AO claiming mastery is an enormous opportunity. Initially, Inger may derive some benefits, but with her Imperial-grade Spirit Foundation, the advantages the old AO will ultimately receive are incalculable. It is precisely for this reason that Zhao Xianfeng intends to firmly impress upon this old AO that not everyone can be trifled with. Were another person in the old AO's position, they would have surely been left dazed by deception long ago. Boom! A muffled sound erupted as the light image shot into Qin Ingera's body. She shuddered, a look of pain crossing her delicate features while old AO exerted every effort to contain his power. Fearful of inadvertently harming Qin Inger, this was a lifeline, a chance for him to become the first Xuanwu of the AO clan, which would bring great honor to the clan. The claiming ceremony lasted about a quarter of an hour. At the moment it concluded, boom, Qin Ingera's body trembled, and a sound like a rushing river echoed from within her. Instantly, her cultivation level soared directly to the 3rd level of Xuanwu, a gift from the old AO. With the old AO present, Qin Inger would thrive effortlessly in the depths of this sea. Facing no pressure whatsoever, a flicker of weakness flashed in old AO's eyes, but it quickly transformed into exhilaration. He sensed that his bloodline was subtly rejuvenating, hinting at a resurgence of vitality. Tio think that Inger is merely at the Xuanwu level. As her cultivation rises, the benefits to him are unimaginable. I have actually broken through that. My strength has also increased. Moreover, it seems I can control his life and death. Qin Inger slowly opened her eyes, amazed as she spoke of her sensations, with but a thought. You can command his bloodline and govern life and death. Zhao Xianfeng replied with a smile. Would you like to give it a try? Buzz! The surrounding seawater suddenly split apart. Old AO cried out in terror. Young master, please don't, master. Old AO is utterly loyal, with no second thoughts, willing to brave mountains of blades or seas of fire. Do not fear. I shall not harm you. Qin Inger shot Zhao Xianfeng a glance, then gently patted the AO's back. Whoosh! Old AO vanished from sight. Zhao Xianfeng swayed slightly, quickly stabilizing himself as he looked at Qin Inger with exasperation. This moment, Qin Inger gazed at the minuscule AO, now shrunk thousands of times within her energy sea, a peculiar smile spreading across her face. So small. Whoosh, a palm-sized little AO reappeared. Turns out you can change size. What an adorable turtle. The little AO, on the verge of tears, protested. I am not a turtle. I am an AO, master. Let this old servant maintain this size. Grow larger. You need to carry us. How difficult to serve. Whoosh. Old AO reverted to his original size. Zhao Xianfeng shook his head and chuckled, then surveyed his surroundings, gradually calming his thoughts. The storm would persist for some time. With the immediate threat abated, they could now focus on cultivating in peace. With the old AO present, traversing the myriad streams of the sea would no longer pose a problem. Master, this old servant knows of a place rich in 5 elements power. We should go there to cultivate. Achieving twice the results with half the effort, old AO suggested. True to his loyal nature, old AO was already considering Qin Inger's needs. Chapter 29. The 99 Sword Body in a Strange Underwater Realm. Depths immeasurable. Even amidst the raging storm above, not a ripple could be felt down here. Even a warrior of the Earth Martial Realm would be crushed under the immense pressure. Yet with old AO around, it felt as easy as walking on solid ground. In this underwater expanse, 5 basins, each roughly the size of a wash basin, were imprinted upon the seafloor, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, standing out notably. Young master, this 5-element spirit spring was discovered by this old servant by chance. With my presence, you can effortlessly absorb its 5 elements power for cultivation. old Ao announced, appearing nonchalantly above the spirit spring. Buzz! The surging five-element spirit spring erupted around old Ao, only to be confined by an invisible force field, unable to disperse. This place is indeed splendid, Didinger. Let us cultivate here. Once the storm subsides, we shall depart. Zhao Xinfeng nodded in satisfaction. Qininger beamed with delight, sensing that cultivating here was significantly more efficient than merely utilizing those resources. She promptly seated herself atop old Ao's back. Entering a state of meditation, Zhao Xinfeng scanned the surrounding dark waters, gradually making his way to the edge of Ao's back. Old Ao's heart skipped a beat that I can hardly withstand it. Please do not create any trouble. Having lived for over 4,000 years, he felt utterly exposed before Zhao Xinfeng, anxiety overwhelming him. Suddenly, Zhao Xinfeng crouched at the tip of old Ao's head, solemnly stating, guarding her with utmost dedication. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to end your existence, understand? The cold voice pierced old Ao's ears like a blade. Boom. Old Ao felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, his mind going blank. This is the Emperor? The Great Emperor! Hiss. Old Ao's eyes bulged, his scalp tingling. Great One, rest assured, this old servant will absolutely vow to protect my master with my life. The old Ao's voice trembled as he struggled to fathom the sheer monstrosity that Zhao Xinfeng represented. This was for the best. There would indeed be opportunities in the future to transform into a Xuanwu. Zhao Xinfeng smiled faintly, igniting a warmth within the old Ao, yet he dared not reveal a hint of it. The intimidation was overwhelming. Help me carve out a vacuum space. Listen for my commands to assist in my cultivation, Zhao Xinfeng instructed after warning the old Ao. Yes, my lord, the old Ao replied with utmost reverence. Before long, Zhao Xinfeng distanced himself from the old Ao, standing resolutely upon the seabed, the terrifying pressure surrounding him entirely thwarted by the old Ao. After much contemplation, he concluded that the 9-9 sword body would be the most suitable choice. Although the swordsmanship of the Nine Madmen was somewhat flawed, the method itself possessed its unique merits. The Nine Madmen was a sword emperor from the Guangyuan heavenly domain, whose innate talent was initially weak. Yet he forged an extraordinary path, achieving an ultimate sword way by honing his physical form solely through sword chi and sword intent, relentlessly tempering his body. The 9 levels from 1 to 9. Each bore the potential to exponentially amplify one's strength in his previous life. Before his downfall, the 9 Madmen, a 4 Tribulation Emperor, had managed to slay a 6 Tribulation Emperor with his 9-9 sword body, thereby gaining fame throughout Guangyuan. The greatest flaw of this method was its extreme nature. It neglected the cultivation of the sword heart, rendering one temporarily powerful but ultimately vulnerable to those who could counter it. After a series of explosive displays, one would be left awaiting demise, and it could never lead one to the pinnacle of swordsmanship that in the past. Zhao Xinfeng had already attained recognition when the 9 Madmen challenged him. With a single sword strike, Zhao Xinfeng had rendered the 9 Madmen's 9-level sword body ineffective, thereby bestowing upon him the 9-9 sword body to AT that time. Zhao Xinfeng was the foremost sword emperor of Guangyuan. Although he admired the 9 Madmen's techniques, they held little significance for him at that stage. Even if perfected in this lifetime, with a comprehensive sword system of his own, Zhao Xinfeng possessed an unparalleled conviction. Cultivating the 9-9 sword body would be akin to receiving divine assistance. Each level of the 9-level sword body could yield a 9-fold increase in combat power within a short span, a feat that could be described as defying the heavens. However, the path of cultivation demanded one endure agonizing pain akin to death itself, presenting extreme challenges. Deep beneath the sea, the immense pressure provided an exquisite environment for cultivation. I intend to remain in the Xuanwu realm for an extended period. I have ample time to establish a solid foundation for the 9-9 sword body. Zhao Xuanfeng's expression turned solemn as he suddenly closed his eyes. Buzz! An invisible sword chi permeated the air around him. In an instant, Zhao Xinfeng forcefully stirred the sea of blood mist within him. Boom! Countless sword chis surged forth, yearning to break free from his body. At that moment, an astonishing sword intent erupted, enveloping him, firmly suppressing the explosive power of the blood mist within. Simultaneously, Zhao Xinfeng bellowed, the power of the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Realm. The old Ao's thoughts shifted, and a fissure opened in the sealed vacuum, bringing forth a pressure comparable to the third level of the Earth Martial Realm. Bang! Zhao Xuanfeng's figure sank as his flesh quivered, the interior of his body resonating with a chilling piu-piu chi-chi sound, as if countless sword chis were piercing through in a raging tempest. Yet this was no illusion. It was 100 times more terrifying than he could have imagined, a pain beyond endurance. Zhao Xuanfeng's face contorted, his consciousness unyielding. The pain he had endured in his previous life while pursuing the pinnacle of swordsmanship was merely a fraction of this. Even if the agony were to multiply 100-fold, it could not shake him in the slightest. The horrifying power within the blood mist tore at flesh and bone, yet it circulated along the perfect routes of his sword scripture. Streams of terrifying power, under such a cycle, merged into his very being, consumed by his flesh. Blood and filth oozed from his pores, only to be swiftly expelled that in an instant, Zhao Xianfeng was enveloped in a thin layer of crimson. Upon closer inspection, the crimson hue was woven from countless fine sword chis interlacing together. The invisible sword intent enveloping the surroundings surged and boiled. The old Ao watched in horror, his scalp tingling. Although his own strength rendered him unafraid of such power, the impact and shock were beyond description for someone who had lived for over 4,000 years. Moreover, he was merely at the 6th level of the Xuanwu realm. The pressures he was enduring from both inside and out far exceeded several times that of the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Realm. This young man was simply terrifying. Pai's true age may well be several times mine. The old Ao thought, his limbs involuntarily trembling, appearing rather comical. 3 days later, the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Realm was attained by Zhao Xianfeng as he roared once more. The old Ao promptly complied. Time gradually flowed by, and in the depths of the sea, one lost all sense of time, isolated from the world. Approximately a month passed, during which both Zhao Xianfeng and Qin Inger engaged in relentless cultivation. Qin Inger had reached the 5th level of the Xuanwu realm, while Zhao Xianfeng remained at the 6th level of the Xuanwu realm. Yet their strengths were incomparable. The old Ao suddenly blinked, casting a glance toward a distant shadow that seemed to flicker. "What is that? Come to me," the old Ao silently commanded, unleashing an invisible force field that surged forth rapidly. Moments later, a young girl was drawn toward him, her arms hanging limply at her sides. She was drenched, revealing her alluring curves, yet her fair face was pale as death, her lips tinged with purple, and she appeared to be devoid of breath. "What a stunning girl! Even compared to my master, she pales in comparison," the old Ao mused. "How can someone of merely the 6th level of the Xuanwu realm survive in such depths?" The old Ao was quite astonished. Despite the girl's apparent lack of breath, she still clung to a faint glimmer of life. Suddenly, the garment of the girl shifted, revealing a glimmer of jade-like light emanating from within. So that's the reason. The old Ao realized that in her arms lay an octagonal heart-protecting mirror, radiating a soft glow that shielded her final breath. This object was extraordinary, yet its edges were already riddled with cracks, clearly having been nearly destroyed amidst the raging storm. "Consider yourself fortunate," the old Ao muttered. The girl was then placed gently upon his back. Buzz, robust power enveloped her. Gradually, the girl's complexion improved slightly, and her nearly imperceptible breath began to rise. After several moments, the old Ao withdrew his power. All he could do was restore the surface injuries of the girl. She was nearly at the end of her strength, and whether she could awaken now depended entirely on her own willpower. Qin Inger suddenly sensed something and slowly opened her eyes. "Why is there another person here?" Upon noticing the girl lying not far away, she exclaimed in surprise, "Master, this girl just drifted over, and I rescued her." The old Ao quickly explained. Qin Inger approached the girl, sensing her feeble breath, and frowned. "She's on the brink of death. Little Ao, can you save her?" Her compassionate nature shone through. Little Ao?" The old Ao's eyes twitched, reluctantly accepting this title, and he forced a smile. "Master, I have already done what I can. Whether she awakens now is up to her. If she doesn't awaken, there's nothing I can do." "Very well." Qin Inger sighed, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the girl, her expression uncertain. "Such a beautiful girl. She seems to be around my age. How have I never seen her before? With such beauty. She couldn't possibly be unknown in Tongtian City." "Xianfeng, Qin Inger called out to the distance. Buzz! The tumultuous waves suddenly dissipated as Zhao Xianfeng slowly opened his eyes, exhaling strands of sword qi, cleansing the impurities surrounding him. He swayed and appeared on the old Ao's back. What is this? The old Ao repeated as if he were a recording device. Xianfeng, what do you think her origins are? Qin Inger asked curiously. She cannot possibly be from Tongtian City, Zhao Xianfeng replied, lifting the girl's wrist. Her original cultivation was not weak. Even the likes of Zhao Jianxin and Chun, who were far inferior, and her age seemed comparable to Ing's. Therefore, she could not be from Tongtian City, otherwise he would have been aware of her existence. Could there be others in the Wanlu Sea? Qin's eyes brightened. The Wanlu Sea was vast, and Zhao Xianfeng could not ascertain the existence of others in different locations. Xianfeng, do you have a way to save her? I'll give it a try. Zhao Xianfeng crouched down, observing the girl's dire state. Tio put it bluntly, if she didn't awaken, she truly might never wake again. As time passed, the faint breath she clung to would gradually dissipate. The only silver lining was that dying would be without pain. Zhao Xianfeng narrowed his eyes, channeling his spiritual power in the next moment. He pointed at the girl's brow. Buzz! Zhao Xuanfeng's finger trembled as he sensed a trace of dormant spiritual power. She has already condensed her spiritual power. Zhao Xianfeng was taken aback. The girl's cultivation was not weak. Yet it was not strong either. For an ordinary person, being able to condense spiritual power at this level was already a sign of being exceptionally gifted. This revelation piqued Zhao Xuanfeng's curiosity about the girl's background. He pondered and then repeatedly tapped her brow with his fingertip, tracing phantom-like patterns, releasing a wisp of faint spiritual impact that connected with the girl's dormant spirit. However, as he withdrew his finger, he frowned at the sight. The girl's spirit remained completely still, devoid of any movement. Did I it useless? Qin Inger let out a sigh when, unexpectedly, Zhao Xianfeng raised his eyebrows and remarked with a faint smile. It seems this girl still possesses a modicum of will to survive. And no sooner had he spoken than, under Qin Inger's astonished gaze, Zhao Xuanfeng's expression turned serious. He produced a soul-nourishing pill, crushed it between his fingers, and unleashed his spiritual power, gently tapping her forehead. Having completed these actions, Zhao Xianfeng clapped his hands and declared, Now we wait. It won't be long before she awakens. Young master is indeed impressive. This young lady's spirit is gradually stirring back to life. Old Ao shamelessly flattered him, inwardly astonished. Although this act was merely a straightforward stimulation of her spirit, even he could not achieve such meticulous control. The girl's spirit was inherently weak and had become exceedingly frail. A moment's carelessness could not only prevent her awakening, but could potentially inflict severe damage, or even obliterate her spirit. Such mastery was nothing short of extraordinary. Disregarding old Ao's flattery, Zhao Xianfeng inquired indifferently, How is the storm outside? It is nearing its end, having weakened significantly. Even those at the Earth Martial Realm can traverse it, replied old Ao. Despite being underwater, he could sense the tumult of the storm above, that we should be preparing to leave soon, for one last return to Tongtian City, that if Zhao Longtang is alive, we can finally settle our grievances. If not, we shall pay our respects to my father. She is awake. She is awake. Qin Inger exclaimed in delight, giving Zhao Xianfeng a gentle pat. Hiss! Yi Bailu gasped in pain, gazing at the two indistinct figures before her, struggling to speak as her consciousness remained exceptionally weak. That I'm still alive. Where is this place? This is a healing elixir. You should take it, came a calm voice, presumably that of a man. Before Yi Bailu could ponder further, something was pressed in her mouth. Buzz! A wave of pure, gentle energy enveloped her spirit. That I have been saved, Yi Bailu thought, and her consciousness slipped back into slumber. She had sustained severe injuries, and it would likely take several days for her to fully recover. Zhao Xianfeng shook his head slightly and offered her a premium revitalizing pill. Subsequently, Zhao Xianfeng settled into a meditative position, attuning himself to his current state. Although his cultivation had not elevated, his spiritual power had been significantly refined during the training of the 9-9 sword body. He had only achieved 1/5 of the first level of the 9-9 sword body. Nonetheless, even this fraction could amplify his strength 3 to 4-fold in an explosive moment. Upon returning to Guanyuan, I must find an opportunity to express my gratitude to this fellow, that I hope he is still alive. Zhao Xianfeng sighed inwardly, recalling the eccentric swordsman who had transcended the path of the sword. A true sword fanatic, with formidable adversaries in Guanyin Point 2 days later. Yi Bailu awakened again, her consciousness restored, and she sat up weakly. My name is Yi Bailu. Thank you both for saving me. Where is this place? As she spoke, her gaze swept around, and her mouth fell agape at the sight before her. The vast, dark, oppressive waters, along with the enormous turtle beneath her, overwhelmed her with an unprecedented sense of impact. This is the seabed of Wanyu Sea. That I am Qin Inger, and this is my fiancé, Zhao Xianfeng. Where do you hail from? Qin Inger inquired kindly. White Yi Bailu glanced at Zhao Xianfeng, and the nature of their relationship eased some of her apprehension. I come from beyond Wanyu Sea. Beyond Wanyu Sea. Zhao Xuanfeng's pupils constricted, realizing the implications. You carry the surname Zhao. Are you a member of the Zhao family? Yi Bailu suddenly fixed her gaze on Zhao Xianfeng. Qin Inger looked astonished, glancing between Zhao Xianfeng and Yi Bailu. I am surnamed Zhao. So naturally. I belong to the Zhao family, Zhao Xianfeng replied, gesturing thoughtfully towards Qin Inger as he scrutinized Yi Bailu. It appears Miss Yi is privy to some knowledge. Yi Bailu inhaled deeply, her expression grave. You may be in trouble. Chapter 31. The Zhao family from a millennium ago here. There is only one Zhao family. Correct. Furthermore, you have been cut off from the world for many years. Yi Bailu's words left Qin Inger utterly astonished, her delicate features paling as she instinctively glanced at Zhao Xianfeng. Zhao Xianfeng remained unfazed, calmly affirming, Indeed, it is true then. Yi Bailu's heart trembled as she sifted through the information she possessed. Speaking again, a millennium ago, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhangshuan, inexplicably led the direct descendants of the Zhao family to vanish without a trace overnight. At that time, Zhao Zhangshuan was merely at the 6th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, yet his combat prowess rivaled that of the 9th level. The Zhao family was then in its prime. However, following Zhao Zhangshuan's disappearance, the branch family suffered greatly, beset by numerous forces that nearly led to its annihilation. As time passed, the branch family regained some vitality, yet they have never ceased their search for the direct descendants of the Zhao family. Yi Bailu paused slightly, a flicker of apprehension in her eyes. While I was training outside, I inadvertently encountered a Zhao family convoy. They ventured into Wanyu Sea, confirming that Zhao Zhangshuan had indeed departed into its depths. I followed them secretly, but unfortunately encountered a storm. I awoke here. Qin Inger stood wide-eyed, struggling to process such monumental information. Zhao Zhangshuan was the ancestor of the Zhao family in Tongtian City. She had not anticipated such a convoluted backstory. Now it makes sense. Zhao Xianfeng finally comprehended. The Zhao family harbored such a secret. Zhao Zhangshuan's departure with the direct descendants evidently involved the acquisition of numerous treasures and resources. It appeared more like a hasty escape after offending someone, leaving the branch family to bear the brunt of their wrath. Their pursuit of Zhao Zhangshuan's descendants was thus a quest for vengeance, as well as for the treasures and resources they coveted. If your Zhao family is currently insufficient to withstand the Heaven Martial Realm, it would be prudent to notify your kin, Yi Bailu suggested. The storm rages. They may not find it easy to approach. Although this matter was of little concern to her, the debt of gratitude she owed compelled her to speak. Zhao Xianfeng and Qin Inger exchanged glances before breaking into laughter. Leaving Yi Bailu bewildered, the Zhao family's power here truly formidable. She could not help but ask. Very weak. It has been ages since a member at the Heaven Martial Realm has emerged. Zhao Xianfeng replied, shaking his head slightly. Then why are you not the least bit worried? Yi Bailu inquired, perplexed, because we have severed ties with the Zhao family. The entire Zhao family is a pack of beasts. Unworthy of pity, Qin Inger unabashedly expressed her disdain. Yi Bailu was rendered speechless. How coincidental. Qin Inger chuckled. You needn't worry. This place is quite safe. By the way, could you tell me about the world outside? Seeing the situation, Yi Bailu suppressed her thoughts and nodded slightly. Beyond Wanyu Sea lies Xiling, a realm divided among numerous nations, sects, and families, with fierce contention among them. The force to which Yi Bailu belongs is known as the Mingjing Xianyan sect. One of the 3 top powers in Xiling. The Zhao family of Xiling suffered immensely during their most challenging times, losing substantial resources and treasures, nearly facing obliteration. They eventually regained their footing and began to recover. Presently, they have allied with one of the three major forces, the Chimo Mountain Manor, establishing the Zhao Kingdom, with several warriors at the Heaven Martial Realm, making them quite formidable. Xianfeng, are we still returning to Tongtian City? Even if Zhao Longtang survives, he cannot contend with the Zhao family of Xiling. Qin Inger remarked, looking at Zhao Xianfeng, that if their identities are revealed to the Zhao family of Xiling, they will certainly not be spared. This is a vendetta that spans generations that if the roles were reversed, they would not rest until they exacted their revenge. Returning to take a look is essential. With the storm raging, if the Zhao family of Xiling encounters misfortune, they may not be able to locate Tongtian City. When we return, we will remain concealed in the shadows, Zhao Xianfeng deliberated. However, he suspected the Zhao family of Xiling would likely find Tongtian City. Although the storm was formidable, those at the Heaven Martial Realm could still withstand some of its fury. That I will heed your counsel. Let us return to pay respects to Uncle Zhao and my father before departing One You See. Qin Inger whispered. Her words evoked a complex response in Yi Bailu, who hesitated before saying, You should ensure the Zhao family of Xiling does not learn of your identities, that to my knowledge, aside from the Zhao family's inherent resentment. They seem to be after a certain treasure. Treasure? Zhao Xianfeng chuckled, that if they seek treasure, they are likely to be disappointed. Zhao Cangshuan did indeed leave behind many fine items, but the Zhao family has clung to Tongtian City and endured the ravages of the storm. Their resources have long been depleted. The spiritual veins within the city are nearly exhausted, and what remains valuable are merely techniques and martial arts. You are familiar with the Zhao family? Yi Bailu's eyes widened. Such knowledge was not common. Qin Inger interjected, Uncle Zhao was the previous head of the Zhao family, and why Yi Bailu's expression shifted as realization dawned upon her. The two had severed ties with the Zhao family, likely due to internal strife. Given the current strength of the Zhao family in Xiling, they would naturally not covet such things. That it is said that Zhao Cangshuan possessed an astonishing 5 elements spiritual treasure. With this treasure, he could contend against even the pinnacle of the Heaven Martial Realm. The Chimo Mountain Manor, which stands behind the Zhao family, covets this very artifact. Yi Bailu licked her lips and continued. Such a treasure, if it falls into the hands of a warrior at the Heavenly Martial Realm, can be said to greatly enhance their strength, their deterrent power multiplying several-fold. Once this news spreads, the entire Xiling will be thrown into chaos. 5 elements spirit treasure. Qin Inger looked at Zhao Xianfeng in astonishment. Zhao Xianfeng furrowed his brow. I have never heard of it, nor has my father ever mentioned it. It seems that the Zhao family has never possessed such a treasure throughout its generations. That he turned to Yi Bailu. I learned of this from my master. Although a millennium has passed, it cannot be false. However, few are aware of it now. Yi Bailu noticed Zhao Xuanfeng's skepticism and appeared exceedingly certain. This is indeed intriguing. Zhao Xianfeng narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and penetrating, even by his discerning standards. Such a treasure was quite remarkable. The prospect of ascending several levels, especially within the Heavenly Martial Realm, is undeniably alluring for martial artists and crucial for any faction's importance. Yet, Zhao Xianfeng felt utterly perplexed. If the past patriarchs were oblivious to it, the most plausible explanation is that Zhao Cangshuan had never mentioned it, and only he knew its location. Where could it be hidden? Zhao Xianfeng suddenly smiled. Miss Yi, you are likely after this treasure as well. Yi Bailu had mentioned that her sect was one of the 3 great powers of Xiling. Who could remain indifferent upon learning of such a treasure? Yi Bailu spoke candidly, meeting Zhao Xuanfeng's gaze directly. My sect has been declining ever since suffering a blow a few years ago. Even remaining on the sidelines, we are continuously targeted by Chimo Mountain Manor and the Chu Prince's mansion. If we could obtain this treasure, we would be able to stabilize ourselves and gain time to recuperate. But if I were unaware, it would be one thing. But now that I know, no one shall take this treasure away. A wave of confidence surged within Zhao Xianfeng, his eyes gleaming with a calm, yet powerful intensity. Chapter 32. The 5 elements sealing heaven. Yi Bailu felt a jolt at this aura, experiencing an involuntary sense of submission. How could someone of merely the 6th layer of the Xuanwu realm possess such confidence? Does he think he is invincible? Qin Inger suddenly giggled, and Yi Bailu's charming face froze. Awkwardly smiling that if it were a stranger, it would be one thing, but this was her savior. Even if he seemed arrogant, she could not voice it. It's nothing. You'll get used to it, she reassured. Moreover, he is not just talking. Qin Inger winked at Yi Bailu. I suggest you abandon your unrealistic thoughts that Yi Bailu's pupils constricted. Qining's warning was laced with a strong sense of caution. Rest assured, with the Zhao family of Xiling here. Even if I wished to, I wouldn't have the chance that Yi Bailu collected her thoughts and sighed. The myriad stream sea was far from Xiling, and she had never anticipated discovering the Zhao family's forces on the periphery. Hence she did not inform her sect's strong warriors. How could she compete with the Zhao family of Xiling? Nevertheless, Yi Bailu was resolute that upon her return, she would undoubtedly spread this news. She could not allow Qimo Mountain Manor to seize this treasure. The old turtle has left, Zhao Xianfeng announced. Young master, miss. Hold on tight, the old AO replied respectfully, before suddenly surging upwards. Though it appeared slow, its speed was astonishing, the surrounding vast seawater showing no signs of disturbance. As if the old AO was gliding effortlessly through the water, that Yi Bailu's spirit jolted, and she finally noticed the old AO beneath her. Hiss, is this a turtle? No, a turtle could never be this large, and the patterns are different. Could it be the legendary AO? Yi Bailu swallowed hard, filled with astonishment. She had seen a brief description of the AO in ancient texts. Such a colossal creature, judging by its markings, must have lived for at least several thousand years, likely at the heavenly martial realm level. Heavens! Yi Bailu struggled to retract her gaze, discreetly observing Zhao Xianfeng and Qining. These two could tame an AO. At this moment, Yi Bailu suddenly realized the source of Zhao Xuanfeng's unshakable confidence. Even the heavenly martial realm warriors of the Zhao family in Xiling might not be a match for this AO, especially upon the vast ocean where the AO held all the advantages. Yet, she was unaware that Zhao Xuanfeng's confidence stemmed not from external sources, but from himself. Suddenly, a massive vortex several hundred feet wide appeared on the sea surface. Water swirling downwards, the colossal old AO surfaced, the storm nearing its end. Qining rose, her face alight with joy. The once fearsome storm had diminished to mere gusts of wind and rolling waves. Zhao Xianfeng surveyed the surroundings, pointing towards the direction of Tongtian City. Then, the old AO moved its limbs and sped away with remarkable swiftness. Half a day later, outside Tongtian City, the three leapt from the back of the AO on a solid ground. Swish! The old AO transformed into a streak of light. Merging in a Qinius body, Yi Bailu, caught off guard, gasped, her rosy lips forming a perfect O. It recognized you as its master? Yi Bailu's voice trembled. The ability to tame such a formidable AO was already astonishing, let alone the fact that it acknowledged her as its master. Acknowledging a master meant entrusting one's life to another. Yi Bailu could hardly believe what had transpired. What could possibly lead such a fearsome entity to willingly submit to a warrior of the Xuanwu realm? This was evidently not something that could be achieved through sheer force. Indeed, Qining smiled. Though she did not elaborate, Yi Bailu took a deep breath, choosing not to press further, her curiosity towards Zhao Xianfeng and Qining only intensifying. They were so mysterious. Tongtian City, vast and imposing, showed signs of cracks, evidently having suffered tremendous damage during the earlier storm. Even the formation rooted in the five elements' spiritual veins struggled to provide complete protection. Should another storm arise, Tongtian City would likely not withstand it. Over here, Zhao Xianfeng scanned the area outside the city walls sharply, leading the two through a side entrance. Once inside, the city lay desolate, devoid of any signs of life, a faint scent of blood lingering in the air. Qining's delicate face shifted slightly. Zhao Xianfeng nodded slightly. He had sensed a strong scent of blood the moment they entered. Perhaps the Zhao family of Xiling has already infiltrated the city. Yi Bailu felt an ominous premonition as they stealthily approached the Zhao family manor. The ground was littered with corpses and congealed blood, confirming Yi Bailu's fears. The Zhao family of Xiling is ruthless. Qining's expression turned grave. Although they had a long-standing feud with the Zhao family, witnessing such carnage was still unsettling. It was evident how deep the Zhao family's hatred towards the Zhao family of Tongtian City ran. This is retaliation. After you abandoned us as pawns, the accumulated resentment is beyond imagination. After a few moments, the three entered the manor. The once grand structures lay in ruins, bodies half concealed, the oppressive stench of blood refusing to dissipate. The scene was harrowing, leaving Qining and Yi Bailu pale-faced, while Zhao Xianfeng remained unfazed. The fate of the Chun and Su families needed no further elaboration in the eyes of the Zhao family of Xiling. The Chun and Su families were merely extensions of the Zhao family. The entire manor was silent. It appeared the warriors of the Zhao family of Xiling had already departed. Let us hope they Haven Tea succeeded. Zhao Xianfeng quickened his pace, having formed a suspicion regarding the location of the treasure. Aside from that place, it could not possibly be hidden elsewhere. They made their way unimpeded to the sacred grounds of the Zhao family ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was in disarray, the tablets violently shattered and scattered across the floor. Zhao Xianfeng headed straight to the back of the hall, where a statue stood, intact and unscathed upon seeing this. Zhao Xianfeng let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon halted, staring at the statue with a contemplative expression. The statue was so conspicuous that the Zhao family of Xiling could not possibly have overlooked it. Given the intense hatred they bore, how could they remain indifferent upon seeing the statue of Zhao Zongxuan? Perhaps it was not that they did not wish to act, but rather that they could not. Xianfeng, is this statue? Qining murmured in surprise that it should be. Zhao Xianfeng replied to Ninger, see if you can use the power of the 5 elements to shatter this statue. All right, Qining responded, her spirit invigorated as she quickly approached the statue of Zhao Zongxuan. Could it be that the treasure is hidden within? Yi Bailu listened intently to their conversation, suddenly enlightened. The treasure might very well be concealed here, that in an instant. Her breathing quickened, but she swiftly suppressed the thought. Such aspirations were folly. Boom. Qining struck the statue with her palm, but it remained unyielding. Useless, Qining said in disappointment. Zhao Xianfeng furrowed his brow. Even the Imperial Grade 5 Element Spirit Foundation is ineffective. Use the 5 Elements Heavenly Spirit Sword. That a flash of insight crossed Zhao Xuanfeng's mind as he spoke swiftly. Without hesitation, Qining drew the 5 Elements Heavenly Spirit Sword, channeling her spiritual energy, and swung it down. Bang. The statue shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the ground, but a thin, colorful glow emerged before the three. It is indeed the treasure, hidden so well by Zhao Zongxuan, Qining exclaimed with immense excitement. Yi Bailu instinctively swallowed hard. Indeed, it was a heavenly spirit weapon. Zhao Zongxuan had concealed it deeply that this moment. Zhao Xianfeng was uncertain whether to commend or criticize Zhao Zongxuan. Zhao Xianfeng shook his head slightly, then swiftly grasped with his palm. Buzz! The glowing orb instantly entered Zhao Xianfeng's hand. Boom! The halo dissipated, revealing a palm-sized ancient 5-pointed disc, adorned with hues of gold, red, yellow, blue, and green. Its ethereal glow exuded a warm and archaic charm, illuminating the mottled engravings on its surface. Within it lay an astonishing power that sent shivers down one's spine. That it was no ordinary artifact, crafted from the 5 elemental materials, intricately inscribed with the great 5 elemental formation, capable of invoking a domain of its own. Zhao Xianfeng raised an eyebrow slightly. This treasure was indeed remarkable. What was this treasure called? Zhao Xianfeng inquired, glancing at Yi Bailu. That it is known as the 5 elements sealing heaven disc. Yi Bailu replied, biting her lip, her eyes brimming with fervent restraint. She was acutely aware that with the presence of the old AO, she stood no chance of seizing it. Inger, take it. Recognize it as your own after we leave. Zhao Xianfeng said, handing the 5 elements sealing heaven disc to Qining. This action left Yi Bailu in disbelief. Even as a fiancé, to relinquish such a treasure without a hint of reluctance was beyond her comprehension. She fixed her gaze on Zhao Xianfeng, desperately seeking a trace of insincerity on his face. Yet all she found was calm indifference, as if it were merely a worthless stone. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps and violent collisions echoed from outside, signaling the approach of the Xiling Zhao clan. Both women turned pale. Zhao Xianfeng slowly turned, a cold smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it was a trap. The Zhao clan was on the brink of collapse. How much more could that old coot Zhao Longtang endure, withholding everything he knew? The Xiling Zhao clan was not foolish. They could easily deduce that the statue held secrets in Zhao Longtang's eyes. He must have believed that he was the key to unlocking the statue. While sending people to search, they waited patiently for an opportunity that a group of individuals burst in, immediately spotting the shattered statue and the 5 elements sealing heaven disc in Qining's hands. The 5 elements sealing heaven disc is indeed within the statue. Zhao Qilin gasped, his breath quickening, his eyes turning crimson as he coldly surveyed the three Yi Bailu. What brings you here? Yi Bailu, the current top prodigy of the Clear Sky sect, was incomparable before the Zhao clan. Yet the Zhao clan had the backing of the Qi Mo Mountain Manor, and with such a treasure at hand, Zhao Qilin's sinister smile widened, that if I kill you, the Zhao clan will surely reap generous rewards from the lords of the manor upon my return. Yi Bailu's eyes turned frosty, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Little girl, hand over the 5 elements sealing heaven disc. Zhao Qilin said, his gaze predatory. Did I end your dreams? Qin Inger replied fearlessly. You two possess some talent, but it's a pity that the once mighty Zhao clan has fallen to such depths. Zhao Zhongshuan, you probably never anticipated this day. Zhao Qilin sneered, fixated on the shattered pieces of the statue, laughing maniacally. Lord, Zhao Longtang has arrived, a warrior announced, dragging a bloodied figure forth and tossing him to the ground with a thud. That it was Zhao Longtang. Drenched in blood, his body a grotesque sight, revealing ghastly wounds and exposed bone, he lay trembling on the ground, and upon seeing Zhao Xianfeng, his body jolted as if revived, eyes ablaze with fury. Zhao Xianfeng, you scoundrel! Zhao Longtang roared, his voice filled with anguish. What a tragic sight! Zhao Xianfeng remarked coldly, that you've stained my hands with your filth. You cannot escape. Zhao Xianfeng, that if we die, we shall die together. That I in hell, I will ensure you suffer. Zhao Longtang's features contorted in rage, his hatred burning fiercely. That do not let this little brat escape. He may be merely at the Xuanwu realm, but his combat prowess rivals that of the Earth Martial realm. And he has even refined his spirit. As for that little girl, her 5-elemental spiritual foundation surpasses the heavenly grade, summoning the 5-elemental divine beast. Extracting her spiritual foundation would be a monumental opportunity. His maniacal laughter echoed, his venomous words sending shivers down spines. Yi Bailu gasped in disbelief, staring at Zhao Xianfeng and Qin Inger. Were they truly that terrifying? Even Zhao Qilin was taken aback by such claims. If true, it was utterly horrifying. You old beast, your death is not a loss. Qin Inger seethed, trembling with rage, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. You old dog will not live to see it. Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes turned icy, his killing intent surging. Such creatures could not be allowed to live. Their existence was intolerable. That I never imagined the Zhao clan harbored such monsters. But it matters not. This old fool speaks the truth. If I extract your spiritual foundations, it would be a tremendous opportunity for the Xiling Zhao clan, Zhao Qilin said, greedily licking his lips. Seize them alive. Zhao Qilin commanded with a sudden outburst. That moment, a 3rd-level Earth Martial warrior lunged forward. The warriors from the Xiling Zhao clan were elite, with the weakest among them being high-level Xuanwu realm, and many had perished in the storm. Now few remained of the Xuanwu realm, with at least 6 Earth Martial realm warriors present. Led by Zhao Qilin at the 6th level. Yi Bailu's so-called heavenly martial realm was absent from this place. Dream on. Zhao Xianfeng scoffed, stepping forward. Boom! A fist collided, the sound of shattering bones echoing sharply. The 3rd-level Earth Martial warrior was struck as if by lightning, spewing blood and collapsing like a broken kite. The arena fell silent. Yi Bailu stood in shock, her mind blank. The words of Zhao Longtang that she could not believe moments ago now struck her like a thunderbolt. The 3rd-level Earth Martial realm is so weak. No, it is he who is too strong. Fools, all of you are fools. I told you he possesses immense power. Idiots. Zhao Longtang spat, blood bubbling from his mouth. Heedless of the scorned, he knew he was doomed and merely sought to vent his endless rage and resentment. State your name. Let me die with satisfaction. Zhao Xianfeng replied coldly, staring at Zhao Qilin. You little brat, I underestimated you. Zhao Qilin suppressed his inner shock, grimacing. Remember this. I am Zhao Qilin of the Xiling Zhao clan. And no sooner had he spoken than a thunderous explosion resounded. A terrifying gale swept through. Boom! Zhao Qilin's muscles bulged, akin to a furious beast, exuding a dreadful ferocity, unleashing a deafening wave of fury. The might of the 6th level of Earth Martial Realm surged forth. Yi Bailu's face paled, retreating repeatedly. Could she withstand Zhao Qilin at the 6th level? I believe in Xianfeng. Qin Inger declared without hesitation. In a flash, Yi Bailu lost sight of Zhao Xianfeng. That is so fast. A bloodied shadow streaked across. Moving at an inconceivable speed, and no one could discern what transpired. Blood splattered as an arm flew off, and Zhao Qilin staggered back, letting out a wretched scream. Ah! Zhao Longtang's deranged laughter filled the air, as if he had completely lost his sanity. Little brat, I will slay you. Zhao Qilin's sweat poured down, his agonized cries echoing in that instant. Thoughts of sparing lives or extracting spiritual foundations were cast aside. He had to kill Zhao Xianfeng. Boom! A colossal sound erupted from within him. Zhao Qilin's face flushed crimson, a tempestuous energy swirling around him. The crimson hammer, emblazoned with the phantom of a red flood dragon, suddenly erupted from his abdomen into his other hand. Spirit weapon, die! Zhao Qilin roared, swinging the massive hammer, his spirit power surging like a tidal wave. The hammer roared to life, the flood dragon igniting in crimson flames. Intertwining with the hammer, its gaping maw radiating a suffocating ferocity as it lunged toward Zhao Xianfeng. The dragon and the hammer bore no resemblance to one another. Zhao Xianfeng observed with a sense of detached amusement as Zhao Qilin wielded his spirit weapon. Yi Bailu felt herself spiraling into madness. Was this still the world she recognized? A 6th-level Xuanwu warrior, with a single sword strike, had heavily wounded a 6th-level Earth Martial warrior. That if this were to spread, it would surely invite ridicule from the world. One must be realistic, even when deceiving others. Clang! The sword sang with an otherworldly resonance, a tide of murderous intent engulfing the hall. Yi Bailu's mind wavered as her gaze fell upon the overwhelming blood-red sword energy. The Qingzhou sword, stained with blood, sliced through the air like lightning. Its chilling brilliance pierced the hearts of all present. Bang! The flood dragon and the hammer were struck as if by lightning, sparks flying. The flood dragon let out a mournful cry, instantly collapsing into the imprint. Zhao Qilin's wrist cracked audibly, the backlash shattering it. This is impossible. Zhao Qilin's eyes bulged, his insides trembling as the overwhelming force cascading from the hammer suffocated him with terror. Boom! Zhao Qilin plummeted to the ground, the hammer piercing through his chest, vanishing from sight. His chest caved in, organs ruptured, blood gushed forth, his body convulsing, mouth agape as he stared at Zhao Xianfeng, as if trying to engrave his image into his very eyes. A deathly silence enveloped the scene. The warriors of the Xiling Zhao clan were rendered speechless by terror. Yet Zhao Xianfeng did not halt in an instant. He was upon them. The spirit sword sang, its resonance stealing souls. Before the crowd could regain their senses, the Reaper from Hell was upon them. That heart-rending screams echoed as several Earth Martial Realm warriors fell, none remaining standing within mere blinks of an eye. Blood spread like a flood, the killing intent gradually receding. Zhao Longtang stood dumbfounded, gazing at the sea of corpses, his disheveled appearance resembling a feral dog. Surprised, Zhao Xianfeng approached Zhao Longtang, sword in hand. That I told you. You would not witness this. That I end the past. My father saved you. Now, I shall avenge him by taking your life. The atmosphere is thick with the scent of impending death, a culmination of months of pent-up rage that has finally erupted. The murderous intent surges suddenly, akin to a cataclysmic landslide or a tidal wave, leaving one breathless. Zhao Longtang trembles uncontrollably, suddenly howling. Zhao Xianfeng, even in death, I will curse you to an ill fate. The Zhao family of Xiling will never let you go. You shall not escape a wretched demise. With a sickening thud, a bloody head rolls to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief, a life wasted. Qin's eyes redden with tears of joy. Vengeance has finally been served. Father, Uncle Zhao, rest assured, I will live well with Xianfeng. Clenching her fists, Qin Inger murmurs to herself, the heavenly martial realm from the Zhao family of Xiling hasn't arrived yet. They must have been delayed. That we must leave. Zhao Xianfeng quickly responds that Yi Bailu, finally coming back to herself, gazes at Zhao Xianfeng as if he were a celestial being, her mind swirling in disbelief at this momentous shock. Such a prodigy, Bailu, let us depart. Qin's voice interrupts her thoughts, and she stiffly acknowledges with an "oh," hastily following suit. The trio exits the ancestral hall, the outside world silent, as they stealthily leave the Zhao family. Shortly after their departure, a martial artist appears frantically at Lingyuan Mountain, to the mountain's base. A passage descends, suffused with astonishing elemental energy. "Commander, something has happened. Zhao Qilin and the others are all dead." This warrior rushes deep into the cave, shouting at a middle-aged man seated atop the elemental vein. "What did you say?" The middle-aged man suddenly opens his eyes, a terrifying aura causing the cave to tremble. Zhao Honglian, the commander of the internal guards of the Zhao family in Xiling. At the second level of the heavenly martial realm, the commander, Zhao Xianfeng, and Qining have returned and shattered the statue. The elemental sealing disc was indeed hidden within it. Zhao Qilin led a group there, but was entirely slaughtered by Zhao Xianfeng. The voice of the Zhao family warrior trembles with fear. "Zhao Xianfeng. How can that be?" Zhao Honglian rises abruptly, disbelief etched on his face. "Did I not instruct you to report immediately upon discovering their whereabouts?" He glares at the Zhao family warrior, his murderous intent palpable. "The captain said you were in seclusion and should not be disturbed. With your strength, you could easily deal with that brat. You are worthless." Zhao Honglian clenches his fists, roaring in fury. "How many are left? Commander, it's just me now." Zhao Honglian falls silent. Upon arriving, he had brought dozens of elite internal guards, yet the storm claimed most of them. When engaging the Zhao, Chun, and Su families, more fell. Now, aside from him, only one remains. Since they are all dead, what use are you? Zhao Honglian's gaze turns icy to "No, please spare me, Commander." Boom! The lone survivor is brutally smashed against the stone wall. Bones shattered, organs ruptured, and life extinguished in an instant. Not even his own are spared. He is as ruthless as a demon. "Zhao Xianfeng, Qininger, you cannot escape." Zhao Honglian's body sways, and he vanishes from the cave like lightning. On the vast ocean, the old Ao sinks beneath the waves, retreating at an astonishing speed. The three great families have been obliterated, vengeance fulfilled. Zhao Xianfeng and Qin Inger feel a sense of lightness, the latter filled with dreams and aspirations for the outside world. "Miss Yi, do you have something to say?" Zhao Xianfeng suddenly inquires that Yi Bailu instinctively shakes her head, only to reveal a bitter smile. She realizes her reaction and demeanor have been too conspicuous that Yi Bailu bites her lip. "Young Master Zhao, you have killed Zhao Qilin, and the Zhao family in Xiling is aware of your existence. Once you set foot in Xiling, you will soon be discovered at that point. The Zhao family will not spare you that if the news leaks, along with the Qimo Manor, and even the Chu Wangfu. All the martial artists in Xiling will be alarmed. You will be the target of all." Hearing this, Qininger slightly furrows her brow, but immediately looks to Zhao Xianfeng for guidance. "What advice do you have?" "Miss Yi?" Zhao Xianfeng gazes at Yi Bailu with intrigue. Taking a deep breath, Yi Bailu states, "Young Master Zhao and Miss Qin possess extraordinary talents and astonishing strength that if you are willing to join my Mingjing Xinyun sect, the sect will spare no effort in protecting you. Although my sect is slightly weaker than Qimo Manor and Chu Wangfu, they would not dare to act openly against us that Yi Bailu wishes to recruit them." Setting aside the elemental sealing disc, merely the potential and strength displayed by the two is unprecedented in Xiling. For Mingjing Xinyun sect, this would be a tremendous opportunity, even a chance to surpass Qimo Manor and Chu Wangfu. Zhao Xianfeng shakes his head slightly. The heavenly martial realm from the Zhao family is in the city. If old Ao intervenes, killing him would be effortless. Do you know why I left directly? Yi Bailu is momentarily taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Why not kill Zhao Honglian? Doing so would prevent the news from spreading. The Xuanwu realm and the Earth martial realm are merely the beginnings of martial arts. If one must rely on external forces for everything, how can one hope to reach the pinnacle? Moreover, there must be some challenge. Otherwise, it would be too dull that I in Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes, the Zhao family of Xiling. No matter how strong Qimo Manor is not a concern that he does not need to rely on old Ao. The most critical factor, which he does not explicitly state, is that upon realizing the need to cultivate the killing intent for refining the void spirit weapon, he must hone his martial arts practice in this lifetime, nurturing a sense of slaughter. The Zhao family of Xiling and Qimo Manor are perfect sharpening stones for his sword that I in the realm of swordplay. One must not fear anything. Only by confronting challenges head-on can one swim against the current. Yi Bailu is momentarily stunned by these words, finding them excessively arrogant. Even if you are a prodigy. How many earth martial and heavenly martial experts does the Zhao family possess? Yet upon meeting Zhao Xuanfeng's piercing gaze, she finds herself at a loss for words. a subtle admiration rising within her. I am far inferior to him. God slays gods, Buddha slays Buddhas. Qin Inger suddenly speaks, her aura fierce and commanding. After enduring so much, she has grown significantly to Yi Bailu observes the two, feeling a pang of envy. Zhao Xianfeng gazes gently at Qin Inger, saying, You might consider joining Miss Ye's sect, duh. Qin Ye's expression changes, indignantly retorting, Are you abandoning me? I will never forsake you in this life. Zhao Xianfeng assures earnestly. You are too weak. Staying by my side would only be a burden. I must sharpen my swordsmanship, walking the path alone, slaying all demons and vile beings. Chapter 35. Blood stains the celestial clouds. Mingjing hangs in suspense as sword cultivators. We are unafraid and unyielding, singing a song of revelry with wine in hand, TOB carefree amidst the world, untouched by its dust that I end this life. Zhao Xianfeng shall not tread the same path as before. With a domineering spirit, he gazes across the vastness of the sea, instilling fear in old Yi Bailu pales at the overwhelming aura of slaughter that surges forth, yet she feels no trace of evil or hatred. Only an unparalleled sharpness that nearly overwhelms her, filling her with admiration. What vastness encompasses his world? In such a realm, she feels her own master, the current sect leader of Mingjing Xianyun, pales in comparison. Zhao Xianfeng looks at Qin Inger. Inger, in the future, I will encounter countless dangers, and I may not always be by your side. Thus, you must possess formidable strength to protect yourself, should I find myself in peril. You must also be able to safeguard me. Zhao Xianfeng blinks, envisioning fierce enemies and the saving grace of the Empress. Such scenes indeed invoke endless imagination. His words are somewhat heavy, yet they convey his intentions to Qin Inger, preparing her for what lies ahead. Qin Inger lowers her brow, her eyes glistening with tenderness. I wish to join. Bailu, may I join the Mingjing Xianyun sect? Yi Bailu swallows hard, her gaze filled with fervor. Although she cannot recruit Zhao Xianfeng, Qin Inger is equally formidable. Surpassing the heavenly grade spirit foundation, her combat prowess is astonishing. For Mingjing Xianyun sect, this is a tremendous windfall that I assure you. You will receive unprecedented attention. Yi Bailu states earnestly. Qin Inger beams with joy, suddenly shooting a fierce glare at Zhao Xianfeng. Once I surpass you, you shall be my little follower. The two share a mutual understanding. She knows Zhao Xianfeng acts in her best interest, fueling her determination to grow stronger. And no one can bully Zhao Xianfeng. Only I can. Well then, do not keep me waiting for that day. Zhao Xianfeng laughs heartily. Qin Inger rolls her eyes at Zhao Xianfeng, her expression brimming with affection. Yi Bailu watches the two, suddenly feeling envious and somewhat sour. Their bond is enviable, making her feel like an unwelcome presence. Zhao Xianfeng suddenly turns to Yi Bailu, his gaze profound. Miss Yi, the assurances you require are not limited to this. Yi Bailu furrows her brow, puzzled. Zhao Xianfeng states nonchalantly, the elemental sealing disc. Old Ao's words resound. Yi Bailu's expression shifts dramatically. I in this world. Some can restrain their desires, but many are manipulated by their cravings. Miss Yi, you should understand the kind of turmoil and troubles these will bring. Young Master Zhao, Yi Bailu begins, but is abruptly cut off by Zhao Xianfeng. I do not require your explanations. The five elements sealing heaven disc rests upon me, that if a single hair is harmed, or if even the slightest grievance befalls Inger, I vow to drench the celestial clouds in blood and leave the pure light in disarray. The declaration resounds with a clang, akin to an oath that reverberates through the heavens. The vast ocean shudders abruptly, tainted by an indistinguishable crimson that in the depths of the sea. Countless ferocious beasts tremble in fear. In this moment, it seems as if myriad sharp blades hover above all living beings, an invisible threat looming ominously. Yi Bailu's delicate form quivers, her spirit plummeting into a realm of despair, her lovely visage pale as death. Beads of sweat cascading down her cheeks, suffocation, terror, and hopelessness envelop her. The indifferent youth stands as if he were the supreme divine sword of this world. Blood stains the celestial clouds, and the pure light hangs in the balance. The 9 words sound like the fierce clang of a battle blade, carrying the might to rend the skies and shatter the earth, assailing her eardrums and soul. nearly driving her to the brink of collapse. Xianfeng. Qin Inger glared fiercely at Zhao Xianfeng before quickly turning her concern towards Yi Bailu. Bailu, are you all right? Ignore him. He merely speaks for amusement. The Yi Bailu, startled, awoke as if from a dream, suddenly aware that her clothes were drenched and her body weak and trembling. Nearly collapsing under the weight of terror. "It's too frightening," she stammered, her lips quivering, her voice barely above a whisper. Zhao Xianfeng slowly withdrew his gaze, his expression unyielding. This intimidation was indeed necessary. In his heart, Inger was his sole tether, his reverse scale. Anyone daring to provoke it would face dire consequences that if Yi Bailu were not a fool, she would understand what to do. Through their recent interactions, Zhao Xianfeng had gleaned the essence of her character. Despite her commendable convictions, she remained exceedingly naive. Some actions, although well-intentioned, often lead to calamity. However, he was not overly concerned, for with Lao Ao present, possessing the strength of a pinnacle in the heavenly martial realm. Even in the face of unforeseen events, he could sufficiently safeguard Inger once Inger arrived at the pure light, celestial cloud sect, even if the news of the 5 elements sealing heaven disc leaked. Outsiders would only assume it remained in his possession. "Do not let me down, you lot. This sword of mine cannot leave its sheath without adequate nurturing." Zhao Xianfeng narrowed his eyes, his heart like an ebbing sea. Surging forward, Xianfeng, move further away. Bailu needs to change her clothes. Qin Inger voiced with a hint of dissatisfaction. Zhao Xuanfeng's lips twitched as he swiftly rose, appearing beside Lao Ao. Upon Lao Ao's back, Yi Bailu's pallid face suddenly flushed red. Though Zhao Xianfeng had vanished from view, a peculiar sense of shame washed over her, quickly overshadowed by dread. Meanwhile, Lao Ao wore a forced smile, his heart anxious as he observed Zhao Xianfeng. "Once we leave the Wanlu Sea, remember to protect Inger well. Small skirmishes need not invoke your intervention, but when life and death hang in the balance. Understand?" Zhao Xianfeng instructed also requires growth and tempering. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall ensure not a single hair on her head is harmed. If anything goes awry, I shall stew you," Zhao Xianfeng replied coolly. Lao Ao shivered, feeling deeply wronged. "At least I am at the pinnacle of the heavenly martial realm. You underestimate me too much. Moreover, Miss Inger is my greatest fortune. This fellow is insufferable, that if only Miss Inger were the sole focus." Lao Ao lamented, only to suddenly sense a wave of murderous intent, causing him to shudder as he met Zhao Xuanfeng's teasing gaze. Forcing a smile and quickly averting his eyes, "Devil, continue assisting me in refining the sword body." Zhao Xianfeng averted his gaze. Leaving the Wanlu Sea would take time. He aimed to complete the first level of the 9-9 sword body by the time they reached Xiling. On the Wanlu Sea, Zhao Honglian controlled a large ship alone, slicing through the waves with remarkable speed. His countenance was dark and grim, his eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. Finding 2 individuals in this vast ocean was a fool's errand. They would undoubtedly escape the Wanlu Sea, he was certain. With the 3 great clans obliterated and the remnants of Tongtian City's 5 elements spiritual veins drained, they could no longer withstand the onslaught of the storm and ferocious beasts. Contemplating this, Zhao Honglian flipped his wrist, producing a jade talisman, a message talisman capable of conveying thoughts across vast distances that "I shall see how far you can flee. Even if you hide in this boundless ocean, I will find you." The 5 elements sealing heaven disc, such a treasure, is worth any expenditure of manpower and resources. Chapter 36. Willing to use a 3-foot sword to erase the evils before me. "My lord, we have arrived at the coastline that I in the distance. 2 ships were visible, with numerous martial artists aboard." Lao Ao's voice suddenly interrupted Zhao Xianfeng from his meditative state. "Have we arrived so soon?" Zhao Xianfeng, assessing his condition, sighed helplessly. The first level of the 9-9 sword body remained unfinished. Initially, he had only glimpsed Sword Madman's technique, recognizing its merit, but lacking a thorough understanding that it wasn't until now. Through practice, that he comprehended its astonishing nature and the source of Sword Madman's terrifying combat prowess. The pain was bearable. What was crucial was the level of refinement and energy required, far beyond imagination. Could it be the Zhao family? Zhao Xianfeng glanced upward, furrowing his brow. Given Lao Ao's speed, even a Zhao family expert at the heavenly martial realm would not surpass him. The martial artists aboard the two ships outside were noteworthy. Find a deserted spot to disembark. Zhao Xianfeng contemplated. There was no immediate need to confront them. Understood, my lord. That a quarter of an hour later, the three appeared on land, with a boundless ocean coastline stretching behind them. Qin Inger curiously surveyed the vast expanse, her eyes brimming with joy and excitement. Suddenly, she remarked, Xianfeng, Lao Ao mentioned there is a scent of blood ahead. That a scent of blood? Zhao Xuanfeng's brow arched as he pondered. Let us investigate. The three hastened forward, and soon a small village came into view. Zhao Xianfeng caught a whiff of the thick stench of blood as they entered the village, finding the ground strewn with corpses and the makeshift houses in disarray. Each scene bearing witness to a brutal slaughter. Who could have done this? Most of these individuals were ordinary folk, with the martial artists possessing weak skills. Even the old, the weak, and women were not spared. Qin Inger and Yi Bailu's expressions darkened, their eyes aflame with rage. Such actions are utterly savage. Zhao Xianfeng maintained an impassive demeanor as he walked, suddenly glancing toward a nearby house, and he approached it directly. A sharp crack echoed from within, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. Moments later, reassured by Qin Inger and Yi Bailu, a small head peeked out from a corner, a 6- or 7-year-old girl. Her body smeared with blood, her eyes filled with boundless fear and sorrow. Daddy and Mommy are sleeping. They rushed in and started killing. I want my daddy and Mommy. The little girl cried until she fell asleep in Qin Inger's embrace. With red-rimmed eyes, Qin Inger felt a wave of murderous intent wash over her. Beasts! Yi Bailu clenched her fists, her gaze filled with compassion as she looked at the little girl. That Inger, you two should leave. Return directly to the pure light, celestial cloud sect. That I will handle this. Zhao Xianfeng spoke slowly, his voice revealing no trace of emotion. Xianfeng, do you know who they are? Inger raised her head to look at him. If all goes as expected, they should be the ones from the ships along the coastline. Whether they are indeed from the Zhao family remains to be verified. Zhao Xianfeng remarked, glancing at the little girl and sighing. Bring her along. We will find a family to care for her once we return. Qin nodded earnestly, then handed the little girl to Yi Bailu, before rushing over to embrace Zhao Xianfeng. Remember to come find me. She glared fiercely at Zhao Xianfeng, her expression fierce. Zhao Xianfeng found her adorable, pinching her cheek and smiling. Rest assured, and do not be beguiled by those flamboyant temptresses outside. Inger waved her fist to be confident. You must believe in yourself. Zhao Xuanfeng's fingers ran through her flowing hair as he embraced her tightly. That I am leaving. Qin Inger reluctantly turned back every few steps as she departed with the little girl and Yi Bailu, their figures gradually fading from sight. Once Zhao Xianfeng withdrew his gaze, surveying the ground littered with corpses, he slowly retraced his steps. The injustices of the world are too numerous, and everyone has their own fate, which I cannot oversee. However, this matter before me is not to be disregarded. It is not in my nature. What do you think? Zhao Xianfeng mused, lowering his head as the Qingzhou sword emitted a crisp sound. As if in response, that on the coastline, two large ships bobbed upon the waves, where dozens of martial artists lounged about, idly chatting and exchanging crude remarks. Suddenly, one exclaimed, Someone is approaching. Where? On the shore. Just one person. I recall that the only nearby settlement has already been wiped out. I must say, that little lass is quite the allure. Huh. Laughter erupted as a multitude of gazes fixated on the figure that emerged at the water's edge. Dismissing the presence of a mere individual. What of a lone martial artist? Aboard the vessel, nearly 30 souls resided, one at the Earth Martial Realm's first level, with the rest all at the Xuanwu Realm. Hey kid, swim over here, and I shall reward you. Kimatant, put on a show like a swimming fish. Quite the handsome lad you are. Too bad Sister Lu isn't here, or she'd surely drool. The laughter echoed on the shore. Zhao Xianfeng took a light step and gracefully ascended, walking upon the waves that in mere blinks. He traversed hundreds of meters, akin to a soaring swallow, landing steadily at the bow of a large ship. The expressions of those aboard shifted slightly, recognizing the young man as formidable presence at the 6th level of the Xuanwu realm. Who are you? Inquired several burly men, their eyes glinting with malice. Sensing an unsettling air, but choosing to disregard it. You killed the people from that village, didn't you? Zhao Xianfeng scanned the group, noting the palpable aura of menace surrounding them, their very demeanor screaming thug. Which village are you referring to? They laughed in this desolate place. Who else could there be but us? We've been here for half a month seeking amusement. Those few young women inside, quite delightful. One burly man licked his lips, seemingly savoring the memory, his gaze filled with provocation as he leered at Zhao Xianfeng. What is it to you, kid? Seeking to eradicate evil and uphold justice. He turned to his companions and laughter erupted. This little brat, does he possess such capabilities? Just when we were bored, someone has come to entertain us. Come, who will play with this little rascal? A 6th-level Xuanwu, but let us not kill him too quickly. Amidst the laughter, one of the burly men strode forward, lunging towards Zhao Xianfeng. Little brat, let me see if you've matured yet, he sneered, oblivious to his impending doom. In a flash, a murderous glint flickered in Zhao Xianfeng's eyes, and the wooden plank beneath his feet suddenly splintered. With a swift motion, he swept his sleeve, and shards enveloped in crimson spiritual energy shot forth like arrows. A thud resounded as the burly man was struck, crashing into his companions with a chest wound gushing blood, a fragment of wood protruding grotesquely. He convulsed once, then succumbed, leaving the ship in stunned silence. A cacophony of growls erupted as dozens of hostile eyes locked on Zhao Xianfeng, their fury palpable. You little brat, I'll slay you, they roared, surging forward in a frenzy. Zhao Xianfeng swayed slightly, descending like a sword from the heavens. The ship trembled, debris scattered, and the air filled with screams. Blood seeped through the cracks of the wooden deck, staining the surrounding waters crimson. Chapter 37. The Fiery Land and the Evil Moon Gang. Spare me, pleaded the only Earth Martial Realm warrior aboard. Kneeling on the deck, blood trickling from his mouth, desperately bowing and begging for mercy. His terror was unending, a 6th-level Xuanwu, and he was but a single strike away from defeat. What manner of monster are you? Zhao Xianfeng squinted, querying that we are from the Evil Moon Gang. The burly man gritted his teeth, revealing the truth. Zhao Xianfeng paused. Not from the Zhao family? Brother, our Evil Moon Gang is one of the 2 major forces in the Fiery Land. We have numerous Earth Martial Realm members, and our leader is at the Heaven Martial Realm. If you leave now, it would take days to relay the message back, giving you ample time to escape. The burly man mustered the courage to lift his head, sincerity in his expression. Heaven and earth bear witness. I speak not a word of falsehood, that if we were in the territory of the Evil Moon Gang, I would not be so cowardly. But in this forsaken place, no one could come to our aid. What are you doing here? Zhao Xianfeng inquired coldly, unfazed by the man's distress. I don't know. We were ordered to guard this area, capturing anyone who approaches from the sea. Understanding dawned upon Zhao Xianfeng. This Evil Moon Gang must have connections to the Zhao family. After a few more questions, he received honest replies, and the man's eyes gleamed with hope. With a flick of his sleeve, Zhao Xianfeng unsheathed his sword, which remained bloodless as it gracefully departed. Beyond the vast sea lay a wild expanse, the Fiery Land being the nearest region to the various nations, a chaotic realm where numerous fugitives sought refuge. Yet it housed a treasure, the Essence Soil Mine, utilized for cultivating spiritual herbs, significantly enhancing their quality and reducing growth time. 2 major forces occupied the Fiery Land, the Shen family and the Evil Moon Gang. It appeared that the Zhao family's influence could not yet extend its reach here, with the Evil Moon Gang acting as their representatives or collaborators. Zhao Xianfeng pondered, his thoughts crystallizing. The Fiery Land was an essential path forward. For now, it would serve as a suitable base point. 2 days later, in the wilderness, a young man with an elongated face viciously kicked another down. Xianfeng, you have some nerve trailing me with just these 2 companions. The young man was Diu, one of the 7 leaders of the Evil Moon Gang, at the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Beside him stood 4 other martial artists, all at the Earth Martial Realm. They looked down upon the 3 miserable figures before them, brimming with arrogance. This Xianfeng is utterly reckless, daring to follow our leader despite being merely at the 8th level of the Xuanwu realm. And with only 2 Earth Martial Realm companions, should the Shen family's assets fall into his hands, they would surely be squandered. Isn't this to our benefit? They laughed heartily. Xianfeng gritted his teeth, roaring, do you if you dare kill me. The Shen family will never forgive you. Diu grinned wickedly, delivering a brutal kick to Xianfeng's abdomen. Of course, I wouldn't kill you, but capturing you, Your father will surely pay any price to retrieve his only treasured son. Enduring the excruciating pain, Shun Feng's face drained of color. The Shun family and the Evil Moon Gang were embroiled in a fierce covert struggle. With such an incident occurring, it was predictable that the Evil Moon Gang would demand a hefty ransom. A significant blow to the Shun family. Curse it! At that moment, Shun Feng regretted his impulsiveness. Having unintentionally spotted Du Yu's furtive actions, he had followed discreetly, only to be directly discovered. But now, it was too late for regret. Who goes there? Du Yu suddenly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. From the forest emerged a figure, gazing in astonishment at the scene that a sixth-level Xuanwu. Du Yu's vigilance waned significantly. Run! I am Shun Feng of the Shun family. Go and inform my father to rescue me, he bellowed, seizing Du Yu's leg in a desperate attempt. Just a mere sixth-level Xuanwu. Where do you think you're going? Du Yu's subordinate shot forward like lightning. Damn, you have some spirit. Du Yu kicked Shun Feng away, a mocking glimmer in his eyes. That you're from the Evil Moon Gang? Zhao Xianfeng inquired, locking his gaze on the approaching martial artist out of course. The man sneered, unleashing a vicious attack. Quite the coincidence. Zhao Xianfeng replied with a faint smile. Coincidence? The martial artist's eyes flickered with doubt. That moment, Zhao Xianfeng made his move. You seek death, seeing this unfold. The martial artist scoffed. Boom. A punch came crashing forth, and the Evil Moon Gang warrior felt as if he had struck an unyielding wall of bronze and iron. With a snap, his fingers shattered. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the wilderness, sending chills down spines. Thud. Zhao Xianfeng tossed him to the ground, calmly observing the remaining men. Shun Feng was dumbfounded, as if witnessing a ghost. That fellow was at the first level of the Earth martial realm. He involuntarily swallowed hard, a surge of fervent hope igniting within him. How is this possible? Du Yu was utterly astonished, unable to believe his eyes, that a sixth-level Xuanwu, defeating a first-level Earth martial realm warrior in an instant. What kind of joke is this, brother? Save me! Shun Feng cried out. Zhao Xianfeng regarded him, the young master of the Shun family, a flicker of intrigue stirring within him. Why is this young master of the Shun family in such dire straits? Brother, if you save me, I will give you anything you desire. Shun Feng exclaimed anxiously, his thoughts racing, realizing that the opponent could easily kill a first-level Earth martial realm warrior without a hint of fear. Though he found it hard to believe, what if? Anything. Zhao Xuanfeng's interest peaked. The Shun family and the Evil Moon Gang controlled numerous essence soil mines in the Fiery Land, a valuable asset for cultivating spiritual herbs. What is your life worth? Shun Feng was taken aback. What is my life worth? Surely, it is priceless. But as those words hovered on his lips, he stifled them. This man was clearly seeking a hefty ransom. A bitter smile crossed Shun Feng's face. Did he have any choice left? My life is priceless, he gritted out. Very well. Zhao Xianfeng nodded in satisfaction. Little rascal, do you know who I am? Du Yu's face turned ashen with rage. This brat was ignoring him entirely, launching negotiations as if he were of no consequence. That I do not know. Zhao Xianfeng calmly shook his head and inquired, Who are you? Du Yu's facial muscles twitched. Grappling with the indignity of being one of the 7 grand leaders of the Shiyue gang, renowned as its most promising member and favored by the gang leader. How had he ever endured such humiliation? I shall make you wish for death, he seethed. Du Yu surged forward, his aura dark and tempestuous, akin to a furious beast. With a resounding crash, he struck downwards, crimson spiritual energy swirling in his palm like a maelstrom, instantly transforming into a blazing red fireball that unleashed a cataclysmic fury capable of shattering all in its path. The 5th level of martial prowess was on full display. Shun Feng felt as though he had been deprived of breath. Trembling uncontrollably, his terror palpable as he clenched his fists tightly. Could this arrogant fool withstand Du Yu's onslaught? Under normal circumstances, he would not only dismiss him, but also mock him. Yet now, he was clinging to his life with desperate hope. Chapter 38. Third Uncle. I meant for him to go easy, brother. You must win. Shun Feng's fists were tightly clenched, feeling as if he were suffocating in this moment of desperate yearning. Many wished for his demise. But you were not among them. Zhao Xianfeng shook his head slightly, clang. The Qingzhou sword suddenly appeared in his hand, its crisp song echoing across the desolate wilderness. An invisible sharpness surged forth like a tempest, slicing through the air. Shun Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a crimson haze enveloping the 3-foot azure blade. Crack! The sword soared through the air, its explosive sound reminiscent of thunder. Crashing like waves against the shore, reverberating through the soul, relentless and tumultuous, the hiss that is so swift, that is so ferocious. Shin Feng's eyes fluttered, a blood shadow imprinted in his vision, lingering long after. Boom! 3 sword shadows erupted across the sky, akin to springs coiling and unleashing a torrent of sword energy that Du let out a piercing scream, his palm mangled, stumbling backward in disarray. Pfft! A spray of blood shot forth as Du Yu's eyes widened in horror. You concealed your cultivation. He shrieked in terror. That if you say so, Zhao Xianfeng replied nonchalantly, his body shifting to appear before Du Yu in an instant. The Qingzhou sword exuded a menacing aura, casting a net of impending doom. No, if you dare kill me, the Shiyue gang will not spare you. His roar abruptly ceased as a multitude of sword marks appeared on his face. The wilderness fell into an eerie silence. A suffocating pressure enveloping the air. One of the remaining 3 members of the Shiyue gang trembled and fled. Zhao Xianfeng took a step forward, ascending gracefully, surrounded by a thin veil of sword energy. Spiraling forth with tremendous speed, that a moment of turbulence passed, swiftly descending into silence. Xianfeng swallowed hard, staring blankly at the approaching Zhao Xianfeng, who appeared almost celestial. Are you even human? Xianfeng stammered, his lips trembling. The impact of this scene was overwhelming, so profound that it eluded the grasp of his understanding. What do you think? Zhao Xianfeng inquired, sheathing the Qingzhou sword. Are you not leaving? Xianfeng snapped back to reality, scrambling to his feet. Damn the Shiyue gang, that as he gazed upon the corpses of his 2 subordinates. Xianfeng gritted his teeth and hurried to Zhao Xuanfeng's side. Thank you for saving me. Elder brother, whatever reward you desire, upon returning to the Shin family, I shall present it with both hands. Xianfeng realized he had encountered an extraordinary individual. Such a being could not possibly arise from the barren lands of Liuhua. Let us depart, that I find myself quite intrigued by Liuhua. Xianfeng hastily followed suit. Half a day later, within the Shin family hall, Zhao Xianfeng sat alone, eyes closed in repose. After a brief interval, hurried footsteps echoed as if racing towards him. Zhao Xuanfeng's ears perked up, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Third uncle, no, please. I speak the truth. I have not deceived you. Just trust me this once. Release me, you little rascal. You are becoming increasingly unruly. How will the Shun family be entrusted to you in the future? The furious reprimand sent tremors through the hall, that a figure dashed into the chamber with the swiftness of lightning, radiating an overwhelming aura. I at you. Shun Sanshan's gaze turned icy, erupting into a furious laugh. You dare to deceive even the eldest of the Shun family. I shall see precisely where you come from. Boom. Shun Sanshan was as furious as a volcano, unstoppable. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, his clawed hand reaching out like a ferocious beast, intent on shattering the heavens above. He was at the 6th level of martial prowess. Xianfeng rushed into the hall, his eyes widening at the scene. Third uncle, no, damn it, show some mercy. As he realized he could not prevent it, Shun Feng's face contorted in despair, roaring in anguish. Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes glinted coldly as he remained seated. Buzz, 9-9 sword body. Zhao Xianfeng silently commanded within, his fingers suddenly clenching within the folds of his robe. That as Shun Sanshan lunged, Zhao Xianfeng abruptly raised his fist, that a terrifying force surged from his very core, coiling around his fist like a dragon. Boom! The shockwave erupted, causing the hall to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Shin Sanshan's eyes bulged, blood vessels bursting, his face twisting into a mask of madness. With a guttural sound, a jet of blood shot forth, and he plummeted to the ground, crashing down with a resounding thud. That a cry of anguish followed. Xianfeng stood frozen, then covered his face and wept. It's over. Third uncle, I speak the truth. Do you believe me now? Xianfeng glared at Shin Sanshan, internally musing that he deserved this for not trusting him. Is this how the Shin family treats their guests? Zhao Xuanfeng's palm slowly descended into his robe, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Xianfeng. Brother, please do not be angry. I apologize on behalf of my third uncle. He was merely afraid that I would be deceived and did not believe me. I could not stop him. Xin Feng's complexion shifted, hastily bowing and repeatedly apologizing. Xin Sanshan stared in terror at Zhao Xianfeng, the excruciating pain in his fist confirming that his bones had shattered. Monster! Is he even human? He truly possesses only the 6th level of Xuanwu. Xin Feng, knowing he is so powerful, you still ask me to show mercy. Xin Sanshan glared at Xin Feng in fury. Xin Feng's muscles twitched. Then he turned away and said softly, "Third uncle, I meant for my elder brother to show mercy." Oh. Xin Sanshan trembled all over, nearly spitting blood and rage at that moment. A martial artist from the Xiu gang burst into the gang leader's hall like a wild beast. "Leader, something has happened," flustered and disheveled. "How uncouth." Li Tianlang, who had been leisurely sipping tea with a young woman, darkened in countenance, slowly setting down his cup and gesturing for the woman to leave. Once she had retreated, he loomed over the remaining gang members, his voice cold as ice. "Speak, leader, Du has died." Li Tianlong's body trembled, his eyes momentarily vacant. "What did you just say?" His frigid tone carried disbelief, and the temperature in the hall plummeted, akin to an icy chamber. The cup on the nearby table quivered violently. Leader Du is dead, along with all his accompanying men, out in the wilderness. The gang member's voice trembled, his face turning ashen. Bang! The cup suddenly shattered, shards scattering, water splashing onto Li Tianlong's sleeve. The Shun family. Li Tianlang roared with a savage fury, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. The Diu, the most talented member of the entire Shui gang, was someone he had greatly valued, nurturing him as the next potential master of martial arts. Now he was dead in Liuhua. Who dares to kill Diu? Who has the audacity to do so? Only the Shun family could. "Leader, we found this beside Leader Du's corpse." The gang member tremulously presented a jade pendant. Swish! The pendant fell into Li Tianlong's grasp. Shun Feng's jade pendant. What a splendid Shun family. I have yet to seek trouble with you, yet you have already stirred up a hornet's nest, gripping the pendant tightly. His face contorted with rage, his eyes glinting like a ravenous wolf. "Report, leader," the scouts returned with news. Not long ago, Xin Feng and an unfamiliar young man returned to the Xin family. Xin Feng appeared quite disheveled, seemingly injured, and he was exceedingly respectful towards that young man. Li Tianlong's brows furrowed sharply at this revelation. An unfamiliar young man. Du was slain on the way to the coast. What was that young man's cultivation level? The 6th level of Xianwu. Li Tianlong's pupils constricted. Could it be that young man? Impossible. He instantly shook his head. It was utterly preposterous. Even a typical 6th level of martial prowess could contend with Du. Could this young man be the one he sought? Contemplating this, Li Tianlong's complexion changed dramatically, and he barked, "Send someone to keep a close watch on the Xin family." "Yes, leader." Chapter 39. No respect shown. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Xin Feng hunched over, glaring furiously at Xin Sanshan. "Apologize, apologize. This is my savior." Xin Sanshan clambered to his feet, gasping for breath, his complexion shifting between shades of blue and white. Just then, a figure burst into the hall. "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." The newcomer, a middle-aged man of elegant demeanor and tall stature, bowed respectfully to Zhao Xianfeng and then offered a series of obsequious smiles. "This young master, I am Xin Yunxiao, head of the Xin family. I was absent earlier and hurried here upon hearing the news, only to find I was too late. That on behalf of the Xin family, I extend my sincerest apologies." As he spoke, Xin Yunxiao unexpectedly bowed deeply, urging, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and apologize to this young master." Xin Yunxiao glared at Xin Sanshan, who, grinding his teeth in reluctance, finally bent in a bow, muttering, "Young master, it is the old fool who has been too rash. I sincerely hope you will not take it to heart. Father, this is Zhao Dage. He is the one who saved me," Xin Feng hastily interjected. Zhao Xianfeng scrutinized Xin Yunxiao and Xin Sanshan with a teasing smile, remarking lightly, "Master Xin, you truly possess remarkable skills that you've gathered both the pale and the rosy faces." Xin Yunxiao's facial muscles twitched slightly. Yet he maintained his composure, offering a forced smile. "Young Master Zhao, what are you saying? This is truly a misunderstanding. Your rescue of my son is an immense grace. My Shin family is always one to repay kindness. This lad is quite the enigma, Shen Yunxiao thought to himself in astonishment, realizing that Zhao Xianfeng could see through him. Zhao Xianfeng smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying that, to be honest, he held a certain admiration for this master of the Shen family. The interplay between the pale and rosy faces was quite commendable. An ordinary person would struggle to devise such a response in such a short span of time. Regardless of the truth, he could deftly articulate an explanation. This formidable expert of the heavenly martial realm had approached without a hint of arrogance, humbling himself to a remarkable degree, something most people could scarcely achieve. However, since Zhao Xianfeng had seen through everything, he would not allow the Shun family to lead him by the nose at that moment. Xianfeng sensed the atmosphere had turned awry. He truly did not comprehend the underlying significance, and quickly exclaimed, "Father, at that time, Zhao Dage saved me, and I promised that I would give him anything he desired. Now Zhao Dage seeks something." Xianfeng produced a piece of paper from his bosom, which Zhao Xianfeng had written to him upon his arrival at the Shun family. "It is only right." Shen Yunxiao nodded slightly, then took a seat to examine it. His pupils constricted slightly. Indeed, the request was audacious. These spiritual herbs were no trifles, all essential for warriors of the earth martial realm. Yet, considering Zhao Xuanfeng's strength, Shen Yunxiao took a deep breath, still unable to believe it. This was simply outrageous. "Young Master Zhao, I assure you, we possess the top 7 spiritual herbs you seek. However, the Ziqing Lingsui fruit is also within our grasp. But it will take a few days to mature. That I wonder if young Master Zhao could wait a bit." Shen Yunxiao inquired, raising his gaze towards Zhao Xianfeng. Zhao Xianfeng raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. This was indeed an unexpected delight. The Ziqing Lingsui fruit was not merely an ordinary spiritual herb. It was used to enhance one's consciousness. Although his consciousness was strong, he had yet to reach the level of the earth martial realm. The Ziqing Lingsui fruit was precisely what he needed to break through. For most warriors of the earth martial realm, the Ziqing Lingsui fruit was extremely rare and immensely valuable. "That is fine. I can wait a few days," Zhao Xianfeng replied with an indifferent expression. Shen Yunxiao felt a tinge of embarrassment. While he was awestruck by Zhao Xuanfeng's extraordinary capabilities as the head of the Shen family and a powerful expert of the heavenly martial realm, such a reaction felt rather undignified. However, Shen Yunxiao could not afford to lose his temper. His subtle tactics had been seen through, and it was clear that the Shen family was not in a favorable position. As he contemplated how to respond, he noticed Zhao Xianfeng had already risen, stating, "I shall take my leave now. Please have the aforementioned spiritual herbs brought to me." Shen Yunxiao's words almost escaped his lips. But instead, he urged, "Xianfeng, quickly go and deliver them to young Master Zhao." Xianfeng hurriedly complied. After the two departed, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. "Master, who on earth is this young man? It is simply terrifying. I suspect he might be some ancient monster who has returned to youth," Shen Sanshan remarked, rubbing his palms, his scalp tingling. "This individual is undoubtedly not from Liuhua City, yet his cultivation is indisputable. He is at the 6th level of the Xuanwu realm." Shen Yunxiao inhaled deeply, stating, "Fenger mentioned that this young man hails from the wilds. Even the prominent figures of the 3 great powers in Xiling, Yi Bailu, Ouyang Jian, and Chuimo, are far inferior." His words fell. Shen Sanshan gritted his teeth, asserting, "Even so, this young man is exceedingly arrogant. Master, you are of the heavenly martial realm, yet he shows you no respect whatsoever. That is of little consequence." Shen Yunxiao waved his hand lightly. "Were it you or I who had saved someone, only to be treated thus, we would not tolerate it either. Regardless of his identity, he is a benefactor to the Shun family and cannot be neglected. However, the trouble now lies with the Shiyue gang." Shen Yunxiao's expression darkened. The one who died was Du, the most outstanding member of the Shiyue gang. Given Li Tianlong's temperament, how could he possibly restrain himself? Are we to say that this has nothing to do with the Shun family? Who will believe that? Only the Shen family would dare oppose the Shiyue gang in Liuhua City. What if we were to hand this young man over? Shen Sanshan hesitated. "Do you not understand how the Shen family has managed to stand firm?" Shen Yunxiao's gaze turned frigid, fixing an icy stare upon Shen Sanshan. Shen Sanshan shivered, forcing a smile as he stammered, "Master, I was merely speaking off the cuff." "Calamities arise from careless words," Shen Yunxiao retorted bluntly. Meanwhile, Shun Feng was cautiously smiling as he escorted Zhao Xianfeng to a guest room for rest. Elder brother, please do not take it to heart. My father and the others truly did not mean it that way. Zhao Xianfeng cast a sidelong glance at Shun Feng, causing the latter to feel a chill down his spine. Was he truly that naive? Shun Feng steeled himself and continued, Young Master Zhao, you may not be aware, but my Shin family was once a family of the Tang Kingdom, that we offended a great power, and ultimately had no choice but to leave our homeland and come to this Liyue city. Back then, my Shin family was left with almost nothing. We relied on kindness and bloodshed to rise again. All of this you can inquire about, young Master Zhao. None of this concerns me. I saved your life, which is priceless, and I will take what I need and leave, Zhao Xianfeng replied coolly, pushing open the door to the room. He paused slightly, adding in a low voice, Your Shin family is about to face a great calamity. Shun Feng's expression shifted, and he quickly retorted, Are you referring to the Shiyue gang? Humph. My father and the leader of the Shiyue gang are both at the second level of the heavenly martial realm. Their malicious intent is well known. Do they truly think they can swallow my Shin family? It is nothing but a pipe dream. Zhao Xianfeng shook his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Before slamming the door shut, once seated, Zhao Xianfeng reflected on the events of the day, unable to suppress a smile. The Shin family was indeed intriguing. However, his words about impending calamities were not unfounded, a fact that even Shin Yunxiao likely had not yet realized. Next, it would be interesting to see how the Shin family would respond. Before the Zhao family member arrived, he needed to focus on his cultivation. The heavenly martial realm was, to Zhao Xianfeng at present, akin to a daunting mountain. Now that he lacked the assistance of the old AO and the environment of Wanjing Sea, the spiritual herbs he sought were crucial to his needs. Chapter 40. Ruthless threats. The Shun family acted swiftly. They delivered 10 portions of the 7 types of spiritual herbs Zhao Xianfeng required. For the Shin family, these 10 portions were sufficient to significantly bolster the strength of several warriors at the Earth Martial Realm, potentially even leading to breakthroughs. They were indeed keeping their promise. The 7 types of spiritual herbs were all fierce and potent, and when combined, their power became utterly terrifying, perfectly suited for cultivating the Jiu-Jitsu sword body. Given enough, this method would yield better results than training underwater. However, as the cultivation continued, it would not be long before the effectiveness of these 7 types of spiritual herbs diminished significantly, necessitating even rarer counterparts. Most individuals could not bear such a burden. For now, Zhao Xianfeng chose not to dwell on these complexities. The fusion process was exceedingly straightforward and crude. He summoned his spiritual force and recklessly melded the 7 types of spiritual herbs. Under Zhao Xuanfeng's control, the medicinal effects remained intact. Subsequently, he swallowed them whole. If this scene were to be witnessed by the members of the Shin family, their eyes would surely pop out in shock. Warriors at the 4th or 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm could scarcely withstand such an act. Their physical forms would likely burst apart. Yet Zhao Xianfeng felt no fear whatsoever. Boom, boom! His 100 bones trembled as a torrent of violent power surged forth like a raging fire, igniting the blood mist of the sky, slaying sword in a sea of energy, amplifying the impact several-fold. His flesh and blood roared in response, and the agony of the tearing and refining was simply beyond human endurance. The room gradually fell silent, that in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed without the Shun family sending anyone to disturb Zhao Xianfeng. On this day, as Zhao Xianfeng concluded his training, he sensed considerable commotion outside. Curiosity piqued, he stepped out of his room and observed Shun family warriors hastily rushing out, their expressions grave. Could it be? Zhao Xianfeng mused and promptly followed suit. Shun Feng rushed in from behind, suddenly spotting Zhao Xianfeng, and was momentarily taken aback. Young Master Zhao, why are you out here? I came out to see what was happening. Zhao Xianfeng replied with feigned curiosity. Shun Feng hesitated before confessing. The Shiyue gang has come knocking. Zhao Xianfeng chuckled indeed. Shun Feng's face fell as he sighed. That's right. In Liyue City, only my Shin family would dare to kill a warrior of the Shiyue gang. Even if it wasn't us, the Shiyue gang would still suspect it was our doing. Moreover, I lost my jade pendant. Zhao Xianfeng paused for a moment, realizing that this had provided the Shiyue gang with ample justification. But do not worry, young Master Zhao. My Shin family would never hand you over. This matter, my Shin family will bear the brunt of it, Shin Feng hastily assured him, fearing Zhao Xianfeng would misinterpret his words. Can you truly represent the Shun family in making such a decision? The consequences of war are something your family might not be able to bear. Zhao Xianfeng replied with a hint of a smile. Shun Feng gritted his teeth, asserting vehemently, "My father would never engage in such actions." Boom. A sudden thunderous sound echoed from outside, swiftly followed by a chilling voice. "Shen Yunxiao, is this the stance of your Shun family? You have killed the leader of the Shiyue gang, and today, if you do not surrender the murderer to me, it shall be a fight to the death." The voice was like thunder, reverberating throughout the Shen residence. Imbued with a terrifying ferocity that weighed heavily on the hearts of all that it was Li Tianlang, the leader of the Shiyue gang. Shun Feng's complexion turned ashen as he rushed out in haste. And Zhao Xianfeng too wished to witness how the Shun family would choose. Thus he followed suit. Outside the Shen residence, a standoff ensued. Two injured warriors were carried back by Shun family martial artists. Gravely wounded, that Li Tianlang. How dare you show your face here? Do you sought to kill my son? He deserves to die. The person responsible for this is from my Shen family, that if you wish to fight, then let it be so. Shen Yunxiao's face darkened, yet he did not retreat, stepping forward as the overwhelming aura of a heavenly martial realm expert erupted. The sky shifted in Hue.in the distance. Countless onlookers felt a shiver run down their spines, yet more were filled with excitement. The warriors from Liuhua land were no innocents. Most were ruthless scoundrels from various nations who had fled from their own misdeeds. The greater the chaos, the more exhilarated they became. This was Li Tianlang. Zhao Xianfeng quietly observed the martial artist opposite Shen Yunxiao. He was burly, with a hooked nose and a cold demeanor, radiating an aura of malevolence so thick it was palpable, suggesting he had taken countless lives to accumulate such a fearsome presence that in response to Shen Yunxiao's unyielding stance, Li Tianlang smirked ominously and remarked, "Do not think I am unaware. He is merely an outsider, not one of your Shen family. Surrender him, and you may avert a catastrophic conflict. Otherwise, you shall not fathom how many lives your Shen family will lose." Shen Yunxiao, ask your kin if they are willing to die for an outsider. Upon hearing these words, a pall of dread fell over the Shen family. Outsider? Is he truly an outsider, head of the family? Even if he is still our savior. How could we possibly hand him over? Indeed, my Shen family stands on the foundation of benevolence. What does it matter if he is an outsider? Li Tianlang, do not presume that we fear you. If it is war you seek, then let it come. The roars of anger surged forth, the Shen family uniting in a formidable display of spirit. Yet, Zhao Xuanfeng's gaze narrowed, fixated on Li Tianlang, that he was aware that the latter knew the truth, that the perpetrator was an outsider. The mere demand for the murderer confirmed his suspicions. Zhao Xianfeng was now utterly convinced of a connection between the Shiyue gang and the Zhao family. Shen Yunxiao laughed heartily. Li Tianlang, did you hear that? Li Tianlang, unfazed, smirked playfully before suddenly bellowing, "Bring them forth." The crowd parted, unveiling a group of several dozen individuals under the guard of the Shiyue gang. Kneel. The Shiyue gang warriors showed no mercy, kicking the captives' calves, causing them to fall to the ground in a chorus of thuds. Shen Yunxiao's countenance darkened, and an overwhelming fury erupted from the Shen family to Li Tianlang. "If you dare harm them, I will ensure you meet a death without a grave." Shen Yunxiao roared, his murderous intent palpable. Though he appeared cultured, having led the Shen family to establish their presence in Liuhua land, he was far from indecisive or merciful. Li Tianlang mocked, "Do you think I would hesitate? These people are from your Shen family, that it has taken me considerable effort over the past few days to capture them. 38 in total that your family. They may not be significant." He turned to the pitiable Shen family warriors and grinned. "I am curious to see who holds more importance in your heart, these individuals or that outsider. Shen family head, will you sacrifice the lives of dozens for an outsider? Li Tianlang, may you die a miserable death. Scoundrel, beast, you shall pay." The Shen family erupted in furious shouts, their eyes aflame with rage. Li Tianlang sneered, then abruptly raised his hand. Thud. A severed head rolled onto the ground, blood spilling forth. "Head of the family, save me. I do not wish to die. Please save us." The captives trembled, their eyes filled with desperate longing as they gazed at Shen Yunxiao. Shen Yunxiao clenched his fists, his fury boiling over. "Head of the family, I will grant you 10 breaths of time to consider. Li Tianlong's icy gaze bore into Shen Yunxiao. The atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. Every eye fixed upon Shen Yunxiao. Such ruthlessness. Zhao Xianfeng stared coldly at Li Tianlang, his heart stirred by the unfolding drama. This scene was truly unexpected. Li Tianlong's actions were a cruel manipulation, forcing Shen Yunxiao into a corner. Whatever choice he made would bear dire consequences for the Shen family. Inviting scorn. Zhao Xianfeng turned his attention to Shen Yunxiao, whose body trembled with rage at the precarious decision before him. What will you choose, head of the Shen family? Head of the family, please surrender them. My brother is among them. Head of the family, those are lives at stake. Weak, pleading voices began to rise. Shen Yunxiao nearly ground his teeth in frustration, turning his back to the crowd, his gaze growing increasingly feral. The foundation of my Shen family cannot be destroyed. Otherwise, how shall we stand in Liuhua land in the future? I shall treat your parents and families as my own. His roar was thunderous, shaking the onlookers. Even if this was an attempt to win hearts, it could not help but stir their emotions that a promise is a promise. Nothing less. The cacophony among the Shen family quickly quieted, their eyes burning with determination. Brother, fear not. I will avenge you. One cried out hoarsely. Shen Yunxiao growled. Li Tianlang, you shall pay for your actions today. Li Tianlong's heart trembled as he gazed deeply at Shen Yunxiao. Suddenly sneering, the head of the Shen family is truly ruthless. Such cold-heartedness must be disheartening for your kin. Shut your mouth, you dog. I shall tear your tongue from your mouth one day. The Shen family erupted in furious curses. Li Tianlong's expression darkened, his murderous intent flaring. Kill them all. At his command, the Shi Gang warriors brandished their weapons, their faces twisted in malice. Wait. Zhao Xianfeng stepped forward, drawing the attention of all. Who was he? Could he be the one who killed Diyu? Gasps filled the air. Impossible. Diyu is a 5th-tier earth martial artist, while he is merely at the 6th tier of the Xuanwu realm. Chaos ensued. Li Tianlong's pupils constricted. Could it be him? He dared not believe it. Brother Zhao, Shen Feng exclaimed in shock, rushing to pull him back. Yet Zhao Xianfeng exuded an aura that pushed Shen Feng away. Shen Yunxiao turned, his face darkening. Today had already been fraught with troubles that he had chosen not to surrender and would not regret it. But why did Zhao Xianfeng choose this moment to intervene? It seemed to render his earlier efforts futile. For the first time, Shen Yunxiao felt dissatisfaction towards Zhao Xianfeng. The head of the Shen family is admirable. Zhao Xianfeng nodded slightly towards Shen Yunxiao, completely disregarding the unusual look in Shen Yunxiao's eyes, and turned his gaze to Li Tianlang, saying coolly, Did you not wish to find me? You killed Diyu? Li Tianlang narrowed his eyes, an invisible malice swirling in the air, making one feel as though they were being targeted by a ferocious beast. Their hearts racing. That I did. Zhao Xianfeng openly admitted that a commotion erupted in the streets. How is this possible? You jest. Just because you are at the 6th tier of the Xuanwu realm. You think you can kill Diyu? I would gladly offer my head to you. No one believed him, and the crowd of ruffians laughed mockingly. Zhao Xianfeng paid them no mind, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Li Tianlang. My surname is Zhao. A strange smile graced his lips. Boom. Li Tianlang's pupils constricted, his eyes widening in shock. Zhao. You are the one Zhao Honglian seeks. It was indeed him. Li Tianlang suppressed his inner turmoil and said coolly, Shen Yunxiao wishes to protect you. Yet you stepped forward voluntarily. Do you not fear death? The crowd fell silent, taken aback. Did Li Tianlang actually believe this? Zhao Xianfeng replied indifferently, The demeanor of the head of the Shen family has impressed me today. However, his desire to protect me has no bearing on my choice to step forward. Saving a life is worth a reward. We owe each other nothing. Although I am not a man of compassion, I feel a twinge of guilt for the lives that may be lost because of me. Shen Yunxiao shuddered. The Zhao Xianfeng before him seemed even more enigmatic, exuding an extraordinary presence that I am here to exchange for them. Zhao Xianfeng gestured towards the captured members of the Shen family. Very well. But there are conditions, Li Tianlang replied, his tone playful. You must walk towards me, within 10 paces, and I shall release them. Li Tianlang is far from foolish. On the contrary, his mind is terrifyingly astute to amass such a formidable force as the Shiyue gang in the Scorching Land. Mere ruthlessness is far from sufficient. Shen Yunxiao, with comparable cultivation, is wary of him. Zhao Xianfeng must be subdued. not only for revenge but also for matters of great significance. Young Master Zhao, do not act on impulse. He cautioned that I have never regretted my words. Today, no one shall take you away. Shun Yunxiao's expression shifted, fully aware of the machinations at play, and he hastily called out, Zhao Xianfeng, do not turn your back. I am a sword cultivator. Zhao Xianfeng replied, unwavering. The way of the sword is one of sincerity. Having made my choice, no one can sway me. His voice resonated with authority, echoing in the air. Zhao Xianfeng strode purposefully forward, while Shen Yunxiao's heart raced, fists clenched, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed upon Li Tianlang. The latter's expression shifted unpredictably, his malevolence intensifying with each passing moment. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from Li Tianlang, akin to a dark cloud swirling ominously, coalescing into a grotesque, monstrous form that roared towards Zhao Xianfeng. The wind howling with an eerie ferocity. The invisible pressure bore down on the souls of those present, leaving them pale with fear. The might of the Tianwu realm was as formidable as a deity in this moment. Yet, Zhao Xianfeng remained composed, facing Li Tianlang with unyielding resolve, each step heavy as if laden with lead. The ground trembled beneath him as he advanced, the crowd watching in shock, growing increasingly incredulous. How can this be? They murmured. Under the oppressive might of the Tianwu realm, he still dares to move. This power is beyond what my Duwu realm can withstand. I can barely move, they lamented as Zhao Xianfeng drew closer to Li Tianlang. The latter's heart surged with disbelief in that instant. He became convinced that Du was indeed slain by this very youth. The distance of mere feet should have rendered anyone beneath the Tianwu realm incapable of movement. Yet this youth seemed unaffected. Zhao Xuanfeng's form quivered slightly, his fingers tightening beneath his sleeves, beads of sweat forming on his brow, that he felt no fear of the Tianwu aura. Rather, he was focused on the pressure and impact targeting his cultivation. Maintaining his calm demeanor, he shifted his fingers, forming seals to stabilize his body, that 99-sword body. With a resounding crash, the floor beneath him splintered as he advanced, standing tall like a sword, his essence both ancient and powerful, captivating the onlookers' hearts and minds. Stopping abruptly a mere yard away, he ignored the sweat cascading down his face and fixed a cold gaze upon Li Tianlang. Perhaps you have heard a saying? What saying? Li Tianlang, now visibly moved, regarded Zhao Xianfeng with newfound respect. The spine of a sword cultivator cannot be suppressed by heaven and earth, Zhao Xianfeng declared, a smirk playing on his lips. Do you think the likes of the Tianwu realm can subdue me? In that moment, an unparalleled and domineering brilliance radiated from him, akin to a sword unsheathed, illuminating the surroundings. The silent clang of his sword echoed within the hearts of all present, as if a divine sword stood proudly. Indifferent to the heavens that instant, the Tianwu realm's Li Tianlang appeared remarkably diminished. With a sudden tremor of his eyes, Li Tianlang's face darkened, fury surging within him. You little brat, you court death. A potent shockwave of soul energy erupted from him, causing Zhao Xianfeng to stagger, a metallic taste flooding his throat, yet he suppressed it resolutely. Release them. Chapter 42. Walking on the edge of a blade, Li Tianlang's clenched fists suddenly relaxed, his overwhelming killing intent dissipating like the wind. What a remarkable young prodigy, he mused, glancing at Shen Yunxiao. Poised and ready, he waved his hand. Release them. He had no desire to engage in full-scale war with the Shen family just yet. He lacked the assurance to subdue Shen Yunxiao. Should a conflict arise, the consequences could be dire. That individual would arrive soon, and when they did, the Shen family would meet their demise, and the scorching land would become his dominion, filled with treasures from the wilderness that even the surrounding nations would hesitate to offend. With a flurry, dozens of Shen family members were released, their bodies battered and bruised from torment. Yet in this moment, hope surged forth as they scrambled towards the Shen family, utterly disheveled. The Shiyue gang remained motionless, while Li Tianlang gazed at Zhao Xianfeng with a mocking glint in his eyes. Kid, at this point, you cannot escape. Once that individual arrives, your fate will no longer be my concern. However, should you dare to harm a member of my Shiyue gang, you will surely experience the torment of captivity firsthand. With a ferocity that was palpable, Li Tianlang exuded immense confidence, believing Shen Yunxiao would never succeed. Without warning, he struck, a casual yet powerful palm aimed at Zhao Xianfeng. The might of a Tianwu realm cultivator reverberated through the air, shattering the atmosphere with a fearsome power that sent distant warriors into a state of panic. Yet, Zhao Xianfeng refused to yield. It was not in his nature to submit passively, that he had come to bargain for the lives of the Shen family, but that did not mean he would willingly offer his own life to Li Tianlang. At the moment of Li Tianlang's attack, he suddenly sprang into action. Clang! The Qingzhou sword was unleashed, its blade gleaming like it had been drenched in blood, a vivid crimson, translucent and radiant. You dare to act? Li Tianlang scoffed, his arrogance palpable. Even with your Duwu realm cultivation, you are but an infant in the face of the Tianwu realm. Boom! Zhao Xuanfeng's expression remained unfazed, his body surging with vitality, blood boiling within him. The 99 sword body ignited within him, amplifying his strength fivefold. With a single flick of his sword, a thundering roar erupted. The sword transformed into a fearsome, blood-red giant serpent, its gaping maw lunging towards Li Tianlang. Bang! With a single blow, the blood serpent shattered, the force of Li Tianlang's palm crashing down upon the Qingzhou sword. The terrifying momentum surged forth, overwhelming Zhao Xianfeng. PFF. Zhao Xianfeng coughed up blood, engulfed by the torrential force that bore down upon him like a swamp. Come here, Li Tianlang bellowed, as Shen Yunxiao charged forward. The moment Li Tianlang struck, he acted without hesitation, realizing that Zhao Xianfeng was stalling for time. Even a fraction of a moment was crucial. With Li Tianlang's fierce grip, Zhao Xianfeng merely smiled coldly, suddenly unleashing a torrent of energy. Boom! He thrust his sword forward, its blade vibrating violently, infused with a murderous intent that erupted into a sweeping tide of crimson. Vast and overwhelming. Bang! Li Tianlang's palm crushed the torrent of swords, landing heavily upon the blade. Zhao Xianfeng grinned. Too late that Li Tianlang's expression shifted dramatically, in that fleeting moment, Shen Yunxiao had already arrived. With a swift motion, Shen Yunxiao flicked his sleeve, unleashing 3 jet-black needles that shot forth like lightning, each tainted with a faint green glow, unmistakably laced with poison, in that instant. If Li Tianlang did not release his grip, he would have no time to react. It was too swift. You little brat! Li Tianlang roared in rage, unhesitatingly releasing his hold and sweeping forth with a mighty wave of energy that he had anticipated everything. Yet he had not expected that Su Guang would dare to retaliate against him, managing to deflect much of his might. Unbeknownst to him, although Zhao Xianfeng had yet to fully cultivate the first level of the 99 sword body, the quintupled strength had elevated his sword's power to the peak of the Duwu realm. Yet, all of this was perilously thrilling, a dance upon the edge of a blade. Shen Yunxiao's timely response was pivotal. Had he not spoken earlier, Zhao Xianfeng would not have emerged this moment. Zhao Xianfeng could not afford to be careless, retreating at lightning speed. Boom! Boom! Shen Yunxiao and Li Tianlang clashed in an instant. The air filled with flying dust and debris. Li Tianlang. Are you surprised? Elated? Shen Yunxiao taunted without restraint. Li Tianlang was consumed by rage, resembling a ferocious beast. In mere moments, the two separated amidst a tempest of violent clashes. Fuming, Li Tianlang gritted his teeth, his gaze venomous and snake-like. Despite his reluctance, he understood that he had lost the opportunity to capture Zhao Xianfeng. Leader Li, until we meet again. Zhao Xianfeng coughed up blood and flashed a grin towards Li Tianlang. You little rascal, wait for me! Li Tianlang bellowed, turning to leave decisively. Now was not the time for conflict. Having already lost face, there was no reason to linger further. The Xue gang exited in disarray. Their initial bluster replaced by suppressed rage. Forced to swallow their indignation, this moment, the Shen family warriors gazed at Zhao Xianfeng, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe. The preceding events felt as if they had transcended the realm of the supernatural. Yet more terrifying was the revelation of his strength. He had withstood 2 strikes from a Tianwu realm cultivator. What manner of monster is this? A man is unworthy of Zhao Gongzi. Today's events will remain etched in the memory of my Shen family. Shen Yunxiao turned around, gazing intently at Zhao Xianfeng, and suddenly bowed deeply, causing a profound silence to envelop the room. And one doubted that Zhao Xianfeng could bear such a gesture. Following suit, all members of the Shen family paid their respects. Zhao Xianfeng accepted the salute with composure, but cast a glance at Shen Feng. Shen Feng appeared bewildered but instinctively rushed over. "Brother Zhao, what is it?" he inquired, his face a mask of confusion. "Support me, wasn't this fellow quite clever earlier? Why does he now seem like a block of wood?" Zhao Xianfeng thought, feeling weary, that I just endured the onslaught of the Tianwu realm and withstood 2 strikes. Do they really think I am invincible? Oh. Shen Feng suddenly snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile as he hurried to assist Zhao Xianfeng, waving his hand and calling out, "Disperse, disperse. Those who need to be on guard should be vigilant. Keep a close watch on the Shiyue gang." Upon returning to the Shen residence, as Zhao Xianfeng sat on the bed, his complexion turned as pale as paper, cold sweat pouring down like rain. And his body trembled violently. This was the side effect of employing the Jiujiu sword body. His power had surged exponentially, yet it consumed the essence of his very being, rendering him utterly weak after the battle. Zhao Xianfeng recalled how that madman, Jiu Fengzi, nearly fell victim to a demoness after a similar confrontation, becoming a laughingstock in the Guanyin heavenly domain, that if he had indeed been captured, it would have become a tale passed down for millennia. Shen Feng quickly arrived with a collection of spiritual pills and herbs, hastily placing them down before departing. Zhao Xianfeng took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay upright, swallowing a handful of pills, and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 43. The Shen family faces great peril the next day. In the Shen family hall, someone declared, "Head of the family, the actions of the Shiyue gang are simply a blatant disregard for our Shen family. If we simply let this go, will we not become the laughingstock of the Liuhe region? I believe we must severely punish the Shiyue gang and make them suffer, that I concur," came a voice. Shen Feng cautiously peeked in, saying, "Father, Brother Zhao has arrived," but a sudden hush fell over the hall as Zhao Xianfeng entered. Several gazes converged upon him, followed by a surge of enthusiastic laughter. "Young Master Zhao is here. How is your injury? If you require any spiritual herbs, please do not hesitate to ask. Our Shen family is not lacking in medicinal resources. Haha." The warm demeanor of the elders caused Shen Feng to feel a pang of discomfort. These old fellows are truly hypocritical. If it were not for Zhao Xuanfeng's remarkable actions yesterday, would they be so cordial today? Simply saving him, Shen Feng, would not suffice to elicit such behavior from these individuals. "Young Master Zhao, how is your injury?" Shen Yunxiao gently raised his hand, quieting the elders. "Not too bad. Although I have consumed quite a few spiritual herbs, my injuries have only healed about halfway," Zhao Xianfeng replied. "What is your perspective on yesterday's events, young Master Zhao?" Shen Yunxiao was eager to hear Zhao Xuanfeng's thoughts, that he was well aware that Zhao Xuanfeng's prowess extended beyond mere strength. His intellect was equally formidable, surpassing that of ordinary individuals. "Does the head of the Shen family truly wish to know?" Zhao Xianfeng asked with a playful smile as he took a seat that, of course, young Master Zhao need not hold back. Shen Yunxiao sensed a hint of something unusual in Zhao Xuanfeng's tone. Zhao Xuanfeng's gaze swept over the 4 elders seated across from him, including Shen Sanmountain, who had been present that day. "The Shen family is facing great peril." His words were startling, causing Shen Yunxiao's pupils to constrict. Shen Sanmountain was the first to react, his voice laced with anger. "Young Master Zhao, you are a benefactor to our Shen family, and I hold you in high regard. But from where do you draw such conclusions? The Shiyue gang is formidable, yet we are not made of clay. Young Master Zhao, you seem to underestimate our Shen family," he continued. The atmosphere in the hall shifted from warmth to tension, the 4 elders casting unfriendly glances at Zhao Xianfeng. Had it not been for Zhao Xuanfeng's previous assistance to the Shen family, his words would have surely led to his expulsion. Shen Feng felt uneasy, stealing a glance at Zhao Xianfeng. His curiosity piqued, for Zhao Xianfeng had previously spoken similar words to him. Zhao Xianfeng maintained a calm demeanor, undeterred by the hostility. Shen Yunxiao furrowed his brow and urged, "Please speak plainly, young Master Zhao." His instincts told him that Zhao Xianfeng was not speaking without reason, but as the saying goes, the observer sees clearly while the participant is lost. Perhaps he knew something more. "I have no enmity with the Shiyue gang, but I do have grievances with the individuals behind them." Zhao Xuanfeng's gaze turned somber. "What do you believe will happen if the Shiyue gang gains another strong fighter at the Tianwu level?" "That is impossible," Shen Yunxiao reacted vehemently. Zhao Xuanfeng's statements were too outrageous. The Shen family and the Shiyue gang had been at odds for years, fiercely competing for the rare resources of the Liuhe region. They were far too familiar with each other that if there were individuals behind the Shiyue gang, surely it would have been known by now. If the head of the Shin family does not believe me, there is little I can do. Zhao Xianfeng shrugged. He was certain that Shin Yunxiao would not easily accept his claims. Yet it was precisely this demeanor that cast Shin Yunxiao into a state of uncertainty. Young Master Zhao, how do you come by this information? Shun Sandmountain pressed, suppressing his anger as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Xianfeng, that if you do not believe, why should I waste my breath? Zhao Xianfeng suddenly stood up, stating coolly, remember to deliver the Ziqing spirit fruit when it arrives. With that, Zhao Xianfeng exited the hall. Xinfeng glanced at Shin Yunxiao and promptly followed him out. Inside the hall, silence reigned. Finally, Shin Yunxiao turned to the four elders. Do you find his words credible? Not credible. Shin Sandmountain was the first to shake his head, yet he soon added through gritted teeth. But he has no reason to deceive us. Indeed, what reason could he have? Zhao Xianfeng had slain the Shiyue gang's Du, establishing an almost irreconcilable enmity. Shin Yunxiao's expression shifted dramatically as he clenched his teeth, declaring, better to believe it exists than to believe it does not. The actions of Li Tianlang yesterday were indeed peculiar. Head of the family, I will personally discuss this matter with young Master Zhao. Shin Yunxiao's heart was rife with suspicion. Who could be behind the Shiyue gang? The survival of the Shin family hinged on this knowledge. He could not afford to remain indifferent after Zhao Xianfeng left. It was not long before the Shin family delivered the Ziqing spirit fruit, 3 in total. The purple fruits, translucent and shimmering with a faint glow, made one's mouth water. This item was precious. Even a single fruit could greatly enhance the soul of a high-level Earth martial realm warrior. With 3 in hand, the Shin family was indeed generous. Zhao Xianfeng swallowed one whole and quickly closed his eyes. Half a day later, a tremendous wave of energy surged through the room, filling it with a suffocating sharpness. This was the aura of Zhao Xuanfeng's soul, now reaching the Earth martial realm level, astonishing like a divine sword, far surpassing that of an ordinary Earth martial realm warrior. The breakthrough of his soul into the Earth martial realm would significantly enhance Zhao Xuanfeng's overall strength, allowing him to unleash even greater power through various means. Knock, knock, knock. Shin Yunxiao. Zhao Xianfeng raised an eyebrow, but felt no surprise. Head of the Shin family, please enter. He was certain that Shin Yunxiao could not dismiss his words as mere nonsense. As Shin Yunxiao stepped into the room, a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. That previous surge of soul energy was comparable to the peak of the Earth martial realm. Truly monstrous, truly abnormal. No words could adequately describe it, prompting Shin Yunxiao to regard Zhao Xianfeng with even greater seriousness. Congratulations, young Master Zhao. Regarding today's discussion, I hope you can be straightforward. Shin Yunxiao fixed his gaze on Zhao Xianfeng. I trust in you, young Master Zhao. Zhao Xianfeng jested, are you not afraid of falling into a pit? There is no benefit to you, young Master Zhao. Shin Yunxiao's thoughts were remarkably clear. Given your extraordinary potential, you are certainly not an ordinary individual. You likely disdain the resources of the Liuhua region. Zhao Xianfeng marveled that Shin Yunxiao was indeed worthy of his position as the head of a family. He still required the strength of the Shin family. The Shiyue gang was backed by the Zhao family of Zhao Kingdom. The Zhao Kingdom? Shin Yunxiao's pupils constricted in disbelief. How can this be? The Zhao Kingdom is situated in the farthest reaches of the 7 kingdoms. How could it possibly be connected to the Shiyue gang? What are the 7 kingdoms? Zhao Xianfeng inquired with curiosity. The region closest to the Liuhua area is the 7 kingdoms, where they are in constant rivalry and have been at war for years. The Zhao Kingdom is the most distant from here. Now I understand. Zhao Xianfeng grasped why the Zhao family had only dispatched a single Tianwu-level individual. They likely did not wish for their movements to be known to the outside world, as the implications were far-reaching. Should news leak, it could incite a tremendous uproar and provoke backlash. You too bear the Zhao surname? A flicker of astonishment flashed in Shin Yunxiao's eyes that my connection to the Zhao Kingdom is not direct. A strong warrior from the Zhao family is expected to arrive in these few days. As for his strength, I am uncertain, but I believe he will not be weaker than the head of the Shin family. At that time, the Shiyue gang would possess 2 Tianwu-level fighters. Shin Yunxiao's countenance changed dramatically. To claim that the Shin family was in great peril was no exaggeration, that he had no choice but to believe. Since you harbor enmity with them, we in the Shin family are now in the same boat. Shen Yunxiao narrowed his eyes, fixated on Zhao Xianfeng, that if you have a solution, speak up quickly, he urged. Chapter 44. Otherwise, I will make you pay. This statement was undeniably accurate. Zhao Xianfeng and the Shen family were indeed in the same predicament. The Shen family aimed to leverage their strength, and in the face of inadequate power, such a course of action was the only righteous path. The Tianwu realm stood like a towering mountain. Ideally, they could leave that scoundrel from the Zhao family behind in the Liuhua land. However, Zhao Xianfeng could not make such a request of the Shen family. Doing so would not only lead to distrust but also raise suspicions about his motives. Solutions did exist, yet he feared that the head of the Shen family might not be able to bear the pressure and would face the scorn of others. Zhao Xianfeng spoke blandly. Shen Yunxiao's eyelid twitched, yet he declared resolutely, I will take charge of the Shen family. My trust in young Master Zhao is sufficient. Simple enough. The Shen family must possess medium to large-scale essence mines. Correct? Indeed, all the essence mines in Liuhua land are controlled by my Shen family and the Shiyue gang. We have one large essence mine and two medium-sized ones that I can help the head of the Shen family break through to the third level of the Tianwu realm. But the cost would be the destruction of one essence mine. The success rate is higher with the large essence mine. What did you say? Shen Yunxiao's eyes widened in shock at that moment. He genuinely began to doubt Zhao Xuanfeng's intentions. That was the lifeblood of the Shen family. A large essence mine harbored enough essence to cultivate a plethora of high-tier spiritual herbs, significantly reducing their maturation time and enhancing their efficacy. The Shen family relied not only on the spiritual herbs cultivated from this large essence mine for sustenance, but also sold them to the neighboring 7 kingdoms in exchange for various resources. Bound by contracts that if it were destroyed, the Shen family would face dire consequences. Furthermore, would a single essence mine truly allow him to break through to the third level of Tianwu, to Shen Yunxiao? This was utterly absurd. After all, while the power contained in an essence mine was astounding, the Tianwu realm represented a level of strength that was unparalleled in any faction. The power from the essence mine was simply insufficient. Half an hour later, Shen Yunxiao and Zhao Xianfeng reappeared in the hall, where the 4 elders had gathered. Shen Yunxiao was persuaded, even though he himself found it absurd and hard to believe. Nevertheless, he decided to take the gamble as for the intricate mental journey he underwent. Zhao Xianfeng paid it no mind. Once Shen Yunxiao announced his decision, the 4 elders fell silent. 10 breaths later, I disagree. I also disagree. This is utterly ridiculous and laughable. Zhao Xianfeng, what exactly do you intend? The 4 elders glared furiously, their killing intent palpable. The large essence mine was the lifeblood of the Shen family. How could it be destroyed so casually? To use the essence mine for a breakthrough was preposterous. Do you even comprehend the kind of power contained in an essence mine? That is merely essence. While the Tianwu realm absorbs the high-tier celestial energy from the heavens and earth, the two are worlds apart. Even a large essence mine cannot compare. Patriarch sees this boy at once. His intentions are nefarious. The irascible Shun Sanshan declared, his icy gaze fixed on Zhao Xianfeng. Zhao Xianfeng remained unperturbed, as if he had not heard a word. Engaging in a debate with these individuals was akin to playing the lute to a cow. He was curious to see how Shen Yunxiao intended to persuade this group. Shen Yunxiao coldly remarked, "It seems you have not grasped the situation. This decision is merely announced for your awareness, not for your input. Patriarch, you must not. Curse it, Shen Yunxiao, do you wish to lead our Shen family to ruin? Destroying the essence mine will prevent countless spiritual herbs from maturing. At that time, the powers of the 7 kingdoms will surely come seeking trouble. Patriarch, if you persist in this folly, I will strip you of your position." The incredulous shouts reverberated throughout the hall. Outside, Shen Feng felt as though he were losing his mind. Ever since encountering Zhao Xianfeng, the Shen family had been thrown into chaos, that he was a harbinger of disaster. Shen Feng swallowed hard, unable to discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. He could not fathom how his father could act so recklessly. Boom! Shen Yunxiao struck down with his palm, exuding a terrifying pressure. The 4 elders fell silent, their faces pale. Very well, then go ahead and strip me of my position that I shall take Shen Feng and leave. This Shen family is yours to toy with. Shen Yunxiao sneered coldly. Upon hearing this, the 4 elders turned ashen. They asked the 4 of them were all in the earth martial realm. What kind of game could they play? The entire Shin family relied on Shun Yunxiao's support. Patriarch, the Grand Elder glared furiously at Zhao Xianfeng. This is all your fault. It has nothing to do with young Master Zhao. Shin Yunxiao's eyes were icy, his terrifying aura locking onto the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder trembled, filled with grief and indignation. If this matter fails, I will ensure you pay dearly. If the Shun family perishes, you will also meet your end. The four elders, unable to withstand Shin Yunxiao's overwhelming force, could only threaten Zhao Xianfeng with a glimmer of hope. Zhao Xianfeng treated their threats with indifference, rising to his feet. Patriarch Shin, time is of the essence. Let us depart. Shin Yunxiao did not even glance at the four elders, striding forward alongside Zhao Xianfeng, leaving the four elders slumped in their chairs, looking as though they had just lost their last hope. It's over. What kind of potion has that rascal poured into the Patriarch's ears? What shall we do now? Nothing at all. Just wait for death. That I have not lived enough yet. I can only hope that boy succeeds. But what if the Patriarch is not a fool? Finally, someone managed to regain a semblance of rationality, though even they held deep skepticism that in the desolate mountains of Liuhuo land, Shin Yunxiao was fiercely battling a ferocious beast of the Tianwu realm. While Zhao Xianfeng observed from the sidelines, after a considerable time, Shin Yunxiao, exhausted, discarded the beast's carcass, clutching its essence and spiritual energy. Watching Zhao Xuanfeng's relaxed demeanor only intensified Shin Yunxiao's frustration. The situation seemed increasingly unreliable. However, there was no turning back. They needed to continue searching. The first-level Tianwu beasts are insufficient. We ought to find a second-level Tianwu beast, Zhao Xianfeng remarked. Shin Yunxiao's face twitched in Liuhuo land. Locating a Tianwu realm beast was no easy task, few in number. Yet we must try, he replied as night fell. Shin Yunxiao, utterly fatigued, arrived at the Shin family's sole large essence mine. They had encountered 3 first-level Tianwu beasts and one that had just entered the second level. Their combined essence and spiritual energy were astonishing. However, it was still far from enough to facilitate a breakthrough to the third level of Tianwu. Shin Yunxiao dismissed everyone from the mine, leaving only Zhao Xianfeng and himself. Young Master Zhao, what shall we do next? Shin Yunxiao's eyes were red, that if this endeavor failed, he vowed to personally eliminate Zhao Xianfeng. Zhao Xuanfeng's expression turned serious as he surveyed the entire essence mine. Its layout now clear to him. The essence contained within was remarkable. Facilitating Shin Yunxiao's breakthrough to the third level of the Tianwu realm was challenging yet feasible. Under Shin Yunxiao's bewildered gaze, Zhao Xianfeng began placing numerous spiritual stones throughout the essence mine that I will set up a formation called the Heaven-Defying Return to Origin Formation. Chapter 45, Heaven-Defying Return to Origin Formation. Although this essence mine was somewhat inferior, it would suffice. Inferior. A large essence mine is inferior. Shin Yunxiao's face contorted. Had it not been for the essence mine's exclusivity to Liuhuo land, countless factions within the 7 kingdoms would be willing to fight tooth and nail for it. Using the essence mine as a foundation and the power of the beast as a catalyst, once this formation erupted, it would shatter the entire essence mine and utilize the beast's power to unleash a torrent of essence, thereby reaching the level of celestial energy and seizing the celestial aura. Zhao Xianfeng pointed to the core of the essence mine. At that moment, the Patriarch will cultivate here. This formation will forcibly stimulate your cultivation, allowing you to break through to the third level of the Tianwu realm. Zhao Xianfeng held absolute confidence in the formation he had devised. However, Shin Yunxiao felt differently. Though it sounded impressive, he remained apprehensive. Will it truly work? Zhao Xianfeng spread his hands in exasperation. Even if it doesn't work at this point, does Patriarch Shin have any other options? Shin Yunxiao fell silent. Unless everything Zhao Xianfeng had said was a lie. But that would defy logic. Given Zhao Xuanfeng's potential and strength, he had no need to expend such effort against the Shun family that if this was merely a scheme against them, it would be exhausting. Let us begin. I hope time is on our side. Zhao Xuanfeng's expression grew solemn. Zhao Honglian would not be too slow. Within this formation, Shin Yunxiao had a considerable chance of breaking through to the third level of the Tianwu realm. Yet Zhao Xianfeng could not determine how long it would take. All right, Shin Yunxiao, displaying remarkable decisiveness, plunged headlong into action as circumstances dictated. Following Zhao Xuanfeng's instructions, he settled into a meditative posture at the heart of the core. Subsequently, Zhao Xianfeng emerged from the essence mine. and mere moments later, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from Shen Yunxiao, triggering the formation of the array. Instantly, numerous spirit stones scattered throughout the essence mind shattered, releasing an astonishing force. Simultaneously, it felt as though a fuse had been ignited within the mind. A deafening roar of an invisible beast resonated, transforming into a colossal wave of ferocious energy that surged forth from every cavern of the mind. The mountains trembled, and the echoes of roars reverberated, thundering like a tempest. The immense essence mine collapsed and exploded in an instant, unleashing an endless torrent of pure essence that surged with explosive potential. Yet, as the array stabilized, a delicate equilibrium was established within, intertwining the essence and the ferocious beast's power, confining it to the area surrounding the essence mine. The condensed energy manifested as a raging beast, churning violently, its might barely brushing against the threshold of the heavenly martial realm. That moment, Zhao Xianfeng retreated to a distance, narrowing his eyes that if one were to gaze down from above, they would notice the swirling energy at the apex forming a vortex at a visibly rapid pace. This torrent of energy resembled a giant maw, and suddenly, the vortex began to spin wildly, unleashing a cataclysmic force that soared into the heavens. The pure spiritual energy within the celestial clouds was instantly drawn in, cascading down like a tempestuous storm, all engulfed by that vortex. Shen Yunxiao found himself at the center of this energy, experiencing the remarkable turbulence around him without suffering harm, yet furrowing his brow in concern. Was this truly it? It barely compared to the heavenly martial realm, and the distance to his own strength was significant. How could he hope to break through to the third level of the heavenly martial realm? Suddenly, as if Mount Tai had descended upon him, the heavens seemed to collapse. Shen Yunxiao trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief. What the hell? He gasped, staring upward, unable to suppress an expletive before hastily steadying his breath. As if facing a formidable adversary, the deluge of power was suffocating, sending chills through his very being. Boom! The formidable heavenly gang spirit energy descended like a great dragon, causing Shen Yunxiao's entire body to convulse. His visage contorted as if he were being torn apart. The surrounding essence surged with newfound vigor, violently tearing through his pores, a frenzy of pain that was unbearable that if it were possible, he wished he could take back his earlier words. Is this it? It was far too terrifying that in mere moments, he felt his cultivation level surging upward. Soon, anguished howls reverberated within the array. Outside, Zhao Xianfeng endured immense pressure, struggling to reach the array's edge. The power of this formation was formidable and terrifying, brimming with boundless spiritual energy. Such an opportunity was not to be overlooked. Having cultivated the 9-9 sword body, he pushed himself to his limits, then closed his eyes. The essence of his body surged, channeling the 9-9 sword body, and in an instant, fine sword energy coursed through his flesh and bones, emitting a faint, piercing sound. The residual waves of the array refined and devoured the essence within. Claiming it for himself that as night fell, the Shen family remained unchanged. The following day, a middle-aged man approached the Evil Moon gang, his gaze cold. "Halt," commanded the guard, his expression unfriendly. "Get lost." Zhao Honglian waved her sleeve, and the guard let out a pained cry, collapsing unconscious. She strode into the Evil Moon gang, where a throng of fierce-looking individuals surged forward. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a figure darted in like a flash of lightning. "All of you step back." It was Li Tianlang. "Brother Zhao, you have finally arrived," he exclaimed, visibly relieved upon seeing Zhao Honglian. Inside, he beckoned. The gang members stared at Zhao Honglian in shock. Who was this person that warranted such treatment from their leader? Li Tianlang's demeanor bore a hint of respect as he addressed her. "That I ask the brat still at the Shen family?" Zhao Honglian's spirit lifted that he cannot escape. "Shen Yunxiao's strength is not weak. I cannot guarantee capturing him. Otherwise, I would have apprehended him the day before." Li Tianlang slightly embellished the events of the previous day, as they had been rather embarrassing. But now that Brother Zhao is here, there is no longer any uncertainty. Zhao Honglian grinned wickedly. "Excellent. Destroy the Shen family and completely seize control of the Flowing Fire territory. It will greatly benefit my Zhao family. Moreover, with that brat, I will promise to send the techniques and medicinal pills to you. Brotherly, after I return. Our cooperation has only just begun to end this land of the 7 nations. Zhao Honglian scoffed, her eyes gleaming with grand ambition. Li Tianlang was taken aback, though the Zhao family's power was not weak. Such confidence suggested something more, that he was also curious about the relationship between Zhao Xianfeng and the Zhao family, but he wisely refrained from asking further. At that moment, a report came in that Li Tianlang furrowed his brow. What is it? Boss, the Shun family is making moves. Speak. Yesterday, all martial artists from the Shun family were sent back from the large essence mine at Wild Python Mountain. Then, there was an earth-shattering commotion at night. Someone heard terrifying beast roars that Li Tianlang's pupils constricted as he exchanged glances with Zhao Honglian, both their eyes flashing with intensity. The Shin family is rather intriguing. However, with Brother Zhao's assistance, no matter what, they are merely clay chickens and ceramic dogs. Point 2 at the second level of the heavenly martial realm against one is simply too easy, especially since Zhao Honglian's strength slightly surpasses his. Are we certain that Brad is still in the Shin family? Of course. My people have been keeping watch. Report. All the elders of the Shin family have appeared at Wild Python Mountain, and it seems Zhao Xianfeng is also there. It looks like we must pay a visit to Wild Python Mountain at this moment. Even Li Tianlang found it difficult to suppress his inner doubts. What was the Shin family truly up to? Chapter 46. Zhao Honglian, Wild Python Mountain. Young Master Zhao. Is this the method you spoke of? The elder scrutinized the formation before him, breathing heavily. This array appears impressive, yet I am at the pinnacle of the earth martial realm. Its power can barely be considered the initial stage of the heavenly martial realm. How can it facilitate the family head's breakthrough? The Shin family's elder glared at the array, his breath becoming increasingly labored. The formation's might was merely at the initial stage of the heavenly martial realm, and the thought of breaking through to the third level was sheer folly. Devious intentions, indeed. The second elder seethed, pointing an accusing finger at Zhao Xianfeng. Shin Sanshan's gaze turned fierce, about to speak when Zhao Xianfeng interjected with a cold smirk. The clay figurine still possesses some spirit. These old fellows truly lack awareness. The elder's face darkened. Shin Yunxiao is already within the formation. How can we bring him out? If the family head fails to break through, regardless of who you are, I will slay you. Shin Sanshan glared menacingly at Zhao Xianfeng. A defeated foe dares to speak so arrogantly? Zhao Xianfeng scoffed. Instead of wasting time here, why not guard the perimeter and prevent the evil Moon Gang from taking advantage? Zhao Xuanfeng's cold gaze swept over the four elders. The elder's face flickered between shades of green and white, his resentment for Zhao Xianfeng palpable. Are you giving us orders? The second elder seethed with indignation. Do as you wish. Zhao Xianfeng, uninterested in further banter with the four elders, closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. Enough! The elder suddenly roared, his eyes reddening as he glanced at the formation. The die is cast. All we can do now is hope the family head can break through. Go keep watch. The other three finally dispersed. What are the chances of the family head succeeding? The elder spoke again, his tone lacking its previous authority. The elder might as well try entering himself. Zhao Xianfeng replied, his expression impassive. The elder nearly lost control, his face contorted. The power of this formation, even if it's merely at the initial stage of the heavenly martial realm, is beyond what I can bear. You want me to try? That's akin to an old man hanging himself. He clearly wishes for death. What if the family head succeeds? Zhao Xianfeng remarked indifferently that if the family head breaks through, I will personally serve you in the Shin family. The elder scoffed. Service requires young and beautiful maidens. Zhao Xianfeng regarded the elder, shaking his head slightly. That I won't make it difficult for you, should your family head succeed. I shall demand whatever I desire to be. By the way, can you fulfill those demands? Or can you represent the Shun family? You little rascal, how dare you compare me to a young girl? The elder's blood surged, nearly losing control. I am the elder of the Shin family. Can I not provide what you seek? He suppressed his raging fury, speaking through gritted teeth. That will suffice. Zhao Xianfeng nodded in satisfaction, then closed his eyes once more. The elder, fuming, stamped his foot in frustration and stormed away, feeling utterly humiliated. Time passed, and the sun shifted westward. Suddenly, a violent commotion erupted deep within the forest. Elder, the evil Moon Gang is moving in our direction in full force. What? Damn it, they've discovered us. Hurry. What are you waiting for? Quickly notify the clan. Amidst the cacophony of chaos, the four esteemed elders convened, as if bracing for an impending calamity. Zhao Xianfeng opened his eyes and furrowed his brow slightly. The reaction of the Shiyue gang was entirely anticipated. It was unrealistic to expect such commotion to remain concealed. However, it was Xun Yunxiao who caught his attention. Zhao Xianfeng fixated on the formation, aware that its true might remained elusive from outside its bounds. Yet within the span of a day and night, the power contained therein was poised to reach astonishing heights, propelling Xun Yunxiao's cultivation to new echelons. Zhao Xianfeng held steadfast confidence in the Duan Guiyuan array, hoping time would be on their side. With a solemn expression, Zhao Xianfeng slowly rose. Before long, a tumultuous uproar surged forth, thick malevolence rolling in like ominous clouds from the distance. Numerous warriors from the Shun clan gathered, standing guard at the front. Xun Yunxiao, what are you scheming in the shadows? Show yourself. The thunderous roar shattered the air, echoing in all directions. Li Tianlang, accompanied by the Shiyue gang, advanced with fierce determination. Li Tianlang, do you dare to wage war against the Shin clan? The Grand Elder seethed with rage, his appearance imposing yet his heart quaking with trepidation. You Shin clan think you are worthy? Li Tianlang contemptuously swept his gaze over the Grand Elder, mocking, old fool. Today marks the end of your Shin clan. Attack. With a flick of his sleeve, Li Tianlang commanded his followers, who erupted into raucous laughter as they charged forth. Stop them! The Grand Elder's eyes blazed with fury, and a brutal melee erupted between the two factions, devoid of any superfluous dialogue. Li Tianlang was ruthless and decisive. Zhao Xianfeng narrowed his eyes, his gaze gradually settling on a middle-aged figure beside Li Tianlang. Drawing upon his extensive experience, he surmised that this individual was a warrior of the Zhao clan. The aura he emitted revealed his status as a Tianwu realm expert. Zhao Honglian had indeed arrived. Upon this realization, Zhao Xuanfeng's body swayed, and he plunged directly into the fray. Slaughter was the finest nourishment for the path of the sword. Even with two Tianwu realm experts leading the charge, he felt no fear. Clang! The Qingzhou sword emitted a bright, crisp ring, unleashing the force of a mountain collapsing and a tsunami surging, crashing into the crowd, and vast ocean waves were needed. The sword energy manifested as a torrent of blade waves, devouring the surroundings in an instant, for warriors of the Duwu realm were torn asunder, blood splattering everywhere. Zhao Xianfeng passed through unscathed, a growing aura of killing intent surrounding him. Brother Zhao, it is he. Li Tianlang's pupils constricted as he abruptly pointed at Zhao Xianfeng. Zhao Honglian's heart jolted. Witnessing the slaughter of Duwu realm experts by one in the Xuanwu 6th layer was an unparalleled shock, truly a monstrous talent. The five elements sealing heaven plate resided with him. Zhao Honglian had extracted numerous pieces of information in Tongtian City, confirming that Zhao Xianfeng was the son of the previous head of the Zhao clan, a direct descendant, who had cultivated a heavenly grade 5 elements spirit foundation. Wasn't there supposed to be a little girl? Zhao Honglian's brow furrowed slightly. In the intelligence gathered about Li Tianlang, there was no mention of such a girl, only Zhao Xianfeng. However, Zhao Honglian's frown soon relaxed. That Xin Inger was not a member of the Zhao clan. She was an outsider, and her presence or absence was inconsequential. That he never believed that Zhao Xianfeng would bestow such a treasure upon an outsider. What is Xun Yunxiao up to? He suddenly realized he has destroyed a large-scale refined earth mine. That Li Tianlang's gaze shifted to the formation storm behind him, his pupils constricting in astonishment. That is he attempting to break through this? A flicker of disbelief crossed Li Tianlang's face. Breakthrough? What a delusion! Zhao Honglian glanced over, nonchalantly remarking, though a large-scale refined earth mine is impressive, it merely harbors refined energy. The disparity compared to the Tian Gangqi required for the Tianwu realm is monumental, especially for a breakthrough from the 2nd to the 3rd layer. If it were that simple, would this refined earth mine still be available to you? His words were blunt, yet Li Tianlang dared not express any discontent. Brother Zhao, do you require my assistance? Li Tianlang, no longer worried, fixed his gaze on Zhao Xianfeng, who was wreaking havoc among the masses, a fierce light gleaming in his eyes, and no need that as Zhao Honglian's voice barely escaped his lips. He vanished from sight. Whoosh! A faint, golden shadow darted across the sky, arriving in an instant. Zhao Honglian. Zhao Xuanfeng's pupils dilated, a terrifying pressure surging forth with the force of a collapsing mountain and a raging sea. Crashing down upon him, Without hesitation, he retreated like lightning. "You little brat, you have made it easy for me to find you." Zhao Honglian sneered, his hand extending like a dragon, fiercely grasping at him. The surrounding air felt as if it were being constricted, violently compressing, a pressure so fierce it threatened to tear flesh from bone. Chapter 47. The arrogance of Shen Yunxiao. Zhao Xuanfeng's eyelids twitched violently. The speed of the Tianwu realm was insurmountable. Evasion was futile. The Qingzhou sword rang out with a vibrant sound, blood blooming crimson. Zhao Xuanfeng's gaze turned as red as a sea of blood, resolutely stirring the vast blood mist within him. With a thunderous roar, his entire being trembled violently, that a terrifying force surged into the sword, and in an instant, an astonishing intent of slaughter ascended to the heavens. The forest was drenched in blood red. The setting sun's afterglow failing to obscure its glaring brilliance. To go, with a flick of his wrist, he thrust the sword forward. Foolhardy. Zhao Honglian dismissed him with contempt, her palms swinging fiercely. Bang! The scarlet explosion resonated, the sound of the sword wailing mournfully. Zhao Xianfeng emitted a muffled groan, akin to being struck by lightning, and fell back in disarray. A mouthful of blood erupted forth as Zhao Xianfeng painfully rolled to his feet, repeatedly retreating to this moment. The fearsome aura of the Tianwu realm emanating from Zhao Honglian was laid bare, shaking the mountains and forests. The Shen clan was thrown into panic, their hearts gripped with despair. The Tianwu realm. How could the Shiyue gang possess two Tianwu realm experts? Who is he? The second layer of the Tianwu realm, it's over. The Grand Elder's face drained of color as he stared hopelessly at Zhao Honglian. Realizing the truth of his words, that he turned to Zhao Xianfeng, his heart trembling. The head of the family. At this moment, the Grand Elder abruptly turned, glaring at the formation, bellowing with a hoarse voice. All members of the Shen clan turned to look. This was their final hope. Do you think you have already secured victory? Zhao Xianfeng slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhao Honglian. Zhao Honglian laughed incredulously. You cannot possibly be relying on Shen Yunxiao, can you? You think a large-scale refined earth mine can facilitate his breakthrough? How utterly absurd. Zhao Xianfeng grinned, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. Indeed, a large-scale refined earth mine cannot enable his breakthrough. But with my arrangement, if I say he can, then he shall. His words resonated powerfully, reverberating through the air. Zhao Honglian momentarily faltered, her emotions swayed by his confidence. In that instant, everyone stared in astonishment at Zhao Xianfeng. His confidence appeared almost audacious, bordering on hubris, to outsiders. Who do you think you are? A deity? Someone could no longer stifle a laugh. If deities are of your ilk, then I could easily become the father of deities myself. Laughter erupted across the field. Zhao Xuanfeng's gaze turned icy, killing intent surging forth as he firmly etched the phrase "a man doomed to die" into his memory. It is over. The fiery land shall belong to my Shiyue gang. Li Tianlang finally took to the field. The two Tianwu realm experts, exuding overwhelming might, cast the Shen clan into the depths of despair. With a resounding boom, the ground shook violently, the vast wilderness quaking beneath the force. The formation spiraled and erupted, the energy sweeping through the surroundings, tearing the landscape asunder. The figure shot forth, "That I will end you. You Li Tianlang shall never have the chance." The furious roar echoed, a terrifying force akin to blazing fire, violently shattering the leaves within hundreds of feet, sending fragments cascading. Shen Yunxiao, Tianwu third layer. This is impossible. Li Tianlong's sinister grin abruptly vanished, and Zhao Honglian's eyes widened in disbelief. Has he truly broken through? The entire arena fell silent, the Shiyue gang warriors frozen in shock. The head of the family is divine. Shen Sanjian was the first to react, his face flushed with excitement as he shouted loudly, completely forgetting that he had previously been the most vehement opponent. Zhao Xianfeng exhaled a sigh of relief at this moment. Just then, Zhao Honglian suddenly launched an attack, directing her focus at Zhao Xianfeng. No matter what, she had to capture Zhao Xianfeng. Failure was not an option. You dare. Young Master Zhao is our Shen clan's great benefactor. Who dares to harm him? Shen Yunxiao, brimming with arrogance, shot forth like an arrow. Boom! A wave of terrifying energy erupted in the air, deafening countless warriors, leaving them dizzy and spitting blood. A blast of energy surged forth like thunder, appearing before Zhao Xianfeng. Boom! The overwhelming energy forcefully pushed Zhao Xianfeng back. Shen Yunxiao had positioned himself directly before him, blocking Zhao Honglian's advance. Zhao Honglian's eyes blazed red. "You dare obstruct me? What are you?" Shen Yunxiao cursed vehemently, brazenly launching his attack. Internally, he was secretly grateful for his autocratic belief in Zhao Xuanfeng's words. Otherwise, the Shen clan would be in dire straits. Damn it, how could this brat possibly break through? If he has indeed broken through, I must kill him. Li Tianlong's face contorted in rage as he roared forward. He and Zhao Honglian teamed up in a frenzy. "Brother Zhao, if we don't eliminate him, we are all finished," Li Tianlang reminded him, for he was aware that Zhao Honglian undoubtedly possessed a trump card. Zhao Honglian remained silent, revealing an assault that surpassed even Li Tianlong's. Yet, Shen Yunxiao had broken through to the third level, his strength significantly enhanced as he faced two opponents without losing ground. Gradually overpowering them. Crush the Evil Moon Gang. From now on, the flowing Fire Land will be dictated by our Shen family. The family head is invincible. The great elder finally regained his senses and, with a fervent roar, charged towards the Evil Moon Gang. The warriors of the Shen family went wild, their momentum surging like a tidal wave, directly overwhelming the Evil Moon Gang. Zhao Xianfeng licked his lips, his body swaying as he vanished into the crowd, a mounting aura of murderous intent enveloping him. The invisible sword intent of slaughter flickered like a burning blood flame in his eyes. How could one who was destined to die escape their fate? The Evil Moon Gang warrior who had boasted earlier was now shrinking back in the crowd, retreating incessantly, his cultivation merely at the first level of the earth martial realm. Suddenly, he caught sight of Zhao Xianfeng, his hair standing on end. Damn! A chill ran through him, and with a jolt, he turned to flee without a second thought. Trying to escape, a smirk curled on Zhao Xuanfeng's lips as he fused with his sword, transforming into a streak of crimson sword light that pierced the heavens. Boom! Terrifying killing energy coalesced into a torrent of dense sword chi, surging forth from him. Wherever it passed, screams erupted in a cacophony. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xianfeng caught up. "Bastard, you go too far. I'll fight you to the end." The warrior suddenly turned, wildly swinging his large blade. At that moment, the murderous aura radiating from Zhao Xianfeng reached its zenith. The blood flames in his eyes seemingly breaking free, igniting the very air around him. "Kill!" His roar struck like a shockwave, a blood sword brushing past the blade with effortless grace. Pfft. Zhao Xianfeng sheathed his sword, not sparing a glance, the sword intent dissipating with a resounding clang, vanishing like a mountain collapsing, only to re-emerge as tranquil as still waters. Such terrifying sword intent, almost comparable to second-tier sword intent. Facing him, Shen Sanshan gasped, looking at Zhao Xianfeng, suddenly awkward. "Zhao, young Master Zhao." Shen Sanshan forced a smile. Yet Zhao Xianfeng did not deign to look at him, turning on his heel to leave. Shen Sanshan's face darkened like a cast-iron pot, his chest heaving wildly as he squeezed out an unseemly smile, hastily pursuing, "Young Master Zhao, I was wrong to be careful. Everyone get away. Whoever dares to harm young Master Zhao, even a hair, I'll feed him to the dogs." Zhao Xianfeng retreated to the rear, sitting cross-legged on the ground to recover. He had been severely injured by Zhao Honglian's earlier strike. As he restored himself, he observed the fierce battle among the three. Zhao Honglian and Li Tianlang were firmly suppressed. Suddenly, Zhao Honglian exchanged a glance with Li Tianlang, who understood her intent, unleashing a furious roar as he exploded with power, tightly gripping a black long knife. Its blade imprinted with a ferocious wolf's head. His heavenly spirit weapon roar. The heavenly spirit weapon was raised, the wolf's howl echoing through the heavens, a malevolent aura enveloping the area. The wolf's head seemed to come alive. And as the blade ascended, it opened its massive maw as if a demonic wolf was devouring the sky. Boom! Shen Yunxiao let out a cold laugh, a layer of gauntlets appearing over his fists as he struck back. At that moment, Zhao Honglian swallowed a medicinal pill, her aura surging explosively, directly reaching the third level of the earth martial realm. Not good. Seeing this scene, Zhao Xianfeng furrowed his brows and shouted, "Family head Shen, be wary of Zhao Honglian." Chapter 48. Trouble arises from the tongue. Death comes unwillingly. Li Tianlang exerted himself desperately, entangled with Shun Yunxiao, yet he underestimated Shun Yunxiao's breakthrough. Boom! Shun Yunxiao punched Li Tianlang back and turned to meet the oncoming Zhao Honglian. Sensing the surging power emanating from Zhao Honglian, Shun Yunxiao raised an eyebrow. Heavenly Dragon Pill, but it's still insufficient. Shun Yunxiao unleashed a punch, his gauntlets radiating a dense brilliance, resembling a multitude of small swords piercing the air. Zhao Honglian shouted fiercely as a dagger suddenly materialized in her palm. Bang! Sparks flew as the dagger failed to make a dent, firmly blocked by the gauntlet. You are mistaken to IT, is the Dragon Tiger Pill. Moreover, this is not my heavenly spirit weapon. Zhao Honglian suddenly grinned maliciously, her aura surging again, directly reaching the third level of the Earth Martial Realm. Her face flushed. She had previously concealed her strength. A needle-like shadow shot out from her sleeve. Dragon Tiger Pill. Shun Yunxiao's pupils constricted. The Heavenly Dragon Pill could temporarily enhance the power of Earth Martial Realm warriors, while the Dragon Tiger Pill was even more potent. Caught off guard, Shun Yunxiao had no time to react. Bang! The needle pierced through his clothing, striking him. Shun Yunxiao grunted, retreating several steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Shun Yunxiao, what does your breakthrough matter? You will die. Li Tianlang laughed maniacally, swinging his large blade down furiously. With my Xianing Tiangang needle, how much power can you still muster? Zhao Honglian's eyes glimmered with malice. That's so? Shun Yunxiao wore a sinister smile, his body suddenly shaking. Bang! The Xianing Tiangang needle was forcefully expelled. His clothing ripped open, revealing a layer of armor as thin as a cicada's wing. Intricately patterned and a light gray in color. The surface of the armor bore a small dent. The Xianing Tiangang needle had not penetrated. This is impossible. Zhao Honglian and Li Tianlang were momentarily stunned. Bastard, what kind of armor is this? I had no idea. Li Tianlang's eyes were wide, nearly bursting from disbelief. Having opposed Shun Yunxiao for so many years, he was unaware of such a formidable armor capable of withstanding a full-force strike from the second level of the Earth Martial Realm. The depth of his concealment was astounding. You are unaware of much more. Shun Yunxiao sneered, erupting with power. Boom, boom. The two were instantly suppressed. Zhao Honglian's face turned increasingly pale, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her heart racing with madness. Li Tianlang, create an opportunity for me. Zhao Honglian suddenly screamed. Li Tianlang was overjoyed. Did she have a hidden card? Without hesitation, he burned his power, desperately entangling Shun Yunxiao. Swish! Zhao Honglian darted like lightning toward Zhao Xianfeng. Li Tianlang spat blood, his eyes nearly popping out. Zhao Honglian, you dog bastard, you won't escape unscathed. He never expected that Zhao Honglian would abandon him. Zhao Xuanfeng's expression changed drastically. This despicable person was so ruthless. Disregarding Li Tianlang entirely. Swish! Zhao Xianfeng rolled on the ground, creating some distance. Stop that bastard! Shun Yunxiao shouted, unleashing all his might. The gauntlets erupted with flames, and with a ferocious punch, he shattered the air. The surrounding atmosphere ignited. Twisting wildly. Bang! Li Tianlang screamed, his large blade slipping from his grasp, merging back into his body like a flash of lightning. He fell to the ground, his eyes filled with boundless hatred. Zhao Honglian, I'll haunt you even in death. Shun Yunxiao bent his body, charging madly toward Zhao Honglian. You little brat, come here. Zhao Honglian's palm reached out, unleashing a terrifying pulling force in that perilous moment. Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes blazed with madness as he formed a seal with his fingers. 99 sword body. While being pulled, the Qingzhou sword swung down fiercely. Bang! The shockwave exploded, clashing with the invisible pulling force, creating a tumult that, while difficult to withstand, still caused disarray. Zhao Xianfeng howled in agony, blood seeping from his mouth. A resounding crack erupting from within him, his form crashing sideways like a stone, breaking free from the pulling force. How is this possible? Zhao Honglian was in disbelief. Shun Yunxiao arrived in an instant. Boom! Zhao Honglian cried out in pain, retreating. She bit her tongue, her vision turning crimson, retreating frantically to Do you know who I am? I'm the commander of the Zhao National Guard. How dare you, mere Shun family, offend me? Zhao Honglian attempted to intimidate. Damn you, if you dare to come to the Flowing Fire Land, I'll kill you without hesitation. Shen Yunxiao wasted no time, leaping into action. Damn! Zhao Honglian spat blood in fury. Turning to flee, she knew there was no chance to capture Zhao Xianfeng now. Escape was imperative. Shen Yunxiao pursued like lightning. At this moment, the battles of the others were also nearing their conclusion. Upon witnessing Shen Yunxiao's breakthrough, many warriors of the Evil Moon Gang fled in terror. Young Master Zhao, are you all right? Shen Sanshan rushed over, worry etched across his face that I'm not dead. Zhao Xianfeng gritted his teeth. Struggling to rise, feeling exceptionally disheveled, assessing his condition, he spat a mouthful of blood, his expression grim. This injury is too severe that it will take at least 10 days to recover. Zhao Honglian was truly ruthless. He hoped Shen Yunxiao could detain her. Contemplating this, the four elders of the Shun family gradually concluded their battles and hurried over to this moment. The four exchanged glances, their expressions awkward, recalling their prior actions and words. They felt not only ashamed but also regretful. Had it not been for the family head's stubbornness in trusting Zhao Xianfeng, the Shen family would have truly perished. Why are you all staring at me? Zhao Xuanfeng's face darkened, feeling as though he were being treated like a monkey. Young Master Zhao, we were truly blind earlier. I beg your pardon for any offense caused. Young Master Zhao, please understand that we acted with the best interests of the Shen family in mind. Young Master Zhao, if you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. The Shen family will comply without hesitation that as you previously mentioned. Should you require any spiritual herbs, the Shen family shall provide them in double measure. The Grand Elder declared with imposing authority that annihilating the Evil Moon Gang and securing complete dominion over the Flowing Fire territory would yield unprecedented resources. Whatever you desire, we shall provide. Thank you very much. Zhao Xianfeng replied with a cryptic smile, which caused a sudden jolt of apprehension in the Grand Elder's heart. Could it be that the Shen family would suffer a substantial loss? Even if he were to make exorbitant demands, they would likely only involve resources necessary for those at the Earth Martial Realm. Resources that are relatively abundant. How much could he possibly want? The Grand Elder chuckled, his heart easing. Suddenly, Shen Yunxiao burst forth from the forest, his expression dark. Has he escaped? Zhao Xuanfeng's countenance grew grave as he failed to locate Zhao Honglian's body. That fellow, with an abundance of elixirs on his person, managed to erupt once more, moving even faster than Shen Yunxiao chuckled awkwardly before adding, however, even if that fellow manages to flee, his foundation will surely be compromised. He has no hope of advancing further in this lifetime. Zhao Xianfeng rubbed his temples, troubled by the escape of Zhao Honglian. This is not a favorable development. Nonetheless, with her having already fled, we can only accept this reality that, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, we shall defend. When water comes, we shall block. It will take time for Zhao Honglian to return to Zhao country, and perhaps misfortune will befall her on the way. Suddenly, Shen Yunxiao's gaze sharpened as he scanned the thicket. Who goes there? Show yourself. The warriors of the Shun family paled, bracing themselves for confrontation. Two figures emerged from the shadows, one in front of the other. Leading the way was an elderly man, robust in stature, with a youthful visage and a vigorous demeanor, exuding an aura of authority. Following closely was a young woman clad in green, strikingly beautiful, with a graceful figure and a remarkable presence. This duo was clearly extraordinary. Zhao Honglian, Zhao Xianfeng gasped in astonishment, staring at the lifeless body the old man was carrying. It could be none other than Zhao Honglian, resembling a dead dog with bulging eyes, unable to close them in death. The old man chuckled. This fellow must be your enemy, and it seems fortune has favored us today. The younger generation lacks manners. I was merely passing by when he dared to insult me and attempted to take action. Alas, he crossed paths with me. The young woman cast a disdainful glance at the thoroughly deceased Zhao Honglian, her eyes filled with haughty pride. The atmosphere fell silent, with all present rendered speechless. Is this truly possible? Even Zhao Xianfeng appeared taken aback, gazing at Zhao Honglian with pity. You met a truly unfortunate end, indeed. This can be described as a calamity born from one's own words. Chapter 49. The proud young woman and the master alchemist. This individual possesses strength far surpassing that of Zhao Honglian. Zhao Xianfeng regained his composure, eyeing the rather unusual duo with uncertainty. May I inquire who you are? Shen Yunxiao tensed, feeling a formidable threat emanating from the old man, whose power exceeded the third layer of the heaven martial realm. "How can you not recognize my grandfather?" the green-clad young woman exclaimed, her brows knitting in surprise. "Should I know you?" Shen Yunxiao remained vigilant. Her attitude irked the young woman, who huffed indignantly, as if his ignorance was a grave insult. "If my grandfather wishes to act, would you still have the opportunity?" "You girl, mind your words." The old man shot the green-clad young woman a fierce glare before apologizing. "This girl has been spoiled by me. Please overlook her impudence. You must be the head of the Shun family, I presume?" The old man continued, "I am Ma Liang, and this is my granddaughter, Ma Qingqing. May I ask what brings you here?" Shen Yunxiao frowned slightly. "Have you not heard of me?" Ma Liang was taken aback by Shen Yunxiao's reaction, which indicated ignorance of his name. "Should I know you?" Shen Yunxiao thought inwardly, feeling exasperated that Liang rubbed his temples. A bitter smile crossing his lips. "It seems I have made a fool of myself. Grandfather, why are you wasting so much breath on him?" Ma Qingqing interjected impatiently that my grandfather is the most formidable alchemist in Yin country. Few in the Seven Kingdoms can compare to him. In Yin country, he is known as the Dan Wang. Dan Wang? Zhao Xianfeng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by such grand claims. Dan Wang? Shen Yunxiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ma Liang. Though he had not heard of Ma Liang, he was well aware of the Dan Wang of Yin country. Gulping, Shen Yunxiao's expression shifted drastically as he swallowed hard, his demeanor shrinking significantly. "Are you truly the Dan Wang of Yin country?" Ma Liang cast a sidelong glance at his granddaughter, chuckling helplessly. "Indeed, that is as he spoke, he flicked his sleeve, revealing a token emblazoned with the image of the Crimson Cloud Alchemy Cauldron. Hiss, Shen Yunxiao inhaled sharply. Bowing deeply, that he had indeed encountered the Dan Wang, this moment. Shen Yunxiao's wariness dissipated entirely. Given the strength and status of the Dan Wang of Yin country, he likely regarded the Shun family as insignificant. If he wished to annihilate the Shin family, a mere word would summon countless powerful individuals eager to curry favor with the Dan Wang. Liang surveyed the surroundings before smiling. "Head of the Shin family, I have come with a request." Shen Yunxiao's heart jolted, and he immediately replied, "Master Ma, you have seen the situation here. Why not come to my Shin family first? I will make the necessary arrangements and return promptly." "Very well." Ma Liang nodded to Qingqing's lips pursed in annoyance as she glared at Shen Yunxiao. "Humph, how rude of him to keep my grandfather waiting." Shen Yunxiao, caught off guard, offered an awkward smile, faced with the Dan Wang. The Shin family was hardly of consequence. However, the eradication of the Evil Moon Gang and various other matters could not simply be brushed aside. After all, he was the head of the family and could not act like a mere dog. "Third brother, take young Master Zhao and Master Ma back to the clan. Ensure that Master Ma is well entertained. I will return as soon as I resolve this matter." Shen Yunxiao commanded solemnly. "Understood, family head." Shen Sanshan promptly acknowledged. "Young Master Zhao, please allow me to pay my respects." Shen Yunxiao approached Zhao Xianfeng and bowed deeply. This gesture earned the respect of the entire Shin family. Zhao Xianfeng accepted with grace, offering a slight nod. "Young Master Zhao, please proceed to the Shun family for recuperation. I assure you that we will reward you handsomely." Shen Yunxiao stated succinctly, "Family head Shen. Please attend to your matters." Zhao Xianfeng replied as he rose. "Young Master Zhao, take care. Allow me to assist you." Shen Sanshan hurried over, offering support to Zhao Xianfeng, who had been offended rather severely. Shen Sanshan was internally anxious. Zhao Xianfeng cast a sidelong glance at Shen Sanshan, but allowed him to assist without protest, his current condition rather difficult to articulate at a short distance away. Ma Liang and his granddaughter observed this scene with astonishment. "Master, shall we proceed?" Shen Sanshan asked respectfully. Liang nodded slightly, his gaze filled with surprise as he regarded Zhao Xianfeng. This young man is quite exceptional. The group made their way down the mountain. "Who are you?" "Merely at the Earth Martial Realm. Yet you receive such treatment from the head of the Shen family." Ma Qingqing could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. Ma Liang, focusing on the present, did not intervene against his granddaughter's impolite questioning. His own curiosity piqued. Since he did not bear the surname Shun, he clearly was not a member of the Shun family. Yet he was treated so deferentially by Shen Yunxiao, which was certainly puzzling. Zhao Xianfeng merely lifted his eyelids, disinterested in engaging with the young girl from her earlier remarks. It was evident what sort of character she was. My grandfather is the Dan Wang of Yin country, she boasted, as if that alone justified her arrogance that I am asking you a question. Seeing Zhao Xianfeng remain silent, Ma Qingqing's frustration boiled over, her tone sharp. Shun Sanshan, sensing the rising tension, quickly plastered on a smile. Miss Ma, please do not take offense. Young Master Zhao has sustained grievous injuries and is in a weakened state. Young Master Zhao is a great benefactor of our Shin family. The breakthrough of our family head was made possible by him. Upon hearing this, Ma Liang's pupils constricted that a breakthrough to the heaven martial realm, due to him. Ma Qingqing scoffed, clearly incredulous that I don't believe it. Enough silence, Ma Liang suddenly barked. Grandfather, Ma Qingqing looked at him with a hint of grievance, but Ma Liang's expression hardened, shaking his head slightly, prompting her to quiet down. Young man, your injuries are severe. This should aid your recovery. Ma Liang suddenly produced a verdant green pill and handed it over with a warm smile. This is the Xian Guang by Ling Danshan. Sanshan's eyes widened in awe. Indeed, he is the Dan Wang. Presenting a treasure of this caliber, Ma Qingqing could not help but boast. You should thank my grandfather quickly. This is a top-tier healing pill for those below the heaven martial realm, worth a fortune, and sought after by countless individuals. Zhao Xianfeng disregarded Ma Qingqing entirely, glancing at Ma Liang, who wore a warm smile, resembling a kind old gentleman. Thank you very much. Zhao Xianfeng accepted without hesitation, a hint of joy crossing his face as he sensed the medicinal energy within the pill. He promptly swallowed it and closed his eyes momentarily. Humph! What an attitude! Ma Qingqing's delicate face bore a frosty expression as she cast a scornful glance at Zhao Xianfeng that I in previous encounters. Even the strongest of noble families would approach the acquisition of elixirs with utmost reverence and generous gratitude. Yet this fellow, with merely a couple of words, displayed no sincerity in his thanks. Shin Sanshan wore an awkward smile, suddenly filled with regret, realizing he could not offend either side. By the way, Master Ma, what brings you to such a remote place as Liuhua land? Shin Sanshan inquired curiously. Of course, if it's inconvenient to discuss, please disregard my question, he quickly added. It's nothing of great significance, merely in search of a particular spiritual herb. I have heard that the century-old Zixin Xinji may be found here in Liuhua land, Ma Liang replied, directing a glance at Shin Sanshan. Chapter 50. The Trouble of the Pill King Zixin Xinji? Shin Sanshan's pupils contracted. This was no ordinary spiritual herb, indeed a rarity. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, Master Ma, my Shin family possesses Zixin Xinji, though I cannot ascertain its precise age. However, rest assured when the family head returns. He will certainly know that if we have it, my Shin family will not hesitate to offer it. Being able to assist Ma Liang would be an immense boon, a favor from the Pill King. Ma Liang's status in the Yin Kingdom placed him as a guest of honor among all factions, no one daring to provoke him, even the royal family of Yin. Elder Shin, do not worry. If we do have it, I will not forcefully take it. Should your family require any elixirs, feel free to voice your needs, Ma Liang stated. Upon hearing this, Shin Sanshan nearly burst into joyous laughter. It was truly a double blessing. Suddenly, Ma Liang's expression shifted, a look of anguish crossing his features. Grandfather! Ma Qingqing exclaimed, her face paling, anxiety and worry spilling from her eyes, that it might have been due to the earlier confrontation. Ma Liang gritted his teeth and sat down cross-legged, his hands forming rapid seals, his expression one of profound suffering. Shin Sanshan could only watch in a daze, bewildered, as Ma Qingqing's entire focus remained on Ma Liang. Ignoring him entirely, Shin Sanshan could only watch nervously. Zhao Xianfeng cast a discerning gaze, his brow slightly furrowed, that Ma Liang's condition was decidedly abnormal. Boom! A sudden explosion reverberated from within Ma Liang, as a fierce and intense power erupted, suffocating those present. They all hurriedly retreated. The force was even greater than Shun Yunxiao's, utterly overwhelming. Young Master Zhao, what is happening to Master Ma? Shin Sanshan could not help but glance at Zhao Xianfeng. Perhaps he could discern something. Zhao Xianfeng replied slowly. He is likely afflicted by some poison. From Ma Liang, he sensed a dense fire poison, yet intertwined with an extraordinary taint, chaotic and uncontrollable. This was evidently the source of Ma Liang's torment. Observing Ma Liang's current state, it was clear he was desperately struggling to suppress it. What did this signify? Even Ma Liang, with cultivation surpassing Shun Yinxiao's, found it difficult to contend with the poison. Poisoned, Shin Sanshan stared in shock, his expression peculiar as he regarded Ma Liang. The esteemed Pill King could be poisoned. By the way, what is the effect of Zixin Xinji? Zhao Xianfeng interjected. Zixin Xinji possesses formidable purifying abilities and harbors incredible life essence. Shin Sanshan hurriedly explained. That is indeed the case. Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes glimmered with insight. It can purify, fire poison, and replenish vitality. Clearly, it is meant to counteract the poison within him that a full quarter of an hour passed before the noxious aura was finally subdued. Ma Liang trembled, spitting out a pool of murky blood. His complexion was ashen, and traces of pain lingered on his brow. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Ma Qingqing rushed over, tears welling in her eyes, though she often exuded arrogance. Her concern for Ma Liang was genuine. "That I am fine." Ma Liang feebly shook his head, a sigh escaping his lips, seemingly encapsulating a multitude of emotions. "Master Ma, may I inquire?" Shin Sanshan cautiously asked that my grandfather has been poisoned. "Only Zixin Xianji can expel it." Ma Qingqing shot a sharp glare at Shin Sanshan, her tone icy. The Shin family had better possess it otherwise. Zhao Xuanfeng's brow furrowed deeply. This young girl was exceedingly arrogant. However, this was a matter concerning the Shun family, and he was reluctant to engage in a verbal spar with her, having already tasted her sharp tongue. Shin Sanshan's face twitched, dissatisfaction brewing within him. Yet he dared not respond in kind. "Silence," Ma Liang admonished. He looked at Shin Sanshan apologetically. "Elder Shin, do not take offense at her. I am indeed poisoned by the venom of a fire weasel mouse." Ma Liang stated with a rueful smile. "To speak of it, it was my own negligence. The fire weasel mouse thrives amidst volcanic magma, absorbing impurities and toxins. The erosion from its innate fire poison is unprecedented. Even I find it challenging to refine and expel it, hence my reliance on Zixin Xianji." Indeed, Shin Sanshan's eyes flickered with apprehension. The fire weasel mouse is exceedingly rare, yet terrifically fearsome. That a pill master's spiritual weapon is often a flame or a pill cauldron. If I am not mistaken, your spiritual weapon must be the latter, correct? Zhao Xianfeng suddenly interjected that Liang was taken aback, then nodded. "The young one possesses keen insight. My spiritual weapon is indeed a pill cauldron." "Then, if that is the case, refining it should not pose a significant challenge," Zhao Xianfeng commented. "The pill cauldron of a spiritual weapon is far from ordinary." "What do you know?" Ma Qingqing retorted coldly. "The poison of the fire weasel mouse possesses an exceptionally strong erosive quality that if you can contemplate it, surely my grandfather can as well. That if it were feasible, would he have come here?" Her disdain for Zhao Xianfeng was palpable, her scorn unabashed. This time, Ma Liang refrained from reprimanding her, clearly acknowledging her words held merit. Zhao Xuanfeng's brow furrowed slightly. "It appears your pill cauldron is not particularly robust." Upon hearing this, before Ma Qingqing could respond, Ma Liang's expression darkened. "Though my pill cauldron may not be the strongest, it ranks among the top tier among the alchemists of the Seven Kingdoms. Young one, it seems you lack understanding of the fire weasel mouse. This beast absorbs dreadful impurities from magma, and its poison has accumulated over many years. The fire poison of the cauldron and the creature are in direct conflict. Refining it in the cauldron not only poses no threat to the poison, but may also allow it to erode the spiritual weapon." Observing Ma Liang's rather grim countenance, Zhao Xianfeng shook his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. In summary, the inadequacy of the pill cauldron was evident. Alchemists held a consistently elevated status. Truly top-tier alchemists treat their spiritual weapons, whether flame or cauldron, as treasures, going to great lengths to enhance their potency. That in his previous life, although he did not delve into this realm, he had encountered some alchemists whose prowess, harnessed through their flames and cauldrons, was astonishing, surpassing even some martial prodigies. Such was the manifestation of a spiritual weapon reaching a certain degree of strength. While Ma Liang's assertions bore some truth, ultimately, the failure to achieve results rendered it insufficiently powerful, a timeless principle. Of course, within this primordial realm, expectations could not be excessively high, as the transmission of techniques and numerous cultivation secrets fell far short of the wonders of the celestial domain. You speak nonsense. Trying to impress my grandfather. Do you not fear being laughed at? Ma Qingqing scoffed derisively, believing this fellow sought only to attract her grandfather's attention to deceive him. Unfortunately, he was merely digging his own grave. It is I who lack knowledge. Zhao Xianfeng ignored Ma Qingqing's remarks, offering a faint smile to Ma Liang before averting his gaze. Were it not for the elixir gifted by Ma Liang, he would have been disinclined to waste his breath. However, now that the other party had found a remedy for the spiritual herb, further words were unnecessary, lest he provoke discontent that in no matter, the young one's perception is already commendable. Such is the nature of youth, Ma Liang commended, managing to temper his emotions, genuinely impressed that the young man had identified his spiritual weapon as a pill cauldron at first glance. Subsequently, Zhao Xianfeng remained silent, focusing on recuperating from his injuries. Thanks to the elixir, he had recovered nearly half of his vitality along the way, the efficacy evident. Chapter 51. Grandfather's worries shunned family. Zhao Xianfeng retreated to his quarters to recuperate, while Xin Sanshan led Ma Liang and his granddaughter to the main hall to await developments. The fragrance of spiritual tea wafted through the air, and Ma Liang sat leisurely in a chair. His presence imposing. Grandfather, that man is simply insufferable, Ma Qingqing grumbled, seeking to alleviate her boredom by mentioning Zhao Xianfeng. What makes him insufferable? Ma Liang countered. That young man is no simpleton. Not only did he see through grandfather's spiritual weapon, but he also displayed remarkable composure in the face of the shunned family's treatment. Far superior to you, Denim. A Liang suddenly regarded Ma Qingqing with sternness. You are my only granddaughter. If something were to happen to me, how would you cope with your temperament? No one would show you mercy. Grandfather, you are being overly dramatic. You are the best and the strongest. Nothing will happen to you, Ma Qingqing cooed, wrapping her arms around Ma Liang's and swaying affectionately. Though inwardly, she nursed a grudge, for it was this very fellow who had prompted her grandfather to lecture her. Should I find an opportunity? You shall see, she thought. Denim. A Liang sighed helplessly as footsteps approached. Ma Qingqing quickly sat up straight as Shun Yunxiao strode into the hall, respectfully greeting Ma Liang. My apologies for keeping Master Ma waiting. There is no need for apologies. The eradication of the Shiyue gang by the Shun family is a momentous achievement. I extend my congratulations to you, Master Shin. Ma Liang replied graciously. A Liang let out a hearty laugh, having learned all this from Shun Sanshan's words, and remarked, Master Ma has overpraised me. The joy on Shun Yunxiao's face was hard to conceal. How fortunate he was to receive such praise from Master Ma. In the presence of the Dan King, Shin Yunxiao dared not take the seat of honor and instead sat directly opposite Ma Liang. What brings you here, Master Ma? Shin Yunxiao inquired straightforwardly to 100-year-old Zixing Xianji. Ma Liang's eyes glimmered with anticipation. To 100 years. Shin Yunxiao's pupils contracted. Then he bitterly smiled. Master Ma, both my Shin family and the Shiyue gang possess Zixing Xianji. Now that the Shiyue gang has been eradicated, we have several specimens. However, what you may not know, Master Ma, is that Zixing Xianji is exceedingly rare. Over the years, my Shin family and the Shiyue gang have only managed to acquire specimens aged no more than a couple of decades. Even with the spirit soil mine to accelerate cultivation, the most precious among them is still under 50 years old. But if you could wait a few more months, I assure you I can produce a 50-year-old Zixing Xianji. I speak truly. If you do not believe me, I can take you to see where my Shin family cultivates the spiritual herbs. Shin Yunxiao felt helpless. Zixing Xianji was already a top-tier spiritual herb, and 100-year-old specimens were simply beyond imagination. Did I ask there truly none? Ma Qingqing's countenance turned grim as she asked, unwilling to accept the answer. Indeed, there is none. Shin Yunxiao shook his head. A Liang couldn't help but rub his forehead. He did not doubt Shin Yunxiao's honesty. Although 100-year-old Zixing Xianji was precious, it was not something ordinary individuals could utilize, as it did not enhance one's cultivation. Therefore, there was no reason to refuse a favor from a Dan King. Taking a deep breath, Ma Liang said solemnly, Master Shin, could you expedite the 50-year-old Zixing Xianji? I can't wait a few months, Shin Yunxiao replied, gritting his teeth. That if I expend some resources, I can guarantee it within a month. A month? Ma Liang slightly shook his head. That is still too long. Moreover, a 50-year-old Zixing Xianji would only alleviate my condition at best. That moment, Shin Yunxiao hesitated and asked, Master Ma, are there any other spiritual herbs that could serve as a substitute? I will see if my Shin family has any. To be frank, Master Shin, I am afflicted by the poison of the fire weasel mouse. Other herbs are of no use. Furthermore, I have an important matter to attend to in a month. If this issue cannot be resolved, it could lead to dire consequences that I in that instant. Ma Liang appeared significantly older. Grandfather, we will surely find a solution. Ma Qingqing looked at Ma Liang with concern. The fire weasel mouse. Tsk. Shun Yunxiao inhaled sharply. How could he not know of this creature? It had previously appeared in Liuwa land, leading to the tragic demise of several martial artists that he now understood why such urgency surrounded the Zixing Xianji. 100-year-old specimens undeniably possessed the required efficacy, yet they were nowhere to be found. Liuwa land had none, and the hope of finding one elsewhere was slim. Moreover, Shen Yunxiao understood that this matter must not be made public, as it would not bode well for the Dan King. By the way, perhaps young Master Zhao might have a solution. Shen Yunxiao suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He did not wish to miss the favor owed to him by a Dan King. Young Master Zhao, are you referring to that young lad? Ma Liang was taken aback. Indeed, Shen Yunxiao replied with a solemn expression. That? A naive and inexperienced fellow. What could he possibly know? It's utterly ridiculous. Ma Liang was bewildered, but Ma Qingqing also paused for a moment before scoffing dismissively. Shen Yunxiao offered an awkward smile, turning to Ma Liang. Master Ma, young Master Zhao is a gifted individual that I in the absence of Zixing Xianji. If anyone in the entire Shen family has a chance of resolving this matter, it would be him. Of course, this is merely a possibility. I haven't consulted young Master Zhao, so I cannot guarantee anything. Shen Yunxiao was no fool that if Zhao Xianfeng could indeed provide a solution, it would be splendid. But if he could not, making such bold claims would only lead to trouble. Grandfather, you must not be deceived. If that fellow truly had a solution, I could have solved this matter myself. Ma Qingqing was anxious that her grandfather might be fooled. Shen Yunxiao's expression darkened. This girl was utterly reckless, without Ma Liang's presence. She could have ended up in dire straits. Then Liang raised a hand, gazing intently at Shen Yunxiao. Young Master Zhao does possess some merit. However, what you say, Master Shen, is indeed difficult for me to believe. His eyes held a hint of inquiry. Shen Yunxiao slowly replied, Forgive me, Master Ma. The reason I was able to break through is thanks to young Master Zhao. Why admiration for him is immense. In terms of talent, he is not lacking. This declaration was heartfelt, and at last Ma Liang was moved. Shen Yunxiao was a formidable figure of the Tianwu realm, and such words were indeed the highest praise. Master Shen, could you invite young Master Zhao here? Ma Liang contemplated for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. Very well, please wait a moment, Master Ma. Master Ma, I only mentioned it as a possibility. I cannot guarantee anything. Shen Yunxiao suddenly turned and added, feeling somewhat awkward. Haha, rest assured, Master Shen. I'm not unreasonable. Ma Liang laughed heartily. Only then did Shen Yunxiao feel a sense of relief. Grandfather, do you truly believe in this? Ma Qingqing asked, and Ma Liang's expression turned serious as he fixed a cold stare on her. Qingqing, I warn you. When young Master Zhao arrives, if you dare speak disrespectfully again, I will not spare you. He emphasized misfortune often arises from careless words. The individual who met their end at my hands not long ago is a case in point. Do you realize that your earlier words have already offended Master Shen? Ma Qingqing's face paled slightly as she looked at Ma Liang with grievance. This was the first time he had spoken so sternly to her that as she was about to retort, Ma Liang took a deep breath and said, If he truly has a solution, you must understand that my life rests in his hands. That Ma Qingqing trembled slightly, biting her lip and silently nodding. Chapter 52. 3 Solutions. Do you believe it? Young Master Zhao. I truly owe you a great debt this time, Shen Yunxiao said, handing Zhao Xianfeng a list of all the spiritual herbs available in the Shen family's earth martial realm. Please, choose whatever you need. Shen Yunxiao's gesture was undeniably generous. Zhao Xianfeng smiled and began to mark items on the list without hesitation. Shen Yunxiao glanced over, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He was marking quite a few, most of which were high-tier and peak-level herbs. Nevertheless, this did not bother Shen Yunxiao at all, as the resources obtained from the eradication of the Xiyue gang were beyond measured. In the end, Zhao Xianfeng handed the list back to Shen Yunxiao. Is that all? Won't you select a few more, young Master Zhao? Shen Yunxiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. 10 more. Zhao Xianfeng replied nonchalantly. 10 more. Shen Yunxiao's smile instantly froze, and his jaw tightened. Did you not say to choose freely? Master Shen? Zhao Xianfeng chuckled teasingly. Not much. Not much at all. Another 10 would be fine. Shen Yunxiao's words were abruptly cut off, and with a forced smile, he erupted in a laughter, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Another 10, and it truly felt like blood was being drawn. Fortunately, Zhao Xianfeng did not ask for more as he exited. Shen Yunxiao secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Young Master Zhao, do you have a solution for Master Ma's predicament? Shen Yunxiao cautiously inquired. Simple, that I just fear that Master Ma may not believe it. Zhao Xianfeng replied casually. Simple? Shen Yunxiao was left speechless. That is the poison of the fire weasel mouse. Yet, upon observing Zhao Xuanfeng's demeanor and recalling everything he had experienced earlier, Shen Yunxiao could not help but swallow nervously. What if it were true? Who exactly is this person? Shen Yunxiao ultimately refrained from voicing this question. As for Ma Liang's problem, it was indeed not difficult for Zhao Xianfeng. The Dan King of the Yin Kingdom, with his alchemical skills, was surely capable that if he were to refine the spiritual herbs obtained from the Shen family into pills, the effects would be even better and more convenient. Upon entering the hall, Ma Liang immediately set aside his earlier disdain and regarded Zhao Xianfeng with solemnity. A Qingqing took a deep breath, firmly restraining herself. Young Master Zhao, you are aware of the situation. Do you have a solution for the poison of the fire weasel mouse afflicting me? Ma Liang's eyes held a glimmer of hope. Although he currently found it hard to believe, he clung to a thread of optimism. There are 3 methods, Zhao Xianfeng stated as he took a seat. 3 methods. Ma Liang's pupils constricted, rendered speechless. Is it truly that simple? Listening to Zhao Xuanfeng's nonchalant tone, Ma Liang nearly transformed into his own granddaughter. Under normal circumstances, he would have erupted in anger. Please, young Master Zhao, speak plainly that if you can truly resolve this, I owe you an immense favor. Ma Liang suppressed the tumult within him and offered a respectful bow. Upon witnessing this scene, Ma Qingqing was left astounded. In the entire Yin Kingdom, there were scarcely a handful of individuals worthy of her grandfather's respectful bow, and this was before the solution had even been revealed. Ma Qingqing fixed a fierce glare at Zhao Xianfeng, biting her lip. If you dare deceive my grandfather, I will not let you off easily. A palpable threat radiated from her eyes. May I take a look at your alchemical furnace and the poison from the fire weasel mouse? I would like to assess it myself. Zhao Xianfeng remarked. Very well, no problem. Ma Liang, without a hint of hesitation, responded, this poison, if left unresolved, will not lead to immediate death, yet it will undoubtedly impair his abilities and alchemical prowess, drastically increasing his failure rate, and may even render him incapable of alchemy altogether. For a master whose expertise lies primarily in alchemy, this is utterly catastrophic. It is essential to recognize that while various factions regard him as a distinguished guest, there are numerous individuals lurking in the shadows, harboring hostility, that he is not without enemies. They merely refrain from revealing their animosity due to his esteemed status. As the saying goes, when the wall collapses, everyone pushes. Should he lose his position, he would be worse than a dog. If word of this predicament spreads, what treasures and unique items does the Alchemy King possess? It would be akin to discovering a veritable treasure trove. Thus, Ma Liang found himself with no choice. Even if there was but a sliver of hope, he had to attempt it. Boom! The hall suddenly trembled. A surging wave of scorching, violent energy erupted forth, its terrifying might nearly igniting the entire hall, causing Shen Yunxiao to shudder. His complexion paling, a diminutive red cloud cauldron appeared before Ma Liang. The cauldron, with 5 feet, blazed with fiery red light. Swirling cloud patterns adorned its surface, exquisite and crystalline. Its power was soul-stirring. Ma Liang fixed his gaze upon Zhao Xianfeng, and upon witnessing Zhao's calm demeanor in the face of this overwhelming force, his heart jolted fiercely. This was a spirit weapon of the 4th realm of the Tianwu stage. As a cauldron, its might was formidable. Such a reaction was even more astonishing than Shen Yunxiao's. How could Ma Liang not be astounded? This individual was no ordinary person. Deep within, that flicker of hope surged and expanded rapidly. The cloud patterns exhibited a certain mystique, concealing the secrets of the 5 organs. Although not aligned with the 5 elements, they could enhance the stability of the cauldron, making the alchemical process more secure. However, regrettably, this method inherently possessed limitations, as an excessive focus on stability would result in a significant loss of potential for enhancement. Zhao Xianfeng assessed, and Ma Liang trembled all over, a tempest of emotions raging within him, barely concealing his astonishment. Just a glance was enough for him to perceive the depth of Zhao's cauldron. Hiss, what manner of creature is this? Those of the same rank in alchemy would find it difficult to ascertain at first glance. Young Master Zhao is indeed formidable. Next, I would ask young Master Zhao to sense the toxin of the fire weasel mouse that Liang's complexion shifted violently, his voice trembling slightly, that he retracted the cauldron, gradually releasing the suppressive energy. Buzz, an unprecedentedly intense and erratic force surged forth, a sense of filth permeating the AI. Liang endured immense pain, steadfastly holding his gaze upon Zhao Xianfeng. After a few moments, Zhao Xianfeng spoke. That will suffice. With a muffled groan, Ma Liang hurriedly exerted all his strength to suppress the energy. Moments later, his face turned pale, anticipation filling his eyes, nearly spilling over. Qingqing found her grandfather's demeanor utterly unbelievable. The earlier words had left her perplexed, entirely incomprehensible, yet instinctively she harbored doubts. However, due to her grandfather's previous stern words, she dared not voice her skepticism. Fortunately, all three methods could be utilized. Zhao Xianfeng smiled faintly and said, "The first method involves locating a massive volcano, igniting its volcanic power, and infusing it into the cauldron to refine the fire weasel mouse toxin. The key here is finding the right volcano. If it is too powerful, your cauldron may not withstand it, and if it is too weak, the power will be insufficient. The second method entails summoning the Xian Yang energy from the heavens. The celestial Xian Yang is the epitome of masculine energy that would effortlessly counter this toxin. The third method, the auspicious purple qi of the rising sun, represents the initial brightness of the heavens and the earth, a force from the east imbued with boundless creativity. Not only can it refine the fire weasel mouse toxin, but it will also bestow upon you tremendous fortune, upon hearing these three methods." Ma Liang and Xin Yunxiao exchanged wide-eyed glances, utterly dumbfounded. To Qingqing seemed as if she were listening to celestial scriptures. Do you believe it? Zhao Xianfeng fixed a playful gaze upon Ma Liang. "I believe," Ma Liang replied without hesitation, for everything Zhao Xianfeng had previously stated had profoundly shocked him. These three methods were not only clear, but also impeccable. "Young Master Zhao, I can comprehend the first method, and the second I have merely heard of, but the third is entirely unfamiliar to me," Xin Yunxiao expressed with immense curiosity. With his insights at the Tianwu stage, he could discern the feasibility of these methods. The first, while sounding fearsome, was highly operable. It was akin to using poison to counter poison. Since the fire weasel mouse toxin originated from the volcano, it could be countered with fire. The second method, Xian Yang energy, Xin Yunxiao had encountered in texts and found even more astonishing. It represented the utmost rigidity and masculinity of the heavens and the earth that, if it could be summoned, dealing with the fire toxin would be exceedingly simple. The third method sparked similar sentiments within Ma Liang. The auspicious purple qi of the rising sun was indeed a force of life and vitality in the world. Can both of you comprehend this? Zhao Xianfeng smiled lightly. Xin Yunxiao and Ma Liang exchanged glances and nodded in unison, understood that it seemed even more formidable than the Xian Yang energy. "Young Master Zhao, which method do you deem most suitable for me?" Ma Liang inquired eagerly, having become convinced that the youth before him was indeed an extraordinary figure in this world. There are individuals who cannot be measured merely by their cultivation level. One can discern their caliber through their discourse and insights. Zhao Xianfeng appeared to be such a person. The first method will not be easy to execute, as finding a suitable volcano is no simple task. The third method, however, requires the cultivation of the art of divination and absorption. With your current level of cultivation, achieving results in a short time frame is likely unrealistic, Zhao Xianfeng remarked casually. Moreover, I am unable to assist you with the third method. The most suitable option for you is indeed the second method, Xian Yang energy. Ma Liang's pupils constricted as he solemnly stated, "Young Master Zhao, I also possess some knowledge regarding Xian Yang energy that I have no doubt it can resolve the fire weasel mouse toxin. But how do we summon the Xian Yang energy from the heavens?" Such a technique was beyond his experience and understanding. "Simple, just leave it to me. However, you must endure immense suffering. Even if it is painful, I will persevere," Ma Liang declared resolutely. "Very well," Zhao Xianfeng nodded slightly. At that moment, Ma Liang calmed himself, his heart now resolute and devoid of doubt. Although it seemed incredible, how else could miracles manifest? Youth Zhao, if you can resolve my predicament, I will gladly comply with any demands. No matter the cost, Ma Liang bowed once more. This statement left Ma Qingqing agape, for even before the ruler of the Yin Kingdom, her grandfather would not utter such words. Could he truly accomplish it? Zhao Xianfeng waved his hand slightly. I do not dare to impose on a king of alchemy, but I would appreciate it if you could refine some elixirs from certain rare herbs for me in the future. He was candid about his intentions, suggesting that such matters could be discussed later once the task was accomplished. Upon hearing these words, Ma Liang felt a sense of relief that he had genuinely feared that Zhao Xianfeng would impose unreasonable tasks upon him. Yet, Zhao's demeanor only deepened Ma Liang's sense of the young man's unfathomable depth. Indeed, even a dignitary of the Tianwu realm felt inscrutable, difficult to fathom. Youth Zhao, would it not be better to act sooner rather than later? Ma Liang tentatively suggested to 18 noon. Zhao Xianfeng replied with a smile. That makes sense, Ma Liang nodded, acknowledging that at midday, the Xianyang energy would be at its peak, an hour later, in the small square behind the Shen family residence. The area was spacious, and the scorching sun poured down from the heavens. Shen Yunxiao had dismissed all bystanders, leaving only Zhao Xianfeng and the other three in this moment. Shen Yunxiao leaned closer to Ma Liang and whispered, Master Ma, do not underestimate young Master Zhao. Although he is merely at the 6th level of the Xuanwu stage, his strength rivals that of a high-tier Earth martial stage cultivator. What? Ma Liang nearly lost control. Gazing incredulously at Shen Yunxiao, this revelation astonished him even more than the 3 methods he had just heard, that I have witnessed it with my own eyes, Shen Yunxiao affirmed with a nod. Hoping to make Ma Liang recognize Zhao Xuanfeng's extraordinary nature, the willingness of young Master Zhao to lend a hand was a favor of immeasurable value. Ma Liang could not help but look toward the approaching Zhao Xianfeng, whose image in Ma Liang's eyes had been elevated several-fold. Young Master Zhao, he hastened to greet, discarding any remaining pretense of superiority associated with his title as a king of alchemy, as if Zhao Xianfeng were of an inimitable nobility. Observing this scene, Shen Yunxiao smirked slightly, thinking, young Master Zhao, I have done my utmost. Moreover, this act would ensure that Ma Liang remembered the Shen family's kindness. Henceforth, should the Shen family require assistance, as long as the request was not overly outrageous, Ma Liang would undoubtedly comply. Who could refuse to befriend such an extraordinary young prodigy? Regrettably, Master Ma's granddaughter was utterly beyond redemption. Shen Yunxiao discreetly cast a glance at Ma Qingqing, noting her still incredulous expression, and could not help but shake his head inwardly, that he hoped that Master Ma would not fall victim to his granddaughter's charms. Shall we begin? Zhao Xianfeng noticed the shift in Ma Liang's demeanor. Feeling a tinge of curiosity, but choosing not to dwell on it, he stated casually. Indeed, Ma Liang swiftly complied, positioning himself in the center of the square, as instructed at that moment. The sun was at its most fervent, the air shimmering with heat. Zhao Xianfeng gazed upward at the celestial Xianyang and then focused his attention on Ma Liang. Soon, I will summon the Xianyang energy from the heavens. You will experience excruciating pain akin to being consumed by the blazing sun. While the Xianyang energy is potent, it will remain within your capacity to endure that if you can withstand it without obstruction. It will greatly benefit your soul. Zhao Xianfeng cautioned, as he wished to avoid the pitfall of failing due to Ma Liang's negligence. Although it was not an arduous task, given his current cultivation level. Summoning the Xianyang energy from the heavens was no simple feat, rest assured. Young Master Zhao, Ma Liang nodded solemnly. His concerns extended beyond himself. He had his only kin, his granddaughter, to consider. The thought of what might befall her should he encounter misfortune twisted his heart in anguish. It was a scenario he could not allow to unfold. After a moment, young Master Zhao, I am prepared, Ma Liang declared, his expression turning grave as he braced himself for the task ahead. The Qingzhou sword manifested in Zhao Xuanfeng's hand, its presence commanding that moment. Ma Qingqing approached Zhao Xianfeng, her fists clenched and her gaze icy that if anything were to happen to my grandfather, I swear I will not let you escape unscathed, she stated, each word dripping with venom. Qingqing, silence yourself. Ma Liang's heart raced with a mix of anguish and frustration. Should you dare disrespect young Master Zhao again, I shall disown you as my granddaughter at that moment. Ma Liang's heart twisted painfully that he cursed himself for indulging Qingqing too much. Such reckless threats at this juncture were not merely indiscreet. They bordered on sheer folly, akin to a rotten wood that could not be carved. Ma Qingqing's face paled, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at her grandfather. Grandfather. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, as this was the first time she had witnessed her doting grandfather's wrath so fiercely. Leave, Ma Liang commanded, suppressing his own heartache, his voice a chilling decree. The single word leave crushed her spirit, causing tears to cascade from her eyes. That Ma Qingqing, feeling wronged, turned and fled. Zhao Xianfeng cast a cold glance at her retreating figure before remarking indifferently, "If you do not rein in your granddaughter, she may well invite disaster upon you. Remember, there are always greater forces beyond our comprehension. Regret will come too late. Do not worry, young Master Zhao, that I shall make amends upon my return." Ma Liang replied, a bitter smile gracing his lips, his resolve firm, that he vowed to discipline Qingqing upon his return, lest calamity truly befall them. Chapter 54. The third level of sword intent, a blade unleashing the sun under the blazing sun. Zhao Xianfeng stood tall and resolute, tightly gripping the Qingzhou sword. His demeanor solemn. To summon the Xianyang energy from the heavens would have been effortless had he reached the Tianwu realm. However, now he could only rely on external forces, his sword and the intent behind it. In a moment of concentration, Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes flickered with brilliance. With a swift motion, the Qingzhou sword shot skyward. A terrifying wave of sword intent surged forth, ethereal yet palpable, creating ripples that rippled through the air. The essence of pure yang. The sword intent ascended, and under the sunlight, the Qingzhou sword appeared to be enveloped in a golden hue. In an instant, the small square was engulfed by this sword intent, nearly tangible in its presence. The silent song of the sword resonated like a dragon-esque roar, penetrating the very soul that in the distance. Shen Yunxiao's pupils dilated in shock, breath-hitching. Peak second-level sword intent, gasped, "That's at the third level, my heavens." With Xuanwu realm cultivation and Duwu realm strength, he wields third-level sword intent. Shen Yunxiao was astounded, his scalp tingling. This was even more astonishing than Zhao Xuanfeng's already formidable combat prowess. Sword intent, the true essence of martial arts, is classified into 10 levels based on mastery and strength. Typically, only those in the Duwu realm could grasp the essence of martial arts. Achieving third-level true intent was beyond the reach of 99% of those in the Duwu realm. It required entry into the Tianwu realm to reach such heights. Moreover, the third-level pure yang sword intent emanated an extraordinary sense of terror, one that seemed to rival even the average fourth-level sword intent. Before him, the youth stood like a divine sword, flawless and without defect. That moment, Shen Yunxiao lamented his lack of a daughter, wishing to place her before this prodigious individual. Zhao Xianfeng, oblivious to Shen Yunxiao's thoughts, experienced a complete eruption of his spirit, driving the pure yang sword intent to surge violently, reaching for the heavens and establishing a connection with the Xianyang. Gradually, Zhao Xuanfeng's complexion paled. A pivotal moment. The Qingzhou sword trembled violently, that a barely discernible wisp of Xianyang energy from the vast firmament quivered slightly before plummeting downwards. In an instant, the Qingzhou sword quaked, emitting a mournful cry, as if it could not bear the weight. Then, a brilliant golden light erupted, transforming the sword into a blazing sun. Zhao Xuanfeng's body tensed, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he swung the sword, sending a wave towards Ma Liang. With a soft thud, that almost imperceptible golden Xianyang energy seamlessly entered Ma Liang's body. Ma Liang's entire form convulsed, his expression morphing in agony, as if a sun had exploded within him. The excruciating force ravaged his body, igniting every fiber of his being, threatening to tear him apart. Clenching his teeth, Ma Liang endured the torment, unleashing the fire weasel rat poison within him. Simultaneously, Zhao Xianfeng gasped for breath, collapsing onto the ground, disregarding his image. That single wisp had drained his entire spiritual energy, leaving him more fatigued than after a fierce battle. Fortunately, his profound mastery of swordsmanship allowed him to wield the third-level pure yang sword intent with ease. Without the sword intent to support it, even the Qingzhou sword would struggle to withstand such power. unless one were a high-ranking Tianwu realm expert trained in the pure yang techniques. Zhao Xianfeng glanced at Ma Liang, quickly closing his eyes. The rest now depended on Ma Liang himself. While he adjusted his breathing, his mind reflected on the intricate nature of guiding the Xian Yang with a pure yang sword intent. Shun Yunxiao, watching anxiously, found it hard to fathom the excruciating pain Ma Liang was enduring. The elder's muscles contorted as if they might burst, sweat pouring like rain, and his insides roared ominously, sending shivers down one's spine. Time passed slowly. Approximately half an hour later, Ma Liang suddenly opened his eyes, expelling a mouthful of blood. Instantly, a flush of color returned to his pale face. "That I did it," Ma Liang exclaimed, trembling with excitement. "Moreover, my spirit has even improved. The difficulty in breaking through to the next level has significantly diminished. The fire weasel rat poison had been completely refined, leaving no trace behind." Though he felt weak at that moment, a sense of exhilaration surged within him as if he had been reborn. "Congratulations, Master Ma." Shen Yunxiao hastily approached. "Master Shen, you are too kind. This time, I owe the Shen family a great favor." Ma Liang recalled the recent pain. Still haunted by it, he gradually calmed himself, offering a slight nod to Shen Yunxiao. Shen Yunxiao could hardly contain his joy. The recovered Ma Liang was a genuine master alchemist. Indeed, young Master Zhao is truly remarkable. To summon the Xian Yang with sword intent, what a feat, Ma Liang marveled, feeling humbled by such prowess. Both men turned their gazes towards Zhao Xianfeng, who at that moment exuded an aura of profound mystery. "Wait, do not disturb young Master Zhao," Ma Liang cautioned as he narrowed his eyes. Shen Yunxiao was taken aback. "Master Ma, what does this mean? Perhaps he is experiencing enlightenment." Ma Liang lowered his voice. Gasp! Shen Yunxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. He can achieve enlightenment. Young Master Zhao is truly unfathomable. At such a young age, he has already mastered third-level sword intent. That A Liang's shock deepened. The sword intent he had sensed earlier was indelibly etched in his mind. Given time, no realm could contain someone of Zhao Xuanfeng's caliber. Shen Yunxiao nodded in agreement, both men remaining still, silently observing Zhao Xianfeng. That an hour passed, and neither of them appeared hurried. Suddenly, a soundless clang resonated in the air, penetrating their very souls. Both men felt a jolt in their hearts as they witnessed Zhao Xianfeng rise, his eyes opening and closing, a divine sword piercing through the heavens. With a clang, the Qingzhou sword turned crimson, transforming into a streak of blood-red lightning that tore through the air. Boom! A terrifying wave of blood-red sword energy erupted, engulfing the entire square. Mei Liang's eyes widened in shock, his spirit trembling before him. That suspended blood sword morphed into a blazing blood sun, exuding an aura of slaughter that concealed the Xian Yang, unleashing an overwhelming force that scorched the surroundings. What terrifying slaughter! What an astonishing eruption! Ma Liang marveled, feeling utterly astounded. The intricacies of the sword were so profound that he could only grasp a fraction of its essence. Zhao Xianfeng stood firm with the sword, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Gradually settling after several breaths, "May I inquire, young Master Zhao, does this sword possess a name?" Ma Liang could not help but ask. With his discernment and strength, he could not fully comprehend it, finding it astonishing. Zhao Xuanfeng's gaze remained clear as he replied nonchalantly, "Kaiyang, a sword that opens the sun. What a magnificent name!" Ma Liang exclaimed sincerely. Though it heralded the sun's arrival, it was also the path of slaughter. Young Master Zhao had seamlessly integrated the might of Xian Yang into the art of killing. Truly an unfathomable feat, Shen Yunxiao sighed in admiration. Xian Yang and slaughter were worlds apart, yet even those unversed in swordsmanship could perceive the profound depth within. "You flatter me. It is merely an ordinary sword," Zhao Xianfeng replied humbly. "The path of the sword is like a towering mountain. This sword is but a foundation upon which the grand sword path is built." Zhao Xianfeng offered a faint smile. For him, this moment was not an epiphany, merely an expression of his sentiments. The sword that opened the sun was but a simple method wielded through sword intent. In the grand tapestry of the profound sword path, it was utterly superficial. Yet, to Shen Yunxiao and Ma Liang, these words struck like thunderclaps. They exchanged glances, both bitterly smiling, feeling utterly humiliated by the implication. "How could we compare? The realm of young Master Zhao undoubtedly transcends our own to an unimaginable degree. Leaving us in a WAT this moment, they were completely captivated by Zhao Xuanfeng's demeanor and presence. Today, as Master Ma alleviated his pain, young Master Zhao revealed such astonishing swordsmanship. A double blessing indeed, worthy of congratulations. Gentlemen, please, Shen Yunxiao exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his manner respectful. Chapter 55. Thunder on a clear day in the Shen family's hall. Laughter echoed endlessly. After a while, Ma Liang solemnly bowed to Zhao Xianfeng, saying, "Young Master Zhao, your great kindness is etched into my memory. Should you require anything, I shall not dare to refuse. Too much flattery." Zhao Xianfeng waved his hand with a smile, turning to Shen Yunxiao. "Master Ma shall take charge of those spiritual herbs. Each portion represents a unique formula for refining elixirs." Shen Yunxiao nodded rapidly. Upon hearing this, Ma Liang did not hesitate. "Rest assured, young Master Zhao, I will guarantee the quality of these elixirs," he added. "Furthermore, young Master Zhao, these elixirs are a token of my appreciation. Please do accept them." Although the Xian Gua by Ling Dan was quite valuable, it paled in comparison to young Master Zhao's kindness that M.A. Liang retrieved 2 jade vials from his storage ring, each containing 3 verdant spiritual pills, the Xian Gua by Ling Dan. An exceptional healing elixir for those below the heavenly martial realm. Shen Yunxiao's eyes slightly reddened at the sight. Such elixirs could aid in healing injuries typical of the heavenly martial realm. Yet his family possessed not a single one. That Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes brightened, and he accepted them without reservation, knowing their utility for him. After utilizing the Jiu sword body, these elixirs would aid in his rapid recovery. Once the elixirs are refined, I shall prepare to return to the Zhao kingdom. That I wonder what plans young Master Zhao has." Ma Liang inquired tentatively. The act of refining elixirs and gifting spiritual pills paled in significance compared to the resolution of his fiery weasel mouse poison. And he suspected Zhao Xianfeng would not linger long at the Shen residence, but to befriend someone as enigmatic and extraordinary as Zhao Xianfeng was indeed an honor. Zhao Xianfeng fell into contemplation. Zhao Honglian was deceased, and it would be challenging for the Zhao kingdom to locate him in the near future. There was no need to remain in the Liuhua region any longer. "How far is it from here to the Zhao kingdom?" Zhao Xianfeng asked. "Adjacent. Beyond the Yin kingdom lies the Zhao kingdom," Ma Liang responded, a flicker of realization crossing his heart. "Adjacent indeed. I apologize for troubling Master Ma." Zhao Xianfeng smiled. "To accompany young Master Zhao is a true honor." Ma Liang beamed, unable to contain his joy. "Upon reaching the Yin kingdom, I must extend my hospitality as a host. I hope young Master Zhao will not refuse." "Very well." Zhao Xianfeng nodded gently. Ma Liang suddenly clapped his forehead. "That I wonder if young Master Zhao is aware of the Di Sha Ding and Tiangang Mo in the Yin kingdom." "I am aware. It is a sacred ground for cultivation in the Yin kingdom." Shen Yunxiao interjected hastily. "That a sacred ground for cultivation." Zhao Xianfeng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Pray, do share them." Liang spoke solemnly. "The Di Sha Ding harbors astonishing Earth Sha energy, capable of refining high-level Xuanwu realm warriors and increasing the probability of breaking through to the Earth martial realm. Should one break through beneath the Di Sha Ding, their ethereal weapons would also undergo temporary. The Tiangang Mo, conversely, contains Tiangang power, refining high-level Earth martial realm warriors with similar effects to the Di Sha Ding. The duality of Tiangang and Di Sha indeed held some mystery. Zhao Xianfeng felt a stirring within. Though he cared little for cultivation and ethereal weapons, the Tiangang and Di Sha energies contained therein would be immensely beneficial for the Jiu sword body. With these elixirs, combined with the Tiangang and Di Sha, the first level of the Jiu sword body could nearly be attained. With this thought, Zhao Xuanfeng's interest peaked. He was familiar with the powers of Tiangang and Di Sha. "Master Ma, what conditions are required to access the Di Sha Ding and Tiangang Mo?" Such a treasure trove obviously cannot be accessed by just anyone to cultivate there. One would need a quota. Though the quotas were mostly occupied by certain prominent families in the Yin kingdom, I, too, hold some standing here and possess several quotas myself. Upon reaching the Yin kingdom, should young Master Zhao wish to visit, he may simply present my token, Ma Liang replied with a smile. For him, this posed no significant difficulty. "Thank you, Master Ma." Zhao Xianfeng clasped his fists in gratitude. M.A. Liang waved his hands dismissively to AT that moment. Ma Qingqing rushed in from outside, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she beheld her grandfather's joyful demeanor. "Grandfather, are you well?" "Yes," Ma Liang replied with a smile, though it quickly faded as he coldly added, "Qingqing, if you still recognize me as your grandfather, you must apologize to young Master Zhao and admit your mistake." That M.A. Qingqing's expression faltered, her joy replaced by a sense of grievance as she glanced at Ma Liang. But she soon realized her grandfather was serious, that he had truly done it. Shocked, Ma Qingqing bit her lip and looked at Zhao Xianfeng. "No need." He gently shook his head, recognizing that though he had resolved Ma Liang's issue, the girl was still reluctant. M.A. Liang sought to use this as a lesson for Ma Qingqing. But Zhao Xianfeng had no desire to interfere in family matters. With that, he waved his hand slightly and prepared to depart. "A little girl, how old are you?" Ma Qingqing seethed silently, clenching her fists. M.A. Liang's expression grew increasingly grim. Observing the unfolding scene, Shen Yunxiao opted not to intervene and hastily took his leave. Only the grandfather and granddaughter remained in the hall. Ma Liang gazed at his granddaughter, letting out a weary sigh, a single breath encapsulating myriad grievances. That if something were to happen to me, how would this child manage? Ma Liang realized he could no longer indulge her. He needed to find an opportunity for her to understand certain truths. 7 days later, under Shen Yunxiao's respectful send-off, Zhao Xianfeng, accompanied by the Ma grandfather-granddaughter duo, departed from the Liuhua region en route to the Yin Kingdom, a journey of approximately 5 to 6 days. Zhao Xianfeng gradually integrated into this world. Throughout the journey, it seemed that due to his presence, Ma Qingqing transformed remarkably, becoming exceedingly well-behaved and speaking little. Obediently, she did not cause any further trouble, much to Zhao Xuanfeng's delight. From Ma Liang, he gained a deeper understanding of the Seven Kingdoms territories. The Seven Kingdoms lay on the periphery of the West Ridge. Not considered the core, the true epicenter was governed directly by the three major forces: the Mingjing Xianyan sect, the Qimo Mountain Manor, and the Chu Royal Mansion, where martial arts flourished and countless strong warriors thrived. Among the Seven Kingdoms, both the Yin and Zhao kingdoms were not the most powerful, yet they were not far behind. Regarding the Zhao kingdom, Zhao Xianfeng discovered that outsiders were unaware of the Qimo Mountain Manor's influence behind it. Even Ma Liang was ignorant of the Zhao family's historical past. Clearly, with the passage of time, the Zhao family had chosen not to mention their former history, as it represented a considerable humiliation. Conversely, the Zhao family's concealment of their connection to the Qimo Mountain Manor intrigued Zhao Xianfeng. Perhaps they wished to keep the existence of the five elements sealing heaven plate a secret. Several days later, they arrived in Feihong County, the heart of the Yin Kingdom and the foundation of Ma Liang. The Disha Ding and Tiangang Mo were both located within Feihong County. Each time they opened, they attracted a multitude of martial artists and prodigies from across the Yin Kingdom. Naturally, those who secured quotas were not ordinary individuals. With less than a month until the next opening on the official road, suddenly, a thunderclap echoed in the clear sky. A Liang looked up at the heavens, astonished. Thunder on a clear day is certainly an ill omen. As the saying goes, thunder on a clear day is a sign of immense grievance. As even the heavens cannot bear it, a glimmer of insight flashed in Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes. This white thunder was anything but ordinary. "Master Ma, you may proceed. I have some matters to attend to." Zhao Xianfeng spoke nonchalantly. A Liang was taken aback, his heart filled with suspicion, yet he did not press further. "Young Master Zhao, I shall inform you upon reaching the county. Also, please keep this token, should you encounter any trouble. It represents me, and I hold some influence in Feihong County." A Liang handed over a token, and Zhao Xianfeng accepted it with a slight nod, swiftly making his way toward the wilderness. Grandfather, this is his first time here. What matters could he possibly have? Ma Qingqing murmured under her breath. A Liang furrowed his brow, suspiciously gazing at the sky. Could it be related to the white thunder from earlier? Yet he struggled to draw connections between the two. Enough of that. Let's return. Ma Liang shook his head slightly, suppressing his thoughts. Chapter 56. Malevolent Spirit Child in the Wilderness. Zhao Xianfeng formed a seal with his fingers, suddenly pressing them before his eyes. Buzz! As his eyes fluttered open, a delicate veil of clarity enveloped him. The art of atmospheric observation reveals that every corner of the cosmos, from the heavens to the mountains and rivers, possesses its own unique aura. By observing these energies, one can discern their essence and origins that at this moment. Within Zhao Xuanfeng's sight, the world underwent a profound transformation. The wild landscapes, adorned with flowers, grasses, and trees, along with the jagged mountains and stones, radiated myriad hues of energy, some robust as clouds, others ethereal as mist that I in the vast wilderness ahead, a faint wisp of black energy ride that I have found you. Zhao Xianfeng chuckled softly, his form suddenly accelerating. That black energy signified malevolence. The malevolence in the world could be innate or artificially created, a myriad of types existing. What kind of evil was it? Through the art of atmospheric observation, he could only make a tentative judgment, unable to glimpse its true form. The mundane populace often interprets the phenomenon of thunder on a clear day as a sign of divine displeasure, a foreboding omen. However, in truth, the majority of such occurrences herald the emergence of malevolent entities or the eruption of sinister energy. The white thunder signifies the righteous fury of nature, capable of vanquishing evil. Yet some formidable malevolences, whether innate or contrived, possess various means to evade detection. The former arises from natural instinct, while the latter obfuscates the heavenly mysteries. Little did he expect that upon his arrival in Yin country, he would encounter such an opportunity. The white thunder could be deemed the righteous thunder of the earth, capable of purging evil and awakening spirits. The Qingzhou sword inherently possessed a high degree of spirituality. If it could endure the tempering of white thunder, its essence would be significantly enhanced at a true spiritual sword, in harmony with the wielder's intent. Is unfathomably powerful, its might transcending the ordinary. Such opportunities are rare and cannot be pursued. Zhao Xianfeng would not let this chance slip away. Yet he remained curious about the nature of this malevolence, whether it was innate or artificially conjured. As he approached the source of the black energy, a sense of intrigue stirred within him. Malevolent entities are often born from heinous deeds, necessitating brutal methods for their creation. All who partake in such actions deserve retribution. Though Zhao Xianfeng was no sage, he would not turn a blind eye if confronted soon. He stepped into a realm of towering mountains, where the surrounding peaks and dense forests obscured much of the sunlight, casting a dim and oppressive ambience. An invisible aura of malevolence permeated the air. Without the need for atmospheric observation, Zhao Xianfeng could sense its presence in a nearby ravine. A foul stench assaulted his senses. Within moments, he approached, only to be greeted by a chilling aura of bloodshed. In the ravine lay a small black seal, no larger than a palm, imprinted with the visage of a grotesque demon. Exuding a dark luminescence, within that darkness, a baby, its body cloaked in a sinister ink-like hue, writhed in distress, emitting faint cries, its face marred by dark lines, a sight both horrifying and grotesque. It struggled, seemingly unwilling to be consumed by the black seal. Four martial practitioners sat cross-legged around the seal, performing intricate hand seals. "Who goes there?" they exclaimed in unison, astonished, and in an instant, murderous intent surged forth, as the elder among them bellowed, "Damn it, kill him, the evil spirit baby." A harbinger of such malevolence, what atrocities had they committed to bring forth such a creature? Zhao Xianfeng's gaze turned icy, an uncontrollable fury igniting within him. This malevolence was clearly artificial. The aura of the demonic infant was chillingly wicked, at least at the high levels of Earth martial realm. Such malevolence required the existence of particularly unfortunate infants and the slaughter of numerous others, some even extracted from their mothers before birth. Seizing their innate essence, it was utterly abhorrent, a transgression against both heaven and humanity. A fierce wave of killing intent emanated from Zhao Xianfeng. Where did these wretched little bastards come from? How dare a mere Earth martial realm challenge me? One of the assailants, moving with lightning speed, surged forth, a third-level Earth martial practitioner, and struck with a ferocious palm. "For such actions, you all deserve death." Zhao Xianfeng's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he stepped forward. Unleashing a thunderous command, "Kill!" an invisible divine sword surged forth, a terrifying assault upon the souls of his adversaries, shattering their defenses with brutal force. The attackers, caught off guard, faltered, their bodies crashing down, shrieks of despair escaping their lips. In a swift motion, Zhao Xianfeng swung the Qingzhou sword, and a head rolled away. The remaining three were left aghast, their expressions pale with disbelief. "What? This is impossible," they gasped. "Damn it, this little brat has hidden his true strength." "You two go after him. I will hold him off," the elder growled, his countenance darkening with rage. With a fierce determination, two others lunged at him. One a third-level Earth Martial practitioner, the other at the fourth level, both exuding an overwhelming aura of death. Their hands stained with blood. The sound of clashing steel rang out as the Qingzhou sword, drenched in blood, emitted a chilling resonance, shaking the very valley. The terrifying killing intent instantaneously shattered the heavens, disturbing the surroundings for hundreds of feet. The ancient herbs and trees rustled violently. The seated elder, sensing the extraordinary sword intent, widened his eyes in shock, as if witnessing a ghost third-level sword intent. How could an Earth Martial practitioner possess such formidable sword intent? "Be cautious." His warning barely escaped his lips when his gaze froze in horror that a streak of blood-red lightning erupted in the air, transforming into a fearsome crimson sun, its flames dancing fiercely, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of suffocating sword energy. A sword that opens the sun, a relentless assault that leaves the elder disoriented, as if his very essence were aflame. With a shudder, two bodies collapsed to the ground, lifeless and unblinking. Zhao Xuanfeng's icy gaze remained fixed upon the elder, who stood at the sixth level of Earth Martial Realm, entirely disregarded by Zhao. The elder trembled, a mix of shock and fury surging through him. "You little brat, how dare you ruin my plans? I will not spare you." A piercing wail erupted from the demonic infant, a shriek so haunting it sent chills down one's spine. "This is bad." The elder's face drained of color as he desperately attempted to counteract the situation. In a sudden turn of events, the demonic infant seized the moment, clawing fiercely at the black seal, tearing through the dark luminescence, and bursting forth. The elder, caught in the backlash, spat blood, launching himself into the air. With a flick of his sleeve, the black seal's dark essence surged forth, violently pushing the demonic infant back. The elder coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he bellowed in rage, unhesitatingly turning to flee. "You little brat, I will remember you. I will refine you into a malevolent spirit." The elder's sinister roar echoed as Zhao Xianfeng leaped into action, moving like lightning. Suddenly, the demonic infant lunged at Zhao Xianfeng. Its claws outstretched, its face twisted in malevolent lines that seemed ready to ignite with fury, an utterly terrifying sight. Zhao Xianfeng frowned, halting abruptly, and pressed the Qingzhou sword forward with great force, with a thunderous crash. The third-level sword intent surged forth alongside his spiritual energy, suppressing the demonic infant on the spot. The infant quivered incessantly, its cries transforming into desperate howls, its eyes reflecting a madness that escalated in intensity. Turning his gaze, Zhao Xianfeng found the elder had already vanished without a trace. "Damn it," he cursed inwardly, his expression darkening. "Let that old fool escape, but this demonic infant cannot be left unchecked if it runs free. Countless lives will be endangered, and chaos will ensue." Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xianfeng abandoned the thought of pursuit and coldly fixed his gaze upon the demonic infant. "Humph!" A frosty snort escaped his lips, and the sword intent surged like a tide. The demonic infant trembled, a flicker of fear finally surfacing in its malevolent eyes that even displayed a semblance of a pleading expression, though it appeared even more monstrous upon its face. Pleading for mercy, Zhao Xianfeng scoffed derisively. Chapter 57. The righteous spirit could a malevolent entity truly beg for mercy? With a swift motion, the Qingzhou sword arced through the air, radiating a brilliant sword intent that pressed down upon the demonic infant's head. The overwhelming power rendered the infant shuddering in terror, as if ensnared in an invisible grip. Zhao Xuanfeng's expression grew solemn as he gazed skyward. The earlier white thunder had evidently sensed the birth of this malevolence. Yet it had been obscured by the four practitioners employing nefarious means. This was merely a primal reaction of the heavens, unlikely to provoke significant upheaval with a little manipulation. That black seal was likely an artifact of dark origins, designed to consume the demonic infant, trapping it within while continuously sacrificing and refining it, enhancing its power. However, having encountered Zhao Xianfeng, their efforts had been thwarted. Exterminating this demonic infant would be a simple task for Zhao Xianfeng. Yet he required it to attract the righteous white thunder once more. Abruptly, Zhao Xianfeng relaxed his grip, the Qingzhou sword hovering in the air. He tapped the blade with his finger to the clear, resonant sound reverberated through the valley. The demonic infant convulsed as if struck by lightning, emitting a wail of unimaginable agony. Zhao Xianfeng remained unfazed, his hands forming intricate seals that a series of incantations coalesced and rapidly entered the demonic infant's body. The infant writhed, its form seemingly on the verge of bursting, the dark lines on its face resembling bulging veins, convulsing violently as it emitted sounds of excruciating pain, becoming hoarse and heavy. The terrifying malevolent energy and sinister aura surged from its body. Rising like flames that die in an instant, the heavens resonated with thunder. 3 successive booms of white thunder echoed across the sky. This white thunder, formless and intangible, was difficult to discern with the naked eye, embodying the profound essence of the cosmos, enigmatic and unfathomable. Yet, through Zhao Xuanfeng's art of atmospheric observation, he perceived slender threads of white lightning cascading from the heavens, precisely striking the Qingzhou sword that shielded the demonic infant. With a resonant clang, the clash of forces echoed through the valley. The azure bamboo sword erupted with a relentless crackling sound, its blue light swirling like mist, rising fiercely and spreading in all directions. The blade, delicate as a cicada's wing, transformed into a crystal-clear form as if it had been purified. The sharp, ringing notes surged powerfully, resonating throughout the mountain hollow. This spectacle lasted for several breaths before the azure bamboo sword returned to its normal state, exuding a vibrant azure sheen, imbued with unparalleled spirit. It radiated an aura of majestic righteousness, akin to 3 streaks of resplendent white lightning, its essence rivaling that of celestial weapons. Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes glimmered with delight as he grasped the hilt. Feeling an unspoken connection, the azure bamboo sword emitted a joyous, crisp sound, a flash of spiritual light illuminating its essence, enhancing it several-fold that in terms of potential, it surpassed the majority of martial artists' celestial weapons, marking an unexpected boon. With the elevation of its spirit and the imprints of righteousness, the sword's might correspondingly intensified, particularly against the malevolent forces of the world, rendering it exceptionally effective. Future endeavors would necessitate the acquisition of some spiritual bamboo for further refinement, preferably azure thunder bamboo. Zhao Xianfeng, sensing the jubilant energy of the azure bamboo sword, wore a broad smile. The azure thunder bamboo was far superior to the azure cloud bamboo, containing the very essence of thunder. The amalgamation of righteousness and thunder within the azure bamboo sword amplified its power immensely. However, such spiritual materials were exceedingly rare in this realm. Finding them would depend on fortune. Zhao Xianfeng then turned his gaze toward the demonic infant, which had long ceased its wails, its breath waning, body emaciated, and eyes devoid of life. That it was evident that during the process of Zhao Xianfeng invoking its malevolent energy, it had nearly exhausted its vitality. At this moment, the demonic infant was utterly powerless. Zhao Xianfeng, with a flick of his sword, unleashed a tremor through the air. Bang! The might of righteousness erupted. The demonic infant let out a blood-curdling scream. Its form enveloped in smoke, disintegrating into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Such a malevolent being stood no chance against the azure bamboo sword, akin to a mouse confronting a cat. Having completed this, Zhao Xianfeng surveyed the 3 corpses on the ground, but he searched each one meticulously but discovered nothing of value, rendering him unable to ascertain their identities. This Feihong County seemed rather intriguing. A glimmer of coldness passed through Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes. Those capable of forging malevolent entities were certainly no ordinary individuals. The forces behind these martial artists were likely substantial. Yet, Zhao Xianfeng harbored no fear whatsoever. Those who deserved to perish must be punished, and he felt no remorse. The only regret lay in allowing that old man to escape. Zhao Xianfeng sheathed the azure bamboo sword and departed. Long after he left, the old man reappeared from another direction, his complexion pale and drained, his aura feeble. Upon reaching the empty mountain hollow, the old man's face turned a deep shade of iron. Damn that little brat. Where did he come from? The old man's fury was palpable, his heart bleeding with anger. The demonic infant had required immense effort and energy to cultivate, and he had not anticipated that after evading the celestial punishment of righteousness, it would meet such an unexpected fate. The most critical aspect was that he would return empty-handed. That young man possessed the cultivation of the Xuanwu realm, yet his combat prowess was terrifying. Concealing his cultivation at such a young age, how could he possibly have the strength of the earth martial realm? The old man gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with profound shock. The sword intent he sensed was unmistakable, third-tier sword intent. Such a monstrosity was utterly unheard of. If you dare to show your face again, I will undoubtedly find you that I end this Feihong County. I shall see where you can hide. Taking a deep breath, the old man's face contorted, a fierce growl escaping his lips. That I end the county city. Upon entering, Zhao Xianfeng casually inquired about the residents of Ma Liang, simultaneously gaining a more intuitive understanding of his status. The title of Dan Wang in the Yin Kingdom was indeed exalted, with Ma Liang standing unparalleled in the realm of alchemy. His status was immensely revered. However, aside from his granddaughter, Ma Qingqing, Ma Liang had no family descendants or disciples and had not allied himself with any faction, evidently regarding Ma Qingqing as his sole progeny, that this had made various forces eager to win him over. Yet Ma Liang remained unmoved, living a life of carefree solitude. That on his way to the Dan Wang's residence, Zhao Xuanfeng's gaze suddenly fell upon a vast estate in the distance. Buzz! Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he employed the 10 directions Qi observation technique. Hovering above a corner of that estate was a faint trace of black mist, an aura of malevolence. Zhao Xuanfeng's pupils contracted as he recalled an earlier encounter in the wilderness. Excuse me. Whose residence is that over there? It looks quite impressive. Zhao Xianfeng stopped a passing martial artist to inquire, "Did I an outsider, I presume?" The martial artist glanced at Zhao Xianfeng, snorting, "That is the Mu family, the strongest among the 4 great powers of Feihong County. Even across the entire Yin Kingdom, they rank among the top forces. Young man, remember this. In the county city, do not offend the Mu family, or you will find yourself in a predicament where you cannot survive nor die." With no courtesy, the individual patted Zhao Xianfeng on the shoulder before striding away. Zhao Xianfeng paid no mind, gazing toward the Mu family with a glint of amusement in his eyes. The Mu family sounds quite tyrannical. Muttering to himself, Zhao Xianfeng retracted his gaze and headed directly for the Dan Wang's residence, dismissing any thoughts of the Mu family. The Dan Wang's residence, in comparison to the Mu family, was merely a modest courtyard, tranquil and elegantly adorned, embodying a unique charm despite its small size. The estate was attended solely by an elderly servant. After announcing his arrival, Ma Liang personally came out to greet him, exhibiting extraordinary warmth that left the old servant astonished. He had never seen his master treat an outsider, especially one so young, with such deference. "Who is this young man's family?" "Young Master Zhao. With 1 month remaining until the opening of the Tiangang Disha treasure ground, you may as well stay in the residence during this period. It is only myself, Qingqing, and the old servant here, so it is quite peaceful." M. A. Liang spoke with great enthusiasm. Zhao Xianfeng wholeheartedly agreed with the tranquility of the place and nodded in approval. Seeing Zhao Xuanfeng's agreement, Ma Liang was exceedingly pleased. "This is a recognition from young Master Zhao. By the way, is the Mu family very powerful in Feihong County?" Zhao Xianfeng thought of the Mu family and inquired. "Have you encountered anyone from the Mu family?" Ma Liang's brow furrowed at the mention. "Not at all. I merely overheard some people discussing it on the road." Zhao Xianfeng replied casually. M. Liang shook his head with a smile. The Mu family in Feihong County can be summed up in 2 words: arrogant. However, they have the foundation for such arrogance, being a centuries-old family with deep roots. Furthermore, a current consort in the imperial harem also hails from the Mu family. Yet, no matter how arrogant they are, they would not dare to act recklessly in my presence. That a hint of pride flickered in Ma Liang's eyes, his status as Dan Wang evident. "Master Ma, you truly live up to your title," Zhao Xianfeng remarked with a light compliment. Yet Ma Liang, feeling somewhat bashful, quickly waved his hand. "Before young Master Zhao, I am merely showing off. With your discernment and cultivation, I feel unworthy. Speaking of discernment, there happens to be a place in the county city that I believe young Master Zhao might find intriguing." "Oh!" Zhao Xianfeng raised an eyebrow in surprise. "That I in Feihong County, there exists a unique mineral vein known as the Qiang Stone, from which one can extract Qiang essence. This essence can refine a martial artist's physique. Spiritual power and even spirit weapons, with various grades taking the forms of flames, serpents, flood dragons, and dragons. The most astonishing, the dragon form, is beneficial even to ordinary Tianwu realm cultivators. M.A. Liang continued. This Qihong stone vein is controlled by the four great powers of the county, and the chances of extracting Qihong essence are not guaranteed. The four great powers have established a place called Bet Dragon Street within the city, as long as you pay the entrance fee. You can freely choose and purchase, after which all extracted Qihong essence, regardless of its grade, belongs to you. Many people venture there to gamble. I recall that 2 years ago, someone bought a piece of Qihong stone with a few dozen spirit stones and remarkably extracted the most extraordinary dragon form Qihong essence, causing a sensation in the county. This is indeed intriguing. Zhao Xianfeng expressed his interest. But if one were to extract remarkable Qihong essence, would the four great powers truly let it slip through their fingers? Ma Liang chuckled. Most people tend to sell directly to Bet Dragon Street, where they offer a reasonable price. Those with a certain background need not worry about underhanded tactics from the four great powers. The implication was that those without backing who stumbled upon good fortune would likely face dire consequences if they chose not to sell to Bet Dragon Street. Generally, any sensible person would avoid taking it out. Otherwise, they would invite catastrophe. However, rest assured, even if you were to extract the highest grade of Qihong essence, the four great powers would not dare to play tricks upon seeing my token, Ma Liang stated with pride. His status afforded him that much respect. Then I feel reassured that I shall certainly pay a visit. Zhao Xianfeng wore a smile on his face, aware that the fiery essence would greatly benefit him in refining his physical body, spiritual power, and even spiritual weapons. After exchanging pleasantries, he selected a room and commenced his training. The spiritual herbs used for cultivating the ninefold sword body had been transformed into elixirs, enhancing their effects. After consuming them one by one, the night swiftly passed. The following day, Zhao Xianfeng departed from the Danwang mansion and arrived at Dragon Gambling Street. This lengthy street resembled a marketplace. Heavily guarded, today an entrance fee of 30 spirit stones was required for entry. Upon paying the fee, Zhao Xianfeng stepped onto the street, flanked by neatly arranged shops on either side. Although the storefronts were modest in size, their abundance was notable, with doors wide open, allowing clear visibility of the interiors. The crowd surged with numerous martial artists. A mere glance revealed no fewer than several hundred individuals. The entrance fee alone accumulated to a substantial sum over the course of a day. Intrigued, Zhao Xianfeng observed others as they selected, purchased, and engaged in gambling near various shops. At one corner of Dragon Gambling Street stood a towering tavern on the top floor. By the window, 3 individuals were seated, 2 young women and a young man. One of the young women possessed a voluptuous figure and captivating peach blossom eyes, exuding an enchanting allure with every glance. The other appeared ethereal and refined, while the young man, dressed in splendid attire, was strikingly handsome. Suddenly, the ethereal young woman unexpectedly gazed out the window at a shop across the street. "Who is that?" she inquired, prompting the other young woman and the young man to turn their attention towards the same direction. The one in the blue robe, the ethereal girl, pointed out that, "Oh, Qingqing, could he be your romantic interest?" The alluring young woman teased, giving her companion a playful nudge. The ethereal girl was none other than Ma Qingqing. While the alluring young woman and the young man were of notable lineage, being Mu Jun, the young master of the Mu family, and Mu Chuyan, his adopted sister, A Qingqing's expression darkened. Her teeth clenched as she retorted, "That scoundrel, does he even deserve it?" Mu Jun and Mu Chuyan exchanged glances, and the latter suddenly giggled. "So, there's a vendetta here." Distant 6, the young man from afar called out, rushing over with an eager expression. "Sister Chuyan, did you call for me? Did you see that guy? He has a grudge against Qingqing. Go teach him a lesson," Mu Chuyan instructed, pointing outside. "All right, Sister Qingqing, watch as 6 takes care of this for you." The young man grinned. "Sister Chuyan, is this really appropriate?" Ma Qingqing's expression shifted slightly, her gaze hesitant. "What? Does this fellow have some background?" Mu Chuyan asked, casting a curious glance. "What background? Just a country bumpkin," Ma Qingqing scoffed, contemplating the situation. After all, no one knew her true identity. Although he had rescued her grandfather, his behavior was utterly despicable. She couldn't let this go unaddressed. Just don't go too hard on him. Let him lose some face. Ma Qingqing advised, considering he was her grandfather's benefactor. Understood. Mu Chuyin waved her hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned, yet her gaze held a hint of intrigue towards Ma Qingqing. It seemed that this country bumpkin was not as simple as she described. However, she refrained from pressing further, confident in the Mu family's strength and reputation within the county city, feeling no fear of anyone, that as she watched Sixth descend the stairs. Ma Qingqing couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Eagerly anticipating the moment Zhao Xianfeng would humiliate himself, by the way, Qingqing, how is old Ma's health? Mu Jun casually inquired. Ma Qingqing was taken aback, her heart racing. Did the Mu family find out? Although she wasn't particularly astute, she was acutely aware that her grandfather's poisoning was a matter that could never be disclosed, and she had never spoken of it publicly. He's doing quite well, Ma Qingqing replied, maintaining her composure. Even though her grandfather had already recovered, the weight of her grandfather's solemn instructions kept her from revealing anything. That's so? Last time, when I asked old Ma for help with alchemy, he declined. I thought there might have been some mishap with his health. Mu Jun and Mu Chuyin exchanged knowing glances, then smiled. As long as he's fine. Qingqing, if anything were to happen, don't hesitate to tell us. We've shared years of camaraderie. We're all family here. The Mu family still relies on old Ma quite a bit. Rest assured, if anything truly occurs, I won't hide it from you. You are my closest friends. Ma Qingqing nodded earnestly, feeling deeply moved. Seeing her reaction, Mu Jun and Mu Chuyin exchanged subtle glances, a hint of mockery and sarcasm flickering in their eyes. What a foolish girl. Chapter 59. Kneel and call me father. This particular shop was unremarkable. Much like the others, the number of martial artists within was not significant, yet Zhao Xianfeng lingered for an extended period. Finally, he entered the shop and closely examined the red dragon stones. They appeared entirely crimson, in various forms, striped, blocky, and stony, each varying in depth of color and clarity that at first glance, they could easily deceive the visual perception of martial artists. They might seem splendid, but upon breaking them, one often found disappointment. Zhao Xianfeng was acutely aware that the four major factions likely possessed special methods to assess whether high-grade red dragon essence could be mined from these stones, though there was no guarantee of accuracy. For most, it was primarily a matter of luck. Damn it, another one destroyed. This looked so perfect, yet there's not a trace inside. I won't buy it. I won't buy it. This is simply deceiving. Hey, dear customer, you shouldn't speak so recklessly. If it hasn't been mined, it hasn't been mined. How can you say we're deceiving you? Everyone here knows that red dragon essence doesn't depend on its exterior. Some seemingly worthless stones can yield high-quality results. Zhao Xianfeng cast a glance at a man who had purchased several stones, only to leave with a significant loss after spending nearly 1,000 spirit stones. The man grumbled and cursed as he stormed away. A young attendant quickly noticed Zhao Xianfeng and approached him with a beaming smile. Esteemed guest, our shop is honest and fair. Which piece are you interested in? If this is your first visit, I suggest starting with the cheaper ones. Even if you incur a loss, it won't be too severe. The attendant pointed to a pile of small, unattractive red dragon stones in the corner. Zhao Xianfeng casually picked one up and asked, "How much for this?" 50 spirit stones, the attendant replied. "Wait, I'll take this one." A cold voice suddenly interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. The attendant's expression changed dramatically, ready to speak when a single glare silenced him. Filled with fear and respect. Isn't that the sixth young master? Why is the Mu family's sixth young master here all of a sudden? Did that guy offend him? The crowd around them turned pale, retreating in haste, fearful of provoking him. The Mu family's sixth young master? Zhao Xianfeng frowned. "You want it, of course. Hand it over," Mu Xiaolu impatiently commanded. Zhao Xianfeng scrutinized him deeply before casually tossing the red dragon stone away. Then he picked up another piece. "How much for this one?" "I also want this one." Zhao Xianfeng slowly placed the red dragon stone down and turned his gaze to Mu Xiaolu. This fellow was clearly targeting him. Was it related to the elderly man from earlier? However, if he was indeed a member of the Mu family and had recognized Zhao Xianfeng, his actions seemed rather peculiar. "Do you have a grudge against me?" Zhao Xianfeng asked coldly. "No grudge," Mu Xiaolu grinned. "I just purely find you unpleasant. Do you have a problem with that?" Zhao Xianfeng laughed in disbelief at such a clumsy excuse. "That I simply won't buy it." "That is not an option. You must buy it today, whether you like it or not." Mu Xiaolu stepped forward, grinning maliciously, pointing at the largest, most crystalline piece in the shop. How much for that one? The attendant trembled as he replied, 12,000 spirit stones. That one it is. Mu Xiaolu laughed maniacally. You must buy it today. The shop fell into a hushed silence, all present shocked by Mu Xiaoyou's brazen behavior. Yet none dared to speak out. Coercive buying and selling, they thought, but who would dare provoke the Mu family? Pitying glances were cast toward Zhao Xianfeng. It seemed he was in for a tough time. I am the type who responds better to softness than to harshness. Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes glinted coldly as he scoffed. If you were to ask me nicely, perhaps I might consider it that I'm curious to see who exactly is pulling the strings behind this. This Mu Xiaolu is likely just a hired hand, and as his words fell, the shop erupted in uproar. What the hell? Who is this guy? Does he know who that person is? That's the sixth young master of the Mu family. In this county city, it's practically suicidal to speak to a direct descendant of the Mu family like that. The crowd that had previously pitted Zhao Xianfeng now regarded him as outrageously bold. The attendant stood there, utterly dazed, and Mu Xiaoyou's eyes bulged as he took a moment to process. Then he erupted in a furious tirade. Damn it, do you know who I am? You think I'd beg you? You little brat, today I'll make you kneel and call me daddy. Boom! Mu Xiaoyou's imposing aura surged forth, making it seem as though he was about to strike. Suddenly, someone behind him grabbed him, sixth young master. Don't act rashly. Dragon Gambling Street has its own rules. Fighting here wouldn't be wise. The martial artist from the Mu family whispered a reminder, causing Mu Xiaoyou's expression to change dramatically. Although engaging in a scuffle was not a grave matter, the rules established by the four major factions, once disseminated, would inevitably stir up some waves. What, are you afraid? Zhao Xianfeng sneered. The crowd turned their gaze toward Zhao Xianfeng, in awe of his audacity. You little brat, Mu Xiaolu trembled with rage, having never encountered anyone as brazen as himself. Today, I'm in a good mood. I won't make you suffer too much for now. Suppressing his urge to strike, Mu Xiaoyou's eyes glinted with malice. This is Long Gambling Street. Dare you to wager with me? Wager? Zhao Xianfeng immediately grasped Mu Xiaoyou's intention, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. What shall we wager on? Let us bet on the red dragon stones. Choose any among those displayed in this shop. Whoever reveals a higher grade wins. Mu Xiaolu licked his lips, a sinister grin spreading across his face. If you lose, you will kneel outside in front of everyone on Long Gambling Street and call me daddy. Do you dare? And if you lose? Zhao Xianfeng asked indifferently. Mu Xiaolu burst into laughter. Me. Lose? If I lose, I'll accept the same wager. Very well. Zhao Xianfeng readily agreed. Mu Xiaoyou's eyes sparkled with triumph, thinking, you ignorant fool, today I shall utterly humiliate you. Let the witnesses bear testimony. You have 15 minutes to choose. How about that? With a haughty glance at Zhao Xianfeng, Mu Xiaolu swaggered over to the display. Choose freely, Zhao Xianfeng replied, unfazed. Soon, you won't even have the chance to see or why Mu Xiaolu was irritated by Zhao Xuanfeng's demeanor. How dare he be more arrogant than me? Who do you think you are? Casually, he signaled to his attendant, who understood and stealthily glanced at a certain direction. Mu Xiaolu then seized a piece of red dragon stone. Substantial in size, not the largest, but with a crystalline sheen intermingled with rock gray, rendering its value difficult to ascertain. Your turn. Mu Xiaolu was confident. He understood the intricacies of this place too well. Each shop displayed a few quality pieces, already determined by the owner, intended to attract customers. Oftentimes, they would have their own people reveal them to create a commotion. This was known as a plant. The piece in his hand was undoubtedly the best among them. No one dared deceive him. Mu Xiaolu. Zhao Xianfeng glanced at the red dragon stone in Mu Xiaoyou's hand and smiled slyly. The deal, you know why I am in this shop. Why? Mu Xiaolu paused. Then his expression darkened. Because you old windbag, are bluffing. That if you are afraid, kneel before me. Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes turned frosty, yet he ignored Mu Xiaolu. The reason he was here was undoubtedly because he had spotted something remarkable. All things in heaven and earth possess their own aura. Though limited by his cultivation, he could discern the general quality. Under the 10 directions Qi observation technique, the aura of this mere red dragon stone was crystal clear to him. I'll buy this piece, and whatever is revealed from it will naturally belong to me. Correct? Zhao Xianfeng pointed to a rather inconspicuous red dragon stone and looked at the attendant. Of course, The attendant replied without hesitation. This one is 300 spirit stones. Zhao Xianfeng took it without a second thought. Wait, Mu Xiaolu interrupted suddenly. Zhao Xianfeng frowned. Mu Xiaolu grinned widely. The one I have is still for betting, but I also want this one. Who will you sell it to? Mu Xiaolu fixed his gaze on the attendant. The attendant dared not sell it to Zhao Xianfeng and immediately replied, Young Master Mu, please take it. Zhao Xianfeng rubbed his temples. This fellow had a bit of cunning, but regrettably, he was out of his depth. He meticulously surveyed the various red dragon stones on display, his expression darkening. Tio Mu Xiaolu. This scene was immensely gratifying. Competing with me? Humph. Today I will seize your luck as well. As time slowly passed. Onlookers watched Zhao Xuanfeng carefully deliberate and select with growing pity in their eyes. Dio, you need me to help you choose a piece. Mu Xiaolu mocked impatiently. Zhao Xianfeng sighed and then pointed to a piece of red dragon stone, neither too big nor too small, with a slight crystalline sheen. This one, this time, Mu Xiaolu merely glanced at it and did not attempt to seize it. 200 spirit stones. Zhao Xianfeng paid for the stone and took it in hand. Let us go outside. Boy, prepare yourself. Mu Xiaolu sneered, directing the attendant, bring the tools. He then strode out of the shop. Outside, a crowd had already gathered, having heard that someone had offended the sixth young master of the Mu family. Curiosity bloomed as they wondered who dared to provoke the Mu family. Upon seeing the unfamiliar Zhao Xianfeng, a wave of hissing swept through the crowd. Not even a prominent figure from the county dares offend the Mu family. It's simply courting death. Even if this fellow manages to leave Long Gambling Street unscathed. Given Mu Xiaoyou's temperament, he will surely make him pay later. Zhao Xianfeng stepped out of the shop and scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes, not spotting any suspicious figures. Who could it be? A hint of doubt arose in Zhao Xuanfeng's heart, and Mu Xiaoyou's silence only fueled his arrogance. Regret would not come in time now. I never give others a second chance. Bring the tools. Mu Xiaolu waved his hand, and the attendant presented a large, elongated red grinding tool. The tool was hollow in the center, and Mu Xiaolu placed the red dragon stone inside, then struck it forcefully. I'll show you something eye-opening. Having navigated Long Gambling Street for many years, Mu Xiaolu was confident in his discerning eye, relishing the awe of those around him. Bang! The red dragon stone shattered abruptly, and a layer of red light enveloped the grinding tool, the fragments being torn apart, gradually sinking from the edges inward. Suddenly, the tool trembled, and a red essence in the shape of a dragon emerged into Mu Xiaoyou's palm. It was translucent and surrounded by red mist, with a serpentine liquid writhing within a dragon-shaped red essence. The crowd gasped, their breaths hitching in astonishment that a dragon-shaped red essence, second only to the dragon form, could provide immense enhancement even at the high levels of the Earth Martial Realm. It was no exaggeration to say its value could compel an average Earth Martial Realm practitioner at levels 5 or 6 to sell their lives for it. Worth at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. Congratulations, young Master 6. Your insight is unparalleled. The shop attendant shouted energetically. This was a great opportunity to attract customers. Moreover, even without Mu Xiaolu, this dragon-shaped red essence would eventually be revealed by a plant in a few days. Enough to cause a stir on Long Gambling Street. Mu Xiaolu toyed with the red essence, grinning. Now, it's your turn. Don't disappoint me. His expression was menacing, eyes glinting with a chilling malice. Zhao Xianfeng discreetly glanced at the attendant. With his experience, he could discern the intricacies at play. Zhao Xianfeng smiled indifferently, opting not to use the grinding tool. Instead, he suddenly clenched his palm. Crack! The surface of the red dragon stone shattered, cracks spreading like a spider web. And in an instant, it was reduced to fragments. Hiss! How is this possible? The red dragon stone was incredibly hard. One would need at least the strength of the Earth Martial Realm to break it. He was merely at the 6th level of the Xuanwu realm, yet he did it so effortlessly. This action astonished the crowd. Even Mu Xiaolu widened his eyes in disbelief. As fragments fell, a potent aura surged, causing the surrounding air to become tumultuous. Swish! In a moment of confusion, a dragon silhouette seemed to flicker into view before the crowd's eyes. What is that? A thunderous scream reverberated down the street. Heavens! A dragon-shaped red essence. How is this possible? A dragon shape, it truly is a dragon shape. Holy hell! Why are you pinching me? Everyone was in a frenzy, their screams echoing throughout the street, creating a tempest of excitement. Countless martial artists rushed forward. Did I ask that red dragon essence real? Let me see. Many had never seen a genuine red dragon essence, but witnessing it in person left them astounded and entranced. The miniature dragon appeared lifelike, exuding an overwhelming majesty. The difference between a serpent and a dragon was immediately apparent. One resembled a terrestrial overlord, while the other was an emperor. The invisible might was exceedingly domineering, impacting everyone around. Zhao Xianfeng held the dragon-shaped red essence in his palm, showing no surprise that he had spotted this piece the moment he entered the shop. Under the Qi observation technique, he had seen the dragon's silhouette hovering above it. The shop attendant stood frozen in shock, while Mu Xiaolu gaped, utterly dumbfounded. This is impossible. How could that worthless thing yield a dragon-shaped red essence? Mu Xiaolu bellowed in despair. What? Are you planning to go back on your word? Zhao Xuanfeng's icy gaze bore down on Mu Xiaolu, whose complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white as he glanced at the crimson essence in Zhao's hand, a flicker of greed and fervor igniting in his eyes. The dragon-shaped crimson essence, whenever it graced the streets of Dragon Gambling Street, undoubtedly caused a considerable stir. Suddenly, Mu Xiaolu coldly declared, "Brat, hand over that dragon-shaped crimson essence to me, and I may spare your life today." The surrounding chaos instantly fell silent, the sheer audacity of his demand rendering all present speechless, as they deemed it the wisest course of action. While the crimson essence was precious, it paled in comparison to preserving one's life. Zhao Xianfeng couldn't help but chuckle, narrowing his eyes as he replied, "It seems you are indeed intent on breaking our wager. And if I do, what can a mere wretch like you possibly do to me?" Mu Xiaolu retorted with a haughty laugh. "You may have stumbled upon the dragon essence, but who knows if you possess the fortune to save your own life? I shall grant you one final chance. Surrender the dragon essence." Mu Xiaolu stepped forward, exuding an air of extreme arrogance. The command rang out like thunder, cutting through the air with lethal precision, piercing Mu Xiaolu's chest and rendering him breathless, his vision clouded with crimson. In the next heartbeat, a sharp pain shot through his legs, and with a sickening crack his bones shattered. Mu Xiaolu fell to his knees, emitting a harrowing cry that a man must uphold his integrity. "Since you have lost, you must abide by the terms." Zhao Xuanfeng's cold stare remained fixed on Mu Xiaolu, his aura brimming with murderous intent. "Just knew that if I had a son like you, I would be compelled to slay him myself." Zhao Xianfeng shook his head indifferently. The atmosphere around them turned deathly silent, as all present were engulfed in an overwhelming sense of shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. "That I will kill you. I swear I shall kill you," Mu Xiaolu bellowed frantically, his knees crushed, unable to rise. His eyes burned with rage and resentment as he cried, "Sixth young master." His subordinates, finally regaining their senses, glared at Zhao Xianfeng with bloodshot eyes. "How dare you harm the sixth young master? You shall die." They surged forward en masse, disregarding all rules in their reckless charge. Zhao Xianfeng cast a sweeping glance, his murderous aura crashing down like a tidal wave. With a flick of his sleeve, a blade-like energy surged forth, staining the air with a crimson hue that a series of anguished screams erupted as Mu Xiaolu's subordinates crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The terrifying aura of death lingered. And Mu Xiaolu immediately fell silent, trembling violently, his complexion as pale as a sheet. "You dare kill members of the Mu family. You are doomed. No one can save you now." His voice, hoarse and filled with rage, was almost a whisper of desperation. "That's so. Will you not call upon your guardians? You cannot truly believe I would hesitate to end your life," Zhao Xianfeng said, suddenly grinning at Mu Xiaolu. His eyes gleamed like two crimson swords, igniting a primal fear within Mu Xiaolu, who felt ensnared within a blazing domain of terror. In the distance, a servant leaned against a wall, his body weakening as he swallowed nervously, beads of sweat pouring down his face. "Who on earth is this person?" he thought. This individual had deliberately paid the spirit stones up front, as if he were certain of possessing high-grade crimson essence. "How audacious of you to challenge the Mu family!" A sharp voice echoed from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned in unison, a wave of murmurs rippling through the gathering. That Mu Chun, the third young lady of the Mu family, had arrived, and the tension in the air escalated. "Sister Chuyin, save me, please save me." Upon seeing her, Mu Xiaolu clung to her like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. "Useless," Mu Chuyan shot a cold glance at Mu Xiaolu. Her disdain palpable. You can't even handle this minor issue. Yet, she had not anticipated Zhao Xuanfeng's formidable demeanor, nor that he would possess such astonishing crimson essence. As she gazed at the dragon essence in Zhao Xuanfeng's grasp. A glimmer of avarice flickered in her eyes. Even among the four major factions controlling the mines, the annual output of dragon essence was exceedingly rare. Just a single piece could elevate a peak Earth martial realm cultivator, potentially birthing a heavenly martial realm warrior, rendering its worth immeasurable. The crowd parted as Mu Chuyan strode forward with an air of haughty elegance, her figure curvaceous and captivating, yet few dared to meet her gaze, let alone express any impudence. Zhao Xianfeng regarded Mu Chuyan with a slight furrow of his brow. The third young lady of the Mu family? So, the younger generation has summoned the elder. How quaint. He scoffed, suppressing his thoughts. Mu Chuyan's expression froze. What do you mean by elder? Am I so old? Her fury ignited almost instantaneously. You have the audacity to kill members of the Mu family, to harm my direct kin. And you speak with such bravado. You truly know nothing of your own mortality, she thundered, her words laden with threats. Zhao Xianfeng remained unfazed, Tio Lu's yet refused to accept it. How laughable for the esteemed Mu family. His laughter echoed down the street, causing the surrounding martial artists to shudder. Tio provoked the Mu family. This is utter madness. Mu Chuyan's eyes glinted with malice, for the first time encountering someone so audacious. Hand over the dragon essence, and I shall allow you to leave Dragon Gambling Street. Taking a deep breath, she struggled to suppress her murderous intent. Zhao Xianfeng sighed mockingly, then turned to the servant. You tell us, whose dragon essence is this? The servant's face paled, his expression contorted in fear, nearly on the verge of tears. Big brother, why must you involve me in your celestial quarrels? As Mu Chuyan's piercing gaze fell upon him, the servant instinctively tightened his legs, muttering, I am doomed. He stammered, his face ashen. This has nothing to do with me. As the words left his lips, he crumpled against the wall, as if drowning. If he dared to claim that the dragon essence belonged to the Mu family, he would never set foot in Dragon Gambling Street again. Zhao Xianfeng replied coolly, I purchased it. Thus it is mine. Is Dragon Gambling Street merely a den of thieves? Mu Chuyan's complexion darkened ominously, nearly driven to madness by his words. How dare you suggest that my family are thieves? A torrent of fury surged within her, threatening to burst forth. Do you understand the consequences of offending the Mu family? She hissed, each word laced with icy menace. Her chilling gaze could extinguish any flicker of desire within a man's heart, rendering him paralyzed with fear. Do you not know? Care to enlighten me? Zhao Xianfeng responded casually. You, Mu Chuyan's chest heaved with rage, on the verge of exploding. Chuyan, let him go. My Mu family is not composed of thieves. Since this young man has purchased it, it rightfully belongs to him. Moreover, losing means losing. Does the esteemed Mu family fear defeat? A calm voice interjected from across the street. Zhao Xianfeng looked up to see a well-dressed young man standing at a window, observing the scene with an air of indifference, as if all that transpired below was inconsequential. Mu Jun. The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing the eldest son of the Mu family had arrived. What day is it today? My heavens, Mu Xiaolu, Mu Chuyan, and Mu Jun. All members of the Mu family are present. Truly, Mu Jun possesses an impressive demeanor, some young women murmured, captivated by his presence. Zhao Xuanfeng's gaze sharpened as he focused on Mu Jun, his mind gradually clarifying that Mu Xiaolu, Mu Chuyan, Mu Jun, yet his sole curiosity lay in whether the Mu family was aware that he had eradicated the malevolent presence they sought. That it seemed plausible, but upon further reflection, the situation appeared peculiar. This young man, today is not the day for conflict with the Mu family. I, Mu Jun, offer my apologies for any misunderstandings. He continued with a calm demeanor, should you wish to sell this dragon essence, please consider the Mu family first. Mu Jun regarded Zhao Xianfeng with a subtle smile, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture, exuding an air of grace that left no room for criticism. Several naive maidens fell under his spell, smitten by his charm. Zhao Xianfeng smirked knowingly, then tucked the dragon essence away, departing with an air of nonchalance. Mu Jun slowly turned, yet his expression darkened ominously. Nearby, Ma Qingqing concealed herself, her delicate features betraying a hint of panic. This has escalated beyond my expectations that I never imagined Zhao Xianfeng would dare to confront the Mu family so boldly, even going so far as to kill their kin in broad daylight, and yet possess the audacity to brandish the dragon essence. An elderly man clad in black appeared on the rooftop, casting a fleeting glance at Ma Qingqing before swiftly fixing his gaze on Mu Jun. His face etched with urgency. Had Zhao Xianyun been present, he would undoubtedly recognize that this black-clad elder was the very individual who had once harbored malevolent creatures in the wilderness. Outside the gambler's street, Zhao Xianyun deliberately slowed his pace, perplexed by the events transpiring in the area. Was it truly the influence of those sinister beings? With his extensive experience, he found himself quite bewildered. How strange. Zhao Xianyun strolled leisurely. And soon the entrance to Gambler's Street receded into the distance, his brow furrowed. Could it be that the Mu family intended to let him go unscathed? Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from within Gambler's Street. Zhao Xianyun instinctively turned to look at a group of 4 rushed toward him with frenzied intensity, emanating a chilling aura. The leader, unmistakably a peak martial artist of the Earth martial realm, was among them. Seeing Zhao Xianyun still lingering, the 4 were filled with joy and darted toward him like lightning that in an instant they encircled him, their eyes gleaming with malice. Zhao Xianyun, unfazed, smiled faintly and inquired, "Mu family members?" The leading martial artist sneered coldly. "Our young master requests your presence for a discussion. Please, follow us." His demeanor suggested that should Zhao Xianyun dare to refuse, they would not hesitate to act violently. Zhao Xianyun glanced at the 4 individuals, suddenly breaking into a smile. "Lead the way." The 4 martial artists exchanged astonished looks. This fellow remained remarkably composed in such dire circumstances, which was indeed impressive. However, once he fell into the hands of the Mu family, they thought. One individual took the lead, while the remaining 3 trailed closely behind Zhao Xianyun, ensuring he had no opportunity to escape. This action piqued Zhao Xuanyun's curiosity further. He was keen to discover what peril awaited him today. Instead of guiding him into Gambler's Street, they diverted to a more obscure path, winding through narrow alleys until they arrived at a secluded courtyard. The 4 formed a line, guarding the entrance with icy glares fixed upon Zhao Xianyun. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Zhao Xianyun laughed heartily. "What is this? You invite me here, but dare not show yourselves. Indeed, young Master Zhao is no ordinary person. I am impressed," came a sultry voice from within the room. The door creaked open, revealing 2 figures emerging slowly. The foremost was none other than Mu Qiuyan. Her striking silhouette breathtaking, yet adorned with an alluring charm that rendered her almost unrecognizable compared to her demeanor on Gambler's Street. Upon spotting the second figure, Zhao Xuanyun's pupils constricted sharply. Ma Qingqing. His expression darkened as the realization dawned upon him. It was all because of this troublemaker. Zhao Xianyun couldn't help but rub his temples in frustration that if the Mu family had discovered the matter of the sinister beings, he might have accepted it. But to be embroiled in such chaos due to Ma Qingqing, this foolish girl, was utterly vexing to Ma Qingqing, however, dared not raise her gaze to meet Zhao Xuanyun's. She lowered her head, her fingers tightly clenched. This display prompted a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in Zhao Xuanyun's eyes. "Miss Mu, why have you summoned me?" He inhaled deeply, regarding Mu Qiuyan with a cold stare, that if this is regarding the Crimson Dragon essence. "I must insist, Miss Mu, that you refrain from speaking of it to at once." The smile on Mu Qiuyan's face froze, her eyes brimming with fury. "How arrogant! Young Master Zhao, it seems you have yet to grasp your current predicament." Mu Qiuyan's voice dripped with a chilling mockery that, "Oh, what predicament might that be?" Zhao Xianyun surveyed the courtyard's occupants before suddenly sneering. Are the shadowy figures still reluctant to reveal themselves? As his words fell, Mu Qiuyan's pupils narrowed, impressive. The black-clad elder emerged from the shadows, his presence radiating a palpable aura of murderous intent. "Oh, it's truly you," Zhao Xianyun remarked, his expression unwavering as he recognized both Ma Qingqing and the black-clad elder, who clearly acknowledged him as well. "You little brat, daring to thwart our plans. Today you shall find no escape," the elder snarled, his face contorted with rage that Ma Qingqing, horrified, looked up. You intend to kill him?" Only now did she grasp the severity of the situation. "Dare to destroy the malevolent being I painstakingly refined. How could we possibly spare him?" The elder cast a disdainful glance at Ma Qingqing. What malevolent being? Ma Qingqing's face went pale, disbelief flooding her features as she turned to Mu Chuyin. Mu Chuyin's voice was cold as ice. Qingqing, now that you know so much, there's no turning back for you. You wouldn't dare inform Master Ma, would you? The creation of malevolent beings invites wrath from both gods and men. If this matter escalates, do you think the Mu family cannot deflect the blame onto your grandfather? Her mocking laughter echoed ominously. Suddenly, she raised her hand, and Ma Qingqing instinctively recoiled, only to have Mu Chuyin seize her by the face. Pinching her tender flesh, Qingqing, we are in the same boat. Though your grandfather holds a prestigious position, it would be a trivial task for the Mu family to secretly eliminate a martial artist at the 4th tier of the Earth martial realm. Mu Chuyin toyed with Ma Qingqing's delicate face, her smile enchanting yet terrifying in Ma Qingqing's eyes. Trembling with fear, Ma Qingqing's legs felt weak, engulfed by an overwhelming dread. Did I want to say anything? I want to go home. She bit her lip, her voice laced with a sob. She could hardly fathom that the true nature of her best friend was so sinister. Panic surged through her, rendering her as motionless as a marionette. Fear not, after we dispose of him. You shall be free to leave. Mu Chuyin finally released her grip, turning her attention to Zhao Xinyun, unconcerned that Ma Qingqing might lose control. Zhao Xinyun shook his head slightly. Trouble has indeed arrived. The renowned Pill King Ma has fallen victim to his own granddaughter. I am curious. What is your relationship with Master Ma? Mu Chuyin's gaze was sharp, probing into Zhao Xuanyun's essence. He seeks my assistance and nothing more, Zhao Xinyun replied with a nonchalant smile that Mu Chuyin's expression darkened, her patience waning. You speak so arrogantly. How can a mere master of Earth martial realm have any demands of you? Seize him and transform him into a malevolent being that I want him to suffer, she commanded coldly, her voice void of any hesitation. The black-clad elder bellowed and charged forward, followed immediately by the other 4 martial artists, who acted without a moment's pause. The entire courtyard trembled, as if caught in a tempest. That Qingqing covered her mouth in terror. That don't kill him. You can't, she pleaded, her eyes pleadingly fixed on Mu Chuyin. Oh, Mu Chuyin scrutinized Ma Qingqing, a playful smirk curling her lips. You claim he is not your lover. It seems Qingqing has developed feelings that it love born from hatred. Ma Qingqing's reaction only served to reinforce Mu Chuyin's conviction. No, it's not. Ma Qingqing shook her head vehemently, oblivious to the deeper implications of her denial. Qingqing, don't worry, I'll find you someone far better, Mu Chuyin chirped, her words dripping with malice. For instance, Mu Jun, just imagine the delights of sharing such experiences together. Mu Chuyin licked her lips, her words rendering Ma Qingqing speechless. You and Mu Jun are siblings. Ma Qingqing's world shattered as if struck by lightning. They're not blood-related, Mu Chuyin dismissed with a wave of her hand. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, drawing Mu Chuyin's attention. She turned instinctively to witness a crimson sword light racing forth like a tempest, cleaving a path through the air with deadly precision. Confronted by 5 attackers, 1 peak martial artist of the Earth martial realm and 4 high-tier martial artists, Zhao Xinyun moved with the grace of a phantom. Enveloped in a tempest of sword energy, his murderous intent overwhelming. With a flourish, the sword in Zhao Xuanyun's hand moved with the most basic of techniques, yet unleashed a force capable of toppling mountains and seas. The approaching attacks crumbled like paper as Zhao Xinyun swept through them, a bolt of lightning darting past, suddenly vanishing from the 5's sight. The cacophony of screams abruptly ceased as a shadow of blood descended from the air, landing steadily as the vast sword energy retracted into Zhao Xuanyun's body, leaving him unscathed. That a single drop of crystalline blood fell from the azure bamboo sword, its brilliance mesmerizing, a radiant glow that stung Mu Chuyin's eyes. The 5 figures collapsed to the ground, lifeless, their necks severed. In an instant, crimson sprayed forth, a grotesque yet breathtaking spectacle. Mu Chuyin trembled, her mind blank. How is this possible? A chill coursed through her as she gasped. Who are you? Zhao Xinyun flicked the azure bamboo sword lightly, his voice calm. You wish to kill me, yet you know not who I am. Is this truly all the Mu family can muster? Mu Chuyin's body quaked as waves of regret washed over her. Had she known, she would have brought more people. What of Mu Jun? He is nearby. The commotion here will surely draw him quickly. You cannot escape. Mu Chuyin's voice trembled, her facade cracking. Zhao Xinyan sighed that you've overestimated your situation. You have already been abandoned. Abandoned? Mu Chuan faltered, confusion etched across her face. The Mu family's dealings with malevolent beings are far beyond what a mere young master can control. Should I perish here today, it would be a joyous conclusion for all. However, if an unforeseen event were to occur, you would be the scapegoat. Otherwise, why would Mu Jun not come? Zhao Xianfeng looked at Mu Chuyan with pity. Boom! Mu Chuyan felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, her body swaying. She recalled Mu Jun's earlier actions. Logically, he should have accompanied her. Yet Mu Jun had evaded responsibility, insisting she handle it all alone, that if Zhao Xianfeng were to be killed, there would naturally be no issues. But alas, the unexpected transpired. Damn it, M-U-J-U-N, Mu Chuyan screamed in a frenzy. You cannot kill me. Do you know who I am? I am not a member of the Mu family. If you kill me, no one can save you. Suddenly regaining her composure, Mu Chuyan glared at Zhao Xianfeng and growled. Let me go. I demand an explanation from the Mu family, as long as you keep this matter to yourself. I can offer you anything you desire. Whatever the Mu family can provide, the Pill King can furnish, and I can do the same. What they cannot give, I can supply as well. Zhao Xianfeng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Who are you? He only knew that Mu Chuyan was the adopted daughter of the Mu family, but her demeanor suggested she held them in contempt and I cannot disclose that now. But if we can reach an agreement, I will reveal everything to you. Furthermore, acquiring me will be effortless. Mu Chuyan understood that she must escape this place. Whether Mu Jun had betrayed her was no longer of paramount importance. She licked her crimson lips, thrust out her chest, and cast a seductive gaze at Zhao Xianfeng. Let us not speak of it, we are fundamentally incompatible. There will never be an opportunity for collaboration between us. With a swift motion, Zhao Xianfeng sprang to his feet, his sword slicing through the AI. Mu Chuyan's eyes widened in fury as she lunged toward Ma Qingqing. Qingqing let out a shriek, having been rendered dumbfounded. And before she could react, Mu Chuyan seized her. If you dare to kill me, I will take her life. Mu Chuyan threatened, her voice echoing. Just then, a deafening roar erupted, painting the sky crimson. An overwhelming killing intent surged forth, piercing through flesh and spirit. Every hair stood on end, a chill seeping into her bones. The blood sword came crashing toward her, a blazing crimson sun erupting, engulfing Mu Chuyan's vision, her eyes losing focus. Filled with bewilderment, splatter blood sprayed, drenching Ma Qingqing. She stood rigid, her eyes glazed over in shock. The green bamboo sword was horizontally embedded in Mu Chuyan's chest, trembling slightly, the blood pooling ominously. The intangible terror of the killing intent sent Ma Qingqing plummeting into despair, her body devoid of strength, resembling a statue frozen in place until death. Even in death, Mu Chuyan's gaze remained fixed, her eyes bulging with veins protruding grotesquely across her face, rendering her visage terrifying. Zhao Xianfeng withdrew the green bamboo sword, flicking away the droplets of blood, and looked toward Ma Qingqing. To kill someone as foolish as you is hardly worth my time. Zhao Xianfeng shook his head, utterly uninterested in this girl whom Mu Chuyan and Mu Jun regarded as a complete simpleton. Easily manipulated, Qingqing jolted back to reality, tears streaming as she pleaded, Please don't kill me. I realize my mistakes. Her voice trembled with despair. Zhao Xianfeng, unfazed, remarked, You haven't mentioned that your grandfather has recovered, have you? Nor have you disclosed my relationship with him. Ma Qingqing paused, instinctively shaking her head. No, I haven't said anything. She had heeded Ma Liang's countless warnings and had not yet proven foolish enough to divulge secrets. Zhao Xianfeng sighed, casting a glance at Mu Chuyan's lifeless body before turning to leave. Qingqing swallowed hard, a wave of elation washing over her. He would not kill her. Lowering her gaze to Mu Chuyan's corpse, she trembled, the chilling reality of the latter's true nature sinking in, and she hurriedly followed Zhao Xianfeng, desperate to escape this place. Zhao Xianfeng pushed open the door. Bang! Ma Qingqing collided into him. I am sorry. Ma Qingqing gasped, startled and quickly retreating. Zhao Xianfeng frowned, stepping outside. Qingqing, trembling, waited until he was several meters away before cautiously trailing behind. With no one around, Zhao Xianfeng chuckled coldly. Mu Jun had likely betrayed Mu Chuyan, albeit unintentionally. After all, who could have anticipated that a peak Earth martial realm practitioner, alongside 4 advanced Earth Martial Realm warriors, would be unable to subdue him. He felt confident and prepared, needing no further arrangements. This Feihong County was on the brink of a storm. Zhao Xianfeng mused silently as he made his way to the Pill King's estate. Arriving outside the Pill King's residence, Ma Qingqing cautiously inquired, "Should I inform Grandpa about today's events? What do you think?" Zhao Xianfeng retorted, and Ma Qingqing's gaze flickered, testing, "I won't speak of it." Zhao Xianfeng, exasperated, rubbed his temples, realizing there was no saving her. "That you think Mu Jun is unaware of your presence? Can you withstand the Mu family?" Zhao Xianfeng shot her a disdainful look before striding into the Pill King's estate. That Ma Qingqing stood there, dazed, her expression shifting rapidly. "Then I should inform Grandpa," muttering to herself. Ma Qingqing snapped back to reality, frantically scanning her surroundings as if someone were watching her from the shadows. She dashed into the Pill King's estate. Upon returning, Zhao Xianfeng sat cross-legged in his room. Retrieving the Crimson Dragon essence, feeling the tremendous power within, he couldn't help but smile. This venture had indeed yielded significant rewards. This piece of Crimson Dragon essence had cost only a few hundred spirit stones. Yet its efficacy far surpassed that of numerous medicinal pills. With this, he could return to the Earth Fiend Cauldron and the Celestial Gang grinding grounds. Achieving the first level of the 9-9 sword body would be a certainty. Subsequently, Zhao Xianfeng swallowed 2 medicinal pills, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. "Did I end the Mu family?" Mu Jun's expression darkened as he surveyed the row of corpses before him. Mu Qian lay just in front of him, her terrified visage frozen in death, causing Mu Jun's muscles to twitch and contort. "Zhao Xianfeng, who exactly are you? A mere 6th level of the Xuanwu realm cannot possibly possess such strength. Who is behind this? Was it Ma Liang?" Mu Jun's fists clenched tightly, his expression twisted that a figure entered the courtyard. "Father, if it was indeed Ma Liang who made a move," Mu Jun looked up, managing to suppress some of his rage. The newcomer was none other than Mu Yongsheng, the head of the Mu family, the pinnacle of power in Feihong County. One cannot rule out the possibility of Ma Liang's involvement, Mu Yongsheng remarked, his expression equally grim. "However, I lean towards the belief that a stronger force is at play if Ma Liang is aware of everything. That would not be the worst outcome." That Mu Jun's pupils contracted as he regarded Mu Yongsheng with suspicion. Although Ma Liang was a Pill King, he understood the adage that a solitary tree cannot make a forest. Offending the Mu family would be trivial to eliminate him if it came to that. "Father, what should we do?" "I will pay a visit to the Pill King's estate to probe the situation and see whether that old man has truly recovered, that if he has not regained his strength, then he is in grave danger." That a glint of menace flickered in Mu Yongsheng's eyes. With Chuyin dead, if that news reaches them, it could be troublesome. Mu Jun let out a sigh of relief. But as he gazed upon Mu Chuyin, his heart ached, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Mu Yongsheng's eyes glimmered with deep apprehension as he pondered for a moment. "We must keep this information under wraps. Once that matter is resolved, Ma Liang will be in dire straits. At that time, we can pin her death on him." "Good plan." Mu Jun's eyes brightened. At the Pill King's estate, shortly after Zhao Xuanfeng's return, Ma Liang personally visited to express his apologies and gratitude. Zhao Xianfeng paid little heed, informing him of the malevolent actions of the Mu family. But Ma Liang was taken aback, his expression darkening, that he had already learned everything from Qingqing. The Mu family's actions were exceedingly ruthless. Had it not been for Zhao Xianfeng, Ma Qingqing might have been firmly under their control. In such a scenario, to protect his granddaughter, he would have had to yield to the Mu family, a consequence too dreadful to contemplate. Even now, recalling it made him break out in a cold sweat. The Mu family would undoubtedly be on edge, yet they would not dare to act openly. Qingqing mentioned that the Mu family has somehow learned that I might have been injured and has been subtly probing whether I have recovered. Ma Liang mused, his eyes glinting with cold light. This presents an opportunity. After this ordeal, even if the Mu family refrained from troubling him, he would still confront them. They were utterly detestable. Master Ma, do you have a strategy?" Zhao Xianfeng inquired with keen interest. That he would not let the Mu family escape unscathed and anticipated the troubles that lay ahead. However, he was particularly intrigued by the malevolence of the Mu family. Eliminating this threat was one aspect. The key was to enhance the righteous spirit of the green bamboo sword. Ma Liang narrowed his eyes, stating, "I previously mentioned that there is a matter of utmost importance that must be addressed. If I am unable to recover, I may be in dire straits. However, I have indeed regained my strength and even advanced further, thus increasing my chances. This relates to the ancestral lineage of the Yin Kingdom's royal family. That ancestor's time is drawing near, and the elixir I am to concoct is one that prolongs life, that if successful, a playful smile danced upon Ma Liang's face. Zhao Yuanfeng's pupils constricted slightly as he cast a penetrating glance at Ma Liang, already harboring some inkling of his thoughts that if the Mu family wishes to play, then this old man shall indulge them. Following this, with Mu Xingyong's cautious nature, he would undoubtedly probe in various ways. Ma Liang grinned broadly. Young Master Zhao, the days for the opening of the Earth Fiend Cauldron and the alchemy will not be far off. By then, it is likely to come to an end. The elder and the youth exchanged knowing glances before bursting into meaningful laughter. Before long, Ma Liang departed. Contemplating Ma Qingqing's recent transformation, his gratitude toward Zhao Yuanfeng surged exponentially. Forming a connection with Zhao Yuanfeng was indeed a fortuitous stroke of luck. "My lord, the head of the Mu family has come to pay a visit," an elderly servant hastily reported. Such swiftness! Ma Liang's pupils contracted, and he immediately turned to stride outside. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanfeng stood resolutely in the courtyard, akin to a towering ancient pine. With his eyes gently closed, he recounted the scenes that accompanied the awakening of his memories. Zhao Yuanfeng's heart remained unperturbed, yet a vague sword intent rose like delicate mist. Permeating the courtyard, buzz, the essence of slaughter condensed, and the sword intent ascended incrementally. Vital energy harmoniously fused, uniting the internal and external realms. The sea of spiritual power boiled as the sword intent ascended, enveloping the courtyard, yet it remained restrained and undetected by those outside. Upon entering the courtyard, one would be greeted by a myriad of blood-red sword energies, saturating the atmosphere with an overwhelming sense of slaughter. Such mastery was nothing short of celestial prowess. Immersed in the path of slaying swords, Zhao Yuanfeng refined and synthesized his understanding to in this continual process of honing. The formless sharpness became suffocating. The azure bamboo sword leaned against the door, suddenly humming. Its crystalline azure body emanated an aura of slaughter, revealing wisps of faint blood-colored sword energy that danced upon the blade. A breathtaking sight to behold at a certain moment. This sword intent reached its zenith, the peak of the third stage. Its ascension abruptly halted. Zhao Yuanfeng slowly opened his eyes, and the sword intent that pervaded the courtyard dissipated in an instant. Leaving no trace, he was in no hurry to break through to the fourth stage of sword intent. The accumulation of slaughter was still somewhat lacking. What I require is a grand and unrestrained slaying to assist me. When the time comes, the accumulation of slaughter shall naturally lead to the fourth stage of sword intent. Possessing fourth stage sword intent, combined with the first layer of the 9-9 sword body, would be enough to shake the heavens. Zhao Yuanfeng exhaled a breath of turbid air and turned to enter his chamber. Just then, the azure bamboo sword suddenly quivered, emitting a crisp sound. Zhao Yuanfeng paused, and as he turned, the azure bamboo sword flew into his hand, a surge of righteous energy instantly swelling within him. Evil spirits. Zhao Yuanfeng fixed his gaze upon the sky above the Dan Wang mansion, his brow furrowing slightly. How could there be evil spirits at the Dan Wang mansion, under the auspices of the Qi observation technique? A dark aura rushed toward his small courtyard at an alarming speed that in an instant, a dense and malevolent aura surged forth like a tidal wave. The azure bamboo sword trembled, seemingly unable to suppress its intent to eradicate evil. "Do not be hasty," Zhao Yuanfeng murmured. The fluctuations of the azure bamboo sword instantly stilled, becoming as tranquil as an ancient well, its sharpness reined in. Quite audacious, since it has arrived. How could there be no welcoming gesture? Zhao Yuanfeng stood with his sword, his eyes glinting like cold lightning. Bang! The air in the courtyard suddenly erupted that a shadow coalesced into a tangible form. Entering Zhao Yuanfeng's line of sight, that was a tangible black sickle. Its surface marked with intricate patterns that exuded a nauseating stench of slaughter, that a grotesque, ghostly figure loomed over the sickle, radiating an aura of chilling terror. Boom! An invisible howl reverberated through the small courtyard, saturating the air with a nauseating miasma, while the atmosphere darkened as if shrouded by heavy clouds. The sickle's ghostly figure tore through the air with lightning speed, lunging at Zhao Yuanfeng, its terrifying might equivalent to the pinnacle of the earth martial realm. If it were to accumulate and refine, incorporating some evil elements, it could swiftly ascend to the heavenly martial realm. This object posed a significant threat to martial artists' ethereal weapons and celestial weapons, capable of easily eroding their essence, greatly diminishing their power, and making recovery exceedingly difficult if injured. Restrict. Zhao Yuanfeng suddenly bellowed. He thrust his sword forward, delivering a seemingly effortless stab. Bang! A terrifying shockwave reverberated through the courtyard, echoing like thunderclaps in the sky. In that instant, the ghostly figure emitted a piercing shriek as the sickle quaked violently, its intricate patterns glowing fiercely, unleashing a far more terrifying wave of malevolence. Akin to a raging ocean surging forth, clang. The azure bamboo sword resonated, its righteous aura no longer concealed. The terrifying sword intent, coupled with the righteous energy, flooded the courtyard. The sickle's ghostly figure seemed to encounter its nemesis, letting out a frantic scream and instantly retreating. Yet the surrounding sword intent was formidable, merging with the righteous energy to suppress the evil spirit, which floundered as if caught in a quagmire. Struggling desperately, Zhao Yuanfeng felt the pressure intensify, his spirit erupting in full force. The azure bamboo soared skyward, its righteous energy surging like a tempest. Thunder rolled in the clear sky, suddenly exploding with 3 resounding booms, leaving no trace behind. In that moment, as the white lightning descended upon the courtyard, Zhao Yuanfeng stood with his sword raised above the evil spirit. Clang! The crisp sound of the sword rang out, soothing to the ears. The azure bamboo sword trembled incessantly, its righteous energy soaring to astonishing heights. Merely the residual force caused the evil spirit beneath the sword to emit white smoke, letting out a frantic and pained wail. The ghostly figure nearly collapsing, in a matter of moments. Zhao Yuanfeng abruptly pressed down hard with his sword, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming sword intent that exploded forth. Bang! A deafening sound reverberated through the courtyard, silencing the ghostly wails. The ghostly figure shattered, and the sickle fragmented into countless pieces, dissolving into the air. Zhao Yuanfeng's complexion paled, yet his smile was rich and vibrant. The righteous energy upon the azure bamboo sword had thickened to an astonishing degree, its spiritual essence remarkably enhanced. Should a horde of evil spirits arrive, in a short time, the spiritual essence of the azure bamboo sword could reach a terrifying level, potentially even giving rise to a sword spirit within this realm. Zhao Yuanfeng raised his gaze toward a certain direction, filled with profound gratitude toward the Mu family. Meanwhile, deep within the Dan Wang mansion, Mu Yongsheng, who was engaged in jovial conversation with Ma Liang, felt a sudden twitch in the corner of his eye, yet he swiftly returned to his usual demeanor. The evil spirit had been exterminated with remarkable speed. Hiss! An evil spirit at the pinnacle of the earth martial realm. Even that extraordinary lad of the Xuanwu realm, capable of contending with the earth martial realm, could not have accomplished such a feat. There must be hidden powers within the Dan Wang mansion. Mu Yongsheng couldn't help but cast a deep glance at Ma Liang. Ma Liang's complexion appeared rather pale, unable to conceal his unease. Head of the Mu family, I truly apologize for this. I have a very important alchemy session coming up in the near future, and I have been preparing for it over these days. Once the furnace is lit, it will greatly impact matters. Liang forced a bitter smile. How could he not be aware of Mu Yongsheng's probing intentions? This statement was merely a smokescreen. Mu Yongsheng was undoubtedly aware of the secret regarding the so-called important alchemy session. As for the claim that he could not light the furnace during the preparation period, it was merely an excuse, one that Mu Yongsheng was fully cognizant of. What he desired was for Mu Yongsheng to be fully aware. Mu Yongsheng sighed, helplessly stating, "In that case, I shall not press further, lest I displease Master Ma. Master Ma, once the time has passed, I implore you to be the first to light the furnace for my Mu family. I guarantee it," Ma Liang replied, his expression easing, his tone resolute. "Ha ha, then I shall rest easy." Mu Yongsheng laughed heartily, subsequently rising to take his leave. Upon exiting the Dan Wang mansion, Mu Yongsheng's expression darkened instantly. He turned back to gaze at the grand Dan Wang mansion, a glimmer of cold, sharp light flashing in his eyes. Liang, do you still think you can hide this from me? When the time comes, if you are willing to submit to my Mu family, I might still grant you a path of survival, that I hope you make a wise choice. That Mu Yongxing smiled coldly as he departed, his stride purposeful, though he had lost an evil spirit at the pinnacle of the Earth martial realm. He had nonetheless obtained the information he sought. Half a month later, Ma Liang had set off. Zhao Yuanfeng arrived at the Heavenly Gang Earth Fiend treasure site, 30 miles outside the county town, where an expansive plaza lay before him. Before the Earth Fiend stood the Heavenly Gang, a colossal bronze cauldron towering high, its surface marred with intricate patterns, surrounded by a thick, grayish Earth Fiend aura that enveloped the area for several hundred feet. Even from a distance, one could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from it. Cultivating within the Earth Fiend cauldron was quite simple. One merely needed to approach step by step through the entrance. The oppressive force was formidable, refining through the Earth Fiend until reaching the center, where the terror peaked. Only those who could fully endure the cauldron's refinement would be qualified to proceed further. Advancing toward the Heavenly Gang grind, that a golden grinding stone, resting deep within the plaza, radiated a vast, ethereal glow that illuminated the surroundings. When that great stone turned, the power of the Heavenly Gang would erupt, subjecting all within to its baptism. Anyone who stepped inside would have the shadow of the Heavenly Gang grind manifest above their heads. The longer one persevered, the more shadows would appear, and their power would intensify. Outside the plaza, guards of the county governor stood watch, while countless martial artists gathered outside, that a glance revealed no fewer than 1,000 individuals, most of them remarkably young, creating a lively and boisterous atmosphere. Beneath this place lay an intricate formation of Heavenly Gang Earth Fiend. The one who laid this formation was certainly not an ordinary person. Zhao Xianfeng scrutinized the Earthly Fiend cauldron and the Celestial Gang grinder, inwardly marveling at the brilliance of their connection. Such an exquisite fusion is beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Over the past half-month, he had exhausted the elixirs crafted by Ma Liang and the essence of the Red Dragon, successfully tempering the first stage of the 99 sword body to its utmost limit, leaving only the final push remaining. The power emanating from this place was more than sufficient. Surrounding him was a cacophony of excitement, with numerous youthful faces alight with fervor. There truly were a multitude of participants this time. One could only wonder if any genius would surpass historical records. Among the four great powers, Jiao Hu of the Vajra sect was rumored to have reached the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm. He was indeed the foremost prodigy of the Vajra sect and was likely to attend. Additionally, Mu Jun of the Mu family, whose strength surpassed even Jiao Hu, also stood at the pinnacle of Xuanwu. Perhaps one would witness many astounding prodigies breaking through here. Zhao Xianfeng remained inconspicuous within the crowd, listening to the discussions around him, his expression subtly shifting. Mu Jun would be attending as well. In this period, aside from the recent attack by the Demon King's manor, the Mu family had been eerily silent, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, Zhao Xianfeng knew that the Mu family would not simply let matters rest. The calm often heralds a tempest of greater magnitude. "You little brat, how dare you show your face here?" A venomous roar suddenly pierced the air. The crowd fell silent. Hiss, it's the 6th young master of the Mu family. Mu Jun was indeed present. Who is that? He seems to have offended the Mu family. ISNT that the fellow from Dragon Gambling Street. He actually killed members of the Mu family and yet still lives? Some recognized Zhao Xianfeng, their astonishment palpable. To brazenly slay a Mu family martial artist in broad daylight, and still walk away unscathed, was utterly inconceivable. Zhao Xianfeng turned to see Mu Jun surrounded by a retinue of the Mu family. The 6th young master seething with resentment, his hatred palpable. The previous encounter had been an immense humiliation for him. What a foul mouth. Did you eat excrement before stepping out? Zhao Xianfeng retorted coldly. The surrounding crowd erupted in shock, wide-eyed. This is merely basic etiquette. You haven't seen him at his most arrogant. Tistite. Those who had witnessed the scene at Dragon Gambling Street were unfazed, viewing this as merely an appetizer compared to the previous encounter. You seek death. Mu Xiaolu was enraged beyond measure. Enough. Mu Jun's voice cut through the tension. His countenance darkened and Mu Xiaolu gritted his teeth, unwilling to relent, his eyes blazing with fury. Zhao Gongzi, you truly have exceeded all expectations. That I thought you would have fled during this time. That Mu Jun's gaze was sharp as he coldly smiled, nearly tearing off the facade. Both sides understood the implications that in terms of audacity. I cannot compare to the Mu family. What do you think, young Master Mu? Zhao Xianfeng replied with a knowing smile, imbued with deeper significance that Mu Jun's expression darkened. How could he not grasp Zhao Xuanfeng's insinuation? If the matter concerning the demons were to be publicly revealed, even if the Mu family could suppress it, it would surely ignite a fierce uproar outside. Suddenly, Mu Jun stepped forward. Unfazed, Zhao Xianfeng maintained his composure, seemingly enjoying the moment. This scene compelled the onlookers to hold their breath. Would a fight break out? Let it happen. The more intense, the better. This is a grand spectacle. Mu Jun approached Zhao Xianfeng, fixating on him with undisguised malice and murderous intent. He leaned in, lowering his voice. Boy, do you think Ma Liang can protect you? He himself is in peril. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xianfeng smirked, his demeanor unruffled. I am not one to rely on others for protection, that I in my eyes. Your Mu family is but a speck of dust amidst the swirling sands. Were it not for the demons, I wouldn't even spare a glance. Thank you for the gift. Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes glinted coldly, piercing as a sword through the heart. Even Mu Jun, with his ice-cold demeanor, was provoked by this statement, his murderous intent surging violently. His gaze akin to a venomous snake, chilling to the core. Chapter 66. Opportunities are forever elusive. Do you wish to kill me? Zhao Xianfeng taunted, observing the frenzied malice in Mu Jun's eyes. You are not yet qualified. That Mu Jun trembled with rage, flames of fury igniting within him. You little brat, I assure you, today in this place, you will wish for life yet find none, and long for death yet cannot attain it. I will take you to my Mu family, subject you to endless torment, and refine you into a demonic entity, preserving your consciousness to suffer for eternity. That Mu Jun's fury was palpable, his low growl nearly shattering his teeth. With that, Mu Jun stepped forward, commanding, keep a close watch on him. If he dares to leave this place, show no mercy. Yes, young master. A chorus of Mu family martial artists responded, their voices thunderous. The surrounding crowd trembled in fear. This group of Mu family warriors numbered in the dozens, including young prodigies who had come to cultivate, as well as many formidable fighters at the earthly martial realm, several of whom had reached the 9th level. The crowd quickly dispersed, casting wary glances at Zhao Xianfeng, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Even death would leave us without recourse. Zhao Xianfeng remained impassive, though a glint of cold light flickered in his tranquil eyes. To refine demons is not worth lamenting. That as time passed, more and more martial artists arrived, the atmosphere growing increasingly lively. The previous confrontation had drawn many curious eyes, all anticipating a grand spectacle. Such events were rare in ordinary times. Finally, a formidable middle-aged figure from the governor's manor made his entrance, exuding an overwhelming aura that commanded respect. He was unmistakably a powerhouse of the celestial martial realm. He surveyed the throng of nearly 1,000. And silence fell, the atmosphere stifling. The earthly fiend Cauldron and the celestial gang Grinder are places of cultivation without rules. However, I advise you all, it is best not to settle scores within. The middle-aged man's voice was chilling, carrying an incredible weight that pierced the soul. His words served merely as a warning, hinting at the need for restraint. And as he concluded, he stepped to the edge and suddenly stomped his foot down. Boom! The ground trembled violently within a 1,000-foot radius. That a tempestuous wave surged forth, instantly causing the earthly fiend Cauldron to resonate ominously, drawing the surrounding vortex of dark clouds into a frenzy, generating a terrifying aura of dark malevolence that enveloped the heavens and earth. Behind him, the celestial gang Grinder roared even louder, its power soaring to the skies, stirring the winds and clouds, the might of the celestial gang striking awe into the hearts of all present. The sacred ground shall be open for 7 days, the middle-aged man declared with a thunderous voice. The guards on the periphery immediately dispersed. With a rush, the crowd surged forward. Yet, in all the areas, only the space where Zhao Xianfeng stood remained vacant, no one daring to approach. Even the celestial martial powerhouse from the governor's manor cast a few extra glances in Zhao Xuanfeng's direction. Mu Jun's gaze swept over Zhao Xianfeng, suddenly bellowing, whoever can capture him shall receive 2 Earth-grade martial techniques and 10 Earth-grade elixirs. The air around them fell into a hushed silence that in an instant. A multitude of greedy eyes locked onto Zhao Xianfeng. That Mu Jun's smile was sinister as he led the charge toward the earthly fiend cauldron. Zhao Xianfeng simply chuckled, recognizing the futility of their efforts. Feeling the overwhelming power of the earthly fiend, Zhao Xuanfeng's form shook as he stepped forward, every pore in his body unfurling, unreservedly absorbing the dark energy. The 9-9 sword body began to operate silently, the blood and flesh within him resonating with the sound of a sword that in less than 10 breaths. Several individuals approached him. Among the crowd, someone scoffed, "Damn it, the strongest among them is merely at the second level of the earthly martial realm. And he dares to stir trouble." The last encounter at Dragon Gambling Street had seen him effortlessly eliminate a second-level earthly martial warrior. Unfortunately, most had not witnessed it with their own eyes. 2 Earth-grade martial techniques and 10 Earth-grade elixirs were a tantalizing prize for most novice earthly martial warriors. Those willing to take the risk were always numerous. Only a select few, even if tempted, would refrain from acting, who could afford to disregard the Mu family. Even those who served as enforcers had to weigh their options. Zhao Xianfeng appeared oblivious, continuing his cultivation with remarkable speed. The oppressive force of the earthly fiend posed no threat to him. As several approaching warriors exchanged glances, they shared cold smirks that in the next moment, they charged forth, all eager to seize the opportunity. Zhao Xuanfeng's form stuttered for an instant, and in the blink of an eye, he left behind a mere shadow. 6 individuals, all of the earthly martial realm, converged upon him. Zhao Xianfeng swayed, his fingers forming a sword as he swept forward. "You little brat, you dare to strike," one of them sneered. Puff! The blood-red sword-like fingers surged forth, carrying the might of a tempest. "You!" The first one's derisive laughter was abruptly silenced as his fist was pierced by the finger sword, piercing through to his throat. Before he could collapse, Zhao Xianfeng had already pivoted, appearing before another with ghostly speed, delivering another strike. Puff! 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 The crowd beheld numerous flickering shadows swirling within several zhang, and when they regained their senses, blood was splattered everywhere. The first one fell, and the remaining 5 clutched their throats, collapsing in unison. Hiss! Screams surged forth like a tidal wave, the overwhelming sound rippling through the air. The disparity in cultivation levels, a difference of 4 or 5 realms, coupled with a significant gap in combat prowess, was utterly unprecedented. A tale fit only for the most fantastical of myths. That Mu Jun, who had been closely observing the scene, felt his pupils constrict. The 6 warriors of the earth martial realm, though only at the first or second tier, were still formidable within their realm. Yet before him, they appeared as fragile as mere weeds. Suddenly, Mu Xiaolu shuddered, as if transported back to the moment he was manipulated on Gambling Dragon Street. His eyes filled with panic. "Before I achieve my breakthrough, I do not wish to see him still standing," Mu Jun declared coldly, a shadow of menace crossing over Zhao Xianfeng as he suppressed his distractions and advanced. His form vibrating under the refinement of the Earth Sha's power. Yes, a 9th-tier warrior of the Xuanwu realm. Mu Jun had come solely for the purpose of breaking through. The various martial artists of the Mu family exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. This young man's strength was indeed terrifying. Merely a 6th-tier Xuanwu, yet he was a veritable prodigy. Alas, it was a pity that he dared to offend the Mu family. "Brother Huang, you all focus on your cultivation. I shall handle this matter," Mu Quan said, a flicker of shock passing through his eyes, quickly replaced by a fierce expression. "Let us depart." Mu Huang and several other warriors of the 8th and 9th tiers of the Earth martial realm shared a glance. Swiftly traversing the area of the Earth Sha cauldron, they had come not only to protect Mu Jun and the others, but also to train in the vicinity of the Heavenly Gang refinement. With Mu Quan's 7th-tier cultivation, staying behind to deal with that young man and protect Mu Jun was more than sufficient. "Let us confront this young man," Mu Quan grinned maliciously, leading a group of Earth martial warriors towards Zhao Xianfeng. Seeing this, Mu Xiaolu's courage dispelled his fear, his face alight with pride and arrogance. "You little bastard, just wait until I have you in my grasp." Zhao Xianfeng remained unfazed. In an instant, he killed 6 men, effectively intimidating the surrounding martial artists with ill intentions. At this moment, upon witnessing the Mu family warriors advancing, everyone retracted their thoughts and shook their heads. They could all see that Zhao Xianfeng was a solitary figure. Against the Mu family, No matter how extraordinary he might be, he was but an as the Mu family's strongmen took action. The dust settled. "You little bastard, kneel before me." Mu Xiao Lu roared from behind Mu Quan. His voice filled with malice. "I gave you a chance last time, but you squandered it." Zhao Xianfeng, expressionless, shook his head slightly, his calm gaze clearly regarding a dead man. "Uncle Quan, I can't hold back any longer." Mu Xiao Lu howled in madness. When arrogance collided with an existence that could crush him with the slightest gesture, only by tearing it apart could he find relief. "To go, capture him for me. First, tear his mouth apart." Not only Mu Xiao Lu, but even Mu Quan could no longer contain himself. What does he think the Mu family is? Why not all attack together? Zhao Xianfeng spoke indifferently. "You little brat, do you really need everyone to deal with a worthless person like you?" A fifth-tier warrior of the Earth martial realm, enraged, bellowed, his palm erupting with a torrent of golden spiritual light as he struck down fiercely. The air trembled, and the Earth Sha scattered in that fleeting moment. Zhao Xianfeng sidestepped, advancing swiftly, his shoulder colliding violently with the warrior's chest. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, followed by a blood-curdling scream that reverberated through the heavens. The Mu family warrior sprayed blood, his body hurtling backward like a sandbag, flying several meters away before collapsing in convulsions. Lifeless, the Mu Xiao Lu and Mu Quan stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape. From all directions, a chilling horror washed over them as if they had seen a ghost. Was this some kind of illusion? A fifth-tier Earth martial warrior, slain in an instant. The crowd swallowed hard, stunned into silence. "Aren't you going to join forces?" Zhao Xianfeng remarked with a hint of amusement, his gaze fixed on Mu Quan, unhurried in his speech. Unbelievable. Mu Quan's face twisted in rage, a snarl escaping his lips that he acknowledged that he had underestimated Zhao Xianfeng, yet he could not believe that Zhao Xianfeng could be his opponent. How could such a monster exist in this world? Is this not some hidden old freak? Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air as Mu Quan suddenly tightened his grip around a jade-like bone, roughly 2 feet in length, shimmering in a green hue. Pa! Mu Quan exploded into motion, sweeping forth a vast tide of emerald waves, accompanied by an eerie spiritual sound that surged forth like a frenzied beast, crashing against the souls of all present. The might of a 7th-tier Earth martial realm warrior left the surrounding martial artists gasping for breath. Zhao Xianfeng stood resolute as a pine, unmoving, but at the moment Mu Quan lunged, his eyes opened, and his divine sword emerged from his gaze. With a swish, Zhao Xianfeng swept his sword upward effortlessly, the azure bamboo sword shimmering like mist, that in an instant, the terrifying Earth Sha was drawn together within a 100-foot radius. A force of unparalleled might. Zhao Xianfeng's icy gaze locked onto Mu Quan, as the azure bamboo sword abruptly froze in midair, erupting with a thunderous explosion. Boom! The vast Earth Sha trembled, transforming into unmatched sword energy that blasted forth. The sword intent harmonized with the overwhelming Earth Sha, ripping apart restraints and piercing into Mu Quan's soul. Puff! The emerald tide crumbled like paper, instantly riddled with holes that Mu Quan's vision blurred. His soul pierced with pain, unable to suppress a horrifying scream. That moment, Zhao Xianfeng suddenly moved. He thrust the azure bamboo sword forward lightly, as though piercing a leaf, striking the jade bone. Bang! The jade bone shattered, fragments scattering across Mu Quan's body. "Kneel before me." Zhao Xianfeng bellowed, his form shifting as he swung his sword down upon Mu Quan's head. Boom! The ground exploded. Mu Quan's knees shattered, blood gushing forth as he succumbed beneath the sword, kneeling before Zhao Xianfeng, dazed and horrified, as if he had lost his senses. Thud! Mu Xiao Lu trembled, collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Zhao Xianfeng as if he were a demon. "Help!" Mu Xiao Lu scrambled backward frantically, hands and feet flailing in panic. Swish! Zhao Xianfeng vanished like a falling leaf, a whirlwind of spiraling wind enveloping him, leaving behind only a lingering shadow. "No, run! You bastard! Do you dare to kill a member of the Mu family?" Ah! The high-pitched scream abruptly ceased as a shadow darted through the air like lightning. When his figure materialized, several Mu family warriors stood rigidly, collapsing forward, blood gushing forth. Behind them, a trickle of blood slid down Mu Quan's forehead. As though blown by the wind, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless, beneath the earth-sha cauldron. An appalling silence ensued, thick with the scent of blood, the glaring crimson hue suffocating. Outside, the strong men of the county guard stood in a daze, staring at the young man with the sword, their throats tightening, their eyes trembling. What manner of prodigy is this? Who is he? Zhou Feng felt a chill rise within him, growling softly, "My lord, his name is Zhao Xianfeng. His position belongs to Master Ma of the Pill King's mansion," that a guard, snapping back to reality, hurriedly responded with respect. "The Pill King's mansion?" Zhou Feng exclaimed in shock. Even the Pill King's mansion wouldn't dare to slaughter members of the Mu family so brazenly. Simply madness, a strength that defies the heavens. How bold! "My lord, should we intervene?" The guard glanced at Zhao Xianfeng, revering him as a celestial being, and asked softly, "No need." Zhou Feng replied sternly, his eyes glinting with fierce light as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Xianfeng. Is he truly a sixth-tier Xuanwu? At this moment, Zhou Feng felt an urge to curse. What a joke! He nearly made me want to slap myself. "Don't kill me. You cannot kill me. I am the sixth young master of the Mu family. If you dare to kill me, my family will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." Mu Xiaolu screamed in panic, trembling like a leaf, drenched in sweat, his face pale, as if drained of life. "Killing a person like you would simply dirty my sword." Zhao Xianfeng sighed, that a glimmer of wild joy surged in Mu Xiaolu's eyes as he desperately writhed, yearning to distance himself from this demon. Zhao Xianfeng slightly raised his gaze, flicking his sleeve. Swish, a blood-red streak of light shot forth, zipping toward the back of Mu Xiaolu's heart. "You tricked me." Mu Xiaolu spat blood, his eyes filled with rage and despair. "I didn't use a sword." Zhao Xianfeng replied calmly. That Mu Xiaolu's body jerked, and he fell lifeless. "Zhao Xianfeng, you scoundrel! How dare you?" Mu Jun's aura erupted chaotically, akin to a volcano, as he stared at the scene in shock. The ground was strewn with corpses, blood flowing in torrents. "That they're dead. Even Mu Quan is dead." Mu Jun's eyes turned crimson, his body trembling. Could it be that Tian Chuyin and the others were all killed by him? There's no one else? No, it's impossible. Mu Jun shook his head frantically, his eyes filled with rage. "For many years, no one has dared to challenge the authority of the Mu family. I will make you pay. I will make you pay." Mu Jun seethed with rage, nearly grinding his teeth to dust, as if a frenzied beast unleashed. "Uncle Huang," he roared like thunder. Before his voice faded, 6 figures charged in from behind. Precisely the Mu Huang and the others who had departed earlier. A terrifying assembly of 5 9th-tier and 1 8th-tier Earth martial warriors. Mu Quan. How is this possible? Did he truly do this? The 6 warriors gazed at the scene, their eyes filled with disbelief. "This is too insane. Kill him. Quickly kill him." Mu Jun roared with fury, a tempest of wrath surging within him, overwhelming his consciousness. Yet, an insidious fear began to permeate the air. His eyes glowed crimson as he clenched his jaw, a frenzied aura erupting from his being. The surrounding malevolent energies converged upon him like a ravenous tide, threatening to engulf him. His aura surged violently, ascending at a pace visible to the naked eye. He was determined to break through. Simultaneously, Mu Huang and 5 others suppressed their shock, their murderous intent unfurling without hesitation. Chapter 68. The Insignificant Sword Cultivator. Boom. Boom. 6 formidable auras soared into the sky, disrupting the surrounding malevolence. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, winds howling and thunderous roars reverberating. In that moment, countless martial artists had long forgotten their training, standing as if entranced by the unfolding spectacle. No one foresaw that events would escalate to such a magnitude. The corpses of the Mu family lay scattered. If that individual were not slain today, it would be a profound humiliation for the Mu clan. This enmity was one that demanded blood. The inner turmoil of the 6 was beyond the comprehension of outsiders, yet their bloodlust surged uncontrollably. For years, who dared to mercilessly slay members of the Mu family? This wretch must die, that he must be made to suffer, an example for all to witness. Boom! The 6 summoned their ethereal weapons. Though Mu Quan's corpse ignited their indignation, they maintained their composure. Clang! The 6 ethereal weapons, each unique in form and enveloped in terrifying spiritual energy, thundered toward Zhao Xianfeng. This scene resembled a blue lotus battered by a tempest, yet that lotus remained unyielding and fearless. Zhao Xianfeng strode forward, his eyes glinting with an icy resolve, culminating in an explosive eruption akin to a mountain collapsing and a tsunami breaking. Clang! The Qingzhou sword resonated in harmony with Zhao Xianfeng, emitting an exhilarating cry as if confronting malevolence, purging evil from the cosmos. With a flick of his wrist, he grinned coldly. "They are but mere chickens and dogs." His nonchalant words fell upon the ears of the six like a thunderclap, igniting their fury like an avalanche. Their rage crashing like a tidal wave that in an instant. Zhao Xianfeng drew his sword, his form as light as a breeze, soaring upward, swish. The Qingzhou sword pierced with ferocity, its blade coiling like 1,000 waves, unleashing a momentum capable of shaking mountains. Ripping through the deluge, boom! Zhao Xianfeng suddenly released his grip on the sword, directing his soul to control it, transforming into a streak of crimson lightning that collided fiercely with the first ethereal weapon. Clang! The ethereal weapon quaked and retreated, the Qingzhou sword exuding unparalleled might. Zhao Xianfeng glided past, like a shadow, his fingers outstretched, precisely seizing one of the assailants. "Good courage. You seek death." Witnessing Zhao Xuanfeng's audacity, the six felt deeply insulted. Their fury erupting, clang, clang, clang. The Qingzhou sword summoned a suffocating storm of slaughter, 7 blood suns exploding in a frenzy. The terrifying power not only thwarting the six assault, but also forcing them to retreat in unison. Puff! Zhao Xianfeng struck one down with his palm, staggering for a moment before grasping the Qingzhou sword, lifting it effortlessly. The opponent's ethereal weapon recoiled. Zhao Xianfeng smirked, and in a flash, pierced through the chest of his foe. Puff! Flesh and blood erupted. What a monster is this wretch? Panic surged within Mu Huang as he witnessed 2 of his companions perish in the blink of an eye, sending chills down his spine. Open heaven. Earthly malevolence. Zhao Xianfeng pressed forward, his murderous intent unrestrained. The Qingzhou sword blazed with righteous fervor, as if aided by divine will. Clang! The world felt surreal, the myriad of malevolent energies shattering as if struck by lightning. A blood rainbow pierced the heavens, tearing through the void with an overwhelming force. Akin to a bamboo, being split. 2 ethereal weapons were violently shattered, and their wielders plummeted. Zhao Xuanfeng's expression remained impassive. Yet his bloodlust intensified. This unfolded. A vast blood mist simmered within his energy sea, boiling and visibly merging into his spiritual power, even scattering into his very bones, fortifying his corporeal form and enhancing his slaughterous intent. Alas, they were too weak. There was no need to employ the 9-9 sword body. It was still insufficient. Zhao Xianfeng sighed that if these individuals were even slightly stronger, perhaps at the initial stage of heavenly martial realm, allowing him to feel a greater pressure, he could break through to the 4th tier of sword intent. Yet, they fell short. Boom! Zhao Xianfeng melded with his sword, the blood rainbow, suspended in the air. The 5th individual screamed as he fell, leaving only Mu Huang. The terrifying slaughter pressed upon him, and Mu Huang's eyes widened in horror, as if he beheld an ocean of blood, countless blood swords shimmering ominously. The sky drenched in crimson, collapsing upon him. How could he be so strong? Mu Huang screamed in madness, desperately unleashing his power, igniting his spirit, commanding his ethereal weapon to strike. Clang! In the void above, the sound of swords rang out. The pinnacle of 3rd-tier slaughterous sword intent descended mercilessly. The ethereal weapons of Mu Huang sank, as if caught in quicksand, abruptly coming to a standstill. Zhao Xianfeng gripped his sword, his expression frigid. And with a force that cleaved mountains, he brought it down. Boom! The ethereal weapon of Mu Huang shrieked before shattering. The latter cried out and staggered back, his soul nearly fracturing, agony consuming him. Zhao Xianfeng descended from the void, his flying sword poised to strike. Puff! Mu Huang's eyes bulged, his vitality dissipating like a deflated balloon, vanishing in an instant. Zhao Xianfeng landed slowly, untainted by blood, and grasped the Qingzhou sword. The blood hue faded, the azure glow illuminating all, blinding and soul-piercing, causing all to avert their gaze. Boom! Within Mu Jun, a resounding explosion echoed as his cultivation surged from the 9th level of Xuanwu to the 1st level of earthly martial. Yet, his face flushed, blood spewing from his mouth, that Mu Jun fixed his gaze on Zhao Xianfeng, trembling uncontrollably, devoid of any thrill from his breakthrough. Only fear, like a demon, enveloped him, suffocating him as if drowning. "Oh, who are you?" Mu Jun struggled to restrain himself, yet his muscles felt foreign and uncontrollable, trembling involuntarily. That I, in response to this inquiry, a hint of weariness flickered in Zhao Xuanfeng's eyes, that I am but a humble sword cultivator, insignificant in this vast world, that I contend with men and challenge the heavens. Should anyone obstruct me, I shall slay them with my sword. Should the heavens stand in my way, I shall wield my sword to break through the sky. His calm words, devoid of ripples, resonated in the ears of all like thunder, shaking the very heavens, causing the cosmos to tremble. Everyone stood in a daze, that towering figure growing like a mountain, seemingly untouchable, commanding the very fabric of reality, to an insignificant sword cultivator. "Hi, Chikam," Yu Jun laughed maniacally. Zhao Xianfeng advanced slowly, the lingering aura of slaughter still coursing through the air, leaving all in trepidation. The laughter abruptly halted. Mu Jun howled, "Do you comprehend the consequences of attempting to kill me? My Mu family boasts countless in the earthly martial realm and 4 in the heavenly martial realm. Slaying you is as easy as slaughtering pigs and dogs. There is no escape for you. Anyone associated with you shall be annihilated by my Mu family. Do you dare?" Mu Jun spread his arms wide, a maniacal grin plastered across his face. Zhao Xianfeng remained unfazed, as if he had not heard. "Those who kill shall be killed. Those who commit evil shall face divine retribution, that if the heavens are unjust, let man mete out punishment." Each word rang out clearly, reverberating powerfully. The Qingzhou sword sang joyfully, surging with righteous energy, as if infused by Zhao Xuanfeng's will. The azure sword shadow grew, increasingly translucent, birthing a profound and solemn aura of swordsmanship, suffusing the air and making it difficult to breathe. Mu Jun's laughter faltered, his tremors intensifying. "Why, what right? What are you?" He rasped furiously, a hint of barely perceptible panic flashing in his eyes. "Why the sword in my hand?" Zhao Xianfeng raised his sword slightly, looking down with a smile. "What do you think?" It was as if he were asking the Qingzhou sword. Clang, the Qingzhou sword responded. "Did you hear that?" Zhao Xuanfeng's face beamed with a smile of satisfaction. Swish, suddenly, he was enveloped in wind and lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages that, "No, you cannot kill me. Save me, please save me." Mu Jun's expression changed drastically, panic driving him to retreat frantically. "Stop!" Zhou Feng's eyes twitched violently, and before his voice could fade, he transformed into an arrow loosed from its bow, charging into the square. The might of the heavenly martial realm pressed down like a thunderclap. Chapter 69. Surrounded and celebrated for the king, the terrifying aura descended like a thunderstorm, causing malevolent energies to explode. Zhao Xianfeng shuddered, his expression darkening, yet the Qingzhou sword in his hand surged with intent, shrieking defiantly, refusing to yield. Swish! The Qingzhou sword slipped from his grasp, piercing through Mu Jun's chest. "I am the young master of the Mu family. How dare you?" Blood gushed from Mu Jun's mouth, his world turning gray, cold waves of despair crashing in. Boom! A thunderous explosion shattered the heavens and earth. Countless martial artists screamed in terror, blood trickling from their lips. Zhou Feng stared blankly at the fallen Mu Jun, his mind a blank slate. He was ultimately a moment too late, unable to fathom that Zhao Xianfeng truly dared to act. Nearly 10 breaths passed. Zhou Feng trembled as he gazed at Zhao Xianfeng, a torrent of rage igniting in his eyes. Did you realize the consequences of killing him? His roar shook the very heavens. Zhou Feng was on the brink of madness, that if Mu Jun perished here, even the governor's mansion would be in turmoil. The repercussions of the Mu family going mad were beyond anyone's capacity to bear. Under Zhou Feng's oppressive aura, Zhao Xianfeng remained unflinching, his hand curling into a fist. The Qingzhou sword trembled in response, landing back in his grasp. Zhao Xianfeng stood, sword in hand, and calmly inquired, "Do you intend to interfere in my matters with the Mu family?" Zhou Feng was momentarily taken aback, a surge of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. However, in an instant, he forcefully suppressed this violent urge. This was a matter concerning the opposing party and the Mu family. The Dan Wang mansion. Is it merely the Dan Wang mansion? Such a prodigious talent, simply defying the heavens. Who could he possibly be? If I were to take action, the situation would escalate tremendously. What if his? Zhou Feng's thoughts raced like lightning, cold sweat breaking out upon him as he cast a wary glance at Zhao Xianfeng, his chest heaving violently. Nevertheless, the sight of Mu Jun's corpse still sent shivers down his spine. An oppressive atmosphere lingered in the square, causing countless martial artists to tremble uncontrollably, their faces pale as death. This entire scene was simply surreal. Mu Jun was dead. Should anyone dare to act within this domain again, they would be met with merciless retribution. Zhou Feng suddenly bellowed. He glanced at Zhao Xianfeng, then swiftly exited the square, standing at the edge like a statue, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet his heart was tumultuous as a storm. Something significant was about to occur. Go, informed the county governor. Zhou Feng instructed in a low voice that a guard promptly departed. Among the crowd outside, Mu family martial artists had already begun to vanish. Zhao Xianfeng ignored everything, walking past Mu Jun's corpse without even a glance to him. Mu Jun was but a speck of dust among the multitude. His death was of no consequence, deserving neither pity nor compassion. Zhao Xianfeng traversed the area of the Earth Evil Cauldron, heading straight into the realm of the Heavenly Gang Grind. This region was sparsely populated with martial artists, yet those present were all of high Earth martial realm caliber. Upon witnessing Zhao Xuanfeng's entrance, their eyelids twitched violently, filled with trepidation and fear. Those nearby hastily retreated, distancing themselves in response. Zhao Xianfeng merely smiled, calmly gazing at the golden grind deep within. He then stepped forward with great strides. Boom! The terrifying power of the Heavenly Gang surged through the air, bringing an unprecedented sense of oppression. The Heavenly Gang force, existing within the realm of the celestial winds, was difficult for ordinary martial artists to absorb. Only those who reached the Heavenly Martial Realm could harness its formidable strength. Though the Heavenly Gang power here had been diluted, it remained formidable for those beneath the Heavenly Martial Realm. Zhao Xuanfeng's body trembled, his blood boiling, as sword energy surged within his flesh and bones. Intertwining in a dense tapestry, as he advanced, a golden grind manifested above his head, rumbling in motion, reflecting the deep-set Heavenly Gang grind. With the escalating pressure, Zhao Xuanfeng's flesh and bones seemed to transform into a vast sea of sword energy, resonating with a clangor that merged into a terrifying storm. This kind of refinement was simply unimaginable. Zhao Xianfeng moved at an astonishing speed that in less than 15 minutes, for phantom Heavenly Gang grinds appeared above his head, layering upon one another. The highest number of these phantom grinds was 9. With stand 9 was to stand at the pinnacle of the Earth Martial Realm, nearly equivalent to the Heavenly Martial Realm. This process refined his body, spiritual energy, and soul, yet all the power was utilized by Zhao Xianfeng to hone his physical form. The 9-9 sword body operated to its utmost, as the sound of sword cries gradually emanated from within him. His pores expanded, allowing ethereal sword energy to radiate forth. This scene sent chills down the spines of the many martial artists in the Heavenly Gang region, leaving them utterly astounded. How terrifying! Was such a being even human? Zhao Xianfeng was completely absorbed in his own world, oblivious to everything around him. Time flowed slowly. Suddenly, several figures dashed toward him like lightning, drawing countless gazes. Was it the Mu family? No, it was the county governor. The county governor, Lord Shun, has personally arrived. With so many from the Mu family dead, including Mu Jun, it was evident that the Mu family was likely to go mad without the county governor's presence. The situation would be difficult to contain at this moment. Most martial artists had lost their focus on cultivation. How could one possibly train amid such chaos? This kind of spectacle might not occur even once in a lifetime. Lord Shun, Zhou Feng hurriedly approached. County Governor Shun Yan's face was ashen. He immediately spotted the numerous corpses of Mu family martial artists and the body of Mu Jun. Sir, that boy is the one, Zhou Feng respectfully stated. Shun Yan's gaze fixed intensely on Zhao Xianfeng, his expression shifting dramatically, ultimately revealing profound shock in his eyes. Damn it. Shun Yan clenched his fists, suddenly cursing under his breath. Zhou Feng and the others exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Let the Mu family come. This matter has nothing to do with my county governor's mansion, Shun Yan declared, taking a deep breath. regardless of Zhao Xuanfeng's background or whether the Dan Wang mansion was involved. He had no intention of intervening. The waters were too deep. At the very least, he could not fathom the terrifying depth of Zhao Xuanfeng's background. Little did he know, Zhao Xianfeng was all alone. However, the rules must not be broken. Xun Yan suddenly turned his gaze toward Zhou Feng and the others. Zhou Feng was taken aback, meeting Xun Yan's meaningful look, and immediately understood, nodding vigorously. Boom, boom, a frenzied wave surged forth from the distance. The world around them darkened as winds rose and clouds swirled, a terrifying aura flooding the area like a tsunami, engulfing the heavens and the earth. Everyone shuddered involuntarily, then a massive throng of people rushed in. The Mu family had arrived. Such momentum was indeed fearsome. A flicker of apprehension crossed Xun Yan's eyes as he quickly composed himself, silently observing. Boom! The foremost figure landed, causing the ground to quake. That it was none other than Mu Yongxing. The head of the Mu family. Xun Yan stepped forward, giving a slight nod. Mu Yongxing did not even glance at Xun Yan, his gaze fixed firmly on Mu Jun's corpse, his body trembling, and his eyes turning crimson in an instant. Boom! An overwhelming wave of murderous intent erupted, engulfing the heavens and the earth. Even Zhou Feng and the others, masters of the heavenly martial realm, turned pale, feeling a chill penetrate their very bones. One could only imagine the extent of Mu Yongxing's fury. Young master, beasts, that little beast actually dared. The martial artists of the Mu family were enraged beyond measure. Outside the square, the heavens and the earth changed color. The Mu family had sent 3 heavenly martial realm experts. Little beast, I will slay you. Mu Yongxing's eyes were bloodshot, his heart bleeding. For Mu Jun was his most outstanding son, the strongest genius of the Mu family. The encroaching fury and murderous intent drove him to the brink of madness. Head of the Mu family, a figure suddenly blocked Mu Yongxing's path, none other than Xun Yan. You intend to stop me? Mu Yongxing's eyes were bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Xun Yan. Given his expression, Xun Yan could ascertain that if he did not provide an explanation, Mu Yongxing would not hesitate to disregard his status as county governor. The death of your son is something I would prefer not to witness. However, the rules here must not be broken. No one from the heavenly martial realm is permitted to step in. Xun Yan inhaled deeply, the aura of a 5th-tier heavenly martial expert surging forth, his voice resonating with authority. Head of the Mu family. This is your family's private matter. I will not meddle. However, if these rules are broken, I fear I may face punishment that I hope the head of the Mu family can understand. Xun Yan clasped his hands in a low bow, lowering his posture to the utmost. At this moment, Mu Yongxing was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. One spark would ignite an explosion that he would not be foolish enough to provoke him at such a juncture. The murderous intent emanating from Mu Yongxing soared to new heights as he glared menacingly at Xun Yan. Xun Yan's expression gradually stiffened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It must be noted that Mu Yongxing was a 6th-tier heavenly martial expert, the strongest within the Mu family, and undoubtedly the premier powerhouse of Feihong County in the entirety of the Yan Kingdom. He was among the very best. Suddenly, Mu Yongxing suppressed his voice, snarling, "All peak Earth martial realm experts. Enter. Bring that little beast to me alive." He intended to personally torment Zhao Xianfeng, employing every possible means. Yes, family head, dozens of individuals responded in unison. Xun Yan breathed a sigh of relief, forcing a smile as he quickly departed. He genuinely feared that Mu Yongxing would completely lose his sanity, bringing disgrace upon himself as county governor. That would be bearable, but being beaten up was a different matter entirely, that he would truly have nowhere to cry. After all, he was the lord of a county. At this moment, it was the best choice. However, Xun Yan was also curious about what confidence Zhao Xianfeng possessed. What was his background? Merely relying on Ma Liang was far from sufficient.